Chapter 1 Nonsense. I'm not. Blue Star. Why is this location so remote? Su Tian looked at the list in his hand and exhaled a cloudy breath. 8 kilometers. Still on a hill. This order goes to the dogs. And the dogs don't even deliver. 10 minutes later, Su Tian arrived at the designated location. The car was not yet parked. Sharp-eyed, he saw not far away in the mud seems to be buried something. Vaguely white light flashed. Anyway, the single owner didn't come. Su Tian walked over and kicked with his foot. The dirt was turned over and a corner of the buried object was revealed. Although it was only a corner, Su Tianxin was startled and hurriedly covered it with his feet. It can't be my eyes. White as congealed fat. Could it be a piece of jade? Somewhat uncertain, Su Tian looked around to see that no one was there before moving his big feet to crouch down. As you wipe the dirt off the top, white, slightly fluorescent square corners appear. Holy shit, what a jade! This jade is still so pretty. Su Tianxin bounced around in this moment. Great luck! He was a traveler, but wearing it was the same as not wearing it. Nothing had changed. Just what happened 20 years ago was different, but that had nothing to do with him. The delivery man, either. Hurriedly he dug out what was in the dirt, and it sank into his hand. Wiping the dirt stained on it a little bit and looking at what was in his hand, Su Tian was surprised. Plus 10086. It's a jade seal. There were 5 dragons hovering above it, and one of them was extremely thick, with a piece of its probing head and horns missing, to be filled in by something glowing green. Wait! Seeing this, Su Tian sensed that something was wrong. He began to scrutinize it carefully. It was 4 inches square. The knob intersected 5 dragons, and there was a corner missing. Isn't this what the legendary seal of transmission looks like? Although the legend says that the material used to mend this dragon's horn is gold, and this one in his hand right now looks a little green. Su Tian hastily snapped his hand, and as a ray of golden light appeared. Holy shit! He exclaimed. With a flick of his wrist, he looked to the front of the jade seal with anticipation. Faintly, a few large letters appeared under the cover of the dirt, granting orders to heaven, both life and eternity. Although it was only a few words that loomed large, at this moment, the Chinese bloodline that Su Tian had buried within his body boiled violently. Granted, both life and eternity. Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Hey, delivery boy, what are you digging for? Why don't you answer when I yell at you for half a day? Daff, the man who spoke, who had just been on the hillside not far away. How he shouted at Su Tian did not respond. There's no way he's coming this way. The sudden sound woke Su Tian up, and he hurriedly tucked what he was holding into his arms. The action made the visitor's mind even more suspicious. Did this delivery guy dig up something good? What did you dig up? Bring it to me. The man probed. Very curious. Digging for something? I don't care to do that kind of thing yet. Su Tian turned around, his eyes revealing dragon authority, his voice thick. Passerby. Cough cough. Slip of the tongue. No, how could I possibly dig up something? Look around. There's nothing but weeds. Does it look like a place where you can dig up something? Su Tian crossed his arms, puffed out his chest and said slowly. I just saw it with my own eyes. Don't change the subject. Be careful, I'll give you a bad review. The visitor said. Unbridled. Dare to question me? Cameo? Delivery boy. Did you dig up the heirloom jade seal? You fuck. A mouthful of me. That's what the words say. The visitor looked at Su Tian's chest and found that it was flat and neat, and dismissed the idea on the spot. Looking like he should have picked up the money. Just now he tucked something into his chest. If it was a big piece, chest could not be so flat. The world, bizarrely revived. Also revived were the ancient myths, but that was 20 years ago. Once someone picked up a stick, so far that person's head wearing a tight hoop, wearing a golden armor, foot cloud shoes, a hand of Dharma stick dance tiger. It's not bad. The stick made that man leap into a legendary martial arts master. Although the guy thinks he's a gold band, he clearly isn't. But even so, it was enough to make him fish out of water, be seen by the official mythological department, and retire without worry. Similarly, there is another person picked up a lotus platform. That guy is even more outrageous. Immediately sitting on the lotus platform, the eyes show compassion, hands clasped together, mouth chanting, I, Buddha, compassion, myth department downfall, some exploration. Although this thing is a lotus platform but has nothing to do with the Buddha, is the anti-Qing and Ming dynasty lotus sect. Although they also became martial arts masters, but, retirement without worry, called for envy. Think about that. The visitor shook his head, looking towards Su Tian. This guy, if based on the Earls, it was really easy to make people think that he had picked up the jade seal of the passing state, but his chest is flat. Obviously, it's not a big piece. 3 minutes later, the visitor was far away with the takeout, and when Su Tian saw that the people had gone far away, He immediately took a quadrilateral step and walked towards his seat, and with a foot to collect the brace, he drove to a deserted place and drilled into the forest. The jade seal of transmission, granting orders to heaven for both longevity and eternity. Su Tian was excited. He began to pull out his chest, wanting to take out the seal of transmission in admiration, but this time, he pulled out a blank. In the meantime, the other side, Fuhai City, inside a skyscraper, someone stared at the instrument in front of them, looking at the huge red dot that appeared on it, and hurriedly pressed the emergency button next to it. Recovery level S. A true mythological item revived. Over the course of 20 years, there has been a steady resurgence of mythical items, but their points of light are a tiny red dot, the size of a pixel dot. And now, the red light on the instrument was as big as a pigeon's egg. What this means is well known to regulators. This is not something that can be compared to the previous recovery. This is something truly mythical. And with that stands the true mythic heritage. Nowadays, although everywhere seems peaceful, in reality some remote areas have long since fallen into the hands of the bizarre. Even if the mythic sector housed most of the martial arts masters. But, spooky is always spooky. It simply wasn't something a martial arts expert could fight against. Soon, the supervisory hall barged in a middle-aged looking man. Emergency button. A city-destroying level of weirdness has been born in the perimeter? The middle-aged man looked panicked. The instrument detects mythic revivals in addition to the weird fluctuations around it. And anything that triggers the panic button is at least detected to the level of city destruction. No, it's not city extermination level shenanigans. Seeing the visitor, the supervisor corrected. Not the destruction of the city, then the destruction of the country? The middle-aged man stumbled and nearly fell over, the words instantly causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Not extermination. What? Extinction isn't even that. That's extermination. Supervisor, it's myth revival. S-class myth revival. Watching the middle-aged man weather the storm, the supervisor hastily uttered it in one breath. Good lord, can this supervisor wait for someone to finish their sentence? That's an outrageous guess. 2. Perdition. How daring. At that moment, an old man came into the supervisory hall, and just as he entered, he heard the words of the supervisor. His eyes were like tigers and his voice was like a bell. What did you just say? S-class. Myth revival. Chapter 2 Conversion to callable soldiers in the 20 years since the establishment of the Mythos Department. The highest level of recovery recorded within the archives has been a C rating, and it's because of this one that the Mythology Department isn't really in name only. C-Pole has completely metamorphosed. It was no longer an ordinary martial arts expert, but something akin to the legendary realm of the innate. But the sword is like a rainbow, turning the tide. While this strength still couldn't handle most of the shenanigans, it could be suppressed. S-class. Really myth reviver. Its horror has been unimaginable. S-class mythic recovery. Sure it's an S-class mythic recovery? The old man repeated this twice in a row, his white beard shaking up and down, his excitement visible. At that moment, outside the entrance to the supervisory hall, more people came on the scent, but since the old man was within it and had not been given permission, they could only listen with open heads and curiosity. The old man was not someone within the Fuhai City Myth Bureau. His position was a member of the headquarters of the Myth Bureau in Shangjing. I'm here today, and it's just an inspection. What's all the huddle for? At this point, the dragon walks down the aisle, and a man of majesty walks by. The visitor is in his 50s, over half 100 years old, but his face does not look old. His hair is black like a young man, and his suit is straight and upright. Asked the voice. The people blocking the doorway turned around, and all of a sudden everyone unconsciously squeezed to both sides of the aisle, and a path for people to pass appeared in the center. The person who came was no other than the Fuhai City Myth Authority, the director. Where's Elder Wang? Didn't he come to inspect today? Why is there no one else to be seen in the council hall? And what's wrong with you guys? What's all the huddle at the regulatory level for? Yu Hong was outside earlier, so he didn't know about the emergency button being pressed. With a few large strides, Yu Hong had arrived at the supervisory hall. Just as he entered the doorway, he saw in the hall an excited Elder Wang. Yu Hong's gaze was puzzled for a moment. Elder Wang came from the headquarters in Shangjing, and once he had met him within quite a few meetings. As far as I can remember, Elder Wang seldom wore this expression. He had a serious face all year round. Some of his peers have joked about it, calling him, well, King Coldface. But now, he actually looked excited and, well, smiled. What the hell happened? Wang Lao He. Yu Hong Xiao Xiao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Strange. Too strange. At that moment, Elder Wang's voice came out loudly from inside. Hurry up and lock that person. Notify all departments and cooperate fully. Make sure to use the fastest speed possible to make them mythic bureaus. Lockdown? Lock who? Yu Hong, at the door, was once again puzzled, but before he could question it, Elder Wang had already stood in front of him. Ha ha, Yu Hong, you've given me a big surprise today. Our country, China, is now considered to have real substance. Ha! Yu Hong was dumbfounded. The other side, inside the grove, after Su Tian emptied his chest, he was a little unsure and repeatedly emptied his chest again. No, what about that big jade seal? It was clearly just tucked into my chest. My, where is the jade seal? It was as if a basin of cool water was poured over Su Tian's head, causing his entire body to cool halfway down at once. No way. Just put it on my chest, obviously. After touching it again and confirming that it was empty within his chest, Su Tian panicked. He has never been rich in his life, and now it's not easy for heaven's destiny to come down and pick up the jade seal of the passing state, only to have it disappear as soon as he puts it on his chest? Unbelieving. Su Tian directly took off his own top. He was thinly dressed, except for his lining, which was a yellow robe jacket for delivery. His jacket was pulled up at the time, and as someone suddenly made a noise, he just dropped the jade seal into his jacket, shook out his jacket. Shit. Did Su Tian look to his pants? Did it slip into his pants leg? Of course this was his sick idea. After all, such a big jade seal really slipped into the pants leg he could not feel. But just as he was about to take off his pants, a burning sensation came from his chest. It's a weird feeling. It's that warm and hot feeling. It was as if there were crimson iron marks burning their chests, but the sensation it brought was not one of pain, but one of comfort. Subconsciously Su Tian took off his own liner and looked towards his chest. Heck, a black dragon design lay on his chest. Su Tian had never gotten a tattoo. He was sure of that. But what was with this lifelike black dragon on his chest? And so on. A white light flashed in Su Tian's mind. The seal of state placed on his chest disappeared, and a black dragon tattoo appeared on his chest for no reason. Hisses. Within the grove, Su Tian was naked, and he didn't realize that above his head, a green snake as thick as his arm appeared, and was little by little approaching Su Tian's head from the treetops. Just as Su Tian put his hand towards the black dragon tattoo on his chest, snappy, the black dragon tattoo on his chest opened its eyes. Tyranny flashed through the golden dragon's eyes. Next, the black dragon tattoo moved. With a clawed hand, the dragon, which looked like a mountain ink drawing, just crawled out of its chest. To this point, the black dragon tattoo ceases to be a painting and becomes a real dragon. Before Su Tian could react, a deafening, hissing, chirp, the dragon's roar, rang out. In a flash, after the sound, the dragon, which was only a dozen centimeters long, circled and rushed towards the large green snake that Su Tian had not noticed above his head. Dragon energy protects the body. The great green snake was different from common snakes. Its eyes were red and it was no longer an ordinary snake. If someone from the mythic authority were here, they would recognize it. It's a bizarrely infected creature. Creepy is actually more tricky to deal with than just being very powerful in its own right. An ability to contaminate. That contamination is only for the spirit. Let's get defensive. Also, once contaminated, the creatures become exceptionally powerful. Very difficult. Barf. Before Su Tian could react to why the black dragon tattoo on his chest had undergone this change, a large cyan corpse fell onto his hand. Snakes are hard to kill. Sometimes even if you cut off its head even jumps up and bites, injecting toxins. Looking at the large snake in his hand, Su Tian was startled. In a hurry he dropped the limp snake to the ground. At that moment, Su Tian saw that an illusory snake shadow emerged from the corpse and flew into his chest. The moment the serpent shadow merged into his chest, an additional wave of clarity appeared in Su Tian's mind. Devouring one contaminated cyan soul grade, unimpressive, begins transformation into summonable soldiers. Su Tian seemed to see that at the black dragon tattoo on his chest, the large cyan-colored soul entered and turned into a ball of light, which seemed to nurture something, the light shining brightly at times and obscurely at others. At this moment, a wave of clarity once again appeared in Su Tian's mind. Estimated conversion time is 1 day. Upon successful transformation, you will receive Soldier, Inferior Soldier +1. Chapter 3 Officially Confirmable Inheritance in the Grove. Su Tian raised his eyebrows in joy. The black dragon tattoo on his chest could actually absorb the soul of a green snake and transform it into a soldier. This ability can be said to be unbelievable. At the same time, Su Tian could sense that this ability could not be undone once it was bound to him. Su Tian closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the black dragon pattern on his chest. In addition to being able to transform into soldiers, Su Tian realized that he could also summon the jade seal of transmission. With a thought, the black dragon on Su Tian's chest reappeared, but this time, instead of automatically protecting his body, it circled around Su Tian's arm and eventually transformed into a large pitch black seal in his hand. Heirloom jade seal, although the color of the jade seal had changed. The large letters on it appeared more dazzling. Its front, the blinding golden light, was outlined in one stroke. Grant the order to heaven. Both live forever. It was a pity that the soldiers hadn't been transformed to completion by now. Looking at the big golden glittering words, Su Tian now really wanted to summon the soldiers and call for orders. Take a deep breath. Su Tian clenched his 5 fingers and the jade seal disappeared into thin air. Now he could be said to have completely metamorphosed. I didn't realize that the myth revivers, who could only be seen on TV, or in books, could now be one of them themselves. And, it's not even those people who can be compared to them. They're martial arts masters. And when looking out of the corner of your eye, Su Tian was a little saddened. He was a miserable delivery boy 1 second, but he didn't expect to become the first emperor the next second. Be the first emperor to command the world. The world is so wonderful sometimes. Exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air, Su Tian began to put on his clothes. Soon he was out of the woods, looking at the highway near him, and the mountains in the distance. A long, stretched out, mountain-swallowing aura began to run through his chest. This is my world. Although there is only one army now, but in time, my millions of troops shall return again. Taking a quadrilateral step, Su Tian came to his Dragon Yuan electric car. High leg lift, heavy drop hip, eyes majestically kicked the brace. Jingling, just as he was about to set off, Su Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Pan Shuyun. This is his girlfriend, the one he's been talking to for 3 years. Shuyun, before we could only be in different places, but it's different now. What you want is already at your fingertips. Su Tianlong ran his finger across the screen and answered. Instead of showing that the call is in progress, however, it shows that the other party has hung up. Immediately afterward, he received a text message that read, Su Tian, forget it, calling is too ambiguous. I don't want him to misunderstand. Don't you ever contact me again. I've blacked out the phone. He's a member of the mythic resurgence, 2 worlds away from you, so I hope you have some self-awareness. What? The content of the text message made Su Tian freeze. He and Pan Shuyun are long distance, but they talk every night, telling her stories as well as ordering takeout. Running a takeaway isn't lucrative, but it does give her an income of about 7,000 a month, 5,000 of which covers her food and drink. Last month, she said her grandmother was seriously ill. Su Tian could not bear it, but also jacked up 100,000 online loans to her. Nima, now a text message and a knife to yourself? Pan Shuyun, what do you mean? Give me the words clearly. Su Tianlong's fingers twitched as a line of editing was completed and sent over, but the feedback received was that the message was rejected. After the revival of mythological shenanigans, the institution of love as well as marriage was thoroughly refined from the inside out from above in order to strengthen the country. 20 years ago, it could be argued that cybersex decimated people and played evaporate, but at this time, there is a Torah control. As soon as a relationship is recognized, it is protected by the Torah. Marriage, on the other hand, is even stricter. Well, open my eyes, the knife is on my head. It is at this time, perhaps Pan Shuyun thought of something, lifting the blackout and sent another message. The money you spent on me over the years, as well as last month's 100,000, I will return to you, but it's going to have to wait, until he and I confirm our relationship. You'd better not be messing around, and as usual, I hope you have some self-awareness. After sending it, Pan Shuyun once again pulled the plug on Su Tian. Looking at this content, Su Weather smiled. Good man, it's a real knife in the ass. Opening eyes once again. In fact, over the past 3 years, Su Tian still had some feelings for her, because he knew what kind of a person she was. That was why he treated her with daily material plus emotional offerings. Yet he hadn't expected that today. She still refreshed the lower limit of his perception. Pan Shuyun, you're being trolled like this before you've even finalized your relationship. Do you really think he's going to be able to finalize a relationship with you? The law can protect people in established romantic relationships, but ambiguity that can't be helped. As has been said before, no matter how perfect the law is, there are people who exploit it. Since relationships are protected, it's ambiguous and you can't talk about it. So many cases of ambiguous deception. It's a bit of a no-brainer. Putting down his cell phone, Su Tian knew that this Pan Shuyun had a high probability of being cheated. But this matter was no longer related to him. As the saying goes, don't try to save others, and change them. To recognize that others are stupid, others are dumb, others are evil. Su Tian tapped Pan Shuyun's contact information and made a one-click note of the debtor. He's no longer a stinky delivery boy now, either. Slaying a green snake transforms it into a soldier. I'll go to work at the slaughterhouse later and kill 1,000 chickens, ducks and fish first to completely turn them over. Soon, with Su Tian driving away afterward, Not 10 minutes. This out-of-the-way place just swarmed with people. There were people in SUVs, helicopters, and even some people who came flying. The gold content of an S-class recovery officer can already be equated with the weight of the nation. As a group of uniformed ones jumped out of the car, the instruments they were carrying in their hands began to drip 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 drip. In no time at all, he found the forest where Su Tian had been before. At this time, a detectorist looked at the instrument in his hand and shouted, "Report, no resuscitators have been found, but the mythic resuscitation index has risen crazily, and has already exceeded the S rank. This is S+ grade." The probe's voice gradually became shocked. After the sound, the other people in uniform around them heard it and their collective figures lurched. S+? At this point, in the crowd, a tall beauty extruded, and although she was also wearing a uniform, her white arms and goose-egg cheeks set off the uniform. At those words, the woman's thin lips moved slightly, her beautiful eyes condensed, and she immediately probed, looking at the instrument in the hands of the detectorist. Her name was Yuing, and she was the daughter of Fuhai City. Myth Bureau Yu Hong. Go, bring that instrument here. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the detectorist's instrument, Yuing took a deep breath before saying, the instrument she was talking about was one that required 5 large men to barely move. The function of this instrument was that it could sift through the mythic aura to compare and confirm what kind of mythic inheritance was probably being revived. The accuracy rate is high, up to 99%. Originally, this would have only been kept in the car and used for testing after the resuscitators were confirmed. But now, S+ rating. Yuing could no longer help but want to know what kind of mythological existence had awakened. Chapter 4, This is a Rebellion in the Grove. A group of people gathered around a heavy instrument. Every person here, with that uniform on their body, in the outside world, not to mention ordinary people, even rich businessmen can be respectful when they see them. At the moment, however, each of these people stared expectantly at the instrument in front of them. The process of testing is quick. There was a display screen on the instrument. And not a moment later, after the instrument had collected the energy around it, the screen began to blink. 3 illusory items appeared on it. One was a sword, one was a tripod, and the other was a jade seal. This is, when the items first came out there was only an approximate shadow. Yu Ying's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at the 3 items displayed on it. Everyone around them whimpered as well. The sword, the tripod, and what's that square one? A jade seal? As a Chinese, these 3 items can be said to be the most familiar. There are so many myths and legends about swords that it's almost impossible to count them. And the tripod, the most through the years is the 9 tripods, is the legend can suppress the supreme artifact of the dragon vein. However, the 9 cauldrons were rumored to have 9 of them, and now that only one was shown. It was clearly not. Just when the crowd was speculating, on the screen, the 3 items displayed began to become clear. On one of the swords, the Xianyuan sublike is faintly visible. Regulus, my god. Inside the grove, a group of people sucked in cool air. Regulus, this sword is actually Regulus. Just now, no one was deeply associating on the sword, but it never occurred to me that the sword's origin was actually so great. Regulus, cast by the Yellow Emperor, the sword beheaded Qiyu, in mythology, is a sword that symbolizes the qi of the Chinese nation. At this time, without waiting for the crowd to be shocked, a few large words also emerged from the tripod in the center of the screen. Shinnong's tripod. Holy shit. Shinnong tripod. Like Regulus, this was also an object of the human race's qi, and its fame was even higher than the 9 cauldrons. If the 9 cauldrons could suppress the dragon vein, this cauldron, on the other hand, had sacrificed the foundation of the human race. As these 2 items were revealed, the crowd was instantly numb. Yuing, as the person with the highest position in the room, could only see her face reddening and breathing heavily. S+ rank she had thought about awakening mythic items was extraordinary. But it never occurred to me that every single one of them was actually related to the oldest myths of China. And not just any myth. It's the origin. At this moment, it was as if the crowd's ears were hallucinating, as they heard the overwhelming sound of killing shouts. There was a sword with a golden body that was lifted high by the Yellow Emperor. And with just one sword, the supreme foundation of the human race was laid. The illusion was replaced, and the next moment it turned into an old man, who tasted all kinds of herbs for the sake of the human race and tried poison with his body. On the day of great storms and thunder and lightning, he refined the ancient tripod of 100 medicines, the Shinnong tripod. Just as the crowd was immersed in the illusion, text began to appear above the last square object. Unlike the previous 2 artifacts, this text is extremely short. Only 2 words as black as ink. Imperial seal. The moment those 2 words came out, instantly everyone's illusions collapsed instantly. At the same time, on the display screen, the Regulus sword, The Shinong tripod dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the jade seal that became clear. Beside the instrument, the crowd gathered around froze. The results are in. The imperial seal? What's this? There are very few artifacts related to the jade seal in mythology, and the imperial seals and the others had rummaged through the myths in their minds, but had found no counterpart that could be compared to it. Why is that name so strange? What kind of mythological item is this? Puzzled, the crowd looked at the picture displayed on the instrument, and soon they recognized what was inside through it. 4 inches square, button crosses 5 dragons. This looks like it. This is the seal of transmission. Doubtful answers. However, a new doubt was soon born. Wait, that's not right. Why would the seal of transmission be called the imperial seal? In the records, the seal of transmission of the state is 3 characters, named the seal of transmission of the state. It doesn't even have half a cent to do with the imperial seal. But now, this imperial seal, it's actually called the imperial seal. In the crowd, a middle-aged looking man spoke. Whatever, an imperial seal is an imperial seal. The heirloom jade seal is an artifact of the state for Huaxia. If it was set off without the first 2 items, the inheritance of this seal of the kingdom could be said to be a supreme inheritance. But, after a careful comparison in the minds of the people, they suddenly realized that deep down they were actually a bit lost. Why haven't you awakened Regulus? The jade seal of transmission, although it's also extraordinary. But, before he could finish his words, Ewing interrupted. This is the jade seal of transmission. It's already extraordinary. If it grows. Just after saying this, Ewing sensed something was wrong. It occurred to her that there was an embarrassing aspect of the heirloom that is, as a myth reviver, if you want to perfectly revive the strength that has been passed down to you, you need to improve your fit with the item. Naturally, as a fit, that must be consistent with the words and actions of the mythical being who holds it. That's not a big deal when it comes to other awakenings, but the heirloom jade seal, it's embarrassing. Should we call him emperor? As Yu Ying's words paused, that was when the people around him reacted at once. Holy shit, isn't this the inverted Big Dipper? I say, why didn't this guy wait in place after awakening? Damn, this is going to backfire. The other side, Su Tian, who had returned to Fuhai City, went straight to the vegetable market, where Dragon Chi Protector he killed a green snake to obtain a transformable soldier. Naturally, he's definitely here to reap the rewards. However, when Su Tian slaughtered a chicken at his own expense, as he put the chicken down to wait for the chicken's soul to float out. However, after waiting for half a day the chicken in front of him didn't react. Strange, how come there's no reaction? Su Tian was puzzled for a moment. After becoming a recoverer, Su Tian had 2 choices. 1. It's up to the Mythbusters. Secondly, it is self-development. As the holder of the Jade Seal of Transmission, Su Tian also knew that this thing was a bit awkward. If it's reported to the Mythbusters, what's the word for it? It feels a little bit anticlimactic. He had thought that killing animals would be enough to acquire transformed soldiers, but now that he looked at it, it didn't seem to be the case. Su Tian carefully recalled the large green snake that was there when he was in the forest. If you can't get a soul by killing a chicken, then there is something different about that one snake. As he recalled, Su Tian thought about it all at once. The vertical pupils of that snake were different from common snakes. Its eyes were not clear, but scarlet and red. Su Tian frowned. The scarlet pupils were honestly not unfamiliar to him with this kind of feature after being bombarded with television rounds. Such creatures are uniformly called infected creatures. Infected creatures were honestly far away from Su Tian before he had awakened. These types of creatures have been suppressed by the top as a whole away from the city due to their danger. Even if there are leaks, they are extremely rare. No, do you have to kill infected creatures to get transformable soldiers? Su Tian's expression changed. Chapter 5, he went to the General Staff Enrollment Department. Infected creatures within the city are largely absent, and the uninhabited wilderness, defended by the borders, is only isolated. In this case, if you have to kill infected creatures in order to get transformable soldiers, the basic efficiency is extremely slow, and the only way to get a quick kill would be to head to the borderline, or some place that is officially circled as off-limits. However, for these 2 places, there is a prerequisite that one has to be orthodox in order to go there. However, obtaining orthodox status requires a full body examination. By that time, when others use the instrument to measure it, they themselves will be exposed. Think about it. Su Tian took a deep breath. Shit, isn't this hard to do? I am, if I am exposed. With this army today, I'm afraid it will not be suppressed on the spot, but if you want a sea of summonable soldiers, under this eye of heaven, without a proper identity, not to mention going to the border, even if you sneak out of the city, you can be stopped and questioned the next day. Between thoughts, Su Tian returned to his rental house, and immediately he opened his computer and started searching. My friend has a bold idea. If he awakens the Jade Seal of Passage, what will the Myth Bureau people do? This post is very interactive. Just as soon as it was posted, someone replied to Su Tian. Classic, I have a friend. Wait, dude, you're not really awakening the Jade Seal of Transmission, are you? How is that possible? Su Tian hurriedly replied. It's just some curiosity. Sure, it's just curiosity? Okay. At this time another person came down. Said, the seal of state, that is authorized by heaven. Still need to say more. Immediately let the above people move a move. This world. When is my? Looking at this overbearing speech. Poof. Su Tian almost didn't spray out his rice. Good. If he did, he was afraid he'd be in the ground the next day. It's a good thing there aren't a lot of these sandy speeches. A female with the ID moon round replied. There's really no need to have this problem. Even if one awakens the Jade Seal of Transmission, it's actually just a reviver in the eyes of the above. Now only you people who live in the comfort zone can ask such a boring question. What? Awakening the Jade Seal of Transmission makes you feel that the above will persecute you? That's a laughable thought. You guys have no idea of the misery out there. If someone can be awakened, the people up there can't be too happy. In the meantime, Fuhai City, Myth Headquarters. Yu Hong and Elder Wang were sitting in a conference room. Centered is a projector. The news that an S+ ranked awakened person had appeared in Fuhai naturally spread throughout Xinjiang at an extremely fast speed. Within the projection were 10 small split-screen videos, each of which was a big name that could only be seen on television. As Yu Hong and Wang Lao revealed Su Tian's awakened items, everyone within the small video was stunned. The Seal of Transmission? It's the first emperor who swept through the 8 wastelands is returning? The representative of the Jade Seal of Transmission is Ying Zheng, the emperor who built a 10,000-mile city wall with the same text and the same railroads. Where are the others? Such characters should be fully supported in their growth. Let's not talk about the first S+ ranked awakened. Let's talk about the first emperor. If he can suppress the borders, when there will be no worries for 100 years. Facing the questioning within the video, Yu Hong blushed a little. Well, people are still missing. It should be that the revived item was a bit awkward, and he left the awakening site at the first opportunity. Yu Hong said. He had just finished his sentence. At that point, an additional window appeared within the video. The window is directly centered as soon as it comes out, and the moment the characters in it showed up, it caused Yu Hong as well as Wang Lao to be a bit terrified. This person is of the Hua Xia Zhang Xia level. What's so embarrassing about a heirloom jade seal? The old man in the center of the video spoke. It's been 20 years since the bizarre revival. You're not doing a good job of thinking in this blessed city, actually making this awakened comrade feel uneasy. Faced with the questioning of this person within the video, Yu Hong hurriedly apologized. Within the video, the old man didn't move to anger, but simply continued gently. Determine how he grew up and don't hold prejudice. The old man's gaze lowered a bit as he said this. Speaking of which, Huaxia does need an emperor. There's a lot he didn't say. As a young Sha level, he saw a nationwide phenomenon, especially at the border. As a once staunch materialist, a bizarre outburst that shattered the faith of many hearts. This messed up world, the word Huaxia can gather hearts, but in the end, it was impossible to set your mind at rest. Rental housing. Su Tian looked at the moon's rounded reply and inwardly moved. He raised his hand, and the pitch-black heirloom jade seal appeared in his hand. Maybe it's true that I'm overthinking this, and reporting directly to the Mythbusters is the right path? The mind sank. Su Tian looked out at the steel forest. Look out into the traffic. Pedestrians coming and going on the sidewalk. Spooky recovery and such a peaceful scene here. Su Tian didn't know how much effort had been used up there. But, how can persecution be possible when the people are the main focus? Thinking of this, Su Tian suddenly frowned as he suddenly realized that he seemed to be somewhat affected by the Jade Seal. When did he actually start worrying and thinking about how to gain the world? At this point, perhaps it's a clarity of mind. Su Tian suddenly realized that a thin, invisible white thread had appeared on the pitch-black Jade Seal in his hand. Ha! Su Tian was flabbergasted and hurriedly scrutinized the Jade Seal in his hand. A sudden wave of understanding appeared in his mind. If the previous pitch-black Jade Seal represented the imperial throne, then this imperial throne had the shadow of the previous person in it. And now, Su Tian's brows narrowed. The one before that wasn't called an empire. It could only be called a puppet. And now, I am the real me. Perhaps one day, when the Jade Seal turns completely blinding white, I shall be the king of the world. At the window, the curtains were blown by the wind, and Su Tian glanced at the distant scenery, retracted his sight, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Understand this. Soon, Su Tian left the rental house. 3 minutes later, not long after Su Tian had just left, a group of men parachuted into the rental house. all of them heroic, and surrounded the tiny rental house. This sudden descent could scare the surrounding tenants. There was a lot of speculation about what was going on. A group of people surrounded Su Tian's residence. Report, Sky Eye Surveillance. He left the food market and returned to the rental house. Upon hearing this, Ewing stepped out of the crowd and signaled for the person reporting to back off. Before she stood in front of the door and gently opened her lips. Hello, I'm from the Mythic Authority. In fact, you don't need to be concerned. The above has already given notice that as long as you enter the game, you can be fully cultivated. If you don't want to be in the Mythic Bureau and just want to be a normal person, that's fine too. Here's a card for your daily spending. Yu Ying's voice was calm as she gently knocked on the door, but there was no response inside. Just when Yu Ying was a bit confused, an officer in the back suddenly said, "Holy shit, Captain Yu Ying, this guy isn't in the room. He went out again." "What? Out again?" Yu Ying froze. "Captain Yu Ying? Yes. Wait, the direction he's heading to now is our headquarters. He went to Mythbusters building. General Staff Enrollment Office? Chapter 6 Greetings, Your Majesty's return. The Myth Bureau building, located in the middle of Fuhai City. The iconic building looms large. There was a plaza in front of the building, and a long line of people was at this point in the plaza all the way to the street. Su Tian was within the queue, and it was a little hard for him to look at the people clustered in front of him as he poked his head out. No, why are there so many people? At the end of the line was a side door to the building with a few large letters written on it. Recovery Item Detection Service. For 20 years, as people continued to pick up things to become awakened. So many people, picking up some strange things on the road, feel that this thing is very unusual, and have been used to test. So, this was supposed to be the recovery staff sign-up area, but there were just too many useless items, so it became Recovery Item Detection. Dude, I see you're empty-handed. What are you going to test? Behind Su Tian. As Su Tian looked at the group in front of him, a man around his age opened his mouth to snicker. Turning back, the man was holding a branch in his hand. Dude, look at mine. If you look at this thing in my hand, does it look like the golden band of will? These words caused Su Tian to freeze. Bad. It's yellow skin begging to be sealed. Just kidding, bro. Even though this is just a branch of a tree. Take a closer look. Does it look like a sword? So straight in this bump. The young man ran 2 fingers over the branch in his hand, and for the moment he seemed to be transformed into an ancient warrior. Su Tian rolled his eyes. These days, these people are just so outrageous. It can't be helped. In the Mythic Bureau's propaganda, if one is awakened, the treatment is really enviable, and there is no worry about retirement. I can definitely awaken as swordsman this time, the young man said as he once again looked at Su Tian, saying, by the way, I see that you're empty-handed. What was that thing you picked up? He asked curiously. Nothing, just picked up a rock. Su Tian of course couldn't be truthful, and he casually made a slip of the tongue. Stone? You're not kidding. Dude, picking up a rock and testing it? The man immediately looked at Su Tian strangely. He had at least picked up a branch, and although the thing was ordinary, it was straight after all. But the stone, that thing was flat. How could it be an awakening? Shaking his head, the man felt that Su Tian was somewhat hopeless, absolutely crazy to want to awaken. Just then, someone in front of them failed to awaken and left with a sigh, and the group began to loosen up. Moving forward slowly, Su Tian followed the group and took a small step forward. At the same moment, at the edge of the square, several jeeps came driving in a vast, black mass, and it wasn't just jeeps. There were helicopters in the sky, hovering over the plaza with a loud noise. This sudden change, it made the long line of people in the square look sideways. When the scale of this was seen, the uproar rose, especially when a line of uniformed personnel got off the bus. Every eye went straight. This is people from the military district, and people from the Mythic Authority. Holy shit, wait a minute. That big beautiful woman is Dash, isn't that the Ewing you only see on TV? Oh my god, I finally met a real person today. Ewing got out of the car. She walked with a tall stride and her long hair was like the most beautiful scenery. Stepping onto the plaza, she ran her eyes back and forth through the long line. Soon she saw Su Tian, who was leisurely standing in line. There are orders from above. Su Tian is very important and should be nurtured with all his might. And now that he was able to come to the Mythic Bureau Enrollment Office, it could be said that Ewing was greatly pleased. He awakened the Jade Seal of Transmission. I had thought that he had rolled over and run around to counter it, but I didn't realize that he had actually come straight here. Since he wants to enter the Myth Bureau, naturally Ewing has nothing to say. As the first meeting, it is inevitable that he will completely let go of the stigma in his heart, whether he had before or not. Through the ear return, Ewing informed everyone, from now on, he is that first emperor. Make sure that he greatly improves his fit with the jade seal of transmission. Understood. Yuing listened to the response within the ear return and smiled. Bam! She led a large group of people straight towards Su Tian. Su Tian was in the middle of the group and quickly noticed the group of people walking head-on. Especially their attire. An official? This direction. This is coming at me? No way. I've only been awakened for a short while, and they've noticed me so quickly? With Yuing leading the way, it was non-existent for Su Tian to say that he wasn't panicking. After all, he had never seen such a big battle before this. Subconsciously, Su Tian was ready to run. Although I had thought about it before coming here and joining the Mythbusters, this is now the case. It's like being on your way to surrender and meeting the arresting officer. This, just as Su Tian's heart was complicated. Yuing had already brought people to a short distance away from Su Tian. And then, kicking and screaming, Yuing stopped and saluted Su Tian. The idea was for Su Tian to greatly improve his fit for the Transfiguration Jade Seal, but the highest salute is a salute. If you kneel, well, Yuing couldn't get down on his knees, but even this was enough. A group of people along with Yuing, their gazes locked onto Su Tian, and they opened their mouths in neat unison to shout. Yuing in the Myth Department. Mythical Sector Jiang San. Myth Department Li Si. Welcome, Your Majesty, to the throne. Su Tian. The force on Su Tian's calf that had gathered in preparation for a run tightened. Looking around the square, each in uniform, saluting himself, he was confused, clueless from head to toe. Same moment. Wow. The people around them, who had been buzzing, fell silent all of a sudden. And so on. They all wondered if they had heard wrong. What did the officials just yell? Greetings, Your Majesty? Nima. What is this? Your Majesty. Isn't that a title only found in costume dramas? And what kind of time is this, where an official person actually shouts Your Majesty at another person? It's going to be anti-ah. Are we revolting in Fukushima? At Su Tian's rear, the person who had just been mentally thinking that Su Tian was a person who wanted to awaken like crazy, he repeatedly looked at the people led by Yuing, and then looked at Su Tian who was close by, after confirming that Yuing and these officials were shouting for him. Two black eyes. Luckily, Su Tian was quick on his feet and helped the young man behind him who was about to fall. Otherwise the young man, not just mentally, is devastated. This would have been a bruise on the flesh if it had gone down. You guys? Putting down the young man in his hand, Su Tian looked at Yuing, his eyes full of incomprehension. Your Majesty, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me first. Yuing made an inviting gesture, signaling Su Tian to head to the myth building next door for a moment. Looking at Yuing who had a sincere face, Su Tian took a deep breath. Alright. When Su Tian followed Yuing and walked towards the building, the official personnel left in the square began to explain to the group. Since Su Tian was the first S+ mythic recovery person, coupled with the special times, the above had no intention of hiding it. Instead they were ready to publicize it in a big way, even if Su Tian's awakening was somewhat special. With the official explanation, the plaza. What? Awakened the Jade Seal of Transmission. Holy shit. Holy shit. Chapter 7, the power has actually strengthened by 1 point in the square. A group of people's scalps tingled once again. Heirloom Jade Seal. As soon as these 4 words came out, the crowd couldn't help but conjure up an emperor wearing a black dragon robe in their minds. The first emperor. And now, someone in the line they had just lined up had actually awakened the Jade Seal of Transmission? This is just off the charts. And, no, man, you fucking awakened the Jade Seal of Passage to come here and line up with everyone else? Ha! Mythbusters headquarters. Su Tian was led by Yuing to the topmost floor. Along the way, Su Tian's thoughts were complicated. The way Yuing and the group of officials had addressed him earlier continued to ring in his mind. That's not true. He clearly hasn't tested yet. When was it exposed? In fact, when Su Tian came. Although the idea was through. But after all, it was the heirloom Jade Seal, and he was prepared to see if the people from the official department could actually detect the specific awakening object. If you can't, then sure, just make up a lie to fool around when the time comes. After all, after his awakening, the Jade Seal was turned into a dragon pattern. A random Dawei Tianlong is something you can muddle through, but never in a million years. Nima, not even tested yet. And the official people start calling him His Majesty. A little too outrageous. That's His Majesty calling. Su Tian now felt that he had encountered a fake official. Top floor. Yu Hong and Wang Lao had already been waiting here. Perhaps seeing the puzzlement in Su Tian's mind, they began to explain to Su Tian. From the first moment of his awakening, they actually noticed, and it also identifies the specific items that are awakened. In addition to that, they also informed something about everything that must be known about awakened people, and that was to improve the fit with the item. At the same time, Elder Wang also admonished Su Tian. From now on you'll have to change your self-proclaimed name. Su Tian was terrified. Don't think he called himself me before, but that was a bit more of an entertainment component. And now, officials are actually taking the initiative. Su Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, looked at the two old men, and nodded, simultaneously dawning. That's Xia, China that can stand for 5,000 years without falling in the long history. Soon, after some basic common sense, the two of them began to ask about the specific functions of the heirloom jade seal. With the previous padding, in the face of the inquiry, Su Tian did not hide anything and revealed the specific functions of the jade seal of transmission. Killing infected creatures transforms them into soldiers? Elder Wang was delighted to hear Su Tian's reply. This ability can be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Thinking of something, Wang Lao hurriedly asked, "Then I wonder, Your Majesty, is there an upper limit to the number of soldiers that can be transformed? This is important." Before Su Tian arrived, Elder Wang and Yu Hong had discussed Su Tian's specific abilities, but guessing the direction is invariably not to imperialize the dragon chi, grow the dragon chi, and use the dragon chi to suppress all things. After all, throughout the previous awakenings, they were all related to individual strength. However, he did not expect that the ability of the Jade Seal of Transmission was actually a summoning category, and summons are surprisingly not hard to get. In this way, the cap on summons is extremely important. At those words, Su Tian thought for a moment. He doesn't really seem to see that there's an upper limit, only the strength of the summons. There is no upper limit. Su Tian said. What? There's no upper limit? Elder Wang's pupils shook. Then wouldn't it be possible to summon tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands? At this time, also in the conference room Yuing is also shocked. And the older generation, her idea is more magnificent, hundreds of thousands? No, if there is no upper limit, then it shall not be waving an arm and dancing. A million armies shaking the sky? Million? Elder Wang gulped. He didn't dare to imagine the magnificence of the picture once the million-strong army came out. A few thousand people can seem crowded in a huge square. Tens of thousands of people. That is a dense black crowded people. In ancient times, an army of 100,000 men was considered to be a great battle in which the whole country was mobilized. A million? That even a mere shout from someone who was not a member of a large army can change the color of heaven and earth? And, if it's truly unlimited, and with such an easy way to replenish soldiers, wouldn't a million be just the beginning? Infected creatures, though rare in Fuhai City, but Elder Wang, as a member of the mythic headquarters, knew about some of the border matters. At the border, infected creatures can be counted. Not only infected creatures, but some of the weaker shenanigans are a sea of them. Yes, surely it's worthy of being an heirloom jade seal, surely it's worthy of being an S+ grade character. Ha 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 ha. Elder Wang laughed boldly, and then, in his open arms, he hurriedly reported Su Tian's ability. Shangjing. Su Tian's picture from when he was queuing up at the mythic sector in Fuhai City had long since been transmitted back here. This one's a bigger conference room, and more people were seated inside. When Su Tian's ability was reported, the seated old men were all happy in unison. One of these people hadn't been this happy in I don't know how long. Uncapped can summon soldiers. Wouldn't this be equivalent to my China having millions more troops out of nowhere? Haha, nice. This is our first S+ rank in China. When he grows up, that border, it's more than just suppression. Perhaps it can be pushed forward to recapture the lost territory. Before that, these old men had been here for an hour in a meeting. They were discussing how to give Su Tian positions. If the ability of the Jade Seal of Transmission was to strengthen the individual, they were prepared to grant Su Tian a management position at the mythic headquarters. If the ability is to seek power and command, it is a military position. And with Su Tian's ability exposed, none of the above obviously fits. One man can summon a million armies. This is a true emperor. The position, the power, it's no longer worthy. With the group of old men happy afterward, they continued their previous conversation. In order to allow Su Tian to improve his fit more quickly, in the end, the two Zhang Xia ranked elders clapped their hands. Create a new department. Imperial Palace. Since the awakening of the Jade Seal of Transmission, that dang, got to become a real one emperor. This way, Fuhai City. Su Tian didn't know about the decision of the higher-ups. Su Tian, who was in the conference room, suddenly felt a heat in his chest, and in an instant, he knew that the soldier he had transformed earlier was finished. Now he could call the soldiers out at any time. Su Tian was a bit surprised because before, he had felt that it would take a day for the transformation to be completed. And now, it's only been half a day and the transformation is actually complete. Su Tian immersed his mind, and soon he understood why the transformation had succeeded ahead of schedule. That was because, earlier, His change of heart had made the black seal a shade whiter. And it's this glimmer that actually improves the efficiency of the transformation. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Along with Su Tian's abnormality, Elder Wang and Yu Hong noticed the abnormality and asked at once. It's nothing. When I awakened earlier, there was a soldier in the middle of transformation, and now the transformation has succeeded. Su Tian said. The two old men paused at his words. Over here, looking at the expressions of the two of them, Su Tian instantly knew that they were wanting to take a look at what that so-called soldier looked like. Without any hesitation, Su Tian instantly summoned the soldiers. Inside the conference room, an azure spatial vortex appeared behind Su Tian. A 1 meter 8 tall, bandaged soldier with a broken weapon walked out from within. This scene caused the two old men to be instantly appalled. Meanwhile, as the soldier caught the eye of everyone in the room, no one noticed as Su Tian's gaze suddenly changed. When the transformation of the soldiers was completed, Su Tian suddenly realized that with each successful transformation, not only was it possible to summon soldiers, he also discovered that Theon's own power could actually be strengthened by a factor of 2. Chapter 8, what we know is just the tip of the iceberg. Su Tian felt the power become stronger and didn't wait for him to be surprised. Perhaps the first soldier transformation is complete. The functions of the jade seal are only unlocked. A curtain of light that only he could see came out in front of Su Tian. Name, Su Tian. Exclusive imperial seal conversion progress, 99. 99%, power, 2. Number of times the dragon's chi protects the body, 1. Stored souls, 0, can strengthen soldiers, can transform soldiers. Summonable soldier, 1, inferior, this is. System panel? Looking at the translucent light screen in front of him, Su Tian was instantly surprised. In this way, the various functions of the jade seal are suddenly clear, and he was able to have a clear idea of his strength. And, a soldier adds a little power? Wouldn't that mean that the more soldiers he has, the stronger he'll be? What with the summoning faculty? With this ability kind of augmentation, if that day, his soldiers fought to the last pawn, at that time, he was able to rise from the imperial throne. One punch to show the enemy what an emperor is. The other side. Unlike Su Tian, inside the conference room, Elder Wang and Yu Hong's heads were almost on the summoned soldiers. Although the soldier was only inferior, there was a stern aura surrounding him. And, as executives of the Mythic Bureau, the two of them had seen some awakened martial arts masters. They were amazed. This summoned soldier actually had that aura that belonged exclusively to martial arts masters as well. This summon is actually this strong. This was very surprising to Elder Wang. Your Majesty, this warrior, is he under your control, or can he move freely? Wang Lao turned his head sideways and addressed Su Tian, who was sitting on a chair in the conference room. At the sound of his voice, Su Tian closed the illusory panel in front of him. He is free to act, and, at my full disposal. This made Su Tian very satisfied. After all, if he were to control it himself, he wouldn't really be able to maneuver with a large number. In order to verify this, Su Tian began to give orders to the soldiers. In the next second, the soldier who stood still, his eyes gathered, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. And then Elder Wang and Yu Hong had a flash before their eyes. Wool the corner of the conference room within the pot of landscape plant, on the spot exploded. The broken lance was held by the soldier single-handedly. The tip of the gun not only exploded the flower pot, but also let the wall behind it. Cracks appeared. Moving fast. It all happened in a flash. And Wang Lao hadn't even seen the action yet. It only felt like the entire building trembled for a moment, followed by the sound of exploding flower pots. This one soldier is actually comparable to a martial arts master. Elder Wan was shocked. You know those martial artists are myth revivers. And this soldier was something Su Tian could summon without paying any price. Inside the conference room, Yu Ying's gaze looked towards Su Tian as a trace of a strange color flashed through her beautiful eyes. Just one soldier can be so powerful. What about 100, 1,000, even 10,000? At this point, Yu Ying couldn't imagine. In time, wouldn't that mean he could summon tens of thousands of martial arts masters? Over here, Su Tian was also a bit surprised when he looked at the soldier's power. He had thought that it could at most poke through the flower pots, but it turned out that he didn't expect that it could even pierce through the wall behind it. And that's just the bad soldiers. If an inferior soldier can have this power, what about an ordinary soldier? Su Tian's breath caught slightly as he thought of this. Just then, inside the conference room, the red phone that sat on the table rang. Elder Wang, as the highest-ranking person here, he picked up the red phone on the spot and answered it. After some confirmation, Elder Wang looked at Su Tian, his eyes changing with the naked eye. No doubt about it. This is the position given down to Su Tian from above. From then on, Su Tian was a true emperor, officially recognized empire. The day, on the official website of Huaxia, the official website of the Myth Bureau. a message that shook the entire network appeared. Recovery of the Jade Seal of Transmission. The one who once influenced Huaxia extremely deeply will once again return in the Black Dragon robe. The news shook the entire internet. Over the years, the Mythbusters official website has also announced a number of revivals, but none of them are as, well, vocal as this one. If those who recovered in the past were little caramels, this one who now holds the Jade Seal of Transmission, then it's the heavy hitters. It made the whole internet clam up and move. The Jade Seal of Transmission. That one. Holy shit. It's the first emperor. The one who revived this time is actually not a so-called martial arts master, but a character who really affects us extremely deeply? Greetings, oh emperor. These people on the internet are besides shocked to awaken the Jade Seal of Transmission. Officially, it actually recognizes the first emperor. My god, this is outrageous. Then wouldn't this be us having an emperor in Huaxia? On the introduction of the official website of Huaxia, that one is not under the management of any department, but is independent. Have your own imperial palace. Holy shit, did the officials play this big? After reading this, a bunch of netizens are lying down. After all, strictly speaking, that one was only an awakened Even if he was holding the Jade Seal of Transmission, there was no need to be this ruthless. It actually directly allowed him to be crowned emperor. At this point someone was reminded of an internet saying from a long time ago. It's really true that if you pick up the Jade Seal of Transmission, you can be crowned emperor on the ground, inside a villa. After reading the official announcement, Lunar Circle felt something familiar, and in a hurry she opened the post he had replied to earlier. No, this can't be the same guy who posted the question. The heirloom Jade Seal, something that outrageous. Can someone really pick up Awakening? That being said, Luna Roundup is not an ordinary person. It could be seen through her previous message to Su Tian. Unlike the others, she had known the front lines. It was also precisely because she knew the difficulties of the front line that she had mixed her dissatisfaction with Su Tian's reply. But now, Round the Moon's real name is Jia Jia. Sure Jia Jia. She opened the Huaxia centralized network, and at this time, the centralized network published another piece of content. An imperial palace will be built on Mount Tai, with an estimated construction time of 1 year. After a year, the one will be invited and the ritual of sacrifice will be held. Is this serious up there? Actually building an imperial palace, and holding a sealing ceremony? Sure Judge's father was employed in the military department and was not in a low position, belonging to one of the high-ranking officers within the southern military region who had the power of mandatory patrolling, so much so that it was also similar to some ordinary people, which she somewhat did not understand. Even if it's the Jade Seal of Passage, is it necessary to make it so grand? In the meantime, the other side, Shangjing, inside the Great Hall, the two positive summer levels, glancing at each other, both exhaled a cloudy breath from within their chests. The border thing though, there are quite a few people in the country who may know something about it, but practical. What these people know is just the tip of the iceberg. Only the two of them know. Is it part of the big effort to crown an emperor? It's not. Instead, this is Xia, the last chance to save herself. Chapter 9, What are you doing here? Why don't you see His Majesty? Su Tian had thought that he could report for duty and go to the front lines to kill infected creatures and harvest soldiers. As a result, but did not expect, Wang Lao shouted a group of people, a meal to him to click photos. On top of that, he also measured his circumference and said that he would customize the Black Dragon robe for him, so much so that it was tossed straight to Su Tian into the night. That night, Su Tian did not return to his rental house. Now, he is no longer a delivery man. Whereas before he was a false yellow robe, now he is a real royal robe. Elder Wang had arranged 7 bodyguards for Su Tian. Among them was Yuing, accompanied by 7 bodyguards. Su Tian stayed inside a villa that night. The next day, early in the morning, Yuing brought a group of people who came to protect a piece of clothing. It was a black and gold robe, golden silk threads vividly tattooed with a giant dragon. The dress was supported flat on top of a hanger. Even if it wasn't being worn on anyone's body right now, as long as one looked at it, one could feel a supreme majesty spread out. Black dragon robe? Looking at the clothes Yuing had brought, Su Tian almost doubled over. Nima, this official action should not be so fast. How long has it been? And this black dragon robe is actually all done? Yuing, saluting Su Tian, his voice booming, Your Majesty, the dragon robe has been made. And please, Your Majesty, change your clothes. Looking at the serious Yuing, Su Tian looked at the majestic dragon robe. Well, since the officials are so decisive, then you can't drag your feet yourself. Immediately, Su Tian cheerfully opened his arms and said, Then change your clothes. Soon after Su Tian put on a black dragon robe, the entire person was immediately accompanied by a dragon's might. Originally, Due to awakening the jade seal of transmission, there was always a faint sense of majesty on his body. And now, that majesty was even better. The moment Su Tian put it on, Yuing in front of him seemed to be hallucinating. It was as if the person standing in front of her was not an awakened, rather, a generation of true emperors. A generation of supreme emperors with millions of troops in their hands, governing 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Yuing, now I can go to the front line to kill the enemy, right? Su Tian finished dressing and said to Yuing, there should be nothing else to do now. No, he came to Mythbusters just to get a good brush up. Now he's just a pawn soldier. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Su Tian was a bit puzzled. After saying this, Su Tian looked at Yuing, only to see Yuing reply, back to your majesty. The front line cannot go for now for the time being. Your majesty, the top is going all out to cultivate your fit with the jade seal. If you want to go to the front line, the fit has to increase by at least 50%. What? At those words, Su Tian froze. The degree of fit in Yu Ying's mouth. Su Tian didn't even need to think about it. He knew that it was the exclusive jade seal conversion degree on the panel. That said, he's only 1% converted right now. Up to 50%? How long will it take? No. Su Tian frowned. However, at this time, Yuing said, Your Majesty, let me take you to a place first. Going somewhere? Su Tian looked at Yuing suspiciously. Yes, Your Majesty. That's the largest underground research institute in the city, and the higher-ups know that you can replenish your soldiers by killing infected creatures, so they've already prepared infected creatures for you, and this is the first batch. Ha! At those words, originally Su Tian wanted to refuse, but when he heard those words, a smile immediately appeared on his face. To actually prepare ready-made infected creatures to kill themselves directly? That's a good sentiment. It's a lot safer than anything going up to the border. I didn't realize there was actually a benefit to joining the official. Looking at Yuing, Su Tian nodded and said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. 20 minutes later. Car. Su Tian looked forward to the harvest later. As the most luxurious and largest underground research institute in the city according to Yuing. Then naturally, the number of infected creatures inside should be quite a lot. It must be tens of thousands if not thousands. Just thinking about it, quickly, the vehicle came to a steady stop, and Su Tian got out, looking around expectantly, only to realize that there were no buildings around, a place that resembled the middle of nowhere. Yuing, come to the wrong place? There's no institute here either. Ha, Your Majesty. This way. Yuing got out of the car, and a gust of wind blew, her full head of black hair flying in the wind. Yuing pointed to a sewer manhole cover she was stepping on under her feet. Your Majesty, this is the entrance. We'll get down there. Su Tian looked at the sewer manhole cover. Is this the entrance to that underground institute? Ha, it's not. Is this so fucking underground? Yes, sire. Yuing replied before rummaging through the grass pile next to him and starting to pry at the sewer manhole cover. That's good. Very grounded. Clang. Yuing don't look like a tall beauty. Her strength is really not small. Actually quickly pry open the sewer manhole cover. Yuing made an inviting gesture, signaling Su Tian to jump inside the sewer. I, for one, won't go in front. Comrade Yuing, you fight in the front. Yes, sire. After Yuing finished speaking, he directly jumped in with a bounce. Underground space. Su Tian looked at the passageway that was 2 meters high and 2 meters wide in 4 sides, and was somewhat surprised. There are some light sources buried within the walls. Makes the passage look unusually bright. It seems to be a misunderstanding. This underground research institute is really worthy of being the institute underneath. It is really unusual. Yu Ying's father had already informed the personnel here before he came. Before Su Tian could reach the end of the passageway, a heavy steel door opened at the end. A group of people came out from within. Yesterday, the official photo of Su Tian was released, along with his identity, and it caused a sensation all over the internet. However, it is clear that very few people at this institute have access to the internet. Today, the head of the base informed that he was going to meet an important person, suspended all experimental programs, and had some of the research labs gather some infected creatures together. These orders have left many researchers confused. I wonder what the people in charge are doing here. However, since it was an order from the top, it was not good for them to inquire, and they waited inside the base as soon as they were old enough. This way, as the base chief heads toward the main gate to greet them. Seeing this, the researchers rushed to follow. Soon, the group of researchers then saw Su Tian, who was dressed in a black dragon robe. Is this a dragon robe? Many of them frowned. Although they had spent years in the lab, they still knew the meaning of the dragon robe. But, who dares to wear a dragon robe in this day and age? Even the people in Shangjing wouldn't dare. The head of the base who walked at the front froze even as he looked at Su Tian. Having instructed to address him as His Majesty when Yu Hong informed him. At the time, the superintendent thought it was a homophone and assumed that the incoming adult had the last name by monogram to Xia. It's called Bishop. As a result, the dragon robe? Is it not that Bishop, but His Majesty? Ewing looked at the frothing head of the experimental base, frowned, and said, "What are you frothing for? Haven't you met His Majesty yet?" Pust. The words were held inside the researchers in the back. Chapter 10, Experimenting with Your Powers. The Underground Institute was worthy of being the #1 institute in Fuhai City. After entering the interior, Su Tian realized, this is actually a hollowed-out underground space, and there is actually an elevator within it, which can reach up to the 23rd floor underground. After listening to the base head's introduction, Su Tianrun was somewhat numb. This kind of luxurious building could be said to be unheard of if he was before. 3 minutes ago, Ewing looked at the unresponsive person and went to speak in a whisper for a while with a cold face. And then, the eyes of the group of people looking at Su Tian suddenly changed. TCH, this father is really too doing things so sloppily, delaying the increase in His Majesty's fit. Isn't this going to be a big deal? Ewing thought to himself and returned to Su Tian's side. Then, under the leadership of the head of the base, the group began to enter the real Underground Research Institute. This Underground Institute is very well equipped. Living areas, recreation areas, sports areas and much more. It's an underground city, so to speak. Soon, wandering around, Su Tian arrived at the location of this time's target, and behind a transparent glass, many of the infected creatures that were being held captive were shown one by one, under the manipulation of the researchers. Infected creatures that can be used for research are not small animals like the great green snake. Instead, they are all clear of large beasts. Even now, imprisoned within the airtight glass, he could feel a tyrannical aura coming over him. Su Tian's eyes flashed with joy as he looked at the creature behind the glass. However, before Su Tian could get these people to release the infected creatures, Wang Lao dialed the communication of the head of the base. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The communication was a state-of-the-art projector, and Wang Lao in the video could see everyone standing in the lab. And then, Wang Lao went straight to the point. "Your Majesty, since you're in the lab now, it's just time to experiment with your abilities. There are several directions below, one being the scope of absorbing the souls of infected creatures. 2. Whether the infected creatures' souls need to be killed themselves. Thirdly, if condition 2 holds true, infected creatures that have been dead for more than 12 hours have any souls left in their bodies. If condition 3 holds, confirm the residence time of the soul in the body of the dead infected organism." Su Tian froze as he listened to Elder Wang's words. Well, these were things he had never considered before. Sure enough, having your back to the officials is different. Everything is organized. Within the video, Wang Lao continued, "Your Majesty, you said that one of your soldiers was just inferior, right?" At those words, Su Tian nodded his head. During last night, Su Tian was dragged by Wang Lao to have a meeting with Shangjing Unicom. In that meeting, Su Tian spoke in detail about his Jade Seal abilities. However, Su Tian had one ability that he didn't say. That's the thing about adding power for every successful soldier you transform. After all, now he was somehow nominally a summoner. Settling in as a summoner would be nice. Well, Elder Wang mused, then added, "With your ability, it would be a waste to use your soul to enhance the strength of your soldiers. After all, your inferior soldiers are far beyond ordinary. So, Your Majesty, we need to find out if we can just convert them into higher-level soldiers. If you can, figure out what preconditions it needs." Su Tian nodded again. These are honestly, if he figures them out, then his mastery of the ability will be on the next level. Not much bullshit. Soon the experiment began. In the laboratory, the above experiments can be performed in more than one way. While Su Tian was killing an infected creature that had been dazed, someone had already sent over a dead infected creature. When the dead infected creature was 10 meters away from Su Tian did not notice anything unusual. It was just an ordinary corpse. When the distance reached within 10 meters, Su Tian's gaze changed. 4. Within the body of the dead infected creature, like the great green snake of that day, a transparent soul flew out and burrowed into his body. It's like absorbing the souls of infected creatures without having to kill them yourself? Su Tian was delighted. At the same time, Elder Wang, who knew all of this, laughed out loud in the video. Sometimes it's hard to transport the living, but not the dead. Quickly, look around the base for any infected creatures that have died from experiments in various time periods. Confirm as soon as possible the souls inside the dead infected bodies. What is the retention time? This way, Su Tian absorbed 2 souls at once, and instead of using them to enhance his previous soldier, he used both to transform. and in doing so, his panel changed. Name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal Conversion Progress, 99. 99%, Power, 1. Number of times the dragon's chi protects the body, 1. Stored souls, 0. Can transform/upgrade soldiers, soldiers being converted, 2. Port quality, ETA 12 hours, summonable soldier, 1. Inferior, looking at the panel. Su Tian informed Elder Wang about the quality of the transformed soldiers. In the video, Elder Wang frowned. Those two infected creatures just now. One is a tiger and the other is a bear. These two are actually still of inferior quality. Elder Wang said, placing his gaze on the head of the base and asked, is there any weaker weirdness within this base? The man in charge shook his head in quick succession. Creepy? Such a dangerous item is not something this base, not far from the city, can hold. If it ever gets out of control, then no one can bear the consequences. Seeing the person in charge deny it, Elder Wang's gaze deepened for a moment before he turned to Su Tian and said, Your Majesty. Then it seems that the senior soldiers will have to wait. Let's first confirm how long the infected creature's soul will remain after death. If there's enough time, I'll apply to the top later to transfer some weird corpses back from the front line after death. Su Tian responded. Good. He certainly wouldn't turn down such a good thing. Moreover, Fuzhou is a city that is more inland from the center. If he could have a constant stream of bizarre souls for him to transform, he couldn't wait to stay here until he had 1,000,000 troops in his hands. In the video, after Elder Wang finished speaking, he bid farewell to Su Tian and left. Because for the next experiments, it's just a matter of reporting the results. So, Su Tian began to frantically harvest souls within the experimental base. The time went on until high noon. This is when the retention time of the soul after death within the infected creature surfaced. The results were very surprising. There seems to be no time limit. If there is no other special being that can absorb the soul can remain within the remains. This bit of discovery made Su Tian extremely satisfied, because he knew that if it was, then the next official thing is a steady stream of truckloads of corpses for him to absorb. Sure enough, joining the official is awesome. Su Tian looked towards the soldiers who were transforming. In one morning, he had already killed almost all of the infected creatures within this base. Right now, the number of soldiers he is converting is 87. The whole 87. Just wait until the 12 hours are up, and then he will have 87 soldiers with great martial arts skills. Chapter 11, Weird Bureau. Weird place at midday. The blazing sunlight spread on Su Tian's face, and the ground was bubbling with hot air, but he didn't feel the heat at all. It's not really that it's not hot, but, rather, it's refreshing on the inside. 87 soldiers in the process of conversion. This one could be a bumper crop, and it's still the beginning. From Yuing, Su Tian knew that another batch of infected creatures would be delivered by the afternoon at the latest, but this batch would be full of bodies. The destination, straight to Su Tian's villa. In this way, Su Tian was able to keep sucking in souls even as he sat at home. The next step could only be once tomorrow was over, and then he would be a true emperor. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of troops neatly appeared. This day, after a night of fermentation, Huaxia has Emperor's hot search climbed to number 1. In the midst of a lot of internet frenzy, no one can know that in another rented room, a girl is holding her cell phone and looking at the familiar and unfamiliar faces on the hot search. With a snap, the phone fell to the floor. This person was Su Tian's ex-girlfriend, Pan Shuyun. Less than a day after the breakup, she was still looking forward to waiting for whichever awakened person from the Mythic Bureau would confirm their relationship with her. Results. That delivery ex-boyfriend is on the hot seat? Not only was he on the hot seat, he actually became an awakened. The thing that awakens or the jade seal of passage. How can? I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. She can't believe it. Pan Shuyun is a little chubby. Her features, no matter too good looking, but not too ugly, can only be said to be an ordinary person. Su Tian? How could that stinking delivery boy possibly awaken? It must be someone who looks like him. Yes, it must be. With that trash of his, he'll only be a low tier for the rest of his life. Shattered thoughts rang out from inside the rental house. However, these are not related to Su Tian. In his decision to pull the black delete her moment, the two are destined to have nothing more to do with this life. That afternoon, highway, several military trucks sped past, with special vehicles driving in front of them. Inside the villa, Su Tian looked at the 3 trucks that were being transported and filled to the brim without any hesitation. He began to absorb the souls inside. The absorption process was quick. 10 minutes later, Su Tian's panel changed once again, and at this time, his panel was frowny face name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal Conversion Progress, 99. 99%, Power, 1. Number of times the dragon's chi protects the body, 1. Stored souls, 399. Can transform/upgrade soldiers. Transforming soldier, 87, inferior, ETA 12 hours, summonable soldier, 1, normal. Looking at the increased souls on the panel, Su Tian didn't hesitate and directly transformed them into soldiers. Due to the abundance of souls, Su Tian used a little bit of his soul to strengthen the soldiers. Found out that this enhancement actually doesn't give him strength. That's obviously an outrageous loss. He still preferred the feeling of getting stronger himself than the power of the summons. At the same time, after the success of upgrading the inferior soldiers, Su Tian realized that if he were to upgrade the ordinary soldiers to excellent, the souls required would begin to increase exponentially. I can't believe it takes 1,000 soul points. If Su Tian didn't have the ability to transform soldiers to add strength, he might be prepared to get one out to see just how strong the so-called excellent soldiers were, but now apparently pass. Being able to strengthen an ordinary soldier was the limit of his heartache soon. Su Tian summoned ordinary soldiers. This one was different from the previous one. After becoming an ordinary soldier, his entire body was equipped with a new look. The battered weapon became whole, and the man more stout and erect. If Elder Wang were here again, he would be able to stare his eyes out as he watched the change. Mythbusters rounds out the realm of martial arts masters. If you say that the inferior soldiers were first grade before, while the ordinary soldiers had entered the innate one must know that between the first grade and the innate, there was the sovereign in between. It was just a single ascension that actually crossed two major realms in a row. This can already be described as unthinkable. Su Tian looked at the metamorphosed soldier with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. That's the proper way to open a jade seal. The next day, an encrypted message was sent to Yu Hong. The next city over, Tianhai City. The lab is out of control. None of the people inside escaped, and in order to keep the situation from expanding, the mythological departments of the 3 nearby cities will quickly head to Tianhai City for a coordinated crackdown. Inside the villa, Su Tian looked at Yuing, whose complexion changed, and quickly warped information out of her mouth. The lab is out of control. Su Tian's gaze froze. He had successfully transformed 87 inferior soldiers in this time period. I was worried that there was no place to properly experiment with the soldiers' combat abilities. He couldn't just stand by with this experience packet delivered to his door. Your Majesty, that laboratory is located in a place near the sea, and to be able to make the laboratory go out of control, that means that what's being held inside isn't just some ordinary infected creature. It's bizarre. Really spooky. Oh, hearing Yuing say that, Su Tian became even more interested. Now with 87 inferior soldiers in hand, plus 1 common soldier, he was no longer one of the commoners. Especially, after 87 soldiers were successfully transformed. Now Su Tian's power had come to 90 points. Big morning, he'd experimented in secret. 90 points of strength. More terrifying than expected. The dumbbells in his villa, made of pure steel. He could treat that dumbbell like tofu and squeeze it out of shape with one hand. My mind is made up, Su Tian said. It just so happens that, having absorbed so many resources from the crown, now that something is going on in the neighborhood, of course we have to do something. Aside from testing the waters, this was Su Tian's main idea. After all, a man's hand is short and a man's mouth is soft. When delivering takeaways, Su Tian has recognized the truth that in this world, everything is an exchange of benefits. Let's go, Yuing. Su Tian took a big step out. Yu Ying's beautiful eyes twitched as she looked at Su Tian's back. Today's Su Tian seemed to have changed once again. The emperor's might on him even thicker. Seeing this, Yuing hurriedly followed. However, what she didn't know was that with today's line, Su Tian would let the word Your Majesty in her mouth. From this moment onwards, speak from the bottom of her heart. Tianhai City was by the sea, located outside of Fuhai City. This time, due to the urgency of the situation, Su Tian took an armed transportation plane straight to the location of the runaway lab. There were a lot of people out on this one. After all, if this matter was not handled well, then the next thing that could be foreseen was that Tianhai City would be plunged into hell on earth. Inside the transport cabin, there were 7 mythic awakenings. These are the underpinnings of Fuhai City. All of them were not bad in terms of strength, and all of them had stepped into the stream of the first grade of martial arts. Previously, Fuhai City had also produced a patriarch first class, but such existences had all been transferred to the front lines. The plane arrived at its designated position shortly after. After Su Tian and a group of people from Fuhai City got off the plane, several transport planes flew in from 2 other places as well. On top of that, Su Tian also saw that there was actually a group of people in Taoist robes here who had been arranging the surroundings since long ago. There were both old and young in their Taoist robes. They took inked lines with mahogany stakes and set up something like a cordon around them. It is? Su Tian's gaze twitched as he watched this strange scene. Chapter 12. Where are all my generals? The Dowsers went back and forth, unusually busy compared to the Mythbusters. Perhaps seeing Su Tian's puzzlement, Ewing explained, "These are the people from the Weirdness Bureau." Creepy Bureau? Su Tian's gaze twitched as these words were the first time he had heard of them. Previously, he had spent his free time surfing the internet in addition to delivering takeouts, but even so, he had never heard of the existence of the Creepy Bureau. Both the Bureau of Weirdness and the Bureau of Myths belong to special departments. The Mythic Bureau, which has all kinds of awakened characters related to the Mythic series. The Weirdness Bureau, on the other hand, is an organization that was established before the weirdness descended, headed by people from all the great sects, such as Wudong, Longhu Mountain, and so on. Su Tian raised his eyes, his sight falling towards Ewing. In the early days of Creepy's descent, the Creepy Bureau was the main force in suppressing Creepy. Even now, the people of the Myth Bureau are in need of the various types of talisman paper equipped by his door, as well as black dog blood with special items added, in order to battle the bazaar. If we were to rely on our martial realm alone, even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to harden against the shenanigans. Su Tian stroked his chin. It was the first time he had heard of these things. Before this he had thought that suppressing the weirdness was all about the Mythbusters. As it turned out, I didn't realize that there was actually a bazaar bureau behind it. Just then, a man in a Taoist robe came to Su Tian's side. He looked Su Tian up and down and raised an eyebrow. Dragon robe? Young man, the dragon robe can be the same as the Taoist purple robe. The fate is not enough. Rashly wear it on the body that will break the life. I advise you to take it off quickly. The man in the Taoist robes was very young, with a heroic air between his eyebrows. Ewing recognized the visitor with just a glance. This person was from the Dragon Tiger Mountains Orthodox Unity vein, and belonged to one of the heavenly pride within the Weirdness Bureau. In addition to the major Orthodox Taoist sects, the rest of the Creepy Bureaus are just runners, and Heaven's Pride, one of the semi-higher echelons that belonged within the Bureau of Weirdness. It's not completely grown yet though, but it also has real power. This man's name is Chang Ji, Taoist name Chang Chengzi. Only a heavenly pride is worthy of a Tao number. This way. Ewing heard Chang Ji's words and just wanted to explain, but before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by Chang Ji. "Alright, just giving you a heads up. And, Mythbusters right, you can go back. The front lab is completely out of control and you can't handle it. Right now even we can only set up formations to inhibit the spread of weirdness within it. The situation has been reported to us, and soon you will be notified that the front will be classified as off-limits." After saying that, Chang Ji turned around and left with a wave of his Taoist robe. "Ha! There's something a little crazy about this Taoist priest." Su Tian froze as he looked at the Taoist priest. On the side, Ewing said, "Your Majesty, ever since the birth of the mythic sector, the people from the Eerie Bureau have thought that we are blaspheming the myths. Plus, the people who have awakened in the Mythic Bureau have always been some of the martial arts experts, so they have never been able to look at us. Your Majesty, since he said that this place has become forbidden, we'd better go back." Forbidden land. Ewing knew the horror of this. There was once a patriarch of the mythic sector who wanted to suppress the Forbidden Land, but as a result, in the end, it caused the Forbidden Land to riot instead. Within each Forbidden Land, the terror within it had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. The weirdness in there is no longer some elementary weirdness. Rather, it's a thoroughly sophomoric existence. An ordinary person, even just seeing its real body would be scared into insanity. Even that one martial arts master once ran out screaming before exploding into a mist of blood. Since then, no one has dared to set foot on the Forbidden Land. Hey, Ewing sighed. From the time this lab went out of control to the time they arrived was a couple hours at most. However, I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, this place had actually evolved into a forbidden place. It had been one of the fastest places she knew to morph into a forbidden place. If based on this efficiency, I'm afraid it won't take more than a month. No-go areas become no-go zones, and the forbidden zone is the same as the border. Need to use countless people, with life after life to suppress the place. Domestically, there are now a total of 3 no-go zones. Ewing, I've come all the way back? While Ewing was thinking inwardly, Su Tian, at this moment, opened his mouth. Su Tian's gaze crossed over the inked lines pulled by the Taoist priests and looked toward a place that was eerily gloomy even in broad daylight. The black smoke was so thick that it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Su Tian's words startled Taoist Chang Ji, who hadn't gone far, only to see Chang Ji's pace lurch. He turned around and calmly looked at Su Tian, saying, "What? By the sound of your words you still want to break into the Forbidden Land? Wasn't that lesson learned 10 years ago enough?" Chang Ji's gaze was cold. "Hurry up and get out where you came from. Do not approach within the Murdoch line. If it triggers a riot of something inside, I shall personally send you to the sacrificial platform." Su Tian froze. Stroking his chin he looked over at Standing Wisdom. Perhaps it was because Chang Ji's words were really impolite. Yuing on the side also finally changed her face. Zikangzi, do not disrespect His Majesty. His Majesty has awakened the Jade Seal of Transmission and is now the third party in the Ministry of Specialties other than the Gate Mythos. Creepy. And the Lord of the Imperial Palace. Oh, if it was before. Yuing had revealed Su Tian's identity, but any individual would have changed their attitude towards Su Tian. But this one was the only one whose face didn't change the slightest bit in its icy coldness. Awakening of the Transfiguration? He. Not to mention the Jade Seal of Transmission. Even if one awakens the 9 cauldrons, so what? Just relying on artifacts. Do you really think that by awakening a Jade Seal of Transmission and wearing a dragon robe, you are the reincarnation of the first emperor? Ridiculous. I'm repeating myself. The Murdoch line is not to be crossed. Jiziko's voice was booming. At this point, the other people from the surrounding mythic sector were attracted by the sound. As people from the mythic sector, the moment Su Tian awakened, they naturally all treated Su Tian as the centerpiece. After all, he was S+ ranked and had that special awakening. Sleeping in a group of people surrounded, looking at that indifference to Su Tian's Ji Changzi, someone couldn't resist. What the hell? So down on our mythology department? A man with a full body of tendon meat raised his eyebrows horizontally. Damn. I've heard long ago that there are a bunch of Nubizi Taoist priests with their noses up to the sky. Good lord. We're the ones who are charging. And this group of people are hiding behind the scenes and are still so crazy? What do you mean by just relying on artifacts? Fuck. Changji looked at the people from the mythic sector who surrounded him, still disdainful. The people who charge into battle are not only you, the mythic ministry, but also the military ministry, and it's just you awakened people, each pretending to be higher than the sky. What? Do you want to rashly offend the Forbidden Land again, just like in the past 10 years? Let this place be turned into a forbidden zone. With these last words, gloom flashed within Changji's gaze. Not far. Some of the busy Taoist priests also stopped what they were doing at that moment. Eyes fell in unison on the group of mythic sectors standing behind Su Tian. The Taoist priests, every single one of them, did not have a good look on their faces. It's as if things would have escalated if anyone in the myth department had said one more word. But that's when Su Tian, who was standing in the first place, smiled. The Trickster Bureau? This is how the Trickster Bureau handles it? Seeding land? If you can't handle it, you just title it a forbidden place and let it go? If so, where are my generals? Wake up! Chapter 13, Activating Appearance Effect. Su Tian's words fell as he prepared to summon his soldiers. Pop-ups appeared before his eyes. There was an extra line on it. The number of summoned soldiers exceeds 50. Activating the appearance special effect. Current FX, Return of the Buried Bones. Holy shit. Su Tian's eyelids fluttered as he looked at the prompt. Special effects? Returning from the grave? These 4 words are overbearing in name alone. So without any hesitation, he used this special effect right away. Air vibration. A drumbeat of extremely strong sound suddenly descended. On the ground, tiny dust particles trembled up and down, each one as if it were alive. This sudden situation caused those present to freeze. In the rear, there was some slight sagging of the transports parked in the clearing. Not good. The ground is going to cave in. An exclamation of surprise. Immediately the crew, in a hurry, started the transporter. Just the moment the transporter lifted off, boom, endless dust rolled up. A long dormant imperial palace in the ground appeared, and a 4-square depression appeared. Tap, 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 tap. A neat, consistent kicking sound broke through the trembling of the small stones on the ground, revealing iron feet encased in fine steel armor. The original appearance of the army is not visible in the dust. Vaguely visible only, the standing lance, shaking rhythmically. There is also a large flag in it, floating in the dust. This is? The group of Taoist priests froze, and then rubbed their eyes, wanting to see the real thing. But the dust rolled on, like a dark mist in the distance. Couldn't make it look real. Only his own heart was beating stronger than ever. One beat at a time, in time with the ever-enlarging shadow of the soldier. Su Tian, with a wave of his black dragon robe. The moment these soldiers appeared, Su Tian's dragon aura strengthened once again. In addition to this, Su Tian also discovered that the progress of his exclusive Imperial Seal transformation had actually increased by a sliver as well. You can increase the progress of your exclusive Imperial Seal transformation by pretending to be a bully? Su Tian didn't show any emotion and was secretly happy inside. My Emperor, long live. My Emperor, hail. Long live. My Emperor, hail. Hail. Long live the Emperor. Behind, the dust began to fade. The black pressurized soldiers, as they approached Su Tian, violently, the entire army stopped. They held their lances in their hands and threw them to the ground. Voices that made heaven and earth change color rolled in. There were only 88 soldiers. Don't look at it as not breaking 100 numbers. but 88 clustered together. It was an extremely appalling scene. Standing together, they could fill a basketball court. Swish, the soldierized pair knelt down at Su Tian. Su Tian waved his hand, and the soldiers then once again stood like pines with a stern look on their faces. Ying, the BGM can be turned off, Su Tian said. Just now, while the panel provided special effects, it didn't provide a BGM drum beat. Ying was on the side, and at some point, she actually took out a loudspeaker. And the rhythmic drum beats just now, it was her who played it. Ying spat out her tongue and turned off the stereo. At this moment, Changji's 10,000-year-old unchanging expression finally changed at this moment. When Ying said that what Su Tian had awakened was the jade seal of transmission, he wasn't surprised because this group of myth-revived people, even if the one who had awakened was the jade seal of transmission, it would still be a martial arts master at most. And at the moment, standing behind Su Tian, Changji could not stop the shock in his heart after just one look, because he could sense that those 88 soldiers were not ordinary people. Rather, each and every one of them had arrived at the realm of first-class martial arts. There was even a character among them who had arrived at the innate realm. The soldiers came out of the underground palace, and in addition to carrying their weapons, there were two people carrying a dragon chair. Su Tian's black dragon cannon raised. The entire person sat on top of that dragon chair. Seeing this, Ying subconsciously clicked on the BGM again. When the drums beat, Su Tian also spoke at the same moment. What you can't do, I will. I'll be the one to kill the creeps you can't. I'll be the one to do it. This is my country, my world. Offend my land and be executed. The first emperor returns. There was a sharp pang of trance from everyone in the room. It was as if they had traveled through the flood of history and saw that one, the supreme emperor who had unified China. In Su Tian's hand, a pitch-black jade seal appeared. As Su Tian held the jade seal in his hand, wisps of golden lines actually intertwined under the jade seal. This miraculous scene was not just visible to Su Tian, but to everyone. Changji's eyelids fluttered. It was a scene he had seen in the Taoist books. This is heaven and earth into a text. It is one of the visions recognized by the divine order. Only, how is that possible? This person wearing a dragon robe, actually managed to invoke the heaven and earth into a text? This way, Su Tian's gaze twitched. No, this wasn't heaven and earth becoming a text for him. Rather, it is, by heavenly decree. The black seal in Su Tian's hand pressed into the void, and the golden lines intertwined to form vertical paths of words, transforming into a holy decree. By the grace of heaven, the first emperor's edict. A foreigner who violates the land is guilty of a heinous crime. May the generals be present to execute the deviants. Breath hitched. The people present, along with Changji, did not dare to utter an atmosphere as they looked at Su Tian, who was decreeing in the void. The dense imperial might had gathered to an extreme. At this point, let alone the everwise, who belonged to the celestial pride, even a Taoist priest in purple robes, here, would be afraid to do the same. Granted, in the legends, the crowd always equated purple robes with dragon robes, but in reality, the two are far apart. The emperor. How could it be that the divine master could compare? Fuhai City. Elder Wang looked at the video transmitted back, and the water he had just drank in his mouth directly sprayed out. This one is serious. Naturally, the top is always concerned. There are people on the front lines, broadcasting everything in real time. Originally, after Su Tian had clashed with the people from the Weirdness Bureau, the people above had wanted to prepare a joint video solution. As a result, he didn't expect Su Tian to be straightforward and put everyone on the spot. Conference room. Elder Wang couldn't hold the smile on his face. Speaking of which, as a member of the Mythic Bureau's headquarters, he was even more aware of how the people of the Weird Bureau had looked down on the Mythic Bureau over the years. But today, this Su Tian, a wave of smugness appeared in Elder Wang's eyes. Not bad for an S+ grade. After holding his breath for so long, I didn't realize that today he gave us a hard time. Creepy Bureau? From now on, the Mythbusters Bureau will no longer be the Mythbusters Bureau that it was before. Let you all despise before. How's that for a facepalm? But having said that, the higher-ups were now considering whether or not to let Su Tian collect the avatar. After all, that one place was always off-limits. The horror of the Forbidden Land was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. In front of Wang Lao is a video conference from Connect Upper Beijing. Su Tian's divine ability shocked everyone, and even the two Zhang Xia levels were nodding frequently. But, after calming down, they were talking it over, whether or not to intervene and make Su Tian stop. Elder Wang looked at the argument within the video and then looked at Su Tian within the other video. Although Su Tian took a breath for the Myth Bureau, but honestly, the more this happened, the more Wang Lao didn't want anything to happen to Su Tian. As such, Elder Wang couldn't help but suggest that it was better to let Su Tian return. After all, there were only 88 soldiers he had converted now. It is really too rare. And forbidden land. Unless you have thousands of troops, it's better not to take any chances. There were a lot of people in the meeting who agreed with this point of the proposal. They have been able to stabilize Huaxia for 20 years, and everything has always been played with a steady hand. Risky behavior never existed with them. Chapter 14, the true one emperor. Just as the Shangjing, the official people were talking about it. Frontline, Tianhai City, a clearing. Several transports hung in the air, and after Su Tian's holy decree was uttered, at the back, the swiftly standing soldiers moved in unison. The target, the place where the black air lingers behind the ink dew line. On one side, apart from the people from the mythic sector of Fuhai City, the people within the other mythic cities would have been living in the modern world if it weren't for the fact that they lived in the modern world all year round. I'm afraid they've all knelt by now too, joining the soldiers in mouthing the words, "Long live the emperor." But even though they didn't kneel, they were all blushing. There was no other reason. Just now Su Tian had drawn up a decree in the void, and that one image had struck them straight in the heart, causing them to be paralyzed with heat right now. As a man of China, fight for the Huaxia and fight with the army. It's a desire that's almost buried in your bones. This is our sire. S+ class awakened. The beginning emperor. Taking a deep breath, the crowd was overwhelmed with excitement. As someone from the mythic sector, even if he wasn't in Fuhai City, the moment the official announcement of Su Tian's identity was made, they are the first to know. After all, this was an honor that belonged solely to the awakened. In fact, to put it mildly, before this, individual of them still had a hint of misgivings about Su Tian. Now, however, that doubt was dissipated on the spot. The rest is nothing but fanaticism. This way, seeing that the soldiers summoned by Su Tian were about to cross the Murdoch line, Changji snapped back from his shock and blocked in front of the many soldiers at once. Even if you are recognized by heaven's mandate, the forbidden land must not be touched in anger. If it causes a chain reaction, can you bear the consequences? Changji occupied the moral high ground and questioned. Consequences? On the dragon chair, Su Tian raised his eyes. After the progress of the exclusive jade seal transformation had once again increased by a fraction of a second, Su Tian's transformation speed had once again accelerated. In addition to his transformation speed, also got an extra ability, which is lookout. He could see that there was indeed something of great terror in the blackness in the distance, but it was in an incubated state. If left unchecked, that would have really serious consequences. Right now, taking advantage of the special state of the thing inside, suppressing it extremely quickly was the most correct choice. You're a Taoist priest. What are you questioning me with? Su Tian said word for word. The dragon's might strengthened with every word he said. This place is near Tianhai City. As long as I'm still here, there's no way I'll let you mess around. Changji stopped in front of the soldier and said firmly, "This is Huaxia, not your exclusive empire. Abandoning one of the cities for the sake of your own power. If you want to cross the Murdoch line, unless you step over my corpse first." Changji bit down hard on the words, "make a power play." Su Tian glanced at the thing that was hatching in the black gas as he said, "Sometimes it's the ignorance that's the worst. Especially, taking your own shallow perceptions as truth. Pass on my decree. Blockers." Just as Su Tian was about to say kill without pardon, Yuing on the side suddenly ran to Su Tian. She tapped her wristwatch and a virtual projection appeared. Inside, it was the very image of a group of executives having a meeting. In the picture, there were 3 people in purple robes. These 3 were the top echelons of the Weirdness Bureau, and their purple robes indicated their identities as Celestial Masters. Contemporary Celestial Masters. Little friend, I apologize for Ji Chengzi's previous behavior. I am the Dragon and Tiger Sex Heavenly Master, one of the Council of the Creepy Bureau's headquarters in Shangjing. The Board of Governors is a title that only exists at headquarters, and it is the highest position with decision-making authority. The fact that this type of figure personally uttered the word apology showed how much the officials valued Su Tian. Even the top management of the Trickster Bureau that despised the mythic sector could only bow their heads to Su Tian at this moment. However, Su Tian heard the 2 titles of Little Friend. The eyes gathered slightly. Little friend, I'm afraid you don't quite understand the horrors of the Forbidden Land. That place is not something that can be solved by martial arts. And the current Tao, rushing to anger will only cause a chain of disasters, or even the ability to make Tianhai City turn into an empty city. And little friend, the current you has not yet grown up. You must not take any risks. In the video, the purple-robed Celestial Master spoke at length. The purple-robed Celestial Master had the appearance of an enlightened master, with a white beard that was about to be waist-high. He's powerful and gracious. It was only after saying this that he revealed the outcome of this meeting. Little friend, after our deliberations, we have decided to let you return to Fuhai City first. Convert more soldiers. After the Celestial Master finished the sentence, Within the video, the other old men also nodded their heads, started to concur. At this time, as if Su Tian shook his head, that would be a villain. It's probably going to be labeled arrogant and so on. Your Majesty, why don't we go back first? Seeing this, Ewing also spoke helplessly. Far away, the expression on Changji's face loosened slightly. He knew it. There's no way that the higher-ups won't hear about it. After all, what was behind him was no ordinary place, but a forbidden place, the dragon chair. Su Tian looked at the crowd in the video conference, and then at the thing that was hatching within the black gas in the distance, contemplating. I am not one to act rashly. He didn't use me. Su Tian stood up from the dragon chair. Since you guys recognize me as the emperor, then let it be known that even if the first emperor himself were to come, he would not act rashly. What I have in my hand is not an ordinary jade seal, but the jade seal of passage. The jade seal in Su Tian's hand was as black as ink, and he slowly raised it. This jade seal represents 10,000 miles of Chinese territory, and I gain the honor of being ordained. Wear this black dragon robe. Su Tian straightened his arms as if he was measuring the heavens and earth. Raising his eyes, he continued, so natural. I shall, on behalf of the people of Huaxia, town a clear sky. Accompanying these words, a jade seal in Su Tian's hand, a dragon invisible to the crowd encircled him. This dragon, it made Su Tian transform into a true emperor at the moment. One side, the Myth Bureau crowd, looking at Su Tian's eyes changed violently. The crowd could not see the dragon that surrounded Su Tian, so in their eyes, there were no heaven and earth anomalies around Su Tian. He simply stood up from the dragon chair with just a simple remark. But, that's the speech. Yet the crowd was in a trance, and the sense of vestiges was extremely strong. Emperor, this is our Chinese emperor. Ewing was the closest to Su Tian, and her knees went weak, almost kneeling down so unconsciously. At that moment, Ewing seemed to be facing Tarzan directly, straight to heaven and earth. That godless might, like a tsunami in the heavens. If it wasn't for the fact that Ewing still had some strength in his body, I'm afraid I'm on my knees now. In the video, the moment Su Tian's words came out, all the high-ranking elders, their gazes moved slightly. Through the video, they see Su Tian as young. One could say that as far as faces go, it's a total brat. These old men had seen many young men like this, and all of them were extraordinary. There was the pride of the Dao sect, the son of a certain military region, and a ruthless man who had inherited the previous generation from Thunderbolt. But, this moment of Su Tian's was different from the exceptional young generation they had seen. They don't care how they act in, no matter how much majesty was learned from the previous generation, but all of them always reveal a vitality that belongs to the young generation alone. And just now, these old men, trance. At this moment, the one standing in front of the dragon chair was not a young man. Instead, it was a generation of dragon power full of emperors. Generation, even without succeeding the first emperor, and worthy of being called a true one emperor. Chapter 15, Punish, Punish, Execute, Punish. In the video, the heavenly master, who had just addressed Su Tian as little friend, changed his expression. As a celestial master, he naturally had his extraordinary features, a strength that is extraordinary. But, just now, he actually invisibly, deep down inside, also gave birth to a feeling that he was meeting the true emperor face to face. This awakened one. Surprisingly, it's so extraordinary? The celestial master was shocked. In front of the dragon chair, Su Tian continued to speak, his gaze falling towards the black gas in the distance. This place, if it isn't decisively suppressed, then the consequence will only be to turn Tianhai City into an empty city. In less than a day, what's inside will be completely metamorphosed and finished. That thing is extremely bloodthirsty. Perhaps, not only Tianhai City, but even Fuhai City can be affected. These words caused the group of old men in the video, their pupils to shrink. Immediately, someone asked, "Little friend, from what you're saying, you can see through that black aura?" Su Tian returned. "My fit with the jade seal has increased by a fraction of a degree, and now I can look into the chi and view the mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. Look out." The people in the video sniffed and were surprised. Looking for chi, this kind of metaphysical and mysterious thing, from the bizarre recovery, numerous old men had also understood it in depth. However, this kind of ability could not even be done by a celestial master. He had only improved his fit with the jade seal, and he was actually able to expect the means of chi? The video, along with the thoughts, the group of old men, took a deep breath. They knew Su Tian was extraordinary as an S+ pole, but it didn't occur to me that it was still underestimated. This sentence managed to sway the old men. Su Tian sat back down on top of the dragon chair, his sight looking towards Daoist Chang Ji who was blocking the soldiers. There's not much time left. At most 4 hours for the thing inside the black gas to hatch. Those words certainly threw a stone into a calm lake. Most of the old men who were already shaken. Suddenly, their gazes once again converged on Su Tian. Asked, "So, little friend, you can stop what's inside? What's the success rate?" Looking at the people who were still a bit worried, Su Tian said with a popular corner of his mouth, 99%. 99%? The video came out in a collective gasp. Are you not joking, little friend? 99%? Actually, Su Tian is still considered conservative. As far as he felt right now, as long as the thing inside didn't hatch successfully, the probability of his 88 soldiers being able to suppress it was 100%. However, I was afraid that they would be intimidated by saying 100%, so I was a bit conservative and only said 99%. I never joke, Su Tian said. At this time, Su Tian's previous patting had an effect. If Su Tian hadn't subdued them before, perhaps doubts and more questions will arise in the minds of these people. Now, although doubts still flashed through their minds, they were only a flash. At this moment, Su Tian continued, there is no need to worry. Suppressing this place is just my army going, instead of me traveling in person. The words came out. On the spot the first person to agree appeared, only to see that person open his mouth, to not let Su Tian try after. The rest of the people in the video, after a moment of contemplation, all nodded their heads at that moment as well. Then let him try. He now possesses the means to look into the air. If, as he said, there is something terrifying hatching inside, and if we don't stop it now, the consequences are hard to predict. Nice. His words should not be false. After all, he is the one who is recognized for the jade seal of the passing state. No, not far away. Changji sniffed and frowned. These are just one person's words. How can I listen to them? Changji is still trying to stop it. However, Su Tian spoke the words that he hadn't finished before. Pass on my decree. Execute the deviants. Those who stand in the way. Suppress. Su Tian's words fell. Kill, 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 kill. Cries that made the sky change color came out neatly from the mouths of the soldiers. Standing wisdom. Get out of the way. In the video, that one celestial master saw this and helplessly said to Changji. This time, Changji, there is no reason to stop. After all, the heavenly master has spoken. If he still stands in the way, his heart is in the right place. Yuing, back to your majesty. Yuing is here. On BGM. Yes. Yuing carried the stereo when the rhythmic drum beat appeared. Fainted Preaser. The soldier ignored the ink dew lines that imposed the Tao, and with each step, the iron armor covering his feet, crashed and made a thick sound. Tread, tread, tread. The earth trembles. Tiny stones were crushed into dust by the ironclad feet. Drink up. The soldiers spontaneously moved forward with their lances in their hands, and their unrivaled aura instantly shook everything. With a step crushed into the black gas, a deafening sound was shouted from the mouths of the soldiers. By order of the first emperor, alien, offend my country. His crime is punishable by death. Punish, 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 execute, punish, 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 execute. Several words of execution made the crowd in the field, as well as the old man in the video, feel as if a ball of gas had exploded in their hearts. This is a breath of fresh air. Even modern special forces are hard to match. Cold weapons lances in their hands, as if it wasn't some cold weapon. Rather, it's comparable to a Gatling with blue fire. That aura. See the mountains and tread on them. See the sea, reclaim the sea. Kill the gods when you meet them. Meet Buddha and destroy him. Punish. Execute. 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 In the video, a group of old men looked at the soldiers with amazing aura. A cloudy breath exhaled from his chest. These soldiers made this group of old bones flush and heat up inside. That delineated cry awakened the wariness within them. Many of them were from the military district. Ever. 20 years ago. The weirdness descends. At that time, the door to the Tao was not open, and the recovery of the myth was not present. As ordinary people, they could only use their flesh and blood, stacked as walls. Under the punchline, red wave. Wave after wave charged toward the weirdness. Look at the soldiers in front of you. Many of the old men had crystallized tears in their eyes. It was like they were back to that day, surrounded by one stalwart-faced warrior after another. They are fearless of everything. Deadly grip on the weapon in his hand. They turn toward the darkness, toward where there is no dawn. Decidedly, fearless, in the midst of a sky full of artillery fire. One, brazen, in the darkness, in the shell explosions, the flash of fire, reflecting the land of the Woyang comrades. A glance at the endless. Punish, punish, execute, punish, punish, execute. Another shout from the soldiers roused these old Tearful generals. The images overlapped before my eyes. A wobbly 20 years. We're old. The image may have touched many of them. When did the direction of my thinking actually change? Little friend. Perhaps we should address you as your majesty as well. 20 years. And the battle with Creepy isn't over yet. Or maybe it's all just beginning. Just 88 people have this momentum. If it is 1,000 armies, 10,000 armies, million armies. Chapter 16, Terrifying infected creatures. The black gas covers an area of about a kilometer. Rolling like a devouring beast, it was intimidating. The edge of the black gas was soon reached as the soldiers advanced. The next second the soldier did not hesitate, and stepped forward with his lance in his hand. The Mythbusters watched the soldiers enter the black mist and each began to look up. These guys from the Trickster Bureau still want to stop His Majesty. Dream on. From now on the Mythbusters will no longer be the Mythbusters they were before. Because the Myth Bureau gave birth to a true emperor. As the soldiers entered, Su Tian, who was sitting on the dragon chair, suddenly had an illusory picture appear in front of his eyes. This is. Su Tian raised his eyes. Through the screen he saw a ghastly scene. Inside the black fog, the vision is not so much a stretch of the hand, but one can see things vaguely. Only to see that a clearing where the soldiers had stepped over was filled with scarlet everywhere. The original color of the dirt was supposed to be an earthy yellow, but it was vaguely blackened as the blood soaked through. This is. A picture in the black mist? Su Tian was a little surprised. He hadn't thought that he could actually see the soldiers' perspectives. On the dragon chair, Su Tian turned his head sideways and looked at Yuing. Yuing, did you see anything? Upon hearing this, Yuing was a bit surprised and replied in confusion. Your Majesty, what did you say? Looking at the dumbfounded Yuing, Su Tian knew that the picture in front of him was visible only to himself. It's fine, Su Tian replied. However, as he looked at the reddish-colored land, he couldn't help but question once again. Yuing, how many people are inside the laboratory within the black mist? This question Yuing answered swiftly. Within the black mist is a large experimental base. There are 33 floors in the underground section and one above ground, covering 500 acres. There are 34,000 people operating within. After listening to Yu Ying's words, Su Tian raised his eyebrows. Although Yuing had mentioned before that this laboratory was rather large, now that I hear it so much, it's not just big, it's clearly almost as big as a college. And no wonder, the ground can be colored red. At this point, inside the frame, the soldiers have arrived in front of a flat building that resembles a factory building. Before the soldiers could get inside, Su Tian saw that several drones were flying from the rear. Looking at this drone, Su Tian smiled, naturally knowing that this was an official handiwork. At the same moment, the official personnel looked at the tragic situation all over the ground, and each of them fell silent. And some of the people in the military region did not live up to their previous fervor, though knowing that the images would be unpleasant when it got out of hand in here. But really, when you see this scene, the feeling in my heart is still hard to describe. These can be fellow Chinese, but now they can only be spilled cold on the dirt. In front of the dragon chair, Yuing clicked on his wristwatch, broadcasting out the images within the black mist. Mythbusters, and the Trickster Bureau bunch, all fell silent in the moment, staring intently at the somewhat dimly lit image within the projection. Su Tian moved inwardly and began ordering the soldiers to enter the plant. Inside the plant as outside, the same blood was pouring out. However, Su Tian found a strange place. That is, although there was a lot of blood here, he did not see any broken limbs. There were some drag marks on the floor. Apparently the flesh and blood was dragged into a centralized area somewhere. Without any hesitation, Su Tian immediately ordered his soldiers to follow the traces. 99%. I hope you're not exaggerating. Chang Ji didn't know when he came to Su Tian's side. He looked at Yu Ying's projected image and said heavily. Asking for words, Su Tian just glanced at him without a care in the world. And then it was just a matter of seeing the soldiers begin to enter the underground space within the live feed. This lab has a lot of underground space. A group of soldiers began to speed up. Between prancing around, the first infected creature was soon encountered. However, it was only a moment of meeting that the infected creature was killed. And the moment it was killed, Su Tian had thought that he wouldn't be able to absorb the soul. But never in a million years did he expect the soul to go up one on his panel. Ha! Su Tian was surprised. I didn't realize that the soldiers were striking down shenanigans, and he was actually able to absorb souls as well. This function instantly made Su Tian's brain explode. So wouldn't this be a way to just separate and transport your soldiers to the front lines? And wouldn't that be a way to lie at home and increase your soldiers? It seems that when the experimental base is cleaned up, we'll have to try out what the furthest distance the summoned soldiers can move is. Su Tian thought. This way, the infected creature the soldiers killed was not a behemoth though, but also by a soldier, who died with a casual poke. This kind of efficiency can be a shock to the crowd. Moreover, the crowd also found a strange thing. That is, if they were to explore this experimental base, as long as there is a constant stream of infected creatures coming at you the moment you step into the black fog. But the soldiers, I can't believe I didn't come across it. A laboratory out of control. The infected creatures within the period, not to mention the new ones that have appeared, but the number of those that were previously incarcerated. It's not a small number, especially with such a large base. It must be in the thousands at least. However, the infected creatures that the soldiers had just killed were as if they hadn't noticed the soldiers. If one of the soldiers hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid the infected creature would still be hanging around. These infected creatures seem to have a hard time detecting these soldiers. What's going on? Someone wondered out loud. This is a new discovery. If we can figure out the original cause, then isn't it the soldiers on the front line? The safety factor can be increased several times? Truth be told, there weren't many fighters on the front lines who had died at the hands of creepy. Most are folded over infected creatures. If those infected creatures couldn't detect the frontline fighters, wouldn't more people survive? Good. Even if the experimental base isn't solved this time, with this discovery, this operation won't be a loss. Open the eyes of infected creatures? This can simply add wings to the generals on the front line. Not bad, not bad. Listening to the talk of the group of old men in the video, the gazes of several people from the Mythic Bureau fell on Chang Ji, though no words were spoken. The content of the eyes spoke for themselves. Blocking? If His Majesty's army had not entered the Black Mist and exhibited this characteristic, every day of delay is a loss to China. And you, a mere Taoist priest, and that His Majesty is pretentious, when in fact the most pretentious person is yourself. Chang Ji noticed the sights around him. As a heavenly pride, he did have his own arrogance. Now, however, he could say nothing in rebuttal. There's no way around it, now that the facts are out there. In the meantime, in the picture, the soldier casually executed one of the infected creatures before continuing to prancing away. Every soldier is a first-class martial arts, moving silently, like a ghost rushing deeper. So, as you enter deeper levels, you encounter more and more infected creatures. However, all of these open-eyed infected creatures were easily solved by the soldiers with a smooth poke. The terrifying infected creature turned into a piece of tofu at this moment. One touch and it breaks. Chapter 17, The Sinner of Tianhai City. 33 floors underground. This is the ground floor of the experimental base. Through the means of qi gazing, Su Tian knew that the thing that was hatching was hidden within. Along the way, the soldiers' spears had been stained with the blood of the infected creatures, dripping from their blades. As for the first of the sky soldiers, broke into a secret room and stood tight. Su Tian knew that the rightful owner had appeared. Everyone held their breath at this moment, even though they were only looking inside through the live feed. But instinct still kept them from making a commotion, for fear of disturbing what was hatching. Rising and falling, in the black air, that moving around in that black mist is spooky? That said, there were quite a few people who were seeing spooky for the first time. On the side of Su Tian's dragon chair, some people stared wide-eyed, trying to see clearly what was in the black gas. However, the black mist was visible though the ups and downs. However, what was inside could not be seen through, and only Su Tian, through the soldiers on the front line, could see the creation inside. Within the black mist, the first thing to enter the eye was the broken limbs and arms. These things are brought together, and a horrible thing like a puddle of rotten meat was munching on the limbs and arms around it. A ring of teeth surrounded the rotting flesh, and with every bite it chewed on the broken arms around it. The small bulge high up in its center turned blood red. Small ball drumming. A dark thing was visible inside, swimming from time to time. These images are not visible to the average person. Sometimes, though, it's a good thing to not see the real thing. After all, if the completely unmanly thing inside were to unfold, these first-time visitors wouldn't be able to throw up. At this moment, Su Tian's brows were furrowed. Creepy he had thought was something more scary, but I didn't expect it to be so unmanly. To describe it, it would be a gooey mass of slimes, surrounded by a circle of razor-sharp teeth, plus a giant egg in the center. At this point, the thing within the black mist seemed to have discovered the outsider, and its movement of devouring the limbs and broken arms gave a lurch. It didn't have eyes, but at this moment, Su Tian could feel it. There was a pair of pupils fixed on the soldier. The space where the weirdness was located was very small, and Su Tian's 88 soldiers simply couldn't all enter it. With a single thought, the innate soldier in the lead instantly understood. Swish! The sound of breaking air rang out, and the innate soldier's gaze was grim as he grabbed with his big hand, and the thick iron door behind him was ripped off, followed by a boom. The massive iron gate slammed into something within the black mist. Through live streaming, looking at the terrifying means of this innate soldier, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. The iron gates inside the experimental base are thickened and roughened. The door, let alone tearing it apart with your bare hands, even with a welding gun, wouldn't melt without half a day's work. Now, however, it was actually torn apart by that soldier with his bare hands. Holy shit. No wonder His Majesty said that the success rate is 99%. With this tactic, this door slamming down, not to mention the weirdness, it's that metal baseplate that can be smashed through. This isn't a soldier anymore. This is clearly a Terminator. Okay, the common man was shocked. Even a bunch of executives at Connect video conferencing are no exception. One of them asked, "This is an ordinary level soldier?" This strength, even though it's at the innate level, ordinary innate experts simply don't have this power. That is to say, this has to be at least the peak of innate, a half step to the first class of land immortals. Terror. With such calculations, wouldn't that fine soldiers be even more perverse? The eyes of the crowd within the video sank as they sucked in cool air. At this point, the king's old man within the video said, "His Majesty has said that his highest ranked soldier is an elite. If you build a fine army." Speaking of which, Elder Wang could no longer imagine, if it is really built to succeed, how can you call that a troop? If then, I'm afraid we'll have to call it the Immortal Army. Immortal Army. If some young people were to hear what Elder Wang was thinking right now, they were afraid that a picture would directly emerge in their minds. That's Xianqin. In the universe, the sailing fleet thought it would leave the galaxy, but instead it hit a wall of steel. There is a line of warning on the city wall. The first emperor has decreed, no one may leave the border without an order. Of course, these were only some people's previous guesses about Xianqin, and now, these soldiers of Su Tian might actually be able to make that day come. Because only Su Tian knew that refinement was not the end of the soldier's intensity. On top of it there is excellence, metamorphosis. Ordinary soldiers could enter the peak of the martial arts innate, so that the metamorphosis of 4 evaluations apart had been unimaginable. Perhaps, at that time, just one person of this character could sweep everything away, but all of that is also an afterthought. Experimental base, innate soldier, a horrible blow pierced through the black fog on the spot. Rumbling, the entire base trembled at that moment. The black mist was cut off at one corner. It gave those watching the live stream a peek at the tip of something within the black mist as well. But all they could see was a mouthful of sharp teeth and the bloody flesh that hung between the gaping teeth. For a moment, although it was only a glance, every single person was like falling into an ice cellar. The chill went from his backbone straight to his head. Creepy? That's creepy? Separated from the video, these people could not yet experience the tangible fear and the wave of contamination that could eat away at one's spirit. But even so, just the image was enough to make some ordinary people break their defenses. After all, most of those who came here this time were people who lived in comfort. Their brainchild of creepiness is a pair of scarlet eyes at best. Other than that, the shapes are at best various animal-like, just like infected creatures. Maybe a little scarier than infected creatures, but not outrageously so. And now, the corner of that unfolding picture has revealed the eerie distortions, the irrationality, the irregularity of its true form. Grunt, grunt, grunt. The crowd had thought that the innate soldier's strike, even if it couldn't kill Creepy, it could still cripple him greatly, but never in a million years. As an inexplicable sound rang out, the black aura in the entire room intensified violently. Through the video the crowd saw a writhing shadow expanding rapidly in the aggravated blackness. In the shadows, some huge, sharp teeth could still be seen, closing up and down and crashing with brain-shattering sounds. How is it possible that the soldier's strike was so terrifying that it didn't cause any damage to Creepy? What the hell? Did that Creepy go into a berserk state? The change. The crowd was alarmed. At the same moment, this change made Chang Ji, who had long been dissatisfied with this operation, indignantly voice out to Su Tian on the dragon chair, "Is this the 90% you said? Look at that. Instead of hurting Creepy, your soldiers have changed it immeasurably." In the video, the thing inside the black fog expands rapidly, and in no time at all, like jelly, a big pile of unnameable soft things extrudes out of the chamber. Looking at this scene, Chang Ji's legs went limp as he continued, "It's over. It's over. Sky Sea City is over. Creepy, this is completely enraged. Let a city pay for your arrogance. Sinner. You're a sinner of Tianhai City." Chapter 18, like a little girl's hand within the projected video, the gazes of the group of old men also changed as their sights fell towards Su Tian. Su Tian on the dragon chair was calm and collected. Perhaps seeing this calmness, the group of old men within the video calmed their inner doubts. Continue to look at the conditions within the experimental base. As for Chang Ji, when he finished saying those words, Su Tian merely glanced at him, although Su Tian didn't say anything. However, an invisible dragon's might still then made the latter shut his mouth. On the live feed, the steel around them creaked as the eerie expansion within the black aura stuffed the aisle. Within a few breaths, violently, the soft thing squeezed through the ceiling of the 33rd staircase on the spot. However, just when everyone thought the tactic was a bizarre outrage, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. After breaking the ceiling, its swollen flesh quickly shrunk again, and, to everyone's surprise, turned into the shape of a slime that was only 1 meter in size, fleeing towards the distance. Wait, Creepy ran away? The situation caught everyone off guard, especially before the mouth-breathing standing wisdom. He had just made the consequences sound so horrible, chastising Su Tian. But the punch in the face should not come too soon. What with Creepy getting angry and Creepy erupting, and now in front of us, that Creepy is running away in a puff of smoke. These things still run? Unlike ordinary people, within the high-level video conference, these people are considered to be more aware of the shenanigans. As far as they knew, Creepy never ran away. It's just a mad slaughter of humans. But now, the video's shenanigans can be called an eye-opener for them. Those scary creeps can actually run. On the dragon chair, Su Tian's gaze was fixed, and a group of soldiers immediately chased after the escaping weirdness. Ow! Perhaps sensing his pursuers behind him, Creepy hissed. After this sound, there was an uproar of responses throughout the experimental base. It's an infected creature. It was bizarre, actually calling out to the infected creatures to block the pursuers behind them. It's true that His Majesty was right. The Creepy in the video was definitely in an abnormal state, or it wouldn't have fled. Someone watched the fleeing shenanigans and voiced a guess in their mind. That was recognized by many. After all, the perception is that the creepy thing never runs away. That's the only explanation that makes sense. The image shows Creepy fleeing quickly, though a group of soldiers are faster in pursuit, even with the dense influx of infected creatures coming from all the passages to block it. But with these creatures, the soldiers were able to penetrate dozens of corpses with just a random shot. With a sweeping motion, a large number of people were sent flying. Even if the passage wasn't too big and the lance didn't have the advantage, the suppression of strength still let this group of infected creatures know what it meant to be a true one-man army. On the dragon chair, Su Tian looked at the scene blandly. This army of his has traveled through 7 chapters to kill here, and the district's shenanigans can still run away? A quick battle. With a single thought, the morale of the frontline soldiers suddenly skyrocketed. The strikes are also more decisive. At a corner, the soldier at the peak of the innate, eyeing the bizarre sliding shovel, tried to escape to another place. Whoosh! The lance in the soldier's hand shot out sharply. All of its terrifying power caused the air around it to draw a white line. It's the sound barrier. The white line made everyone's eyes pop. Is this a human being? Not only did he just tear through a steel gate with his bare hands, but now he can actually shoot the spear in his hand out of the sound barrier? Knock! The spear penetrated the guile ruthlessly and nailed it to the iron wall before a loud sound rang out. Ow! A hissing appeared in a strange way, but this time the hiss could be faintly heard as a cry of anguish. Barking! The blood-red ball of flesh behind Creepy's back, along with this hissing, had quite a few cracks appear in its epidermis. Large swathes of red flowed from it. One hit to critically injure Creepy? At this moment, the eyes of those watching the live broadcast unconsciously converged at Su Tian on the dragon chair. None other. Just the gallantry of the soldiers in the video is just so unbeatable. If the crowd didn't know it was horribly creepy inside, I'm afraid they would have thought it was some kind of a cat or dog. I can't believe that just one strike can cause such an effect. The crowd's expression changed as they looked at Su Tian. The people from the Myth Bureau became even more fervent. And as for the people from the Creepy Bureau, there was a hint of respect mixed in at the moment. Spooky revival. Such a world is supposed to be strong only. Not to mention an existence like Su Tian, who could summon a group of powerful people at will. Chang Ji only felt a hot pain on his face. His taunts were not heeded by Su Tian, but it was that same disregard that made him seem like more than a clown. But just then, the image, pinned to the wall, violently swelled up again. It's like blowing up a balloon and getting bigger all at once. However, earlier in the chamber the numbers were sparse and a group of soldiers could not exert themselves. But not here now. Only dozens of soldiers were seen, setting up a formation, which was as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. At the moment the formation came into being, a solemn killing intent, even through the video, caused a crowd of bodies to tremble. That's an instinct that belongs to the weak. A kind of, in-your-face natural enemy instinct. The solemnity of the scene, eerily born, was even more severe. As several broken lances shot neatly, the swollen bizarre body was stabbed through on the spot, and its swollen body, pierced and pierced, all of a sudden faded into its previous form. The battle went on and the outcome spoke for itself. Creepy has one of the trickiest tactics besides these, and that is mental pollution. Sure enough, Creepy began to hiss, a horrible, grotesque shriek, emerging from its wide open, gaping teeth. The sound waves all materialized, vibrating the air around them. However, Mental pollution is useless to these soldiers, not to mention the one soldier of the innate being. Even the other inferior soldiers didn't have any feeling that the still quickly surrounded the creepy. Contamination is what creepy does best. Looking at the group of people who were not affected in the slightest, the naked eye was eerily confused for a moment. It seems to be somewhat incomprehensible. Pollution is arguably the natural enemy of life as a class. But these living people, why don't they feel half of it? Could it be that it's had a bit of a throat lately and the pollution is opening up in the wrong way? Just as creepy was confused, the soldiers had firmly surrounded it. At this point the results of the battle are sort of already out. These are considered by the Taoist priests as forbidden places, extremely scary. In the end there is no crisis. And even a group of soldiers can be said to be very easy to take. Suppressing weirdness? No. It's as easy as going to an underground base and catching a mouse. Roar! Creepy looked at the soldiers that surrounded it as it hissed once more. This time, it seemed to be in desperate straits. At its back, the blood-red meatball was no longer dripping blood, but at this moment, it directly burst open. The thing that had been hatching weirdly broke out of the body. The first thing to appear was a blood-red hand. The red hand was so slender that at first glance it looked like the hand of a little girl. And then, a head of dark hair, which was stained with a lot of liquid, was flung, and the steel wall aside was instantly dirty. This is, ordinary people could not yet see the thing that had broken out of their bodies, because there was a large area of black gas gathering as the thing appeared. Only Su Tian frowned as his gaze shifted. Chapter 19, from the bottom of her heart that creepy turned into a pile of black mist? Is this dead? Those who watched this scene through the livestream had no idea what was happening inside the black mist. They just felt that the bizarre essence dissolved into mist. This situation, much like what happens after a bizarre death. Su Tian looked at the naked woman who climbed out, and without waiting for him to be surprised, a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Capturable soldiers found. Name, Blood Woman. Quality, excellent. Status, metamorphosis failed. Capture success rate plus 10%, huh. Su Tian raised his eyebrows. This capturable soldier feature was something he had never expected. On second thought, his eyes instantly revealed surprise. Excellent quality, which means if the capture is successful, won't you get an excellent grade soldier on the spot? Hastily, Su Tian looked at the preconditions needed for capture. Below this pop-up, there is a small line that says how to capture it. Consuming inferior soldiers will give you +1 to the number of captures. Consuming ordinary soldiers will result in +1 capture count, +1% capture success rate. Consumption of pew soldiers will result in +1 capture count. Hint, when capturing, you can force restrict the target's movement. Forced restriction of targets? Isn't this just a control skill? If you have enough inferior soldiers of your own, even if you can't capture them, you can still control the opposite side hard. Su Tian raised his eyes as he instantly thought of another way to open this capture ability. And then Su Tian looked at the consumption of the capture ability. Honestly, one soldier one chance. That's not even consumption. Not to mention the fact that Su Tian still had 399 soldiers in the process of being transformed right now. Let's just say that the acquisition of inferior soldiers should not be too easy for him. Su Tian exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Blood Maiden. Excellent quality. In that case, this is the proper way to acquire high-level soldiers. This method of acquisition was something Su Tian was satisfied with. After transforming the soldiers, Su Tian had already harvested the power. And in this case, even if he consumed 100 and 1,000, it wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. Anytime you can get a high-level soldier, it's a big moneymaker. Thinking, on the dragon chair, Su Tian glanced at the people around him after realizing that none of them could see the blood woman within the mist. Immediately, he consumed the inferior soldiers for capture. It was also fortunate that the Blood Maiden now had an abnormal status that increased her capture success rate by 10%. Otherwise, these inferior soldiers are feared to be bad. Capture failed. Inferior soldier 1. Capture failed. Inferior soldier 1. Within the mists, the soldier summoned by Su Tian turned into a golden ray and rushed towards the blood woman. The prompt appeared and failed twice in a row. 10% success rate. I don't believe I can't take it. If 1 by 1 doesn't work, then 10 by 10. As long as the capture is successful, even if we lose dozens of inferior soldiers, it won't be a loss. The 2 failures didn't hurt Su Tian in the slightest. Instead he increased his input. So, inside the live feed, ordinary people then see only a puzzling scene. That is, after the spreading black mist engulfed the surrounding soldiers, golden thin lines like thunder appeared within it, flashing madly. Is the creepy still alive? That soldier is still fighting that thing? The image made everyone freeze, and at the same time, due to not being able to see the exact situation, everyone's heart couldn't help but clench. Sure enough, spooky is spooky. It's not that easy to kill, not even if those soldiers are extremely powerful. The crowd took a deep breath and quietly waited for the results to appear. In the blink of an eye, on Su Tian's side, he had already consumed 20 soldiers. Capture successful. With great effort, Su Tian and the dragon chair smiled when this hint appeared. Your Majesty? Ying was puzzled. Obviously that Black Mist had finished swallowing the soldiers. Why was His Majesty still able to laugh? Seeing Ying's puzzlement, Su Tian said, "It's already over." It's over? Su Tian's words came out, causing the ears of the people around him to perk up. They looked at the live feed and then at Su Tian in the dragon chair. How could it have been over when the black mist was still enveloping the soldiers in the picture? Su Tian did not answer in detail for these people. The Blood Maiden had been successfully captured, and it was only a matter of time before the black mist dissipated. Su Tian opened the panel to look at his attributes. At the moment his attribute panel is frowny face name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal Conversion Progress, 99. 98%, Power, 190. Number of times the dragon's chi protects the body, 1. Current Soldier's Appearance Effect, burying the bones and returning. Stored Souls, 75, can transform/upgrade soldiers being converted, 399, estimated time 3 hours, summonable soldiers, 68, inferior, 1, ordinary, 1, excellent. Capturing an elite soldier actually added 100 points of strength to me? Another unexpected pleasure that caused Su Tian's eyebrows to twitch. With these 100 points of power poured into the body, Su Tian realized that he had vaguely established a connection with the black dragon pattern on his chest. Even if he himself did not invoke the dragon chi to protect his body now, as long as he blasted out with a single punch, there would be a black dragon wrapped around his fist, which could shatter everything with a mighty force. Sure enough, compared to the growth of the soldiers, it's still the power to the account that makes people happy. Su Tian is satisfied. And then, Su Tian compared his current strength to the martial Dao realm. From what he knows, 10 points of strength can be compared to a first-rate martial art, and 50 points, to a patriarch. 100 points is an innate master. As for the land gods, it was 200 points of power. Su Tian looked at his panel. 190 power points. He had already surpassed the innate and stepped into the first class of land immortals. And that's just the beginning. Realize that by waiting 3 hours, he'll still have 399 power to his account. At that time, he would be able to kill even a land god with a single punch. Summoner? No, he's a one-punch Superman now. Between thoughts, within the live feed, the black fog began to dissipate. After the snow-blooded woman was captured, all that was left in the grounds was a gooey mess of leftovers. Beyond that are the remaining dozens of soldiers. It's gone away. The black mist has gone away. At this moment, everyone shouted in surprise. And at the same time, what dissipated together was the black fog that enveloped the sky over the experimental base. Is this, like, a win? A horrible forbidden place, just cleaned up? The people present looked at each other, each seeing shock in their eyes, especially connecting to the higher-ups here. In battles large and small, though, there have been quite a few official victories over creepy, but none of those battles were filled with human lives. And it's not enough to use human lives, it's also a lot of resources, so as to overcome. But this time, the only resources out there are also drones. Drones are something that no one would regret even losing, let alone consuming. Your Majesty. Ying looked excitedly at Su Tian on the dragon chair. It wasn't hard to see it in Ying's eyes. This cry of Your Majesty came from the bottom of her heart. The first time she met Su Tian, she addressed him as His Majesty because of the decision from above. And now, the word Your Majesty came from her acknowledgement of Su Tian. Majesty, this is the Majesty of China. That was what Ying thought in her heart at the moment. Ying, wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth. This place is settled. Let's go. It's time to hit the road. Chapter 20, The Blood Woman. After the black fog dissipated, the crowd, through the live broadcast, also discovered the group that was missing 20 soldiers. The discovery took everyone by surprise. In the video conference, Elder Wang looked at Su Tian. Your Majesty, your summoned soldiers. Faced with this question, Su Tian didn't hide it and simply said, just 20 died. Su Tian spoke in a cloudy manner. Indeed, for him, 20 soldiers really didn't hurt. Elder Wang frowned. He didn't know what happened after the black fog enveloped the soldiers, but he knew that every one of Su Tian's soldiers was not bad in strength, and there were 20 less after the black mist enveloped them. So that means, the intensity of the weirdness was a little more frightening than expected. Thinking of this, Elder Wang raised his eyes and another thought squelched the eerie horror. That is, this battle Su Tian is only 20 soldiers less. If it is replaced with flesh and blood, these 20 are afraid to be able to resist 20,000 people. Taking a deep breath, Elder Wang looked towards Su Tian. 20 soldiers, that's 20 bodies from the front line. This attrition, one could say, is almost zero. While Elder Wang was thinking, within the video conference, the other old men were also pondering. Perhaps they had all thought of this, and within the video conference, the gazes of the old men looking at Su Tian changed violently. However, Su Tian no longer cared about these changes. He called out to Yuing and hit the road. Fuhai City. Su Tian returned to his villa. After Su Tian left, the battle was saved by the higher-ups as a videotaped video for publicity within the major military districts. In addition to this, there are a large number of military transport vehicles on highways across the country. The executives know Su Tian, who only had 88 soldiers, could be so capable. What if it breaks 1,000? 10,000? Perhaps. He didn't even need to slowly improve his fit with the awakened object like other awakened people. With enough infected creatures, he can shine extremely quickly. Inside the villa, Su Tian looked at the increasingly respectful Yuing, and to be honest, was still a bit uncomfortable. Before he was awakened, this one was an unattainable existence for a group of people in Fuhai City. Now, well, kind of like licking a dog. 3 hours later, 399 soldiers hashed within Su Tian's panel. Su Tian gained 399 power points at the same moment. By this point, he was completely one-punch Superman. Officially, there was no announcement of how many realms were above the land immortals, but with his current power, Su Tian could feel that even if the land immortals were 2 realms higher, he would be able to destroy them with a single punch right now. No other way. After all, a land god is only the equivalent of 200 power points when all is said and done. And he is now. Su Tian opened his panel at the moment, and at this moment, his attributes were frowny face name, Su Tian, exclusive imperial seal conversion progress, 99. 98%, power, 589, number of times the dragon's chi protects the body, 1. Current soldier's appearance effect, burying the bones and returning. Stored souls, 0, can transform/upgrade soldiers being converted, 75, estimated time 3 hours, summonable soldiers, 467 quality, 1, normal, 1, good, 589. This was Su Tian's current power. It was also an officially unknown undercurrent, and no one could have imagined that a summoner like Su Tian, its power would actually be so terrifying. If there was ever a day when his summons were unable to take on the enemy, at that time, he on the dragon chair stepped in and would let the enemy know what was truly powerful. Of course, those are afterthoughts. After tapping on his attributes, Su Tian now walked with the wind. With his current attributes, he could basically say that he could walk sideways. The day. At 4 in the afternoon, Yuing respectfully came to report. Your Majesty, the corpses of the infected matter experiments from all over the country have arrived. And please, Your Majesty, go and sign for it. Hearing this news, Su Tian's smile filled his face as he immediately left the villa. There were a lot of corpses of infected creatures sent by the officials this time. Su Tian looked over and saw that large military trucks were parked on the side of the road at a glance. This has to be, at least, hundreds of big trucks. Big trucks from all over the country. Not bad, not bad. Su Tian looked at the vehicles and was satisfied. After absorbing this wave, then his strength would take a qualitative leap. Quickly the big truck came to an open place under Yu Ying's command. One after another lined up, piling up the bodies of the various infected creatures inside the trucks. 3 hours later, with the time nearing evening, the contents of the truck were dumped. At this moment, a small mountain of infected creatures appeared in front of them. Su Tian sat cross-legged at the tip of the small mountain, his black dragon robe, stained with the blood of many infected creatures. But none of this bothered him, just closed his eyes and peacefully absorbed the souls at his feet. 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Tian rose, his eyes flashing with a hint of dragon might. This time, a full 7,500 corpses of infected creatures were transported from above. 7,500. If we wait for tomorrow's transformation to succeed, at that time, his power would be a terrifying value. On that day, apart from absorbing the infected creatures, Su Tian also found an unoccupied place in the meantime and summoned the Blood Maiden. Unlike the other soldiers, the Blood Maiden has a name that is uniquely her own. After the Blood Maiden became Su Tian's soldier, her body had an additional set of armor, which was pitch black, and in the darkness, the Blood Maiden was able to almost completely blend into the darkness. Blood Maiden, meet your Majesty. At the same time, unlike the other soldiers, the Blood Maiden actually had a spirit, and after summoning it out, she half-kneeled towards Su Tian. Get up. Su Tian returned. Once Creepy was captured, his words and actions would be completely under Su Tian's control, and there was no such thing as loyalty. This was very much to Su Tian's liking. Surveying the Blood Maiden, Su Tian's gaze flickered as he asked a question he was very interested in. Blood Maiden, do you have any memories from the past? The Blood Lady predecessor is Creepy, and as far as shenanigans were concerned, Su Tian knew very little. But now there was the Blood Maiden to go a point deeper. After asking, Su Tian looked forward to her reply. Back to your majesty. Blood Woman doesn't have any memories of the past. Blood Maiden said. Aha. No? Su Tian frowned. Not even a tiny bit? Su Tian continued to ask. Reporting back to your majesty. There is one thing in the Blood Maiden's memories. The Blood Maiden said. There is one thing? These words made Su Tian come to some interest. After all, the Blood Maiden was transformed by the bazaar. It was impossible that she didn't have a single memory. So it looks like it's going to have to be put together slowly. Like a jigsaw puzzle. Just as Su Tian was thinking. The Blood Daughter in front of him. Her body all the way. Its pitch black incomparable eyes. Looking straight at Su Tian. Only to see her say. In the Blood Daughter's memories. There is only one thing. And that thing is you. Your Majesty. Put. What the hell? Su Tian froze. Looking at the Blood Woman's sincere eyes. He was, well, teased. The next day. June 12, 2024. As Su Tian waited for the soldiers to hatch. He submitted a demand to the higher-ups through Yuing. That is, the more tasks like dealing with experimental bases, the better. After all, the Blood Maiden's intensity was here. This kind of character, that's definitely the more the merrier. As for inferior soldiers, from this moment on, Su Tian labeled such soldiers as expendable. But after Su Tian just submitted his demand, it was also the day that the internet, a crowd of netizens were once again set off. The content made even Su Tian a little surprised. Another powerful awakening is born. Chapter 21. The army is hungry and thirsty. Online, a hot search takes over the top of the list. Its content. It can be said that as long as a Chinese person sees it, he or she will not be able to resist clicking on it. Shocking, after the seal of passage, the real mythological figure has finally arrived. Su Tian looked at the hot search and clicked in. A picture leaps to mind. It was a man with a golden hoop on his head, golden armor, cloud shoes on his feet, and a big red cape on his back. Its eyes were golden and it held a stick with a red center and yellow sides in one hand. A line of large, shiny letters on a stick. Rui's golden hoop. It is. Su Tian's pupils shrank. Qi Tian Dishang? The myths also count among the characters. You've awakened? On the internet, the character is very highly regarded. Ha ha ha. Huaxia is really going to rise this time. What a heirloom jade seal. This is the real future of China. That's the real myth. The great sage has returned. Well, as soon as this character came out, all of a sudden Su Tian's previous limelight was overshadowed. After all, although the historical color of the heirloom jade seal is very heavy, it is only an item in history. And Qi Tian Dishang, it was utterly fabulous. In fact, not to mention these ordinary people, even the current Su Tian was extremely interested in him. A truly mythical figure. Su Tian raised his eyes. If his heirloom can be so powerful, what about characters like these? Wouldn't it be even more anticlimactic? As Su Tian pondered, Yuing arrived in front of Su Tian. Your Majesty, a true mythological figure has been born in Shangjing City, the Monkey King Awakener. This news of yours is a bit outdated. I've seen it on the hot search. Su Tian said. Your Majesty, this isn't news from the internet, but some detailed information about him. Yuing tapped his wristwatch and a projection screen appeared. Aha! Su Tian was already interested in the great sage of Qi Tian, and when he heard this, he immediately brightened up and waited quietly. Yuing looked at the screen and stifled a laugh. Back to your Majesty. The Sun Wukong awakened one, named Sun Ling, awakening level S. Speaking of this, Yuing was a bit unable to hold her tongue. She began to say in one breath, well, his awakening, was in the wild shit, fell into the pit. In the pit he touched a stick. Leaning on this stick climbed up before realizing that this stick is extremely unusual. Ha! Originally, Su Tian hadn't been able to read Yu Ying's expression, but after those words came out, Su Tian's expression shifted. I'm Nima, falling into a latrine and awakening the great sage of Qi Tian Dishang? Off the mark. Ahem. Your Majesty. Well, although Sun Ling's awakening process is a bit perverted, this is, after all, the second S-class in China, and he grows in a simple way, just by constantly fighting. Every battle he gets metamorphosed stronger. When Yuing said this, Su Tian knew what the higher-ups meant and interrupted. This is, does the higher-ups want him to practice with my soldiers? Back to your Majesty. Yes, yes. This request was not refused by Su Tian. At the same time, he also wanted to see just how perverse the actual ability of this Qi Tian Dishang was. Then when is he coming over? Su Tian said. Well, about a month later. He's still in psychotherapy. Yuing replied. When those words came out, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh a little. Receives psychotherapy. It's okay. In Su Tian's mind, He brainstormed the appearance of a person struggling as he fell into a pit. Ha ha. Come see me anytime when he's done with his psychotherapy. After this episode. On that day, Su Tian quizzed the furthest distance the summoned soldiers could move. If there was no distance limit, at that time, Su Tian would be even more perverted. After all, in a few hours, at that point, he would have over 7,000 soldiers, and these more than 7,000 soldiers. If there is no distance limitation, it is completely possible to divide the army to set foot all over China and carry out pro-calculation shenanigans. However, amidst Su Tian's expectations, the results of the test were somewhat unsatisfactory. These soldiers, actually, have a distance limit, and it's not long, only 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Su Tian looked at the data and pondered for a moment. The progress of the transformation of his exclusive jade seal is 0.002, which is somewhat ambiguous with the current 2 kilometers. Perhaps, increasing the progress of this transformation will also increase the soldier's movement distance, Su Tian thought. In contemplation, Su Tian began to think about how he could increase the conversion. He elevated twice in total. The first time was in a rental house. The second time was summoning the hordes. The one thing that both have in common is that the mind is elevated at that time. This type of ascension honestly made Su Tian frown a little. After all, the elevation of the mind is very mysterious. Thinking of this, Su Tian collected his thoughts. Maybe there are other ways. Gotta have been experimenting slowly. On this day, Su once again applied for the idea of dealing with some more weird places, but the higher-ups seemed to have something to think about and didn't arrange it. It was just a matter of arranging for a team of people to set up a laboratory near Su Tian. Studying up Su Tian's soldiers. Time is fast. 3 days passed in a row. At this point, after absorbing a large amount of souls for 3 consecutive days, his attributes had perverted to an outrageous level. Name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal Conversion Progress, 99. 98%, Power, 16,450. Number of times the dragon's chi protects the body, 1. Current soldier's appearance effect, burying the bones and returning. Stored souls, 8,500, can transform/upgrade soldiers, soldiers being converted, 7. 500, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 16427, inferior, 1, ordinary, 1, excellent. Su Tian looked at the current panel and was extremely satisfied. It's only been 3 days and he's already completely invincible. At this point, he was truly a one-punch Superman. Within these 3 days, Su Tian hadn't been idle in addition to strengthening himself, and he had thoroughly understood the concept of the so-called forbidden lands, and forbidden zones, and even borders, through his own permissions. Forbidden places are places with individual horrors and weird occupations, and the restricted area, it's a bunch of them. As for the border, that's a steady stream of shenanigans coming in. On this day, Su Tian had thought it would be another uneventful day, but a video link came to him. Within the video, Elder King appears. After picking up the video he got straight to the point. Your Majesty, you have 10,000 troops now, don't you? The corner of Su Tian's mouth twitched. Not bad. 16,000 troops. Your Majesty, the reason you weren't allowed to go on a mission before was because Your Majesty's army was too small and there were many variables. A few days ago, there was only one weirdness in that one forbidden area, while in reality, the forbidden area within the Chinese territory now has no less than 5 fingers of weirdness within it. Your Majesty, 5 years ago we discovered that infected creatures can also advance into creepy, but it requires a lot of flesh and blood. AI. Once we deployed quite a few troops to suppress the weirdness, but now it seems that what we did at that time, instead of suppressing it, we were helping it grow. Your Majesty, now that you have 10,000 troops in your hands, we are relieved. The forbidden places in each place. We have sent the coordinates to your assistant, Yu Ying. Your Majesty, from this day forward, anything you do, we won't be in the middle of it. From today onwards, you are the true lord of the Imperial Palace. Listening to Elder Wang's words. In fact, these days, Su Tian had guessed the meaning of the above. Soon the video hangs up. Su Tian once again put on a black dragon robe. These days, his army had long been hungry and thirsty. Chapter 22. Flying. Flying? In the blue sky and white clouds, a military airplane crossed at high altitude, leaving a white tail streamer inside the cabin. Other than the few who were flying the airplane, Su Tian had only brought Yu Ying with him, none other. He could summon tens of thousands of troops with a lift of his hand and had no use for the rest of his guards. The fuselage is smooth. Su Tian looked through the porthole, his gaze falling towards the blue sky and white clouds outside, and this time, fiercely, he realized through the means of chi surveying, there was a hazy, dark line in the extreme distance of the sky, stretching from one end of the vision to the other. That was just one side. Coming to the other porthole, that same black line jumped into the eye again. That black line is the borderline? This discovery made Su Tian frown, and combined with what he saw, he couldn't help but guess. China. Could it be that it was now like an inverted bowl, surrounded by weirdness from all sides? Originally, when he was an ordinary man, he thought the front line was just a borderline, and now, apparently not. If that's the case, then how did China manage to hold down the fort for 20 years? It was bizarre in all directions, not to mention 20 years ago, but even now Hua Xia was afraid that it would be difficult to resist. Creepy. Su Tian felt violently that things were far from simple. Now it gave him the feeling as if Hua Xia was a parasite being kept inside. Shaking his head, maybe there's some other means of resisting shenanigans in Hua Xia. The last idea was a little creepy to be honest. Soon, as the plane shuddered, the destination to which the trip was headed arrived. Yuing was wearing a combat uniform today, and her body lines were outlined in an extremely seductive manner. The plane was parked at a crude makeshift airfield, and looking at the staff running back and forth around it, it was clear that this was a military airfield. Your Majesty, Yuing respectfully greeted Su Tianji. Around them, the other staff members saw Su Tian, who was dressed in a black dragon robe, and all their gazes twitched as they stopped in their tracks. Now that a few days had passed, under the official publicity, Su Tian was already unknown to everyone. Without stopping at this airport, Su Tian glanced at the black gas in the distance, got into a car, and drove off. That's our Chinese emperor? Phew. So this is the emperor's might. So scary. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. With tens of thousands of soldiers in his palm and his power breaking through the tens of thousands, the black dragon in Su Tian's chest had now completely fused with Su Tian. Between words and actions, even if not intentional, there was an invisible majesty enveloping. That is the dragon power belonging to the first emperor. Perhaps Su Tian himself hadn't realized that his exclusive jade seal fit was different from the other awakened. Strictly speaking, with his current spontaneous dragon might, when placed on other awakened, he was afraid that he was already a completely awakened and inherited revived mythological figure. But for Su Tian, everything was just beginning, because he was not awakening, but becoming a true emperor. Soon, vehicle braking, Su Tian car. Forbidden places all over China are heavily guarded. The vehicle stopped in front of an iron gate. The iron gate on both sides of the thick fence built above. The fence was painted with the Taoist runes of the Weird Bureau. On top of that, there was black dog blood on the walls. With Su Tian's arrival, the people guarding this forbidden land had long since received the news and were waiting at the entrance in strict formation. As he stepped in, a group of people half-kneeled and shouted. Ignoring these people, Su Tian went straight into the forbidden land. But amongst the crowd, he spotted someone who stood out. It was a woman, though wearing a military uniform. The pale face indicated that she was not resident here. She raised her head slightly in the crowd, sizing Su Tian up curiously. Looking at her poking around, Su Tian was a bit strange. Whose golden girl is this? Su Tian was puzzled, but after just a glance at each other, Su Tian withdrew his gaze. Whoever it is, it's none of his business. Su Tian looked at the black aura shrouding the area in front of him as he began to look forward to this time's harvest. Hopefully, there will be another blood maiden similarly advanced trooper. Soon, after Su Tian left, Shi Jia, who was hidden in the crowd, got up, and around her, the rest of the soldiers were marveling at Su Tian's extraordinary nature, and the wave of dragon power that as for her. Her beautiful eyes twitched as she looked at Su Tian's back. It's only been how many days? He was actually on the verge of becoming a true first emperor. Shi Jia remembered the person who had posted the question in the thread earlier, and after confirming it, she already knew that it was Su Tian who had been asking the question in the first place. However, is this now the same confused and uncomprehending person it was in the beginning? That's too much change. Just thinking about how careful the content of that post was, Shi Jia now wanted to laugh. Classic I have a friend. Just as Shi Jia covered her face in derision, a majestic voice resounded from the rear, the place where no one dared to set foot. Generals, wake up! After this sound, the earth trembled. Shi Jia's body was unsteady, and she hurriedly grabbed a big tree to stabilize her body. But the next second, an aura of solemnity descended out of thin air, enveloping everyone present. The enclosure is still some distance from the real Forbidden Land. With this aura, some people subconsciously looked over, and then cried out in shock. Is that His Majesty's army? My God! This is too spectacular. Unlike before when there were only a few dozen soldiers, this call from Su Tian, who was now in control of 10,000 troops, could only be considered the return of a truly large army. Special effect. Return of the buried bones is activated. Previously, this special effect could only summon a big 4-square pit, but now, 3,000 people a big pit. A full 6 large pits were neatly arranged. More than 16,000 soldiers, emerging from within the large pit, made the earth tremble with each neat stomp on the ground. The people saw, in the midst of the army, a black dragon flag dancing in the gale, outlawing heaven and earth, engraved into the pupils of the crowd. Sure, Jia gulped. Speaking of which, she had seen quite a few big scenes, seen tens of thousands of men charge, too, or even a charge of tens of thousands. However, compared to Su Tian's army at this moment, it was nothing. Although there were only 10,000, that aura of majesty, as well as a forceful aura, could be comparable to an army of 100,000. Quick battle. A golden dragon chair appeared behind Su Tian, and he sat on it, ordering the army. Within the realm of Huaxia, there were only 3 forbidden zones, but there were many forbidden places. He didn't want to waste more time here. By order of the first emperor, kill, 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 kill. So, amidst the earth-shaking cries, a group of soldiers who had stepped into the first class of martial arts were like a torrent crushing towards the black mist. Is the Blood Lady available? The last general is here. Su Tian summoned out the Blood Maiden. Guard the black mist. If any strangeness escapes from within, kill on sight. Now that the army had become a climate for this type of forbidden land, Su Tian didn't want to let high-level soldiers step into it, because he still didn't know if these soldiers he summoned, if they died in battle, could be summoned again. If you can't, it's a big loss. He didn't test it out last time, so this time, it would be a good time to test it out in passing. My lord will lead the way. The Blood Maiden half-kneeled, her body's black armor clashing against each other, emitting a thick and heavy sound. Boom! The words fell, and in the next second, her person was actually like a cannonball, flying towards the black fog, transforming into a boundary monument that boomed and subdued beyond the black fog. Excellent level Blood Daughter. Su Tian knew that this fellow could actually already step into the air when he tested her the last time, so there was no half surprise about her current behavior. But Yuing was different. It was the first time she had ever seen a blood woman. The blood woman's movement was a frightening one, and her entire body was so shocked that she nearly fell over. Ha! Flying. Flying? Chapter 23, His Majesty's orders for a quick battle. Ignoring Yu Ying's shock, Su Tian looked ahead without turning his eyes away. Battlefield. The black mist rolled over, and this time there was no drone following it, so only Su Tian could see inside it. Ahead of the Forbidden Land is a village. The army trampled across it, killing gods and destroying devils. Inside the village, there are 3 creepy creatures. Unlike the previous Blood Maiden, these 3 were all humanoid in appearance, only extremely alienated in individual places. This made Su Tian look a little dazed. Boom! One of the weird ones had black aura boiling all over his body, and with just one punch, he sent a dozen or so of the soldiers who had surrounded him flying. Watching the shenanigans, a message popped up in front of Su Tian's eyes. Capturable soldiers found. Name, giant arm, quality, excellent. Status, perfect. This one was bizarre, with one arm extraordinarily huge, comparable to his thigh. The long arm dragged on the ground, causing the air to pop with every dance. With a gaze, Su Tian saw through the bizarre strength. It is at the level of a land god. Su Tian looked at the distant Blood Lady again. Her rank was also excellent, but in actuality, her strength far exceeded that of a land goddess by at least 2 realms. If this punch had been given to the Blood Maiden, she was afraid that the ones who would be sent flying would not be a dozen or so soldiers, but several hundred. After a comparison of the two, all of a sudden Su Tian understood. The strength of the soldiers he transformed would increase drastically. Understanding this, Su Tian changed into a lazy position on the dragon chair, and within the black mist, 3,000 inferior soldiers immediately surrounded creepy. Kill, kill, kill. Soldiers lined up in all directions, materializing killing intent that made creepy sit up and take notice. Ow! The giant arm gave a weird hiss and slammed its fist into the formation of soldiers, clicking as the lance snapped. On the spot, dozens of soldiers were hammered into pulp. As the 10 soldiers died, a prompt appeared here in Su Tian. Summoner is dead. Automatically returning to space. Cooling time until next summonable, 8 hours. Looking at the boost, Su Tian was pleasantly surprised. Soldiers can still be summoned again when they die. This is a time when you can really not have to worry about the loss of soldiers in battle. Meanwhile, the other 2 shenanigans were also very powerful. These inferior soldiers were really not enough even if they used formations. The Blood Lady. However, at this moment, Su Tian wasn't the least bit panicked and immediately called out to the Blood Maiden. The last general is here. Su Tian looked toward the black mist. Go on. Make it quick. My lord. Whoosh. The Blood Maiden's figure disappeared in place and disappeared. Her speed was too fast. So fast that Yuing only felt a gust of wind coming. And then as the body is unsteady. And so on again, look carefully. It will be found in the distance thick black fog. actually appeared a gap. Apparently, something with extremely terrifying speed had burrowed in before that, leaving the black fog too late to heal. Inside the black mist, the three shenanigans were all in perfect condition right now. A situation where even if Su Tian used his capture ability right now, he would only be able to control the opposite side without a single chance of success in capturing. Of course, this state of affairs will soon change. After the Blood Maiden had moved out, these three shenanigans could then only be destroyed and seriously injured. Whoosh! Giant arm bizarrely swept a fist across the surrounding soldiers. Even if they were in formation, it was difficult to resist. The soldiers all had their chests caved in, and after moving on the ground for a couple of seconds, they were completely motionless. And the other two are spooky and even scarier. Their panels are respectively frowny face name, little big man, quality, excellent, status, perfect, name, slender black shadow, quality, excellent, status, perfect. The little giant was a circle larger than the giant arm, and was more than 3 meters tall, standing up to be comparable to a one-story building. Its take is a buried charge. With each charge, the formation was able to be knocked out of a gaping hole. You can see the horror. As for the slender black shadow, it was very fast, just like a shadow, facing a group of soldiers raiding and coming with lances. The slender figure could actually twist strangely, as flexible and unusual as a snake. Of course, the three creeps didn't have it so easy when the Blood Lady broke in. The air exploded. At Su Tian's command, the Blood Maiden entered the mists and transformed into a meteor heading towards her nearest shenanigans. A hit! The earth appeared cracked and rumbled. Dust rose in all directions. A shockwave caused the soldiers around them to fall to the east. After the strike, the Blood Woman's figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she came to another bizarre side. The slender black shadow's body shrank. At this moment it felt a terrifying sight lock itself in place, but before he could react, a hand in black armor grabbed at its neck. This one is spooky and known for his flexibility, but now, just one hand held it easily. The Blood Woman then viciously slammed the object in her hand into the ground. Boom! A second loud sound rang out. In less than 2 seconds from the Blood Maiden's entrance, the two shenanigans were completely out of action. Although both are rated excellent, the difference is obvious in this moment. It was as if the gap was an abyss. The other side. The little giant reacted. Its eyes rolled, and without any hesitation, it actually abandoned the Forbidden Land and began to run away. The movement was called a fast one. All the way across the road, the black mist-shrouded trees were overwhelmed by him in large swathes. Of course, with Blood Girl around, this guy couldn't get away. On the dragon chair, Su Tian didn't pay attention to the escaping man, but instead placed his gaze on the two creeps that had been put down by the Blood Woman. Their status panel appears. Name, giant arm, quality, excellent. Status, moribund, capture success rate plus 10%. Name, slender black shadow. Quality, excellent. Status, moribund, capture success rate plus 10%. The corner of Su Tian's mouth ticked. Very good. He would be adding 2 more great generals within his army. Thoughts. The soldiers around them began to turn into golden light to impact the 2 creeps lying on the ground. After expending 50 inferior soldiers, Q to appear. Capture successful. Inside the jade seal space, Su Tian saw that the giant arm, the slender black shadow, began to enter the reinforcement, only to wait for 3 hours. These 2 great generals could then be summoned by Su Tian. The Blood Maiden had not metamorphosed completely before, and now she could be so terrifying. And if these 2 were to succeed in their transformation once they did, their strength was already unimaginable to Su Tian. Perhaps then, they will truly be what they are. At that time, the giant arm was afraid that one arm could shake the mountains and rivers and the veins of the earth. Not bad, not bad. Su Tian was satisfied and surprised in his heart. And at the same moment, the fleeing little giant stumbled and fell to the ground. If this scene was seen by Yuing, she was afraid that it would directly break her worldview. For the first time, a look of fear passed over Creepy's face. You know it's spooky. It's never been a scary character. When would it ever be? In front of the small giant, the Blood Woman floated in the air. She had black hair like a demon god dancing about, and her black armor was black and shiny. It was just a simple float, but the terrifying oppressive force caused the little giant, who was a land god, to soften his legs. Hiss! The little giant could not speak, and it vainly tried to dispel the fear in its heart in this way. But Blood Girl moved. His Majesty has ordered a quick battle. Chapter 24. This punch is unstoppable. Yuing, let's go hit the road. On the dragon chair, after the Blood Maiden resolved the little giant, Su Tian got up from the dragon chair and said, converting the little giant was smooth, and an inferior soldier actually gave it a successful conversion. This was a bit of a surprise to Su Tian. Thus, A forbidden place that had terrified countless people was liquidated on the spot. Ha! Can we go? Yue froze dully, because she and His Majesty have been here less than an hour. That's good to go? Notify the soldiers in the surrounding townships that they can come and wash the ground. After saying that, Su Tian got off the dragon chair and headed in the direction he came from. This time when he cleared the Forbidden Land, Su Tian had not only harvested 3 great generals, but also 3,000 inferior souls. Compared to the previous, these 3,000 souls, they are somewhat insignificant. Waiting for Su Tian to return to the thick fence again. Watching Su Tian come back so quickly, the group of soldiers froze. They thought Su Tian had left something behind and had come back to retrieve it. However, these people only reacted when Yue informed them to go and wash the floor. Solved? That settles it? This spot is so bizarre that 7 years ago, the higher-ups sent 30,000 men to suppress it, but it turned out to be a 3-day and 3-night battle, and ultimately, they had no choice but to withdraw their troops. But now, the gazes of the crowd gathered on the black dragon-robed Su Tian, each breathing heavily. This kind of efficiency had broken their perception. Where is this to clear up the shenanigans? This is clearly a trip. It went in and cleared in less than an hour. Su Tian looked at the shock around him and didn't care as he went straight to the military buggy and sat on his butt. Not a moment later, Yue also rushed over, and she entered the driver's side and began to start the vehicle. Not enough as the vehicle was preparing to leave this one forbidden place. On the road, crossing each other with an oncoming car. Through the car window, Su Tian saw that there were 3 young men sitting inside that car, as well as a middle-aged man with a stalwart face. With just a glance of his afterimage, Su Tian saw through that middle-aged man's realm. Innate realm. Su Tian gasped in astonishment because he had looked up the information and knew that these realms were usually stationed at the borders. I didn't expect that I would actually meet an ascended realm person here today. Yue, who was driving the car, subconsciously spoke his name after seeing the middle-aged man. Gao Fei Yang. C-grade awakened. Awakened martial way. Toadstool kung fu. Current strength innate. Having an encyclopedia by his side was convenient. Looking at Yue saying so, Su Tian asked, shouldn't the innate come at the border? Why would this guy come here? Yue looked towards the other 3 young men in the car and continued to tell the origin of those 3 young men. The 2nd son of the Gao family, the 2nd son of the Wang family, and the 7th son of the Li family. When those words came out, Su Tian's brows narrowed. Now that he didn't need Yue to say it, it was instantly clear in his mind why that innate would come here. I'm afraid it's not that the innate is there to protect these 3. And these 3. Yue, did you leak the news that we came to this one forbidden land? Su Tian said. Back to your majesty. Well, this time clearing the forbidden land I didn't hide any movement. Su Tian leaned lazily against the back cushion of the car and said. Then in that case, these 3 young men from the So-and-so family. It's to gild the lily, isn't it? There won't be a next time. Yue. Yes, your majesty. Hearing this, Yue hurriedly said. Su Tian looked at the 3 young men who had parked their vehicles at the thick city wall and descended. The gold plating is all over my head. This what Gao family, Wang family, Li family, a little interesting, looked at a glance. Su Tian retracted the line of sight heart. After leaving the forbidden land, Su Tian didn't rush to the next forbidden land and instead waited for 3 hours at ease. Waiting for the jade seal space within the 3 generals can be summoned in action. So more secure. Why not? Sometimes it's not a bad thing to play it safe. Soon, 3 hours later, Su Tian set off towards the next location. Another 3 hours later, Su Tian arrived at another city. And by now, the time was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and the sky was getting dark. Your Majesty, should we go back to this forbidden land tomorrow? Yue said as he drove the vehicle and looked at the sky. Su Tian waved his hand. Dealing with the forbidden land was basically the same as picking fruit. There was no point in wasting time. However, when the vehicle stopped at this forbidden land monitoring station and looked at the black gas in the back, Su Tian's gaze twitched. It wasn't because the forbidden land was strong that he could have this reaction. Rather, in his eyes, the black gas here was extremely different from the rest of the place. He had already cleared 2 forbidden places and had some experience. Those forbidden places. In addition to the black gas, there will be no other atmosphere. But now this forbidden place, Su Tian found, in addition to the black gas, there was actually an anger mixed within it. Yue, is this forbidden land a forbidden land that was just born? Noticing this, Su Tian asked. The scent made him wonder if there were survivors inside. Hearing Yue, she was a bit puzzled. Your Majesty, this forbidden land is 3 times bigger than the last forbidden land. How could it be freshly born? This forbidden land has existed for 10 years, counts as one of the oldest forbidden places. Hearing this, Su Tian looked up at the black gas in the distance. This forbidden land has existed for 10 years? He was a little disbelieving. After all, the anger he saw could not be faked. If there was no living person, it couldn't possibly have that scent. Su Tian's brows narrowed, and in his careful scrutiny he realized that there was something unusual about that anger. It seemed to mingle with that black gas, creating a mingling. It becomes, you don't share me, I don't share you. Strange. This was the first time Su Tian couldn't read it. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Looking at the frowning Su Tian, Ewing asked. Shaking his head, Su Tian said, it's fine. Let's go. Let's enter the Forbidden Land. However, just as Su Tian was about to step into it, a communication hit. It turned out that the time was nearing evening, and the infected creatures that had been transported this day had arrived. And it was still sent directly to Su Tian's current location. Hearing this news, Su Tian was a bit surprised, because before he came, the infected creatures he had told the people above him to send them directly to Fuai City, waiting for him to go back and then unify and absorb them. But now that it's here, Su Tian definitely wouldn't refuse to transform the soldiers. At that moment, the leg he had just stepped out toward the Forbidden Land retracted and turned around to sit back in the car. Although the infected creatures were sent to the location where Su Tian was, perhaps it was because they were afraid that the Forbidden Land would have an effect on the infected creatures, so the corpses were centrally placed 10 kilometers away from the Forbidden Land. When he arrived at his destination, Su Tian was pleasantly surprised. There were a lot of bodies shipped up there. 5,000 of them. Without any ado, he began to absorb souls like crazy. Time is fast. When Su Tian finished absorbing these souls, he took a look at the sky and it was already dark. Now, he could only wait for the next day before he could go and clear the Forbidden Land. The creepy creatures will be stronger at night. Though these shenanigans getting stronger or not getting stronger didn't feel much to Su Tian, but there was only one thing that concerned him more. That, and Creepy is still in control of the injury. If, after becoming stronger, his great generals accidentally killed all of the shenanigans, it would not be worth it. The next day, the transformation of the soldiers Su Tian had absorbed last night was complete. Now he was able to summon a full 426 soldiers. At the same time, his power entered an incredible realm at this moment. Su Tian didn't know how strong he was right now, but he knows. The punch had been unstoppable, even if it was bizarre. Chapter 25, Soldier senses primary skills arriving in front of the Forbidden Land that hadn't been cleared yesterday. Su Tian looked at the black gas in the distance. Unlike yesterday evening, this time Su Tian's pace paused and his gaze changed. Nothing else. He wondered a little if he was in the wrong place. Looking around repeatedly, Su Tian was convinced that this was exactly the same strange Forbidden Land when he saw it yesterday. Su Tian looked toward the black mist. But if this is where it was yesterday, but why is it? In the field of vision, Su Tian could still see some anger interspersed within this black mist yesterday. But now, the Forbidden Land seems to have become extremely normal. There is nothing halfway related to anger within it. Could it be that I was blind yesterday? Su Tian froze for a moment. Although his means of looking at the chi was not said to be too bizarre, there would never be such a thing as looking at the eyes, right? However, the problem now was that the black gas was actually just pure black gas? It was just one night. How did that change? Your Majesty, not entering the Forbidden Zone? When Su Tian stopped walking, Ewing asked with some confusion. Upon hearing this, Su Tian returned to his senses, collected his inner thoughts, and continued to take steps towards the Forbidden Zone. A few minutes later, Su Tian sat on the dragon chair as tens of thousands of troops began to appear from behind him. Without any hesitation, he gave an order. These soldiers then began to charge. At the head of the group, there were 4 great generals, the Blood Lady, the Giant Arm, the slender Black Shadow, and the Little Giant. At this point the Little Giant was transformed and became a real giant. 6 meters high, about as tall as a 3-story building. He was like a giant beast. Even if his entire body was covered in armor he couldn't hide the toned muscles. Looking at the charging Little Giant, Su Tian had a fait accompli. That is, the orcs strike. Of course, compared to the orcs, this guy is even more terrifying. Due to the fact that this guy was huge, Su Tian's gaze almost entirely rested on him. The moment it crashed into the black fog, the black mist was nearly dispersed by him. Your Majesty. So, what's with the giant? Although Ewing had yesterday's padding, he still jumped inside when he looked at the Little Giant. Looking at Ewing who was breathing heavily on one side, Su Tian laughed. It's just a high-level soldier. No need to panic. Ow ow ow. Ho 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 ho. This one realm was truly different. And when Su Tian's army crashed through the black mist, it actually didn't rush in at the first opportunity. Instead, it was frozen in place. Su Tian opened the frontline view of the soldiers and quickly understood what was going on. There was actually a dense army of infected creatures within this one Forbidden Land. Moreover, It seemed that the army of these creatures had long been assembled and had long been waiting for Su Tian's army to attack. What's going on? Su Tian consciously frowned. Your Majesty, did something happen? Yue sniffed and sidestepped. Su Tian didn't answer, but instead gestured for her to see for herself. At this point, the armies of both sides impacted. The sounds of killing came from one to the other. The infected creatures weren't strong, but they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Aside from where the 4 generals charged, the rest of the soldiers were actually repelled back beyond the black mist by the crazed infected creatures. You have to know that these soldiers are all first-rate in martial arts. Before this, they had been able to harvest the infected creatures in pieces when they killed them, and now that a large army was formed, it was actually able to be knocked back a few steps. This shows the horrendous number of infected creatures inside. This must be at least 70, 000 to 80, 000 infected creatures. Su Tian took a deep breath and said, that kind of volume, to be honest. Su Tian hadn't traveled to the border, but I'm afraid that the battles over there were nothing more than that. Your Majesty, this is. Yue also saw this scene, and likewise she was highly shocked. Infected creatures forming an army? Is this not a forbidden place? Rather, it's a forbidden area? In a hurry, Yue clicked the wristwatch on his hand and a virtual screen projected out. Inside the projection is a map of the current place. Within the map, a small red dot marked the forbidden land ahead. The red color represents a forbidden area, while if it is a forbidden area, it is black. It's red alright, but what's with all the infected creatures? Rear. With the sound of the 2 armies charging and killing each other, the teams that were holding down the area also showed their heads out of curiosity. The person in charge was middle-aged looking, and after he showed his head, Yue immediately approached him. The eyes were cold. You're in charge here? How do you run the prison? This place has been turned into a no-go zone and it's not even reported? What? The man in charge looked at the oncoming man and had thought it was no big deal, but when the words came out of his mouth, his legs went weak and he nearly fell to his knees. The group behind them all sniffed, and all of them sucked in cold air in horror. Restricted areas, every single one of which is in need of a heavy hitter. It can be said that there is no time for war. And if the forbidden area here is turned into a forbidden area and not reported, the consequences are extremely serious. If once the contents were allowed to get out of control, it would be the fall of dozens of cities at every turn. Transform the forbidden zone? No, it can't be. I've been holding down the fort here, and this forbidden land has basically never had any abnormal conditions appear. How did it turn into a no-go zone? Yue snorted coldly at the tip of her nose, and immediately raised her charge to look at the rush of those 2 parties of soldiers and horses. The person in charge's pupils shrunk as he looked incredulously at the screen in front of him. So many infected creatures. Oof. Yue dropped the man, but just as she was about to question, Su Tian shook his head. This forbidden place was extremely unusual, and he still hadn't figured out why the anger that had pestered him yesterday had suddenly disappeared. As an ordinary person here, without the means to look into the air, how could one possibly know what was happening within it? Su Tian mused, signaling Yue to stand aside. He began to watch the battle in the field carefully. Although the ordinary soldiers were being held back by a sea of infected creatures, his 4 generals, like nobody's business, the giant arm, that unicorn arm, was now no longer dragging on the ground, but was like a small hill placed aside. Every time the Qilin arm swung, there were actually air currents appearing on its fist. After each punch, the surrounding air currents frantically strangled large swaths of infected creatures. Just when Su Tian thought that this was the protagonist of this battle, suddenly, in the middle of the battlefield, perhaps the blood flowing was too much and gathered into a river, and in mid-air, the Blood Maiden seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes suddenly became crimson. She clasped her hands together, her red eyes cold and merciless as she swept over the crowd of infected creatures and mouthed, "Blood wave, rise!" Wow! The words fell. The blood on the ground came to life at this moment, transforming into monstrous red sea waves that swept toward a few thousand meters in every direction. The red sea waves bulged with bubbles as they rolled over, and the infected creatures that were swallowed into them seemed to run into some kind of strong sulfuric acid, and actually whitened in bone all at once. Soldier Blood Maiden. Sensing primary skills in the river of blood, blood wave. Quality slightly improved. Current quality, excellent plus, on the dragon chair. Su Tian was surprised and then delighted. He, a general-level soldier, could actually comprehend skills. Moreover, not only could it be comprehended, but it actually improved its quality. This time, Su Tian's gaze changed as he looked at the 4 generals on the battlefield. Chapter 26. There are living people and the weirdness of the Forbidden Land. On the battlefield, a sea of blood gushing from the ground viciously washed away large swaths of infected creatures. Once the sea of blood had passed, there were only large white bones left. At the same moment, The number of Su Tian's souls on the dragon chair increased crazily. That alone added over 10,000 souls to him. Su Tian gave a nod to the Blood Maiden. This was his good soldier. Beside the dragon chair, a group of people watched this in shock. Just this strike by the Blood Lady had broken their perceptions. After the Blood Lady's power, the tide of battle began to turn as Su Tian's army began to press into the black mist. The wall made up of infected creatures is broken. What followed was a lopsided slaughter. Soon, as the army pressed in, the weirdness inside unfolded. It was a man with 2 wings on his back. Originally, Su Tian thought that there were a lot of infected creatures here, and the number of bizarre ones inside should be quite large as well. But it never occurred to me that the army was split into 2 inside, and only this one creepy one was found after some sweeping. Guardian. Exposed. Die. The wings on Creepy's back were bat wings, with wings spread out to be over 2 meters long. Unlike the previous creepy one, it actually managed to slur and spit out human words. In front of Su Tian, its panel appeared. Name, Vampire. Quality, excellent. Status, perfect. Vampires? Su Tian's brows narrowed. He really was as good as his name. Only, what was the meaning of exposure in its mouth? Su Tian pondered. Right at this moment, the diverging army seemed to have discovered something, causing Su Tian to instantly shift his gaze to another spot. Occupying a hilltop within this one forbidden place, the army found a cave in the mountainside, and when they went inside, they realized with a jolt that there was actually something else inside. The mountain was as if it had been hollowed out, and the caves inside were intricate. Inside a cave, many items used by humans appear. There they were, medical beds with restraints, many of them, arranged haphazardly, each one stained with the color of blood. This is a test base? Looking at the images discovered by the frontline soldiers, on the dragon chair, Su Tian was surprised. However, it was much more Spartan compared to the previously fallen experimental base. It's not a human being that's conducting experiments in here. Rather, Creepy is experimenting on humans. Su Tian frowned and had his army continue exploring the cave. As for the only vampire out there, without waiting for Su Tian to give the word, giant arms, slim black shadow, tiny giant and blood woman spontaneously surrounded it. With this lineup, it's safe to say it will have a good face even if it loses the battle. One man, fighting 4 generals. The first to strike was the giant arm, only to see the giant arm, the terrifying 5 fingers grasping through the air, not waiting for the latter to react. This hand was as if it came from above the heavens, leaving the vampire with no way to escape, no way to avoid. The vampire was unable to avoid just one breath. The giant arm grabbed it, and then pinched it. The latter let out a miserable scream like a mouse. Looking at the easily resolved battle, Su Tian prepared to switch viewpoints and continue to look at the scene inside the cave. But that's when the mutation was sudden. An imperceptible silver thread came from nowhere and surrounded the giant arm's large hand, spinning, before locking up violently. The thin silver threads glistened with a cold light. It was foreseeable that this thing was absolutely sharp and incomparable, and if it were to shrink this time, it was feared that it would split the giant arm's large hand into pieces of flesh of varying sizes. Of course, if the giant arm from before might have been cut successfully. As for the giant arm now, as the lines tightened violently, a cold grunt appeared from his mouth. Hide your head. Get the hell out of there. Giant arm's voice was rough, like a big old man's. Words closed. The vampire in his hand was pinched to a large part of the internal organs from the mouth extrusion. If not bizarre life tenacious, this time, this vampire is afraid to cool on the spot. Dropping the vampire in his hand, the giant arm flicked its wrist and grabbed the thin silver thread and pulled it in the void. A muffled grunt rang out. As the voice appeared, the slender black shadow, the little giant, and the blood woman, immediately moved their figures. The little giant sniffed and recognized the sound, and blasted his fist into the void. Boom! There was nothing in the void, but a muffled sound. A large mouthful of blood spurted out in the void. On the dragon chair, Su Tian's gaze condensed. There were actually stealthy monsters? The blood woman looked at the place that had been blasted into the ground and smashed into a deep pit missing any living thing, and raised her hand. A large amount of blood ready to be stained. The movement was quick, and based on that punch from the little giant, if there really was any stealthy shenanigans, this one could have been forced into the open. However, the result was surprising, and after a large amount of blood was spilled into the deep pit, nothing was actually died out. The blood woman landed on the edge of the deep pit. Gone? She looked around. There were no strange noises around her from earlier until now, but it was just so weird that the creature that could be invisible just disappeared into thin air. On the dragon chair, Su Tian, who saw this scene, was violently silent. What's going on? Under the siege of the 4 great generals, that thing actually managed to run? Unlike his soldiers, Su Tian associated a lot at once. To be able to leave noiselessly in front of the 4 generals, there was only one possibility, and that was to transfer from one space to another out of thin air. Otherwise, even if he were to vanish, he could still be detected by the 4 generals. Inside the black mist, giant arms, slender black shadows, small giants, the Blood Woman searched in all directions to no avail before expanding her search perimeter. And after Su Tian was silent for a moment, he didn't think much about it and started capturing the dying vampire. After expending 30 soldiers, the alert of a successful capture appeared. Do all that? Su Genius in the dragon chair began to think. There are so many things filled with doubt within this one forbidden place. Su Tian thought about yesterday. Last night I came here suddenly and could see anger twining in this black mist. Anger. Su Tian was certain that it represented the living, but it disappeared overnight. Plus there was actually an army of infected that had been prepared long ago within the black mist, and there was the humble test bed within that cave. Connecting the dots, a terrifying thought violently surfaced from Su Tian's mind. This one forbidden place. There is definitely a secret hidden behind it. Wait. Thinking of this, Su Tian violently raised his head from the dragon chair. In fact, if it wasn't for the sudden transportation over of a batch of infected creature corpses yesterday, perhaps he would have been able to catch the thing inside by surprise yesterday. But, Ying, didn't I say when I left Fuai City that the infected creatures were all concentrated in one place, waiting for me to go back and absorb them? Who made the decision to suddenly send the infected creatures into my place yesterday? Su Tian asked. To be able to ask this, it was undoubtedly because Su Tian had thought of a terrifying outcome, the humble laboratory base, and the tangled aura of the living. This invariably points to the fact that there are living people who are extremely entangled with the weirdness within this forbidden place. Beside the dragon chair, Ying froze in the face of Su Tian's question. Your Majesty, I'm not sure about that. Go investigate and give me a result as soon as possible. Su Tian said. Yes, Your Majesty. Saying this, Su Tian thought of something else and continued. Also, didn't I say that my whereabouts should be kept secret? You revealed my whereabouts again? Su Tian said this perhaps because of the heart is not happy. Invisible and extremely strong dragon power enveloped Ying. With a fluttering sound, Ying instantly knelt on one side. Your Majesty. No, I didn't even tell my father about this whereabouts. Su Tian's gaze fell towards Ying, and underneath his eyes, after he realized that Ying didn't have any traces of lying, his gaze looked towards the people at the back who were holding down the fort at this place. If it wasn't Ying, then it was these people who were guarding this place. But, just as Su Tian's gaze swept over these people, violently, Su Tian turned his gaze toward the black mist. Nothing else. The soldiers exploring the cave actually found a living person. Chapter 27 Absorbed 90,000 Soul. Su Tian's eyes showed astonishment, and inside the cave, he saw a white girl shivering and hiding in the corner. The girl was not very old, only 15 or 16, and the white dress she wore was so loose that it fit her like a skirt. Her clothes were stained with large and small traces of dried blood, and at the moment she was clutching her legs, cowering in the corner, her exposed arm densely covered with needle holes. Su Tian sized up the girl, and under the art of chi looking, he was certain that the girl was not bizarre, but a living person. Only, there are actually survivors inside this humble experimental cave? With all the discoveries just now, Su Tian guessed that there was more than just shenanigans behind this one forbidden land, and there were definitely some personnel involved in it. As for the subject of their experiments, now that this little girl had appeared, there was no doubt that it was experimenting with a living person. Think about it. Su Tian's eyes showed anger. It was only a guess, but he was sure of it. I'm afraid someone is not betraying humanity, in cahoots with the bazaar. On the dragon chair, with this surge of anger from Su Tian, an invisible black dragon surrounded him. At this moment, large drops of sweat immediately overflowed from the surrounding people's foreheads, and their legs softened as they all knelt down. Very good, it really opened my eyes. Ying, I'll give you a task. Make a list of the local personnel guarding the various forbidden places and areas in the country, as well as the top brass behind them, and give it to me. He had a means of chi, and if someone did come into contact with creepy, he could look out and see the black aura on their body. Su Tian stood up from the dragon chair. He swept his sight over the prostrate crowd at the back, and he didn't look at half a bit of black chi on this group of people. Have all the town guards here arrived? Su Tian spoke. Ground. The officer in charge trembled and said, Back to your Majesty. They should all be here. What do you mean should? Su Tian looked at the person in charge, his eyes not angry. 3 minutes, count the number of people and give me a result. Turning around, Su Tian summoned Ying. Go prepare a set of clothes for a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Prepare a set of girls' clothes? At those words, Ying was a bit puzzled. But though she was puzzled, She went about her business quickly. At the same moment, inside the cave, as the soldiers interceded, the girl began to rise timidly from the corner. Su Tian ordered the Blood Maiden to go and bring the girl back. As for the other great generals, the appearance was somewhat terrifying, and Su Tian had them shunned. Soon after 3 minutes, the person in charge of this place respectfully said to Su Tian, "Your Majesty, the personnel are all here today, but yesterday evening, the second-in-command suffered from a physical ailment and left the base with a dozen or so people." Hearing this, Su Tian's gaze narrowed. He got here yesterday evening. When he came here, the second-in-command was unwell. Who can believe that there is no problem? Give me the list of all the people who left the base. Yes, Your Majesty, the person in charge said in fear, then immediately went back to the base to look for information. Yuing also brought back a dress at the same time. She cradled the dress in her arms and was just about to question it when, in the distance, in the black mist, the Blood Lady returned. She led the white-clothed girl to land in front of the dragon chair, while then half kneeling on the ground. "Your Majesty, the person has been brought." Su Tian nodded before his gaze fell on the little girl. Yuing froze. "Your Majesty, this girl was brought out from the black mist?" She was a little incredulous, because within the black mist, there has never been a case of a living person, 20 years without exception. Sometimes there are not even complete corpses, not to mention living people. Now, however, she was pretty sure that the girl had been brought out from within the black mist by one of His Majesty's superior soldiers. Su Tian looked at this little girl, perhaps all majestic in her black dragon robe. The little girl once again turned timid and raw. Seeing this, he had no choice but to hand over the task of prying for information to Yuing. Within the black mist, the army began to return. It's weird inside. The infected creatures have been decimated, and the black fog loosens in the moment, showing signs of dissipating. "You guys, you can go wash the floor." Su Tian got off the dragon chair and said to the group of people supervising this place. On the other side, Yuing led the little girl into a room within the supervisory base. "What's your name?" Forgot? Then you remember how you got inside the black mist?" "No, I don't know. I woke up and all I saw was so much like blood and so many soldiers." While Yuing was asking questions, Su Tian was eavesdropping in the other room. Seeing that the girl didn't know anything, he called back Yuing. "You take her back to Fuhai City." At this point, Su Tian suddenly realized that even with a large army limitations were many. "Yuing, after returning to Fuhai City, you proceed to establish an intelligence organization." Yuing wasn't stupid. When she asked the little girl questions just now, she also saw the dense pinholes on the little girl's arm. It was clear that the little girl was an experiment. And, it's an experimental subject within a forbidden, bizarrely occupied land. "Your Majesty, I know," Yuing replied. Su Tian nodded. At the same time, right at this moment, his figure lurched as the exclusive Jade Seal transformation progress actually increased by a sliver once again after he finished speaking those words. This is the third lift of the Jade Seal. This elevation caused Su Tian's gaze to flicker. Could it be that the elevation of this exclusive Jade Seal was to make oneself a true emperor little by little? And this emperor is not an emperor with a large army in his hands, but an emperor who truly rules the kingdom and the mountains, and rules over all the people and all the armies. "Your Majesty, I will take care of this as fast as I can and come back," Yuing said. "There's no need for that. Just build up the imperial palace properly in Fuhai City." "Your Majesty?" Yuing raised her eyes puzzled and doubtful, and there was also some trepidation. Another layer of that statement is that she's useless. Su Tian patted her shoulder. "I'm going to speed up my efficiency. It's a bit inconvenient for you to be by my side. And besides, it's time for the imperial palace to have its true look. The development of the imperial palace is in your hands." "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying that, Su Tian patted her shoulder once more, and with a flourish of his black dragon robe, he turned around. "Blood Maiden, the last general is here." In the void, the blood woman clad in black armor half-kneeled. Departure, to the next forbidden place. After Su Tian's power became stronger, he realized that his memory actually strengthened a bit as well. All the forbidden places in the country, the locations of the forbidden zones, were now all in his head. Before leaving, Su Tian stood at the doorway and turned back. "Yuing, don't let me disappoint." When he finished, he leapt up, stepping on the back of the blood woman. She flew away, this time in the forbidden land. Although Su Tian had only transformed one of the vampire generals, his soul was full. He had absorbed a full 90,000 souls. These 90,000. Su Tian didn't have any hesitation and immediately brought them all to be transformed into inferior soldiers. That day, Su Tian attacked another forbidden land with a thunderous force. This forbidden place was ordinary. There was nothing unusual, just the only thing that was not weird. The harvest was complete, and the number of soldiers he was now converting came to 98,000. It's only 8,000 infected creatures in one forbidden place. From this, one could see how appalling the anomalies within the last forbidden land were. Soon, the next day, Soldier Su Tian's transformation was complete, and he couldn't wait to look at his current attribute panel. Chapter 28, What a Human Emperor. Streamer, name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal conversion progress, 99. 97%, power, 126,527. Number of protective black dragons, 2. Current soldier's appearance effect, burying the bones and returning. Stored souls, 500, can transform/upgrade soldiers being converted, 4. 000, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 126427, inferior, 1, ordinary, 5, excellent. 120,000 strength. This was Su Tian's current bottom card. In the officially recognized realms, a land god is equal to 200 points of power, and 120,000. It has gone beyond everyone's understanding. Cognition. This was no longer moving mountains and filling up seas, but a terrifying attribute that could pick stars and take the moon. Su Tian looked at his panel and smashed his mouth in satisfaction. He raised his hand, and the moment his attributes broke 100,000, another black dragon was born around him. The moment it was born, the panel, a column of protective dragon chi, turned into the number of black dragons. At this moment, he already had 2 black dragons protecting his body. After appreciating his attributes with satisfaction, Su Tian closed the panel. The next step is to expand the advanced troop types. But it was also the day that a lurid news story reappeared on the internet. Huaxia's third S-class awakened person came out. And this one, it could be said to have completely stripped Su Tian of his heat. There was no other. This one had actually awakened as a human emperor. And it is not just any human emperor. It is an absolute great cultivator who is linked to cultivation. And a single streamer can make heaven and earth turn upside down. Su Tian's brows knitted as he looked at the inquiries on the hot search. Because this human emperor can actually absorb the souls of infected creatures as well. And, as the second awakened emperor, he also threatened on the hot seat. The last person who awakened the jade seal of transmission was only the emperor of the folk. Ha ha ha, he's just a summoner when all is said and done. And not only can I summon 10,000 souls into an army, these 10,000 souls can also enhance my strength. The true emperor, the only emperor of China. The statement was mocking and arguably over the top in terms of arrogance. But Su Tian closed the information and laughed lightly. He didn't pay attention to that so-called human emperor. He only cared about one thing right now, and that was that in just a few days China had given birth to 2 S-class awakened beings. This point made Su Tian vaguely feel a hint of a great world to come. You realize it's only been a few days since his awakening? And before that, China hadn't seen a top awakened person for 20 years. But it has been springing up frequently for some time. Shaking his head, Su Tian collected his thoughts. Who cares? Harvesting high-level soldiers is the right thing to do now. Su Tian smiled. Now that he was alone, he was a lot more efficient. After all, when going from one place to another, all he had to do was to go imperatorially. Another forbidden place. Su Tian descended and came. He didn't butt in on the people guarding the place, just looked over and realized it was normally off limits before heading straight into the black mist. After being only a short distance away from the black fog, he raised his hand and called. Boom! All of a sudden, heaven and earth lost their colors. 100,000 troops crawled out of the middle of the earth. It was black as far as the eye could see, compared to the other awakened. The current Su Tian could be said to have completely grown up. The other side. The horrific commotion quickly alerted the town guards here. With the sudden movement of the ground, they thought it was an earthquake and ran out of the building in a panic. But upon watching a terrifying army appear out of nowhere within the black mist they were guarding, their mouths opened wide and their jaws dropped to the floor. So, what's that? Ancient armies? These men cradled rifles in their hands, which once they thought would give them endless security. But at the moment, although that large army was holding cold weapons, but, like an awn in the eye, it was these cold weapons that actually made them not dare to look directly at them. Beginning Emperor. The aura of the 100,000 strong army was already astounding. The shouts of the soldiers made a crowd of ordinary people dream of ancient times. Witness the birth of the invincible army. Offenders of my land. Kill. The crowd saw that in the middle of that army, there was a golden dragon chair, and around the dragon chair, there were steps made of pure gold. A man clad in a black dragon robe walked up the golden steps step by step, turned around, and sat on top of the dragon chair. He lazily, comfortably sits in the dragon chair, just a raised eye. The 100,000 strong army then charged toward the black mist in horror. Over one side of him, A dorsal biplane general guarded in empty suspension. On one side of the ground, a large giant stood. In front, the giant arm transformed into a shield and stood proudly. And on the side of the dragon chair, is a slim female. A black armor makes it as if to become a generation of absolute female generals. These were visible, and if one looked closely, one could see a dark figure actually hiding in the shadow of the little giant. Undoubtedly, it was the slender black shadow. Look at these. Within the base, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, began to spontaneously kneel down towards Su Tian. Emperor, and then only, the real emperor. This way. Once the 100,000 strong army was out, this time Su Tian didn't even need to send his generals to easily suppress it. Only when the results came out, Su Tian frowned, because there was actually no weirdness within this one forbidden place. In fact, the one forbidden place he had expedited yesterday was just as weird as it was now, with no weirdness within it. On the dragon chair, Su Tian pondered. This situation, very unusual, after all, was what he had learned earlier. Inside the Forbidden Land, there are bound to be shenanigans, and now it's actually just infected creatures. Who the hell abducted my high-level soldiers? Su Tian was somewhat enraged. Subconsciously he remembered that one unusual forbidden place, and the weirdness of being able to run away that could be invisible under the eyes of the 4 great generals. Nowadays, it was as if a big net was walking in front of him, taking away all the things he wanted. Meh. Very nice. Su Tian closed his army. It could be said to be a coincidence that he didn't encounter it yesterday, but now that this was the case again with this forbidden land, it was inevitable. It seems that someone doesn't want me to be too powerful. Su Tian's gaze flickered, and he immediately set his sights on the forbidden area within the Huaxia realm. Before, with only 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers, he didn't dare to make a move against the forbidden zone, but now with 100,000 troops, the forbidden zone was no longer able to bring any pressure to bear on him. I'll go to the forbidden zone later. I'd like to see if any assholes will jump out and stand in my way. Thinking that, Su Tian left this forbidden place. Perhaps Su Tian had guessed correctly. Noon that day, the above invited Su Tian to a video conference, and the content of the meeting was that now that 3 S-class awakened people had appeared in China, it was decided to recalculate the distribution of resources based on the way you all grew. Before the meeting, Su Tian's eyes narrowed. Redistribution? Within this meeting, Su Tian saw the human emperor awakened, and some of the old men announced the human emperor awakened's ability to absorb living bizarre souls and store them into the human emperor streamer. The human emperor's streamer? Su Tian looked at the opposite side of the video, the large streamer with black gas bubbling out from the bank. Can't help but give a thumbs up. What a human emperor streamer. Su Tian didn't speak much in this meeting. He just quietly observed, and soon the results of the meeting came out. However, the result was somewhat surprising to Su Tian. Chapter 29 I am the beginning emperor. The 2 highest power holders in Huaxia were perhaps aware that these days, Su Tian had been suppressing the weirdness. Although it was a redistribution, the resources given to Su Tian were heavily skewed. When the human emperor heard this, he immediately stood up. This resource distribution, it's not fair. He, an initiate awakened, is just a summoner. Even if he is given more resources, he can only summon some small soldiers. And I, for every additional soul I absorb, will be 1 point stronger myself. This distribution model, I reject. Looking at the disgruntled human emperor in the video, Su Tian's gaze froze. You're a newly awakened person, and you're asking for a lot of money without contributing anything? Unfair? Ha! A Zheng Xia ranked old man interrupted the human emperor and said, Little friend, the beginning emperor isn't as simple as just summoning some small soldiers. These days, he has cleared no less than 5 places of forbidden land. With this kind of contribution, if he were given more resources, the results of the battle would be even greater. Little friend human emperor, you're still in your growth period, and it's difficult to transport live bodies, so we're already doing our best if we can guarantee a daily quantity of 500. The human emperor's gaze was gloomy as he sniffed. Contribution? He only awakened a bit earlier than me. What is there to talk about contribution? And I've heard that the minimum number of infected creature corpses transported to him daily is 7,000. Give me just 500? For the sake of China. At the very least, give me 7,000 live infected organisms per day as well. The human emperor spoke loudly. These words caused Su Tian on this side of the video to laugh out softly. It has been stated above that live transportation is difficult. 500 is all I can give. 7,000. So I'm afraid I don't want more warriors to die? As soon as the laughter came out, the human emperor looked at Su Tian and said nonchalantly, What? Do you have an opinion? As soon as those words came out, Su Tian's gaze chilled. Some people, by nature, like to get killed. On the internet, this human emperor spoke loudly, and Su Tian didn't take it to heart. But now if this person is aggressive as an awakened person, even threatening the upper echelons and threatening Huaxia, that's the way to take death already. This type of person, born a giant baby. Just then, the video conference connected to someone again. The visitor was very thin, but the Rui golden hoop rod in his hand made his identity known at a glance. Qi Tian Dishang Awakener. Sun Ling pulled out his ears. Perhaps by nature, he was actually squatting on a chair for the meeting. He scratched his ears. How come I, Lao Sun, heard a mosquito chirping as soon as I came in? Buzzing. It's making a lot of noise. With that, he touched his golden rod. The look was as if you were going to hit a mosquito later. Looking at Sun Ling's very obvious hint towards the human emperor, Su Tian smiled, while the corner of his mouth hooked. Looking towards the human emperor, there are some things that Huaxia gives. You can't see it can't. But if it is because greed is not satisfied, and madness demands it, then I will not be blamed. With his current strength, Su Tian could already stop eating beef. He had a debt of gratitude to the 2 positive summer levels of Huaxia, but others, there's no need to be polite, for he was no longer an ordinary man, but, rather, the beginning emperor. The corner of the human emperor's mouth hooked. A monkey, a summoner, actually dares to speak to me like this. A large black streamer was danced by him. Although we are all S-class, we must know that there is a gap between S-classes. The dancing large streamers of black air cuckoo outward. There were also various skeletons hissing and rushing out of the black gas. I, the human emperor, shall be the emperor of the human race. He used this aura to look disdainfully. Is that so? Su Tian didn't bother to answer. If this person had been sensible just now and kept his mouth shut, Su Tian wouldn't have said anything more. But now, to catalyze the awakening objects and overwhelm them with power? Seeing that the atmosphere is not right, the 2 positive summer grades went down immediately. However, Su Tian raised his hand to stop it. The emperor of the human race? What a big mouth. Second elder, if we let this fellow go unchecked, I'm afraid it will only be a disaster for Huaxia. It's just a black streamer. Do you really think you're invincible? At those words, the 2 old men were silent. Speaking of which, even the 2 of you felt that this human emperor's words were a bit excessive. However, this person's identity was special. Before he was awakened, he was the son of a military region general, and rumor had it that, before that, he would have been arrogant. At that thought, the 2 gazes went to the other person in the video who was wearing a dark green outfit. This man was the father of the human emperor, one of the real power players in the southern war zone. However, this one just shook his head and laughed. He is now a human emperor. This is not considered arrogant. It's just for the purpose of raising the fit. In fact, what he said is not bad, as the 2 of you said before. Huaxia, it needs a true emperor. A human emperor should have this kind of temperament. This is how we can make our Huaxia go farther and suppress endless weirdness. These words caused Sun to once again scratch his ears and say, "US, so unreasonable. Then is it okay for my old grandson to knock you on the head for nothing in order to improve the fit?" The old general's face changed at his words. Immediately, he said, "Sun Ling, what nonsense are you talking about? You should know that besides being an awakened, you are also a member of the Chinese nation. Watch your words." Sun Ling squatted on the chair, showing his teeth. "To my old grandson is a member of Huaxia. Put it on hello there. How come it becomes to improve the fit?" The old general's face darkened. And that's when perhaps with the old general backing him up, the human emperor became even more arrogant. "Ha ha ha. No man, no monkey. You don't really think you're the great sage of Qi Tian, do you? Tisk, tsk, it's just a clown." These words caused Su Tianmu's chill to deepen. If it wasn't for the video across the room, he was afraid that he would have already summoned the Blood Maiden and taken down this so-called human emperor. But even so, Su Tian's gaze froze. "It's more than a gas, isn't it? Can you still beat him? Don't be in a hurry. Great sage, human emperor? It's actually the real joke." Saying that, Su Tian came to an open space, and right in front of him, a 4-square staircase made of gold appeared. 9 stairs in all. Su Tian's dragon chair was a chair that could spontaneously become more majestic as the number of soldiers increased. Looking at the imposing chair, the human emperor's gaze changed. "What? This is..." Turning his head, he dropped his gaze on his father. "In addition to infecting the bioresources, you're building him such a large gold table?" Without waiting for the others to answer, Su Tian said, "Build? I have been commanded by heaven. Why should the golden table need to be built by others?" Su Tian took a step towards the golden platform. At this moment, he didn't suppress the power of his body. The majestic broken 100,000 power came out through his body, making the heaven and earth black and pressurized in an instant. At the same time, two black dragons surrounded his body, with mysterious power. Just a glance will call for a huge increase in fear in the hearts of people. For once, the black dragon was not void and invisible, but visible to all. It just so happens, since you threaten to be the emperor of the human race, then I'll tell you now, there can only be one emperor in China. Tarzan sealing in a month's time? No. I will seal the throne today. The sealing of the temple requires the building of an altar of earth to repay the work of heaven, and I, for one, don't need it. Although I am an awakened one and hold the jade seal of transmission, I am not the first emperor of Qin. Step by step, Su Tian arrived at the very top of the 9-tiered golden platform. In front of the golden dragon chair, the nameless winds of heaven and earth are rising. The black dragon robe he wore danced about in the wind. Turning around, facing this video conference bunch, Su Tian sat on the dragon chair and said, I am the beginning emperor. Shelter China. Shelter all souls. Shelter the emperor of the living. In front of me, who dares to call himself emperor? Chapter 30, No Survivors. Boom. Thunder twined in the dark sky. Su Tian's words fell. Ka-ching. The thunder in the sky violently blasted down. Originally, Su Tian just wanted to properly suppress the human emperor, but the moment he sat in the dragon chair, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Successful sealing. Gaining a new soldier appearance effect, Army of Thunder. Special effect, +1 to base soldier quality. Unnoticed, Su Tian was overjoyed after this hint flashed by. Soldier base quality +1? Wouldn't this mean, then, that the soldiers he summoned from now on would all be of normal rank at the very least? It was a complete surprise. As such, his 100,000 troops would now all be at the innate realm. 100,000 innates. What a concept. Even if it's further across the border, that's still a big army that can go sideways. Are the generals present? Su Tian took a deep breath and began to call out. After the new effects are acquired, look at the heavenly visions to know that these soldiers will come through the Army of Thunder effects. However, Su Tian looked at the human emperor, and as far as he was concerned, he wasn't worthy of utilizing this special effect. This time, calling out, Su Tian used the buried bones return special effect instead. At once, under the blackness of the heavens and earth, the earth collapsed. 100,000 generals, neatly organized, stepped out. My emperor, long live. My emperor, hail. Long live. My emperor, hail. Hail. Long live the emperor. Boom. This scene, even through the video, made the hearts of a group of old men fearful and their eyes horrified. As for the human emperor, he practically stumbled throughout in shock. Compared to Su Tian's aura in the video, his large streamer with black gas bubbling out of the cuckoo was completely like a toy. What's the emperor? This is the aura that a true emperor should have. On the other side, Sun Ling's posture, which had been squatting all this time, finally changed as he looked at Su Tian within the video and sat up properly for the first time. A black dragon? The 9 golden floors? 100,000 strong. You don't need Tarzan. Just a single thought can seal the land? This. In the video, the soldiers who stepped into the common level became well equipped, and their silver armor shone amidst the flickering lightning in the sky above. They began to shout in unison. Before the first emperor, who dares to call himself an emperor? The aura passed through the projection, causing the human emperor to completely drop to the ground this time. On the dragon chair, Su Tian looked at the human emperor within the video and slowly opened his mouth. May I say another sentence in front of me? You for the human emperor? Boom. The voice was like explosive thunder ringing in the human emperor's ears. A shocking imperial might was like a tsunami slapping him. At this moment, the large streamer with black gas bubbling outward from his cuckoo violently became ordinary and fell to the ground. This aura was something he simply couldn't withstand. The whole thing was as if it were demented, except that it was frozen. However, at this time, his father saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly said, "We agree with the resource allocation plan." With his hands full, he hurriedly closed the connection for the human emperor while he retreated himself. On the dragon chair, Su Tian's gaze was fixed, running pretty fast. Just now, he was in a posture that didn't work on the others. After all, the ones in the video were all a handful of old bones. Can't help but take a hit like that. On the dragon chair, Su Tian saw that the human emperor had already run away, and at that moment, he was also ready to hang up the video. However, at the moment he was about to hang up, Su Tian's gaze moved slightly, because a familiar face appeared behind an old man within the video. It was the rich woman who mixed within the common people that day. At this point, Shurjudja shouted with some dissatisfaction, "Dad, why didn't you call out to me when you had a meeting with the beginning emperor?" Ah, the beginning emperor. Shurjudja quickly saw Su Tian on the dragon chair through the meeting. However, at this time, Su Tian just happened to hang up. On the dragon chair, Su Tian looked into the distance. This meeting today, the human emperor dared to refuse the arrangement from the top. It seems that Huaxia's attitude towards the highly awakened is still too gentle, predictable. If he didn't connect the response today and let the human emperor's claim succeed, at that time, the fear was that more soldiers would be injured on the front line. Although Su Tian hadn't traveled to the front lines now, but it is also known that capturing living infected creatures and collecting dead infected creatures are two different concepts. Human emperor, we'll see if you're at peace after today. This is a male frequency, not a female frequency, and Su Tian, who holds 100,000 troops in his hands, won't be able to grind his teeth with the opposite side. But, Su Tian thought of another thing, and that was the fact that his means of looking at Qi was useful even through the video. But within the video conference today, he hadn't noticed any black aura on any of the old men, except, of course, for that human emperor. And that human emperor was no longer called bubbling black gas. In Su Tian's eyes, it was almost comparable to bizarre. Su Tian stroked his chin. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? No one at the top of YCI is in cahoots with Creepy? However, how do you explain the sudden departure of the second-in-command from the Forbidden Land that day, and the supplies that were transported directly to the front line? Just as Su Tian was thinking, Yu Ying's communication called. Speaking of the devil, it looks like Yu Ying's investigation has yielded results. Immediately Su Tian answered. A virtual projection screen appeared, and Yu Ying's slim full body image appeared on the opposite side. Your Majesty, the results of the investigation of that day's supplies have appeared. It's because the main place where the vehicles transporting the supplies passed through, there was a highway subsidence, resulting in the road being impassable, and after it was reported, the top decided to ship it directly to you. Su Tian, leaning in to listen. The highway is sinking, making the road impassable? Any way he looked at it, he felt there was a wave of coincidence embedded in it. At this time, Yu Ying continued. Your Majesty, there is also the forbidden place where the little white woman was rescued that day. That second-in-command has also been found. But, speaking here, Yu Ying's words stuttered. Seeing this, Su Tian raised his eyes. Speak straight. Well, Your Majesty, according to the investigation, the second-in-command of that forbidden land, as well as the dozen or so people he brought out, all suffered from morbidity and death. Dead? At those words Su Tian's gaze immediately froze. Yes, sire. According to the investigation, they suffered a heart attack while driving after leaving the base. The vehicle crashed through the guardrail and went under the cliff. All 13 in the car. No survivors. Yu Ying's brows also knitted up as he spoke. Coincidence. That's too much of a coincidence. It's like there's a big hand behind it pushing everything. On the dragon chair, Su Tian fell silent. In his perception, there was nothing more than power and influence that could do this. But having only just finished the meeting, Su Tian actually didn't see a single bit of black aura from the executives, even the father of that human emperor. In this way, there are two directions. One is that the top level was never exposed in the first place, but rather the people below were exposed. Secondly, there is a bigger pair of hands, unknowable even to the top brass of China, hidden behind the scenes. For these two directions, Su Tian favored the second one. After all, if it was the first one, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get support from Huaxia's resources. Instead, he was suppressed on all fronts from the very beginning in the myth department. By suppressing him, after contemplating for a moment, Su Tian raised his head and said to Yu Ying, Yu Ying, continue digging. Remember, don't startle the snakes, and keep everything secretive. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 31, Another World in the Penalty Box. The Blood Lady. The last general is here. Ending the communication with Yu Ying, Su Tian summoned the Blood Maiden and sat on her back with one buttock as the Blood Maiden rushed up into the sky towards one of the 3 forbidden zones in China. The Black Valley Forbidden Zone. Each forbidden zone has a name that is uniquely its own. Koratani, as the word suggests. This restricted area is in the Basin Valley region of the interior of China. According to the official investigation, it is a swampy area. Once, it devoured no less than 100,000 Chinese warriors. Sentencing the Blood Maiden. Su Tian's efficiency was quick, since the forbidden zone was in the interior. A day later, Su Tian arrived outside the forbidden zone. Like before, upon arriving here, he didn't make a sound, but prepared to enter the forbidden area silently. At this time, Yu Ying sent a communication, and Su Tian answered it. Your Majesty, the human emperor was extremely enraged after yesterday's meeting, and according to informants' intelligence, it seems that he is about to make a move against you. Oh, hearing Yu Ying's words, Su Tian wasn't the least bit surprised. How can a giant baby like this one swallow that? All right, Su Tian replied. Your Majesty, aren't you worried? After all, that's the human emperor. and his father is still one of the real power figures in the southern war zone. It's easy to hide from a gun in the open and hard to defend against an arrow in the dark, if it's such a person. Looking at the worried Yuing, Su Tian didn't care and interrupted. Nothing. If he hadn't arrived at the forbidden zone by now, Su Tianju would have taken some time out to let this human emperor know why the flowers were so red. After chatting briefly for a few more moments, Su Tian hung up the communication, his gaze looking towards the black fog that covered an extremely wide area in the distance. Within the black mist, some large mountains were vaguely visible. The treacherous mountain was at an extremely high elevation, giving a sense of oppression through the black mist. Since it's a restricted area surrounding the black mist, it was no longer a simple grid fence that was built, but a line of defense, like a city wall, with wary warriors coming and going on top of it. It's more than that. There were also heavy machine guns standing every 10 meters. The forbidden zone, where many infected creatures attack every day, is where the warriors who guard it are considered true warriors. Each face was full of solemn killing intent. The rifles held in each man's hand were clenched with 5 visible fingers. It could be foreseen that no attack, however sudden, would be able to take weapons from them. That's what a Chinese son or daughter is. After sizing up the city for a few moments, Su Tian began to sneak around and prepare to feel his way across the city walls. After all, this place was too heavily guarded, and it was all he could do in order not to be exposed. Finding an opportunity, Su Tian used his power for the first time, only to see the leaves around him move. Su Tian disappeared from the spot. What a guy! On the ramparts, patrolled a warrior, and with a twitch of his ear, he immediately took a half-bow position and raised the rifle in his hand. Phew! A gust of wind blew. The warrior's vigilant appearance slightly surprised those patrolling together, and at that moment they all looked around warily as well. Old Chen, there's nothing around. Are you hallucinating? But the rest of the warriors couldn't help but say after some searching, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, it just seemed like a gust of wind blew by and nothing more. Someone else chimed in. Old Chen came to the fence with his rifle. Nope, something definitely went over there. My intuition won't lie to me. At that, the rest of the group didn't imagine that they wouldn't believe it. After all, in the battle against bizarre as well as infected creatures, the thing called intuition had, at times, become instinctive for them. Although these warriors trusted Old Chen's intuition, when another probe was fruitless, they said, even if it's weird, it's impossible for all of us to be unaware of it. Old Chen, could it be that you've been under too much mental stress these past few days? Hearing his comrades say this, Old Chen also strangely probed again. Indeed, there had just been nothing more unusual than a gust of wind. Old Chen touched his head. He now also not through some doubt himself. Could it be true that I've been under too much pressure lately? In disbelief, the patrolled toward another place, the other side. Su Tian looked back. It's amazing that you can be caught moving so fast. These frontline soldiers were just some ordinary people, and to be able to do so could be said to have surprised Su Tian. As expected of a warrior guarding the forbidden zone, it was indeed extraordinary. After giving these warriors a sneaky nod, Su Tian withdrew his line of sight and began to delve deeper into the forbidden land. After arriving at a safe area, Su Tian looked at the black fog in the distance and summoned the slender black shadow. This time he wasn't going to make a direct raid, but first let the slender black shadow enter the forbidden area to poke around. After all, the records he'd gone over had started with infected creatures numbering in the hundreds of thousands in each of the exclusion zones. With that kind of volume, there can be quite a delay. Su Tian, on the other hand, had come here for the high-level troop types. It would be a big loss if the high-level soldiers inside disappeared into thin air again because of the delay. After the slender black shadow appeared, it transformed into a shadow and merged into the black fog. Su Tian opened the viewpoint of the slender black shadow and began to peer inside the black mist. Through the means of looking into the air, he realized that the black fog here had been as black as ink, more than dozens of times denser than the so-called Forbidden Land. It was so dense that it was already difficult for him to distinguish whether there were any other scents intermingled within the black aura. After the slender black shadow entered the black mist, Su Tian saw that, just as recorded, there were some swampy pools visible all over the place. But these swampy pools that could trap ordinary people were as good as gold for the slender black shadow. Like an elongated shadow, he swam swiftly over the swamp. Gurgling, the swamp bulged with bubbles. As the slender black shadow swept past, Su Tian saw that on the surface of the swamp, there were actually pairs of pupils hidden. It was so densely packed that just a glance would make one's scalp go numb. This swamp is actually harboring so many infected creatures? Su Tian frowned. Sure enough, the restricted area lives up to its name. That alone is extremely tricky. Although Su Tian's basic soldier had now arrived at the peak of the innate realm. But basically, you can't get airborne yet. If one were to kill into this swamp, one would definitely be unable to exert oneself. Luckily, this time I was poking around first. If we go out hastily, I'm afraid that this time, even with 100,000 troops in hand, we can still suffer a defeat. Contemplation. The slender black shadow had already left the swampy land. A dense forest appeared ahead. Just as the slender black shadow was about to pass through this dense forest and go deeper, a rustle of conversation actually sounded from the woods to one side. It is? There are actually people talking inside the Forbidden Land? In the distance, Su Tian was almost in a state of alertness, and at that moment, without any hesitation, he ordered the slender black shadow to transform into a shadow and eavesdrop. Two figures appeared, and these two were not creepy, but human. Only, they had stitching on them that looked about as spooky as it gets. But even so, the anger in its body could not be hidden from Su Tian. At this point, one of them leaned against a large tree and said, Xian Nu is still unconscious. That said, if her opponent that day was the beginning emperor, she shouldn't have been like this. According to the assessment, the beginning emperor's strength fighting power is just around A class. Even if they can summon an army, those armies that have only stepped into the first class of the martial Dao are just comparable to contaminated creatures and are not worth mentioning. As for Xian Nu, she was knocked out by a punch, and if she didn't have that treasure on her, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have died straight away. Chapter 32, New Humans? Two oddly ugly humans, one in front of the other, said. One of them laughed. Just that so-called first emperor is indeed not enough to worry about. The above has observed Xian Nu's wounds in detail, and the only one who can have this strength is that one. You mean the one who is truly a mythic awakening? Not bad. Besides the great sage of Qi Tian, who else could have this kind of strength? And rightly so. I overheard the decision of the higher-ups yesterday, preparing to make a move against the great sage of Qi Tian. It's impossible to let this kind of character grow up. Hearing this, Su Tian's gaze slightly condensed. To take a shot at Qi Tian de Shang? These people really think that within the territory of Huaxia is their own backyard, and they actually say that they will strike. Breathing slightly, seeing that these two could provide so much information, Su Tian continued to eavesdrop, but the rest of what these two guys have to say becomes unedifying. There was only one sentence that made Su Tian's eyes move. The original quote was, "We new humans are the future of humanity." The awakened, nothing more than a bunch of parasitized parasites. A new human? Su Tian squared his shoulders as he looked at the stitched-up humans. Sure that wasn't backwards? Two inhuman things that say the awakened are parasitic parasites? What an inverted Big Dipper. Seeing that there was no information in the next words of the two, the slender black shadow began to head deeper. This time, Su Tian was sure. It is true that someone in China has rebelled against his clan, and he has done so in a dignified manner. For these types of people, Su Tian practiced a guideline. That's decapitation. If he was still a delivery boy, I'm afraid he could only grit his teeth. But it's different now. He holds the jade seal of transmission in his hand and is under the command of heaven. Su Tian's eyes stared. Now he's going to pull the strings and strip the people behind this one by one. Soon, the slender black figure came to a strange place. As a forbidden area by common sense, it should be surrounded by black gas inside. But not here. It was as if the slender black shadow had passed through some barrier, and had actually arrived at a place of birds and flowers, green hills and green water, and whether there are white cranes flying overhead. This nigga, saying that it's a fairyland. Su Tian believed it. But the question is, something wrong with the way it opens? Is this inside the restricted area? Su Tian was extremely puzzled as he ordered the slender black shadow to retreat back once again, and although it was only a small step back, the slender black shadow was surrounded by a faint black mist. Another small step forward, and the fairyland-like place leaps into view once more. Su Tian froze. This was the first time he had encountered such an unusual situation, and right at this moment, a voice like thunder came from above the slender black shadow. Bold. This place is also for you to peep at? Boom! A black shadow was like Superman, and it landed in front of the slender black shadow with a bang. In the next second before the slender black shadow could react, the man's fist shattered the slender black shadow's chest. Strange. This appearance is clearly not yet cleared of miasma. Why can it step into the sea of life realm? Strange. With a click, Su Tian's peering perspective shattered. The slender black shadow entered the jade seal space and entered the summoning cooldown time. Outside the black mist, Su Tian was startled. What kind of being is that? It actually dried out his slim black shadow with a single punch? Are you kidding me? According to the official realm of Huaxia, the slender black shadow is beyond the land god realm at least a few realms. Although he didn't know exactly what realm it was, how could he be blown away by someone else's punch? Especially the Sea of Life realm? What realm is this? From the moment he had awakened the Jade Seal, this was the first time Su Tian had felt urgency and doubt. Although looking at the two words alone he didn't quite understand the meaning of the words, sang he. But there was one thing Su Tian knew. Nima. The world is by no means simply a bizarre recovery. In the meantime, after killing the slender black shadow, the silhouette spoke once again, but this could not be heard by Su Tian. Not clearing the miasma in the body to be able to enter the sea of life realm is really extraordinary. If you don't step into this place, it can be cultivated well. Unfortunately, shaking his head, the man turned and stepped into the wonderland behind him, disappearing. The other side, outside the black mist, Su Tian looked at the black mist. He hadn't thought that there was actually something else within this forbidden area, and the strength within it is actually so strong. Originally came to think that the forbidden zone is just a little more powerful forbidden land, or a little more bizarre, but now, Su Tian's gaze condensed. If that was the case, then this forbidden area could not be attacked rashly. His slim black shadow could be killed in seconds, and the rest didn't need to be said at all. The result wasn't even close. Unless he strikes out on his own, or raises an elite level, or even exceptional level. General. In contemplation, Su Tian quietly exited the restricted area. Before he left, he glanced back at the forbidden zone and said in his heart, "Wait for it. It won't be long. Whether it's the people inside who betrayed Huaxia, or that unknown heaven and earth, it will eventually be stepped on." Since the forbidden area couldn't be dealt with for the time being, Su Tian had no choice but to continue sweeping the forbidden land first. So for 3 days in a row, during these 3 days, Su Tian thought about the borders of Huaxia. If all the forbidden areas can have a separate world, what about the border? Perhaps it's even more extraordinary over there. However, at the moment, Su Tian had no intention of going there. Before his army was completely invincible, it was better to live a little. On this day, Yuing dialed Su Tian's contact. "Your Majesty, are you in Dongshan City right now?" At those words, Su Tian nodded. "What's wrong, Your Majesty? The human emperor has also traveled to Dongshan City, and he's going to launch a liquidation of Dongshan City's forbidden land." Oh, these words caused Su Tian's eyes to light up. These days, Su Tian had wanted to take the time to tackle the human emperor, but after thinking about it, he decided to brush up on his attributes first. But, this human emperor actually wants to rob the monster? And you're in the middle of a gunfight? These days, not only has the human emperor not been restrained since that day, but he has also continued to yin and yang Huaxia on the internet. It says that HWA's decision-making is very unfair. With that alone, Su Tian had already labeled him. The way of death is drawn full. The gods can't help. Huaxia nurtured him, and in the end, not only did he not appreciate it, he actually denigrated Huaxia. What is this if not a white wolf? Although the guy was still somewhat shrewd and didn't say this in person, under Yu Ying's investigation, as the mastermind, he can't hide it at all. Oh, just in time. By coincidence, it just so happened that Su Tian was also in Dongshan City, preparing to deal with the forbidden land here. In that case, let's take care of this eyesore altogether. Thinking that, Su Tian began to move. He headed towards the forbidden land of this place, and on the way, he opened his attribute panel. At this point, his attribute panel was frowny face name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal Conversion Progress, 99. 97%, Power, 216,450. Number of Protective Black Dragons, 2. Current Soldier Effect, Return of the Bones. Army of Thunder, Stored Souls, 8,500. Can transform/upgrade soldiers, soldiers being converted, 7. 500, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 216427, common, 5, excellent. 200,000 troops. This was the army that Su Tian had at his disposal at the moment. Chapter 33, The Way to Death X2 Higashiyama City Forbidden Land. Dozens of military trucks traveled in great numbers, waving all the way through the city, causing passers-by to wonder. But upon seeing the sign on that truck, the crowd was clear. These days, the internet is abuzz with the injustice of the Chinese High Command. A generation of human emperors whose resources are actually no match for an earthly emperor. One must know that the human emperor's ability alone was all-encompassing beyond the so-called beginning emperor. But it was treated unfairly because of the early or late awakening. Human emperor? I recognize it. It's the human emperor's vehicle. Human emperor? With a passerby recognizing the vehicle's logo, the rest of the group was shocked. Because of the news that's been abuzz these days, these people know quite a bit about it. Especially the most recent entry. Rumor has it that it was due to injustice from above that the Emperor of Man decided to take matters into his own hands. And now that they had seen the human emperor's vehicle on the main road, it was not obvious. The human emperor is really eating his own. Holy shit, isn't that all a rumor on the internet? It hasn't been long since the human emperor awakened this. Could it be that he's going to face those terrifying shenanigans now? Is this up here really so unfair to the human emperor? These speculations go unanswered. The main purpose of the human emperor's fanfare this time around was also to try to sit on the previous rumors. Inside the vehicle, the human emperor looked at the people who came to watch on both sides of the road through the window of a luxurious stretch Bentley. A smile hooked onto his face. Confronting injustice, only the weak will tolerate, while I, as the strong, shall fight back without reservation. The beginning emperor. Ha! You won't be able to bounce around much longer. I don't know. Can you accept the hat of betraying China? On the other hand, Su Tian was on his way to catch up. When Yuing sent over the report of his covert investigation over the past few days, the first is the dozen or so people who died in the previous bizarre car accident. Upon investigation, these men were extremely close to a shadowy source during their lifetime, but that dark line was hidden really deep and extremely cleanly done. But even so, the appearance of this dark line gave Yuing a rough range of guesses. Looking at the contents, Su Tian's gaze twitched. Within the profile, Su Tian knew a hidden content that he didn't know before. That is actually there is a group of people with very high real power behind the scenes in Huaxia besides the official people. And these characters are the Seiya. A world family? Su Tian froze slightly as he looked at this report submitted by Yuing. These two words can be very strange and very familiar. If this was common in fiction, or in times of peace, it would make sense. But right now, HWA is undergoing a bizarre ravage. In this situation, the Seiya actually hasn't been destroyed yet? In doubt, Su Tian continued to look through the information. And what came next was as if a pivot had opened Su Tian's mind at once. Not only are there worldly families behind the current Huaxia, and the real power is not small. The real power here is not real power over the WAC, but rather local influence. And, officially, the current division of martial realms comes from the lineage. Seeing this Su Tian instantly understood. No wonder he didn't notice any abnormality within the upper echelons despite his previous suspicion that someone had betrayed China and was not small in power. This one is completely clear. I didn't realize that behind Huaxia, there was actually such an existence. And if the current martial realm was only announced by the cooperation between the officials and the lineage, in that case, these characters, I'm afraid, haven't been practicing martial arts for a long time? Wait. Thinking of this, Su Tian narrowed his brows. Weirdness, martial arts families, and that wonderland in the forbidden zone. Take a deep breath. Su Tian suddenly realized that it was only now that he could truly see a corner of this world. And yes, there is Taoism. Closing the information, Su Tian rubbed his temples. No matter what, he was the emperor of China. It doesn't matter how long these people have existed or how much energy they have behind them, as long as it's not good for China. Dang it! In the forbidden land of Dongshan City, the human emperor was the first to arrive before Su Tian had even arrived. He didn't enter the forbidden land directly, but instead, he was greeting the personnel guarding the forbidden land in a high-profile manner. It looked like a big man sympathizing with the people. By the time Su Tian secretly arrived, and this guy was actually holding a meeting. This scene made the corners of Su Tian's eyes twitch as he watched. What a human emperor, playing really sick. Su Tian didn't reveal himself. He didn't like to be overly publicized in the first place. After waiting for 3 hours, the human emperor slowly and leisurely entered the forbidden land. He wasn't alone, but had brought the entire forbidden land town guard with him into the forbidden land. Seeing this, Su Tian followed at the first opportunity. Before the black mist, the large group of people split into 3 columns and walked in front of the human emperor. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the forbidden area. At this time, the human emperor said, "All personnel have arrived right. Well, you may not advance. Today, I will not enter the forbidden land." At these words, the troops walking ahead froze and looked back, not understanding what he meant by this. The corner of the human emperor's mouth hooked as he looked toward the forbidden land in the distance. Although he was arrogant, he was still self-aware. Forbidden land, in which real weirdness existed. That kind of thing. How could he mess with it if he was fine? All in line. What about my coming here today? It's to invite you all to enter the human emperor's streamer for a chat. Compared to the souls of infected creatures, your souls are the true tonic of the human emperor's streamer. The human emperor laughed abruptly. In the next second, without the slightest bit of politeness, he brandished the human emperor streamer in his hand. In an instant, a fierce wind blew from heaven and earth. A black aura, comparable to that of a forbidden land, emerged from the streamer's cuckoo and headed toward the neatly arrayed troops in front of them. As soon as the black chi touched the human body, the latter immediately festered all over and rolled on the ground in pain. Don't worry, gentlemen. I will say to the outside world that you all died in battle within the forbidden land for the sake of Huaxia. Just go in peace. Human emperor, you. Ha ha ha. Me what me? I am the emperor of the people of Huaxia, and you are the people of Huaxia. To be in this streamer is already a great gift from me to you. Don't kneel and thank me. Miserable screams rose in all directions. And the personnel guarding this place all had unbelievable faces. They did not expect that in the meeting, they would be sympathetic to all of us, for the sake of the Chinese people. I can't believe it would come down to taking a shot at one of our own. At the back, Su Tian, who had secretly followed him, watched the scene. His gaze changed, and killing intent rose in his heart. What a human emperor! This is worthy of being called a human emperor. At this moment, the human emperor took the path of death. X2. Rumble. Seeing that those innocent people in front of us were about to die a horrible death, without any hesitation Su Tian made his move. In a fit of rage, he directly utilized the special effects Thunder Army, summoning his own 200,000 strong army. Ha! Why is there thunder in the sky? The human emperor, who was in the middle of harvesting, looked at the sudden dark clouds and had no idea what he had discovered. With just a glance at the dark clouds, he continued to look at the struggling crowd in front of him. As he continued to harvest souls, the smile on his face grew thicker and thicker. Chapter 34 Death of the Human Emperor. The human emperor's streamer rolled, and the black gas intermingled with the dust raised from the ground, causing thousands of people to wail in agony. This is your honor. Enjoy your honor. Ha ha ha. The human emperor regarded these people like grass. No matter how much they struggled and screamed, his eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. 1,000 or so. That's a little low. He was even a bit unsatisfied. If I can absorb the souls of tens of thousands of people at a time, then what beginning emperor? I will certainly personally let him know what is the only emperor of China. However, just as these words fell from his lips, the thunder that had been brewing in the sky for a long time fell violently at this moment, each one bright as day. Kachao the human emperor gave a staccato cry, and heaven and earth were like a pool of thunder rolling down at that moment. After each thunder struck into the earth, as the ground scorched, the terrifying silver-armored warriors revealed their true forms. What is it? It wasn't just the human emperor at this moment. Even the tortured warriors couldn't feel the pain all over their bodies. They all turned their heads to look at the Skyfall divine soldier. Just a glance. They then felt their scalps go numb. Carrying thunder. This Nima. Is this a heavenly soldier? Moreover, as the crowd looked closely, the generals underneath each silver armor radiated breathtaking eyes. Just looking at each other briefly called one into a trance. It was as if in front of these warriors, even when God and Buddha came, they dared to fight the other side. The sudden appearance of the large army caused the human emperor to subconsciously retreat 2 steps in fear. Creepy? It was the first thought that flashed through his mind, because aside from the weirdness he really couldn't think of anything that could accompany the thunder. Moreover, each of these warriors had a gloomy gaze, and especially through the human emperor streamer, he could sense that none of these warriors had souls. So much so that it's not creepy. Looking at the black pressurized warriors spread across the land, the human emperor almost did a double take. If it's weird, how can there be so much weirdness? Just as the human emperor's heart stuttered, the cries were deafening as these warriors began to head in the same direction, half kneeling, with an army of 200,000. The sound could repel all the clouds in the sky. Greetings, my emperor. The viewpoint followed where these soldiers were kneeling, only to see 9 layers of gold platform stood not far away, and above the gold platform, facing the crowd of warriors stood an emperor with a black dragon robe. The beginning emperor? If these soldiers were said to be unrecognizable to the human emperor, but the iconic golden platform, and the black dragon robe, 2 words jumped right out of his head. Beginning emperor. Su Tian stood before the dragon chair. The army of thunder appeared special effects. That endless thunder in addition to making the army come from the sky, it also crushed the black aura conjured by the human emperor in the process. The appearance effects also come with damage. This characteristic slightly surprised Su Tian. Looking straight at the human emperor in the distance, 2 black dragons twined around Su Tian's body as he spoke faintly, slaughtering the people of Huaxia, and also sealing the emperor without authorization. Su Tian ignored the human emperor and read out his incriminating evidence, just as the human emperor had ignored the crowd of generals before him. That indifference made the human emperor not help but secretly clench his fists. I thought it was some kind of scary heavenly soldier, so it's just a soldier of an earthly mortal emperor. Beginning emperor? What do you mean by that? The human emperor said. What do I mean? Su Tian smiled, then sat on top of the dragon chair behind him. All generals listened to the order. The words came out, and a neat response rang out. The last general is here. Su Tian's gaze fell toward the human emperor as he indifferently said, take it down. The human emperor's gaze changed. Beginning emperor? I am the human emperor of Huaxia. Do you really think I'm some kind of cat or dog? Dare to march against me? I dare you. You think you're the only one with a large army? I'll let you know today what a truly invincible army is. The human emperor waved out the black streamer in his own hand. The black streamer rose against the wind, and a pool of black gas came out. while some illusory figures appeared at the same time. Each of these silhouettes had a grimace on their faces, as if they were undergoing some great agony at all hours of the day. They hissed and howled. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits if they looked at it. What I see before me is clearly the present world of purgatory. Su Tian's gaze condensed as he saw amongst these black shadows that there were already quite a few souls of Chinese subjects inside. Obviously before this human emperor had secretly absorbed quite a few living people. That's good. The way of taking death x3. Beginning emperor, do you really think that the terror of a great army lies in numbers? I was going to put you on the back burner to settle this, but since you're looking for death so much now, I'll make it happen. To tell you the truth, these hordes of mine, they're not physical. Ha 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 ha. I'll see how this group of soldiers of yours will stand against me. This made the human emperor very confident. At first the bizarre way the soldiers came out at this point did startle him for a moment, thinking it was some kind of horrible shenanigans. But now, the soldiers of the first emperor? It wasn't like he didn't know the strength of the beginning emperor's soldiers. It's just a first-rate martial art. And while martial arts first class is considered to be a good strength, it would have to be able to hit the ground running. The human emperor, with a smile on his face. Speaking of which, you've come at the right time, beginning emperor. I was worried that there was no one to take the blame. Just in time. These people are counted on your head. Ha ha ha. As the human emperor spoke, on the other side, beginning emperor, go away beginning emperor. Not far away, the ordinary person who was previously eroded by the human emperor's streamer spoke. In fact, they had just fought back when facing the black mist. But the results are undeniable. The hot weapons in their hands couldn't even do any damage to the vapors in that black fog. Any attack would only penetrate the body. These people were deeply aware that the human emperor's words were not false, though it is true that the first emperor had many soldiers, and was well equipped, and at a glance blackened the outlawed earth. But if these soldiers were just like them, they couldn't attack that black shadow. So what if there are more of them? Your Majesty, the beginning emperor, what he said is true. Hurry up and run beginner. As long as you can tell the truth to the outside world, I'm sure the top won't be unheard of. This human emperor, it's not a human emperor at all. It's bizarre. Some said, gritting their teeth, to take action against one's own people, and to trick people into taking action in a forbidden place. Such people were no longer considered human beings, creepy in human skin, so to speak. These people looked at Su Tian on the dragon chair, and although his army was huge, no one felt that he could win. There was a lot of persuasion. However, seeing this scene, Su Tian merely smiled. It was just a human emperor. He didn't even need to send out his own generals. He only needed soldiers to suppress it. Su Tian didn't make any movements, just sitting lazily on the dragon chair. At the same moment, in front of him, the 200,000 strong army moved. Kill. The army's aura was at full strength, and the 200,000 troops that entered the ordinary level were converted into the officially announced martial realm. That's 200,000 peak and 8 characters. Rumble. The soldiers were like waves. The sound came out at the same time. Each one actually leaped a few feet high, immediately covering the sky. This scene is just as the human emperor said before. Although everyone was S-class, the gap between S-class and S-class was like a chasm. Chapter 35, The Way to Death x3. When chopped before the human emperor, the number of shadows emerging from the streamers wasn't too great, but there are 8,000 or 9,000, nearly 10,000 of them. Each of these shadows was able to float in the air because they were not solid. A first-class martial arts soldier can actually jump this high? Seeing the soldiers charging towards him, the human emperor was not the least bit worried. After all, his army had no substance, so what if he jumped high? Not as usual. Hammer air. At the same moment, over here, the man who had been persuaded before breathed a sigh of relief. In their minds, if the beginning emperor left this place, there might still be a chance to uncover the true colors of the human emperor. But now, once the fight started, those black shadows that couldn't be hit could solve everything with great speed and destruction. No, we have to find a way to get His Majesty the beginning emperor out of here. Yes, those black shadows are horrible. Can't hit it at all. Some of the people whose bodies were half corrupted braced themselves and stood up, saying, however, at this moment, the corner of Su Tian's mouth on the dragon chair hooked. There's no need to worry. My army, it's not that easy to be crushed. His words closed. On the battlefield, the charging soldiers and the shadowy figure in that black mist engaged. Expectedly, the crowd thought it would be a one-sided battle, and the warriors of the first emperor, unable to attack the black shadows, could only be blinded. However, the actual battle was soon revealed. It was indeed an overwhelming fight, but unlike expected, the roles were switched. The silver-armored soldier's lance in his hand was just a poke, With such an ordinary strike, all of a sudden, those hissing shadows were dispersed on the spot. The silhouette couldn't even let out a scream, and was just blown away as easily as a cloud of smoke. The eyes of those who were still fully worried froze. On the other side, the confident human emperor's mockery, which was originally contained in his mouth, was also stuck in his throat at this moment. He was going to say, "Beginner, see, this is the difference between you and me." But now, what the hell? That's not the right way to open it. Shouldn't it be that the beginning emperor's soldiers can't do anything with his own soldiers? But what a scene to see now. Hallucinating? In fact, if Su Tian's soldiers hadn't broken through to the ordinary level, he might have actually been unable to do anything with these black shadows. But a day's difference is a day's difference. Entering a soldier at the peak innate level was not that simple. One must realize that in times of peace, the strength of some of the Taoist heavenly masters was just the innate realm. The innate can communicate with the chi of heaven and earth, causing each strike to carry great power. These black shadows were just not solid. They were not rule bodies, and killing them was simply not too easy. 200,000 peak innate troops against 8 or 9,000 black shadows could no longer be described as a quick battle, but rather the weeds on the side of the road were completely ignored. Just a few breaths after the human emperor froze, the black shadows summoned within the human emperor's streamer were all wiped out on the spot. His Majesty's silver armor army killed that black shadow so easily? Ha! The injured commoners on one side, their gazes all shifted to these silver-armored soldiers. Every silver-armored soldier had a stalwart face, and after killing the black shadow, it was as if they had only dealt with an insignificant matter. The silver armor army put away their guns, and with a leap of their bodies, they began to head towards the human emperor in the back. Am I blinking? How is this possible? Aren't those black shadows not solid? Not only can you hit it, but you can crush it like it's tofu? This is His Majesty the First Emperor's silver armor army? Nima, horrible as hell. The moment. It was difficult to speak in the minds of the crowd. The shock in his heart was like a spring gushing endlessly. This was meant to be a one-sided crushing battle. When the silver-armored army dealt with the black shadow within the human emperor's streamer. Human emperor? He was pressed on the spot before he could escape. At one time, the human emperor was proud of the strength that could be enhanced by absorbing souls, and at this moment, Su Tian's army did not need to send out a great general. Just dispatching a few pawns would have pressed him to death. Although he had absorbed 8,000 souls, in actuality, his current realm was only just barely entering the innate. Peak innate versus innate. Don't look at it as just the same realm, but 10 innates would have difficulty against 1 peak innate. Thus, a generation of unruly and untamed human emperor was reduced to a prisoner. And this time, Su Tian's 200,000 strong army wasn't taking down the human emperor alone. Only a few thousand were deployed to take down the human emperor, and the rest, by the way, went aside to suppress the Forbidden Land. After all, just this jumping clown is not worthy of Su Tian's entire army to suppress. Not really. It's over? So soon? Human Emperor? This is a defeat? Isn't the Human Emperor also an S-Class awakened person? And the beginning Emperor is also S-Class. Everyone is obviously S-Class. But, off the charts. Perhaps the suppression had been too quick. Originally, these injured people's hearts were filled with hostility towards the Human Emperor. But at this moment, the hostility all turned into expressions of leering, staring blankly at the human emperor who was being dragged by the soldiers and pressed in front of Su Tian. This is, well, a bit of outrageous overkill. Why does it feel like catching an ant? Was taking down the human emperor turning out to be such an easy task? Golden Terrace. The human emperor was escorted to Su Tian. At this moment, the human emperor yelled, "Peak innate? How can these soldiers of yours be peak innate?" As an afterthought, he then reacted to how terrifying the army he was fighting against really was. It is important to realize that there are not more than a handful of people in the innate realm in China right now, and the only ones at the peak of innate were those 3 Taoist purple robes. But now, this Emperor Beginner's army, the several thousand soldiers who came to take him down, were actually all peak innate? Are you kidding? Huaxia is such a big place with so many bountiful resources has only raised 3 of them. In this way, several thousand peak innate. Damn it, even if it wasn't awakened, it couldn't be this outrageous. On your knees. Between the human emperor's broken defense, a few soldiers just slightly exerted force, and the human emperor instantly knelt in front of Su Tian. Puff! His knee hit the ground and went into the ground. Beginning emperor, you dare to make me kneel. Do you realize what you're doing? Shocked and angry, the human emperor cut his teeth. On the dragon chair, Su Tian was lazy, didn't take his words to heart in the slightest. Fine, I admit that your troop type is strong, but you have to know that I am the human emperor of China. Moreover, my father is one of the 3 marshals of the Southern War Zone. Hurry up and let me up. Otherwise, How about you? The beginning emperor? Even if your soldiers are powerful, if you move me, you're declaring war on Huaxia. Hearing this still arrogant tone, Su Tian smiled. Just to get you on your knees? Oh, think too highly of yourself. The way of taking death x3. According to the way of male frequency, when the chopping is not spared, and also to cut off the roots, to avoid the spring breeze to produce again. Su Tian stood up from the dragon chair. The human emperor was instantly delighted, thinking that his words had worked. However, Su Tian didn't even look at the human emperor, his gaze simply falling into the distance. In the distance, the army that swept the Forbidden Land was also full. Again, like the previous Forbidden Place, there was no spookiness to be seen in this one. Although it wasn't, Su Tian didn't take it to heart. Now, he dealt with the souls of the Forbidden Land, and some of them were saved. You can gain a point of power for each soldier you transform. Now that he had 200,000 power, to the point where he could squeeze some souls to cultivate a top-tier soldier. Back then, he wanted to see if the Forbidden Zone could kill his fine soldiers in seconds. What about the fine? Or even the excellent? The metamorphosis? Chapter 36, it's time for an advanced troop type. Beginner. It seems you are still sensible. Just as Su Tian was thinking. Feeling the force of the soldier behind him lighten, the human emperor stood up and said. Saying that, no one noticed that a hint of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. He remembered today's insult. Wait for it. This humiliation should be repaid 100-fold. At those words, Su Tian returned to his senses. At this time, the human emperor patted the clothes on his body, and his open expression once again returned to his face. Beginning emperor, there are some things that can be done, and some things that can't be done, just for the sake of a few pariahs with wanting me to go against them. That can only be at your own peril. Looking at the loud-mouthed human emperor, Su Tian laughed lightly and said, Don't flatter yourself. Did I say to spare you? The words fell, and the soldiers on the side were ordered to do so. The strike was extremely fast. The lance in his hand moved, and then before the human emperor could react, the lance instantly pierced through the human emperor's chest. It pierced through the chest from behind, exposing the tip of the gun, which was then pulled out with a swish. At the tip of the gun, the slightest hint of crimson dripped down. Feeling the sudden immense pain coming from his chest, the human emperor's pupils widened as he looked down at his chest, a blood moving and trickling blood within it. The corners of his eyes twitched. He hadn't thought that the beginning emperor would actually do more than just make him kneel down, but he also dared. He even dared to kill him. Flopping, losing too much blood, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground at once. Su Tian looked at the human emperor on the ground. Huaxia doesn't need an emperor like you. Also, you don't represent China. After saying that, Su Tian stepped down from the golden platform, and the 200,000 strong army instantly disappeared with the wave of his hand. Come to the group of wounded soldiers, Su Tian said. Pass on my word that the human emperor failed to clear the Forbidden Land and died. Your Majesty. At first there was some trepidation in the eyes of the crowd, but as a dragon's might descended, immediately these people knelt down. What your Majesty has said is extremely true. The human emperor's ego went too far and he failed to enter the Forbidden Land alone and died. Your Majesty, we accept the order. In this way, not long after Su Tian had left this Forbidden Land, many reporters flooded in. The news coming out of it is so powerful. The human emperor, who was one of the 3 S-classes in China, had actually fallen within the Forbidden Land? Before this, the first emperor had liquidated no less than a dozen forbidden places, and the human emperor was stronger than the first emperor, but actually fell here. The news sent the entire internet into an uproar. As ordinary people, the first thing that flashed through their minds as they read this content was not regret. Instead, a mythical awakened, even a powerful S-class, could actually have an accident? So, this was all that many people talked about after dinner on this day. It seems that mythic awakened people, even if they are awakened, are not really mythic characters. Instead, it's someone who can die, a commoner. In the meantime, as news of the death of the human emperor spread, Ying contacted Su Tian at the first opportunity. Looking at Ying's question within the video, Su Tian didn't deny it and graciously admitted it. Taking the way of death x3, it is impossible for the human emperor to live. Getting confirmed. Ying on the opposite side of the video. The person went numb. Previously, she had thought that Su Tian would at most knock the human emperor around or teach him a lesson, but she had never expected to actually kill him directly. As Ying froze, Su Tian spoke of the human emperor's act of devouring the living. Alas, the human emperor actually laid hands on ordinary people, and such people do deserve to die. But your Majesty, that guy's identity is here after all. I'm afraid that the top, there's no need to hide it. If the top asks, you'll just tell the truth. Su Tian said. But this event. Ying is still a little worried. Su Tian smiled. A dead human emperor is no longer a human emperor. As for his father, so condoning his son's reckless behavior. Ying, there's no need for me to remind you what to do, right? Subordinate understands. In the video conference, a flash of clarity flashed before Ying's eyes. Su Tian nodded before hanging up the communication. The next day, Ying came to report the results, but Su Tian didn't have the heart to listen. By now the top management hadn't contacted him, so naturally the top had acquiesced. After all, the mythic sector was officially established, although the above gave Su Tian a separate and independent imperial palace, but in general as an awakened, Su Tian was also just an alternative mythic sector, and for the creation of the myth department. Through some clues, Su Tian vaguely saw a hint of a crossfire. Family, ancient martial arts, weirdness department, Taoism, without the mythos department. I'm afraid that officialdom would be completely in name only against this backdrop. In this way, the mythological sector is, naturally, most in need of unity of purpose. Speaking of which, that day when the human emperor rebutted the second elder's decision in public, he already had a way to take his death. Now his death is just one less curse for everyone. After all, Su Tian's feats were fresh in his mind today. This beginning emperor, brushing the forbidden land, was just like playing a game and placing a copy. It shouldn't be too easy. Within the video, Ying looked at the unconcerned Su Tian and froze. But she soon realized that His Majesty had obviously anticipated that the officialdom would be on his side. The thought Ying as he began to report another matter. It's not a big deal. It was the same people who were begging around, wanting to know Su Tian's real-time location. At those words, Su Tian raised his eyes. You've been discovered by the worldly family? Your Majesty, the one who has been asking around is not the Shi family, but the Shi family's youngest daughter, Shi Jejia. Saying that, Ying sent a piece of information to Su Tian. Opening the profile, Su Tian saw a cute personal photo at a glance. Isn't this the Onii-chan who mingled within the common warriors that day? This guy investigates me? Looking at Shi Jejia's picture, Su Tian was reminded of the staggering young girl during the material distribution meeting a few days ago, and the way her eyes lit up when she saw him. Laughing a bit, Su Tian said, just a curious person. No need to pay attention. By the way, has the Seiya investigated clearly? Ying nodded within the video and said, back to your Majesty. Within the realm of Huaxia, the lineages are divided into two main categories, ancient martial arts family, Taoist family. Exactly which side of the lineage is connected to that second-in-command's death is unclear for now. The two main categories. There are 12 ancient martial arts families and 9 Taoist sects. That contact is too mysterious. He hasn't appeared once since the death of that second-in-command. It's really impossible to trace exactly which lineage he's tied to. Rather prudent. At those words, Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Turning his head, Su Tian said, that clue was broken. There's no need to hold on to it. Ying, you just need to figure out who, exactly, is secretly linked to the weirdness in this whatsoever ancient martial family, and Daoist family. Yes, your Majesty. Soon the communication hung up. Meanwhile, the day. Once again, there is a powerful news story on the internet. A top Warzone executive who went straight to retirement. And the tactics were so thunderous that everyone couldn't react. It must be known that it was the top of the Warzone. It turned out to be such a rush to retire. This information coupled with the sudden death of the human emperor. All of a sudden one could not help but associate it together. Could it be that it was this one who had suppressed the human emperor before? Because it was someone from the military region who was afraid of losing his power, so he suppressed the human emperor and then made him have to enter the forbidden land to the point of death? Then things got big and were thundered out by the officials. This speculation is shared by many, but it also made some people who knew the truth laugh their asses off. The old man suppresses the son. Live long and prosper. Of course, this speculation has the implication that the top is pushing the envelope. After all, this outcome is good for you and good for me and good for everyone. The other side. For these news, Su Tian didn't pay attention as he looked at his stored soul and secretly said, it's about time. It's time for a whole advanced troop. Chapter 37 Skill Upgrade. Blood Moon. Su Tian opened his panel. And at this moment, his panel was frowny face name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal Conversion Progress, 99. 97%, Power, 216,450. Number of Protective Black Dragons, 2. Current Soldiers Special Effect, Return of the Buried Bones. The Army of Thunder. Stored Souls, 18. 500, can transform/upgrade soldiers, soldiers being converted, 7. 500, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 216427, common, 5, excellent. Looking at the panel, Su Tian placed his gaze on the 5 great generals, the Blood Lady, the Giant Arm, the slender black shadow, the little giant, and the vampire. The Blood Maiden had comprehended a skill, and since it was going to be upgraded, of course the first choice was bound to be upgrading the Blood Maiden. The consumption of upgrading an inferior soldier to a normal soldier was very low, requiring only 1 point of soul. The ordinary upgrade to excellent was exponentially higher, and the number of souls needed came to the number of 100. Don't look at 100 as not much, but realize that this 100 could add 100 points of strength to him if he didn't use it for upgrading, but to hatch soldiers. As for the excellent upgrade to fine, it is much more consuming. Su Tian opened the exclusive panels of the 5 generals. Just see the souls required for each one if they are to be raised to elite. Respectively, Frowny Face Blood Woman, excellent quality plus fine requires consumption of souls, 1000. Giant Arm, excellent quality, fine required soul consumption, 1000. Slender Black Shadow, excellent quality, fine required soul consumption, 1000. Little Giant, excellent quality, fine requires consumption of souls, 1000. Vampire, excellent quality, fine requires soul consumption, 1000. In fact, if you were to raise a single soldier alone it would not consume much, but if you were to raise 10,000 armies, or 100,000 armies, that adds up to that amount of horror. Taking a deep breath, Su Tian chose the Blood Maiden to ascend. That being said, Su Tian was still a bit surprised because the Blood Maiden's quality was excellent plus, but the upgrade requirements were actually the same as the others. Soon the Blood Woman panel changed Frowny Face name, Blood Woman. Quality, fine, excellent requires soul consumption, 10,000. Comprehended skill, Blood River. After the upgrade was completed, Su Tian looked at the next requirement and called out a good guy straight away. 10,000? This upgrade is really just simple and hassle-free. Adding a 0 directly after it? Don't be so stupid. Doesn't that cost 100,000 to upgrade Transcendence? If we had that 100,000, wouldn't it be better to hatch it and turn it into power? God damn it. Although he called out the pitfalls, Su Tian still chose to raise the Blood Maiden again. After all, the Blood Maiden could be resurrected indefinitely when she died. Stronger blood women can also explore more places, and one's life is only one. Without that it can be woohoo. Soldier Blood Maiden upgraded to excellence. Comprehension skill detected. Skills begin to be regularized. Blood River Blood Moon. This tip caused Su Tian's eyes to light up and his heart to rejoice. The Blood River turned into a blood moon, and it was powerful from the word go. And, skill regularization? It's not going to be that imaginary rule, is it? This thing called rules. In Su Tian's perception, it was an ability that was so strong that it went against the heavens. Unexpectedly, if a soldier comprehended a skill, the skill would actually metamorphose completely when upgraded to excellence. Upgrading to this point, the Blood Maiden was considered to have reached the limit of what Su Tian could upgrade. The 18,000 or so souls that had been stored were just a blink of an eye, and now there were only 75,000 left. It can be called a return to the past. But, when Su Tian summoned the Blood Maiden, he knew that this wave of spending was not a loss. When the Blood Maiden was still excellent, all of its armor was black, and upon arriving at excellence, what she was wearing was then no longer armor, but a long blood-colored dress, the color of which was so bright and vivid that it was like a blooming flower. A gust of wind blew, her skirt swung, and with her clear and cold gaze, at this moment, it was as if she was a true empress. At the same time, the moment the Blood Maiden appeared, Su Tian's insides were slightly stagnant, not because the current Blood Maiden was too good-looking, but because at the first sight of her, Su Tian actually felt a hint of danger. What exactly is the strength of the exceptional Blood Maiden? Su Tian was somewhat puzzled. It was important to realize that his current power was over 200,000. This kind of strength, the remarkable Blood Maiden could actually make him feel a sense of crisis? How can you be so outrageous? A frown. Su Tian thought of the other world within the Forbidden Zone that day, and the unknown realm in the mouth of that unknown being. That day, the excellent Slim Black Shadow was given a second by him, and now Blood Girl, just not sure if he's still seconds. Blood Maiden, do you know the division of your own realm? Thinking, Su Tian began to ask. Your Majesty, the Blood Maiden does not know. After excellence, the Blood Maiden's answer was still as dry as ever, except that her name for herself had changed from Mordecai to Blood Maiden. This didn't bother Su Tian. But, not right. At those words, Su Tian frowned a little as he thought of something, because for better or worse, the Blood Maiden was already exceptional, and based on the urbane nature, this kind of strength would at least have a little bit of whatever ancient memories surfaced. It's still the same as before. With nothing in your brain? Doubtfully, Su Tian asked. These words caused the Blood Maiden to be slightly silent for a moment before she said, Your Majesty, no, there is not nothing in the Blood Maiden's brain, but there is an object. Ha? Su Tian immediately became interested, looking forward to her answer. Your Majesty, you are the only thing on the Blood Maiden's mind. Ha! Dead memories resurfaced, and damn if he wasn't titillated again. Soon, dropping the interlude, Su Tian wondered about Blood's skill. Blood Moon. After all, just look at these two words alone is so high, that use out of the absolute special effects pull full. Your Majesty, the skill comprehended by the Blood Maiden needs an object to use. Blood Maiden said. Ha! Su Tian froze. This skill of yours is a single one? None of the monoliths were very strong in his perception, but waving his hand, Su Tian said, come on then, use it on me. Your Majesty, the Blood Woman is here. Well, vigorously. Let's see just how strong you are now. In fact, Su Tian hadn't even tested his exact strength yet after his power arrived at 200,000. It was just right at the moment, and it would be a good idea to have a clear picture of yourself by sparring with the Blood Lady. The words fell. The Blood Maiden's blood-colored long skirt swung, and her entire body instantly floated up in the air, pulling away from Su Tian. Flying into the air, the Blood Woman. The gusty wind blew her long skirt, as if the waves were fluctuating, before he even made a move. A cold gaze that regarded everything as ants locked onto Su Tian. Your Majesty, watch this. Blood Moon. Pro. When the Blood Woman spoke, Su Tian consciously met her eyes. Slight trance. Su Tian saw that in the center of the Blood Woman's brow, a large, red, bright, and flawless moon appeared. Click, click, click. The next image shocked Su Tian, because the big red moon was bound by tens of thousands of ancient shackles, and as the Blood Moon was about to come into existence, the thick shackles began to tighten, as if they were going to bind the big red moon back again. But the terror of the Blood Moon was beyond imagination at this moment. Those 10,000 shackles were taut, but useless. When it clicks, when the first sound of breaking rang out, and then it was as if the dominoes had been pushed down, and it was out of control. Chapter 38 Awakens Yuga. Click, click, click. Tens of thousands of ancient chains crumbled. At this moment, the Blood Moon completely broke free of its bonds. From the center of the Blood Woman's brow appeared levitating to obscure her appearance. By this time, a second moon appeared in heaven and earth. A red moon. Buzz. After the moon appeared, without waiting for Su Tian to react, the Blood Moon violently began to enlarge. At first it was only the size of a basketball, but in an instant, it became the size of a house. And that's just the beginning. Next, the Blood Moon obscures the sky, outlawed the sky. Seeing this, Su Tian was startled in his heart. He knew that this phenomenon wasn't the Blood Moon magnifying, but rather him being swallowed by the Blood Moon. Since the Blood Moon was constantly approaching him, that was why it felt like it was getting bigger. A cold to the extreme sensation enveloped Su Tian's entire body. At this moment, Su Tian knew that he was completely devoured by the Blood Moon. Then the Blood Moon began to carry him, as if to enter the land of rules from before, and began to shrink, while the chains that had crumbled before reappeared. The chains rubbed together, making a clicking sound, since tens of thousands were broken free by the Blood Moon before. This time, the number of chains that appeared doubled, and the chains became even thicker, and older. There were also some mysterious runes all over it. With this appearance, it was clear that not even an immortal god could break free. Is this a sealing-type skill? Inside the Blood Moon, Su Tian curiously looked at the huge iron chains and the red glow of the Blood Moon that restricted his movements. Not bad. Su Tian nodded, and then he moved tentatively, and the blood color that restricted him around him. With some shattering sounds, a crack spread outward from the inside of the Blood Moon. In the next second, Su Tian gently tore his hands together. Instantly, the terrifying seal-like Blood Moon was just torn apart by Su Tian, even if the chain that had changed shape was the same, giving way to easily crumbling. From sealing to unsealing, Su Tian took no more than a few breaths. When he came out, the Blood Woman was unsteady and nearly fell from mid-air. The Blood Moon is tied to herself. It wasn't easy for her to be torn apart so forcefully. The skill effects are good, and the sealer is fast, so it's a good ability. The only thing is that it's a little brittle. After breaking free from within the Blood Moon, Su Tian commented. The Blood Woman fell into the ground. Her skills were broken. She had some pale face, but it was nothing. When she heard Su Tian's review, the corner of her mouth twitched. There is a little bit brittle. The moment her skills sublimated, she had a clear perception of her skills. Originally, she was going to be waiting until His Majesty couldn't break free before releasing him. As a result, who would have thought that it was a rule series sealing ability? I can't believe it was torn apart so easily. And get a review that's still a little crunchy? Your Majesty, it's not that Blood Maiden is brittle, it's that you're too strong. Your Majesty, Blood Maiden said. What a thing to say. while I know I have some power, I didn't even make an effort before it broke. It's obvious that you're brittle. Your Majesty, it really isn't. The Blood Maiden struggled. Su Tian patted the Blood Maiden's shoulder. It's brittle, but overall it's already pretty good. No need to be discouraged. And there's no need to set me off in a roundabout way. I don't eat that. After slightly comforting the Blood Maiden, Su Tian's heart stirred. Excellent level Blood Maiden think that Forbidden Zone should be able to be involved. A night without words. The next day, Su Tian had just opened his cell phone when he saw a front page news. The Great World is coming. Yesterday night, a richly colored historical figure awakened once again. And this one, the legendary Mr. Zhuge, who could calculate everything and borrow the 7 stars from the sky to light the lamp. The second, is the mighty and famous, rumored to be a great sword that only beheads the young and old but not the young and strong. The Lord of the Green Dragon Crescent Sword, Guan Yu. As for the third, it is Bai Qi, a generation of killing god Bai Qi. 4th place, Wei Qing. 5th, Overlord Xiang Yu. 6th, Lu Bu Fengxian. 7th. The number of people announced this time was large. In the thousands, covers different stages of history. Each of them was either a great general or a strategist, but in any case they were all famous. Although there are no true mythological figures similar to the Qi Tian de Sheng among those who have awakened this time. But, this awakening also represents, the age of collective awakening has arrived. This is a sacrificial moment for China. Those who return from the long river of history will make China restore its former glory and recover all the fallen lands. From this moment on, fighting against the bazaar will no longer be a struggle for those of our time. Rather, it's all kinds of amazing talents from the long history of China that have come across the long river. Help fight the war against Huaxia. The counseling is heady. A crowd of netizens looked on, subconsciously conjuring up Su Tian's appearance in their minds. That black dragon cannon was added to the body, and the dragon's might was full of the emperor who sat high on the golden platform. Now that the collectively revived great generals, plus the beginning emperor, the crowd didn't dare to imagine what kind of sparks would erupt if these people from different eras were to gather together. Holy shit, the world changed when I woke up. With so many generals, plus the beginning emperor, wouldn't this have to form the strongest army in history? Bai Qi, that's Bai Qi. If this one grows up, no matter what shenanigans are going on, they will all be burned in one pit. Upstairs, Xiang Yu is the first hegemon in history. In the records, this one is truly unrivaled. What no one can be. Lu Bu Fengxian. With one hand the demon god descends to teach him to be a man. Wait a minute. Isn't Lu Bu holding a square sky painting halberd? Where did the demon god descend from? Dude, you messed up. That's a skill from Pesticide, not the real Lu Bu's ability. Just as these people were going wild, another official awakened classification was announced. This categorization is simple with only 3 main categories. They are, common, historical, and mythical. Undoubtedly, Su Tian and these great generals were categorized as historical level, and as for Qi Tian de Sheng, he was the only mythological level. With this categorization, Qi Tian de Sheng's fame climbed again. One can't help but speculate. This time it's a historical figure making a great return from the long run. So will the next one be the great return of the mythical man? Phew, can't imagine that kind of pomp and circumstance. When all these characters return, so that weird. Ha, come on, if it's that time, got to let those creeps know what the real Huaxia is. The unrivaled HWA. After reading the Su Tian was rarely silent. These historical figures are heavily colored. Su Tian only moved his gaze slightly, and all sorts of stunning people surfaced before his eyes. There's Guan Yu, the man who warmed up his wine and killed Hua Xiong. There can be for Diaochan. Look out of the corner of your eye and battle Lu Bu of the 3 heroes. There is Zhuge, who counts everything and knows a little bit about a feather fan with one hand, etc. And what is actually powerful about these characters is not their strength, their intellect, but their talent, though the awakened don't really count as them. But at this moment, Su Tian was looking forward to what these people would be like when they grew up. Chapter 39, Wow! His Majesty the First Emperor? It was a day of collective awakening in China, and some people were happy and some were sad. Awakened people are actually, in the eyes of some people, a kind of lucky people who have gotten lucky and picked up a bargain. The way of the martial arts. 3 years of standing on piles, 3 years of refining the flesh, 3 years of refining the chi and blood, and 9 years before you can get started. But these awakened people, once awakened, can be initiated, and the growth is very easy. Just need to improve the fit with the awakening object. If only 1 or 2 are awakened, it's not a big deal. Where does the collective awakening now put some people? It's like working hard to get into a university, only to go in and see that it's full of backdoors. In the eyes of these people, the awakened are the ones who go through the back door. This is what both Taoism and martial arts believe. A small farmhouse with 2 mulberry trees planted in the yard. The mulberry trees are green and loose. Under the mulberry tree, there is a stone table, and stone chairs. The woman in a corseted power suit sat in a chair, with hot air curling from a cup of tea on one side. Looking at the information on her cell phone, Sang Ling Fei's brows knitted. Over 1,000 ancient military generals, schemers awakened. It was a good thing, but she couldn't be happy about it. Within the official published information, there was written the realm of these people after awakening. None of them had stepped into the 3rd rank of the martial arts. Just pick up something on the ground and you can step into the martial arts, or the 3rd rate. A trace of coolness flashed in Sang Ling Fei's eyes. In vain, she was hailed as a genius, only stepping into the 1st class of martial arts this year at 24, and as a result, others only needed 1 night to be separated from her by only 2 realms. It's a feeling that just doesn't get any more ridiculous. However, that's just the way it is. Sang Ling Fei, as one of the martial arts family, regarding the awakened, the view of some of her elders was that these were just the ancestors returning and reviving to bless China. These people, whose growth is capped, will at most inherit the strength of their predecessors. Sang Ling Fei put down her cell phone. Even if there was a cap on the growth of these people, it would still make one's insides unbalanced if so many appeared at once. In particular, there was actually a Qi Tian de Shang awakened before this. Qi Tian de Shang myth really exists, or, as the elders of the family said, the so-called Qi Tian de Shang is not really a great saint. Rather, it's just a demon monkey that opened up its spirit during the long history, during the time when martial arts flourished, just like the great eagle raised by the one-armed man, as recorded within that door's canon. But even so, this guy, awakening is a 1st-class martial art. If it's a demon monkey, I'm afraid that it hasn't once stepped into the realm of the land immortals. Alas, Sang Ling Fei raised her eyes to the sky. She had been stuck in this realm for a long time, and nowadays all sorts of things made her mind a little irritated. Plus, there were still a few months to go before the once-in-a-decade martial arts conference, so that made the urgency in her heart grow even more. The martial arts conference, an event that involved both the Tao sect, the martial arts, and of course the so-called awakened would also attend. Nothing else, though it was a heartfelt contempt for these people. But after all, these people carry the name of recovery with a hint of their forefathers. Last convention, the so-called awakened were trash, and that was about it. And this year, first, there was the beginning emperor, then the Qi Tian de Shang, and now the collective awakening. If Wu Dao was defeated by these people in this assembly, then Wu Dao would become a complete joke. It seems like it's time for me to go to the Forbidden Land to practice, as soon as you enter the clan. So what if it's the great sage of Qi Tian? I win as usual. At the same moment, the doors. There's actually Mr. Zhuge in this awakening. The Tao sect was different from the martial arts families, and each of them lit up when they saw Zhuge within the awakened. No other reason, because Zhuge is, to put it mildly, considered one of the Taoist sages. Rumor has it that Zhuge practiced the heavenly diffraction star dipper technique, which has a broken legacy, and contains all things within it, allowing it to calculate everything in the world, making it a top-tier Taoist secret technique. Now, Zhuge has awakened and returned. Wouldn't this also mean that the inheritance of the heavenly diffusion starfighting technique would also appear again? Although the growth of the awakened was limited, however, the inheritance to them that was different. The Taoist sect, through Zhuge, will shine again. At one time, there was an offer from the Chinese officials for the Tao sect to bring up some of the awakened, but it was merciless and they all refused. Don't think those pieces of shit deserve it. But now, the 3 great Tao sect heavenly masters were incomparably unified in their thoughts at this moment. That means Zhuge has to be in the weird department. Looks like it's time to get down and grab someone. Myth department? It's just a department with no substance. It's a waste to put these people in it. It's about time we, the creepy department, made ourselves known to the world. 20 years ago, we were the main force that sheltered Huaxia. 20 years later, with the coming of the collective awakening, these people should also contribute to the Tao sect. This time the awakened ones, besides Zhuge, some of the remaining generals, as well as some strategists, according to the records, more or less know some Taoist arts. In this way, the Taoist sect is ready to make a big move this time. Of course, this action had nothing to do with Su Tian. All he wanted to know right now was what exactly was in the shadows tied to Creepy. On that day, after Su Tian finished reading the information, he once again moved to a forbidden place. Speaking of which, although there were a lot of forbidden places in Huaxia, they couldn't be harvested like this by Su Tian. Nowadays, there are only a handful of forbidden places in the territory of China. With this amount, it would only take a day or two for Su Tian to completely liquidate it. By then, not a single one of the 3 penalty zones can escape. Thinking about it, the corner of Su Tian's mouth ticked. However, just as he was thinking about preparing to enter the Forbidden Land, he suddenly and violently noticed a sneaky figure planting something on a large tree not far from the Forbidden Land. Without any hesitation, Su Tian instantly dodged under the tree and kicked the tree down. Oops! The aroma was so strong that a girl fell out of the tree. It was only then that Su Tian saw what she had planted. It was actually a camera. A frown. Surreptitiously installing cameras? Or to a forbidden place? Wasn't it obvious that it was aimed at him? What are you? Without ceremony, Su Tian lifted up the person who was in pain with tears in her eyes, and when he got a good look at her face, Su Tian narrowed his eyebrows. Scarlet? After looking at the photo Ying had provided, Su Tian instantly recognized the visitor. Ah, it hurts. Wow. His Majesty the beginning Emperor? Originally, Shizhejia was still screaming in pain, but when she saw that it was Su Tian who was carrying her, her eyes actually twinkled. Su Tian. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little powerless to spit. That expression is clearly a little fangirl. Putting down Shizhejia in his hands, Su Tian asked, "What do you mean by installing cameras here?" "Ha, I didn't mean anything, sire." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Tian interrupted. "And how did you know that I would come to this forbidden land today?" This is important because now his trips are almost always solo. There's no way anyone would know. Not to mention tailgating. Your Majesty, I didn't know you were coming. I'm just here to set up the camera. I've got cameras in all nine forbidden places, and this is the last one. Chapter 40, fans? Throw it away. Cameras in all 9 forbidden places? At those words, Su Tianrun froze for a moment. These 9 forbidden places were naturally the remaining forbidden places within China. Originally, he thought that this Shizhejia had inquired about the news from somewhere. And this guy, he's casting a wide net? He's got cameras in every one of the 9 forbidden places? No, not all of them, but one was missed. People were on the scene and he caught them. Su Tian got a jolt of excitement at the thought. Do fanboys have to be so crazy these days? Your Majesty, can I apply to be your assistant? Just then, Shizhejia said pitifully. That's what the word said, but underneath Shizhejia's pitiful face was an incredibly excited heart. Damn, I finally got to see a real person again today. Due to her excitement, Shizhejia's expression was strange, although she looked pitiful. Her cheeks, however, were reddish. In the face of this request, Su Tian merely grunted lightly, and then without saying a word, he summoned 2 soldiers to pack Shizhejia up, and whooshed in the next second. Between the 2 soldiers prancing around, without waiting for Shizhejia to react, the person was already several hundred meters away. Throw it away, Su Tian ordered. Shizhejia's skin is fair. The person is thin and weak. Especially that skin feels like it can poke red when poked. People like this, who have no skills, still want to be his assistant. Isn't this a dream? Who's going to coax you when you're crying? Turning around, Su Tian went straight into the Forbidden Land. This time he didn't summon an army, but only the Blood Maiden. Yesterday was just a brief test of his Blood Maiden's abilities. He hadn't even had a real battle yet. Now he was going to see if the actual Blood Girl would disappoint. In this way, standing in front of the black mist, Su Tian said, "Come out, my blood daughter. The last general is here." A thunder flashed before Su Tian, and as the thunder disappeared, a blood-red blood woman half-kneeled on the ground. Looking at the blood woman, Su Tian revealed a smile on his face. "Look, this is the real talent. Like what Shizhejia also want to come as an assistant. What a delusion. Go on, take this forbidden land with your fastest efficiency, my lord." 3 minutes later, the black fog dissipated. The Blood Maiden's efficiency surprised Su Tian a little. Even if he used his army, it would take at least an hour to suppress them all. And it only took this blood woman 3 minutes? That's a horrible efficiency. You know, it's not really the suppression that's hard in the exclusion zone. It's the infected creatures scattered all over the place. And to clear that, I'm afraid it's going to take 10 minutes of rushing. Nice job. This efficiency. Su Tian was very satisfied. Although her big move was brittle, but clean up the shenanigans. Flexing her fingers. After this vote was done, just as Su Tian was preparing to head to the next Forbidden Land, Ying contacted over. It turned out that there were too many characters awakened this time. Plus the bazaar department below the Dao sect now wanted a piece of the action. This leads to disagreements. And Ying looked at the creepy sector to be able to ask for people. So surely the Imperial Palace couldn't turn a blind eye. So this time, when you open the phone, you are here to apply. Hearing Su Tian immediately permitted Ying. Said the bazaar department to Su Tian left an impression or the day. The Taoist priest toes the line of impression. Especially after Ying said later that the Taoist sect also belonged to a lineage. The goodwill that was already not much was immediately cleared. Now that the awakened are awakening in bulk. What's it got to do with you, Taoist sect? Yu-ing? What kind of cat or dog from this Daogate dares to come and ask for someone? Tell them to stay over there where it's cool. Ah, your majesty this. At that Yu-ing scratched his head a little. Ever since she had gotten on Su Tian's good side, some of the hidden matters of China had gradually opened up to her. The Tao sect wasn't as simple as it was thought to be, and the so-called uncomplicated here wasn't strength. Rather, it is the issue of the Chinese heritage, also known as the orthodoxy debate. This also gave birth to the 10-yearly Budo championships. The Taoist sects and the martial arts families can be stable and not fall because of the word huaxia. The root of the problem is that the people of China do not believe in a certain person, an organization or an immortal god. Rather, it's the history of China, the spirit of huaxia, the idea of huaxia. In fact, technically speaking, 20 years before the shenanigans had set in, there wouldn't have been this disagreement. At that time, the Taoist sect was supposed to represent huaxia, as well as martial arts, which also belonged to a kind of huaxia, cultivating the body and cultivating the mind. But the weirdness descends and collapses in blood and fire in so many ways. Gradually, the Taoist sect actually gave birth to the idea of Chinese orthodoxy. It was also at this point that the martial arts families certainly wouldn't sit idly by. From this, the orthodoxy debate was born. But never would I have imagined that an awakened had actually appeared on the official side as well. Yu-ing slowly said all this through the video. At those words, Su Tian laughed. The so-called orthodoxy debate. This matter was nonsense to him. Good lord, what with the Taoist sect and the lineage, aren't they forgetting that there's still shenanigans going on out there? The shenanigans are still unresolved, and it's anticlimactic that just a brief 20 years of peace can get into these things. Yu-ing, still, what kind of a cat or dog is this Dao Dor? And still wants to come and ask for awakened ones? As usual, tell them to crawl away. Su Tian's eyes narrowed. Anyway, there was a big move to uncover those who betrayed huaxia. In that case, there's no need to give them tenderness. Are you kidding? He's got 200,000 troops in his hands. Is there a need to push them around? What a dispute over Taoism. Now that he is here, there will be only one huaxia in this huaxia. Soon, Su Tian finished his arrangements and began to head towards the next forbidden land. But just as he was about to arrive, within one of the larger first-tier cities he passed by, he actually saw rolling black gas surging within the city. If there is darkness, then there is weirdness. Su Tian looked at this strange scene and was moved inwardly. The weirdness was all suppressed within the Forbidden Land, and in front of it was a first-tier city with a population of tens of millions. So how could there be a black gas? Immediately, Su Tian reversed his direction and headed towards the first-tier city. At this time, within the city, large numbers of out-of-control people fled in all directions. The spooky kind of thing that exists but is very far away actually appeared in the center of the city. This is the first time many ordinary people have seen spooky. It was a huge spider with a huge human head, and the spider was extremely fast, and every time it scurried, its 8 legs were like piercing candy canes, one by one piercing innocent people on the spot. Just this one image only called to the people near the downtown square, scared out of their wits. The ground was full of screaming, fleeing, and of course weak and stunned people waiting to die. The local mythology department responded quickly. After 40 dead and wounded, armed with all kinds of weapons entered immediately, along with special forces armed to the teeth. These people surrounded the spider firmly, and as a first-tier city, the mythic sector that guarded this place possessed several first-rate experts. At this moment, all these experts are out. But, creepy isn't like infected creatures, and that's where the real fear comes from. How long until the creepy department arrives? This is real spooky. We won't last long. Chapter 41. What a word for tiger and wolf. In the plaza, for martial Dao first-class awakened surrounded a large spider that was 1 story tall. Behind them were 40 rifle-toting members of the Special Warfare Unit, first-class martial arts. If it was placed 20 years ago, then it could basically be said that there was no enemy in the world to fight. Even the most terrifying beast, the African elephant, can be decapitated with his bare hands. However, times have changed, and nowadays, first-class martial arts are only considered ordinary people with a little more power. The plaza. The giant spider didn't pay any attention to these 4 as they surrounded it, just leisurely 4-foot flies rubbing their hands together and jerking the bodies strung up on their feet like skewers. The human face on the spider looked around at the 4 first-rate experts, and the corner of his mouth raised a devouring smile. This weird already has a spirit, but it seems to be unable to mouth human speech. Along with the smile, only hissing sound. Tell your Taoist hierarchy to hurry up. We can only hold out for 10 minutes. One of them first continued to urge once. The big knife in his hand turned, the moment cold light piercing the eyes. Nowadays, Suppressing weirdness isn't just about being strong enough. Rather, it requires the cooperation of the weird department. And to deal with these weirdnesses, only some of the Taoist sect's enlightened vermilion sand, or spiritual talismans containing essence and spirit can work wonders. As for unusual weapons, it was difficult to do damage to Creepy. Because of the weirdness, each of them had a terrifying self-healing ability. Even if they were chopped off, the weirdness could regenerate within 3 breaths. Over here, the spider finished cleaning up the corpses on its feet, and instead of rushing to attack the 4 masters, its forelegs poked up another corpse and placed it in its mouth to chew on. There was blood pouring out, and the picture was horrible and unusual. While chewing, the spider looked at the crowd and made a crunching sound. Acting in such a manner caused the 4 first-rate martial arts paths to show their eyes in anger, treating our Chinese compatriots so cruelly in front of them. This is simply provoking them. Every chew is touching their bottom line. Calm down everyone. Don't act rashly. Seeing a few people secretly gripping their weapons, Ping Nan reminded. He was the captain of the town within this local mythological department. An extremely high level of strength. He had already entered the middle stage of the first class, and according to the assessment, in less than half a year, he would be able to break through to the late stage. This is bizarre. And now this behavior is just digging its own grave. Stalling? Very well, just what we want. Just wait for the bizarre sector to arrive, and then it will pay for its behavior, Ping Nan said, while signaling the crowd not to make any offensive actions. In fact, in the past, people from the Creepy department have come very quickly. Only today, coincidentally, the entire department's main force had heard that they had gone out and had not returned. The ones who rushed here were only some people who had no Dao, and the ones that were carried were all spells that were of little use. Strange to say, this thing, Creepy, used to be bloodthirsty and would directly attack when it saw a living person. But today, this Creepy seemed to be stalling for time as well. Meanwhile, just as the 2 parties were on guard, the news of a bizarre appearance in the city center blew everyone's mind straight away. The media department, the news department, and some bloggers were actually unafraid to sneak a shot up on the edge. And just as the men gathered, the smile on Spider's face intensified when he realized it. It directly dropped the corpse in its mouth, and its 8 giant feet began to move. The spider was large, and by common sense such a size would move slowly, but this spider was unusually nimble. With just one jump, it could move a distance of more than 10 meters. The moment the spider moved, the first-rate experts, who had long been on guard, moved at the same moment. 10 minutes had passed since the start. Huron held his sword in both hands, not forgetting to give a final prod to the Creepy sector as he rushed up. Far away. There's a fight. Holy shit. This is the awakened in the mythic sector? This jump is too high. At least one leap is 1 story high. Terrifying as hell. Individual bold anchors recorded the screen, and as soon as they opened the broadcast, they made the live broadcast room to eat melon netizens wide-eyed. The moment the 2 clashed was like a metaphysical blockbuster. Even from such a distance, they could actually clearly hear the sound of the blade cutting through the air. Because these images were so exciting, the live stream soon began to ripple across the internet. Lots of traffic pouring into the live stream. Ordinary people have been living in comfort, although they know that there are spooky things outside of Huaxia, and there are books that record the horrors of the spooky things. But after all, there was no tangible experience, only an idea. And now, with this live stream, it's a great way to pull everyone's inquisitiveness full circle. In particular, the performance of the first-rate masters in the mythic sector. I didn't believe Mythblow before when he said they were from 2 worlds away from us. This nigga. Now I believe. Are these people still human? Good lord. Creepy and scary. These guys are even scarier. On the live feed, the spider was unusually nimble and easily avoided Huron's terrifying strike of leaping slashes. The greatsword chopped on the ground, and immediately the floor was chopped apart, with large swathes of broken tiles tumbling about. The scene was presented through a live broadcast, making a crowd of netizens in a surging mood. So strong. If this knife had hit me on the head, I'm afraid that my person would have been at peace directly. Upstairs you have a great idea and I'm all for it. What a bully. Such a horrible slash. And actually dare to assume that he's under the knife. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have fainted from that big man's glare. He's so horrible with this slash. Then he must be even more horrible down there. Wow. Looking forward to it fiercely. Big brother, I'm going to give you a monkey. What words of a tiger and a wolf? Holy shit. Anchor, hurry up and block the speech upstairs. Just you. Damn, you still want to give Big Brother a monkey? You are also worthy? The live pop-ups were rolling fast. Since I was watching this scene via live stream, the atmosphere was actually a bit more upbeat. As for the scene, it's the complete opposite of the atmosphere in the live room. For first-rate experts, a thunderous strike. However, it turned out that all of them actually fell through. These four had fought in a number of battles and had experience fighting against the bizarre. It's weird, creepy. The most common way to fight was to exchange injuries for injuries. And now, this creepy was actually nimbly dodging attacks. There's something wrong with this weirdness. With just a thought, Pingnan thought, be careful everyone. This weirdness isn't as simple as it seems. Even he warned. Pingnan, there's more than just a problem with this weirdness. It's a big problem. A first class sniffed and responded. Why do I get the feeling that it seems to be plotting something? Another one chimed in. Jumping around like a flea. Very good. I'd like to see if you can dodge my blow. Slightly younger martial arts first class. After striking blanks one after another, his mindset was a bit poor. Aside Pingnan frowned and hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. But that's obviously a little late. That young martial arts style first rate. The weapon in his hand was a sword. He erected the sword to the center of his brow. His eyes coalesced, and he said, although I will not return the 10,000 swords to the clan, but this sword of mine. His eyes were sharp, carrying a sharp edge that fell on the spider. It's still not a matter of exterminating you a guile. Blast chop. Chapter 42, A Moment's Peace. I'll be right back. The first class of martial Dao all had their own undercard, and this blistering wind slash was the undercard of the young first class of martial Dao. However, this undercard consumed a relatively large amount of internal energy, and after basically using one strike, the aftermath of the large amount of depletion would greatly affect the next action. So these attacks were basically almost on the verge of exhaustion before exploding with all their might. Little Wind, King Bomb in the opening round. You're really good at this. Huron hated it, but it was too late to stop it now, only to see that the first-class martial arts practitioner named Xiao Feng, his bangs were windless, and the internal energy in his body was crazily condensing on the sword blade at this moment. This kind of tactic was a tactic that only the innate could do. Use your sword to control your breath. That was a very esoteric means that represented a true step into the non-human stage. Also, this is the difference between innate and first class. Seeing this, Pingnan had no choice. Don't freeze. Assist him. With an explosive rebuke, Pingnan rushed directly towards the spider. The other three were awakened and moved at the same time, together restricting the spider's movement. In the meantime, live stream. This kind of prowess of evoking the heavens and earth to follow with one's physical body caused everyone to suck in a cold breath as they watched. Love it, love it. This is the mythical bigot who guards us. So cool. A bit of cold arrives first, and with the wind behind it. Damn. Fiercely envious. When will I become an awakened too? Upstairs. Why does your line sound weird to me? Shouldn't it be follow the wind and be careful behind you? Whatever. Handsome is the end of the story. However, just as the live cranial climax, in the face of the trio's pincer attack as well as Little Wind's big move, Spider didn't make any moves as if he was scared silly. But the battle breath is a moment. With a sound of gold and stone striking, Xiao Feng's great move carried the momentum of heaven and earth and was courageous, but it ended up stopping at one of the spider's forelegs. The tip of his forefoot lightly nudged above the tip of the sword, preventing it from advancing a hair. At the same time, the other 3 feet all took on the siege of the other 3 first-class experts at the same moment. Hiss! The spider laughed. It seemed to have had enough fun, and then in the shock of the 4 first-class experts, it just casually swept its foot across the room, and the 4 were sent flying out. The body flew backwards, crashing on the ground, bouncing up, and crashing again, only stopping when it ruthlessly smashed into a distant building with a muffled sound. Live. What the hell? It all happened so fast that no one on the air reacted. Obviously, before this, the experts they admired were all powerful, and they fought the spiders with ease. How did they all lose at once? That feeling made it very strange, as if those so-called masters were just children before this, being played with bizarrely. This time, the relaxed atmosphere in the live room started to get heavy. At this time, the big spider seemed to know that someone over here was secretly live streaming. And the human face on its huge body actually faced the live streaming room and grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. This smile, a chill swept through the screen through a crowd. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The terror of the big spiders began to magnify infinitely. The other side. As the 4 first classes were defeated, the eyebrows of the officials watching this side of the world tightened. The spider appears in an unusual location within the video, and is backed up by even more unusual support from the creepy department. That's something one wouldn't want to associate with. Just as all the executives frowned, a purple-robed celestial master said, "This is the mythic sector of the Tier 1 city town? It's kind of ridiculous. It's just a single fallen creepy, and there's no sea of infected creatures yet that actually can't be suppressed. It's simply a disgrace to Huaxia, and it's not just us who are concerned about this incident, but also quite a few of the people of Huaxia. One loss is nothing, but if it causes trepidation, it's hard to blame." At those words, the hearts of the mythic sector executives sank. If the mythology department doesn't work, what about the weirdness department? It's amazing how much time has passed and no support has been put in place. Perhaps knowing what these people were thinking, the celestial master smiled once and said, "The creepy sector is 3 minutes away from arriving." That being said, the speed of this support today is something that can be descended upon, but they had a reason for what happened, and, by mistake, discovered an extremely serious flaw in the mythology department. As the department that gathers the hopes of the people of China, the mythic department wouldn't need to rely on the creepy department for everything, would it? This is a laugh riot. Breaths stuttered, and the words made it extremely difficult for the myth department. In addition to those in the mythos department, one of the connecting executives was breathing slightly heavily. After all, the mythology department is under the crown. But just then, inside the video, in the middle of the field, a man with a large sword came slowly. This is? The official recognized the visitor at once. The crowd in the live broadcast room pondered for a moment, and then also surprised with 2 words. Guan Yunchang Awakener. After Guan Yunchang stepped into the square, in the ruins to one side Pinnan stood up with his clothes worn and tattered. He was badly injured, but his grip on the greatsword was extraordinarily strong. Guan Yun, retreat. This isn't even an event you can participate in. You've only just awakened and your strength is only third-rate. Words. The greatsword in Guan Yun's hand threw itself heavily to the ground with such force that it shook slightly. Collective awakening. The various great generals were not concentrated in one place, but were distributed all over Huaxia. Guan Yunchang awakened is in this one city. Before his awakening he had a young face. After his awakening he put a trimmed fake beard on himself and his face was slightly reddened, whether it was dyed or he was just naturally thin-skinned. Touching a handful of his beard, Guan Yun said, "The great sword in Guan's hand specializes in cutting down the old and the young. A small spider only. Be at peace for a moment. Mr. Guan will go and return." Although first awakened, Guan Yun's strength was not high, only third-rate. However, this aura of his was incomparable to even the mid-first-class Pingnan. It couldn't be helped. After all, compared to Guan Yun's awakened identity, Huron was far too weak. Guan Yunchang. History sinks in, and 10,000 people honor it. On some level, it's close to being a god. No, not nearly, but has become a god. He has another name. Quan Kung, a martial arts saint. Guan Yun kicked the large sword inserted into the floor with his heel. The inertia made him hold the sword in one hand, pulling up a blade flower before slanting his back. A small spider is just a small spider. Warm wine. It only takes Guan Mao 3 stabs to kill it. Not far away sniffs Pinnacle. For martial arts first class were defeated in a single shot. Even if you're Guan Yunchang awakened, but you haven't grown up yet, are you sure you're not going to die? However, just as Nanping was about to continue his persuasion, at this point, the spider in the square violently tightened its entire body in a manner as if it were an enemy. This scene caused Huron to freeze slightly. In the meantime, over the city, above the white clouds that no one could see, one person was so strange that he actually sat cross-legged on the back of a person with a long blood-red dress. The man looked down at the spider. A frown was raised. Tier 1 cities. Creepy. Speaking up. These days shenanigans could call for Su Tian to look for them. And now, a place where shenanigans were least expected. Shenanigans appeared. Blood Maiden. Take it. Without any hesitation Su Tian said. Wait. However, as soon as his words came out, he immediately retracted his words. None other. A silhouette in the distance swept towards this side at great speed. Chapter 43, Lao Sun, have come. In the square, Huron looked at the shivering spiders in amazement, turning his head and locking his gaze on Guan Yun, his mouth hanging open. Inside waves of shock. There was no one else around the square. Other than Guan Yun, it was some armed forces. And how could those people make the big scary spiders tremble? So that means that the real culprit who made the spider fearful was Guan Yun. The problem, however, is, how is that possible? Before this the 4 of them first-rate experts could only be teased by the spider. What right did he have as a third-rate? Is it just because he can pretend? Over here, as the spider curled up and shivered, Guan Yun once again stroked his beard, begging for mercy in front of Guan. Mr. Guan won't eat that. After saying that, he carried his sword with one hand, and the large sword scratched across the ground, rubbing out gusts of sparks with an ear-piercing sound. This might, even more so, called Huron amazed, his eyes staring straight up. Inside the live broadcast room, a large number of people who were terrified also had their hearts greatly stabilized at this moment. Although they didn't know Guan Yun's strength, the martial saint's reputation was extremely loud, so everyone held their breath and had their eyes locked on Guan Yun. Awakened people would master a natural skill upon their first awakening, which was what Xiao Feng had previously called an undercard skill. As the fit with the awakened object increases, More abilities are also mastered until it is completely for the martial Saint Guan Yu. Of course there's room for growth on top of that, but those would be beyond the reach of these guys right now. After all, most of the awakened had yet to break through to the ascendant right now. It was just an afterthought. Guan Yun hadn't been awakened for long, and he didn't know too many moves, but one natural skill was clearly enough. As he approached the spider, his aura began to converge, and with the large sword behind him constantly rubbing against the ground, 4 words popped into the minds of those who were paying attention to Guan Yun at this moment. Going it alone. That's right, this was Guan Yun's bottom skill. Even if he didn't say anything, he could make people realize it with his aura alone. Soon, Guan Yun came to the spider without any hesitation. Eat Guan's sword, the single blade chop, he said. As the words fell, only the blade turned, and the stone tiles on the ground instantly shattered and splattered out in all directions. Quiet as a child, moving like a rabbit. At this moment Guan Yun changed from a slow pace to a robust stride forward. His greatsword was raised diagonally with one hand, a posture as if there was an invisible steed at his hip. It was a single chop, but when the white light flashed, it was clearly a sweeping strike. The knife passed, but the remaining knife chi was condensed but not dispersed, and after staying in the air for half a breath, it instantly chopped at the spider carrying the momentum of thunder. Single cut and cross. Second chop. With the inertia of the horizontal chop, Guan Yun held his sword with both hands. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand drew a perfect arc, a sideways jump and turn, and the large sword in his hand slashed down from top to bottom. 2 strikes in one breath. This was Guan Yun's single sword chop. Each strike could gather the momentum of heaven and earth, and one cut is stronger than the other. After chopping and putting away his sword, Guan Yu turned around in style and stood with his chest out. He stroked his beard as if the outcome was already predetermined. It's just a spider. 2 cuts are enough, and real men never look back at explosions. Great, that's plenty of push. But the curled-up spider seemed to be on guard for something, not dodging in the face of the 2 strikes of blade chi that came its way. Swish! The terrifying blade chi directly penetrated deep into its forefoot, easily passing through the body, revealing the blood-red flesh under the black hard armor after the forefoot was broken. These 2 slashes caught everyone's eye. Broken defense? Or do you just cut off that forefoot with a single slash? Scary as hell. Nanping's eyes widened as he did not expect that a spider whose blast slash did not even break the defense as a first-rate Shoutian of martial arts could actually be slashed in 2 by Guan Yun. This simply refreshed Nampei's worldview. Good lord, a third-rate Quanji. So powerful? If this slash is this strong in the 3rd class, what's the point of entering the 1st class? Thinking about it, Nanping breathed heavily. No wonder the spider was so wary. I didn't realize that Guan Yun's strength could actually be so heaven-defying even after his initial awakening. With Nampei's accident. In the distance, some of the people of the special warfare teams collectively changed color, and likewise they were very shocked. A knife was actually as strong as this. This way. Looking at the shocked crowd in the distance, Guan Yun stroked up his beard. That look. Right on. He knew that now he was a generation of martial saint awakened. The district is just weird, that is not easy to handle? Ha ha, where is Wen's wine? Bring it. Guan Yun stroked his beard and laughed brightly. As he spoke, in the back, the knife chi chopped off the front foot still not dispersed, and went straight to the spider's head. Just when everyone thought that the saber chi could still easily pass through their bodies, a black light flashed by, instantly colliding with the saber chi to cancel each other out. What is that black light that actually blocked the martial saint's blade chi? This black gas appeared too quickly. It made the crowd of onlookers blush. At the same time, he looked at Guan Erji, who was still there warming the wine, and his heart was in a great hurry. Master Guan Er is careful. That thing isn't dead yet. Immediately, someone warned, but this reminder was a pop-up, and Guan Yun couldn't see it. Soon, behind him, another black light appeared from the spider, heading straight for him. Holy shit, Quanji quickly dodge. What the hell is that spider spitting? It looks so weird. Take cover. Master switch too. The people on the air saw this and swiped their pop-ups. However, Guan Yun just threw his great sword to the ground, not noticing it at all. Seeing that the black light was getting closer and closer to Guan Ershi, the hearts of the crowd were all clenched at this moment. Soon, with a piercing coldness coming from behind, Guan Yun also sensed that something was wrong at this moment. Subconsciously he gripped the knife directly to the side, but when he turned around and saw the black light behind him, it was too late to resist at that point. Maybe if he was a little more awakened, he could block it, but right now, he was nowhere near strong enough. In the distance, Huron secretly said it was bad. In this situation, he immediately knew that it was definitely not Guan Yun who made the spider tremble in fear. Instead, it's someone else, otherwise he wouldn't be in crisis. Pingnan was some distance away from Sunling, watching Guan Yun's moment of crisis. Just then, Here comes my old grandson. Boom! Qi Tian Dishang makes an appearance. Only a touch of red in the distance was seen as if the evening sun was reflecting the sky and the earth. A huge stick. Up 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 up. Break through space. Break through distance instantly crashed through the spider's black gas. At the same time rumble. The earth shattered. Martial arts Saint Guan Yun was directly lifted off. Hit the ground bouncing up. Down. Bouncing up and however, he didn't crash into the ruins behind him. On the third time he reversed his body in the air. And the large knife in his hand was like cutting tofu, plunging into the ground. But even so, he skidded for about 10 meters before stopping. Far away, in the midst of the red evening sun, Sun Ling, who was clad in lockjaw gold armor and wearing a golden hoop on his head, leapt down from the building. Only then did the crowd see that the red evening glow was just a cloak behind him. The red bucket fluttered and Sun Ling landed lightly. You demonic creature, devouring people and devouring flesh. Damn you, damn you. With that said, the golden band was retrieved by Sun Ling, though the gold band became normal size, and he clutched it with both hands, scratching his head a bit. For a monkey to act this way means he's having a hard time. Ha, Master Guan Er, my old grandson didn't hurt you, did he? This stick, my old grandson will be big when I get excited. Annoying, annoying. Guan Yun shook the dust from his body. Guan Mao isn't so bad as to be injured by the battle you bow. That's good, that's good. Sun Ling jumped onto the square and surveyed the spiders from side to side. This demonic creature actually ran here. It's really strange. Hey, irritating. Forget it, whatever. Eat my old son's stick. Chapter 44, The girl who crawled out of the spider's belly. As Qi Tian Dishang appeared on the stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. After all, this one was a true mythic awakening in the hearts of the people. Ping Nan also entered the center of the square at this time, and his gaze landed on Sun Ling, his brows moving slightly. Just now Sun Ling's bat, Qi Tian Dishang had already stepped into the realm of the innate, and it wasn't early innate, it was peak innate. Don't look at this realm as unworthy of the name of the great sage of Qi Tian, but one must realize that not much time had passed since Sun Ling's awakening. The great sage of Qi Tian? I see. It wasn't Guan Yun who made the spiders tremble, it was him. Phew, it's fortunate that he rushed here, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable if that black light hadn't been blocked just now. Huron had some second thoughts. If something were to happen to Guan Yun, then he, as the mythical townsman of this region, could be blamed. Just as all sorts of thoughts were going on over here, Sun Ling struck out. At the moment of Sun Ling's entrance, the spider that had been trembling all over seemed to have sensed the crisis and began to go on guard. Eat my old son's stick. When Sun Ling's words fell, the ruby golden hoop cudgel in his hand rose at the sight of the wind. At first it was only as thick as an arm, but by the time a baton was swung down, one end of it was already the size of a car. The ruby golden hoop cudgel weighed 18,000 pounds. This weight, not to mention Sun Ling's full-strength baton, let's say it fell directly on the ground. It could also shake the ground. With Sun Ling coming in with a stick, the spider gathered a large amount of black gas in its mouth, while its huge tail lit up with some strange runes. The runes glowed, making the spider change color. The color changes from black to red. But, boom! As soon as the rod came down, the black gas collapsed, the earth crumbled, and the spiders were knocked over. Looking closely at its 8 feet, at least 4 were broken. Hey, it hurts, worthy of being a demon. It's so painful to be able to eat one of my old son's rods and not die. Sun Ling's rod became normal size again and was held in his hand. In the middle of the field, the spider that was knocked over rolled over. Its broken legs recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Sun Ling, it hissed, "Holy shit, what a terrifying recovery speed." The people around them were startled. Although the bazaar can heal wounds quickly, even seeing bones can be healed in a hurry, but only if they are not broken. Once Creepy is missing an arm or a leg, it's going to take a dozen or 2 minutes at the very least to recover. The spider, on the other hand, was actually visible to the naked eye, and its broken quadruped was restored. You can see the horror. However, although this recovery speed was terrifying, the crowd didn't worry. After all, the great sage was here. The little spider in the district can't turn over the sky. Seeing that the spider recovered, Sun Ling raised his hand and struck again. Meanwhile, the other side, with Sun Ling's entrance, a change in expression appeared on the expression of one of the heavenly masters among the higher-ups who were paying attention to this side. Without Sun Ling's entrance, he could have foreseen it. Waiting for support from the creepy sector, along with some awakenings on the field, can quickly quell the spiders. So much for the absolute prestige of the bazaar department, but never expected that a Changbite Jean was actually killed out of thin air. Moreover, looking at the spider's situation, it was definitely not a match for Sun Ling, and although the spider recovered quickly from its injuries, defeat would be a matter of time. Yes, the other executives shouted, especially some of the people from the mythic sector. This Chi Tian de Shine came just in time. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid this one would have gone terribly wrong. Haha, this is our department's top awakened. It's really extraordinary. At this moment, everyone in the myth department was beaming with glory. Just now they were suppressed and didn't dare to say more than a single word. But now it's different. They can say it out loud. It's called the myth department. Just as these executives were extremely happy about this, the battlefield is changing rapidly. In fact, it wasn't just some of the higher-ups who thought that Chi Tian de Shang's victory was just a matter of time. Even some of the netizens and the crowd present at the meeting thought the same thing. After all, that spider had been unable to raise its head from the pressure of Sun Ling's several rods. For that matter, the spider has no chance of turning over. However, soon, the human face above the spider looked fierce. She seems to have made some decision that it's not a good idea to drag this out. So when Sun Ling struck again with his big stick, she didn't dodge or avoid it, but took the blow with her head hard. What's going on? Is this spider getting killed? Didn't you just use your 8 feet to block around? Why did you stop blocking all of a sudden? There was a loud bang. This bat, the large spider that was only called Terror, was suddenly in pieces. A large red liquid flowed out of the spider's body. Demon. If you want to die a dry death, my old grandson will fulfill you. Sun Ling looked at the filth all over the ground and spun his stick into his ear and said, "Holy shit. I don't know why that spider brought its head over by itself, but the great sage is really handsome. Ha ha, just kidding, that's a great saint. Not only is he handsome, he's ridiculously strong." The bat made the pop-ups roll like crazy in the live room. As for the field, Guan has met the great sage. When the battle was over, Guan Yun carried his greatsword and stroked his beard before going forward. Scene. Sun Ling responded, then glanced at the corpse behind him and said, "This battle was so painful, but it's just that this demon wasn't quite able to fight. Regrets. The great sage spill is truly something Guan has seen in his life." Guan Yun's left hand stroked a beard and said, "The great sage said that coming to meet is destiny. Let's go. Now that it's over here, why don't you drink a few cups with Guan?" "Drinking? Very much to my old son's taste." Excellent. Sun Ling scratched his hand and said, "Just then, however, the commoner on one side of the room looked at the spider corpses behind him and suddenly his face changed drastically. Great sage, that demon is still alive. It's still moving?" These words caused Sun Ling and Guan Yun, who were in the middle of a conversation, to be slightly surprised and follow the gaze of the person who shouted towards the back. This look didn't matter. The two of them looked at each other, and their complexions shifted. Sun Ling even directly took out his Rui golden hoop rod again. See only, in the midst of the large swath of filth, a humanoid figure crawled out of the spider's stomach. The figure had long, slender black hair that trailed to the ground. The body reveals large swaths of blood-stained white skin, her key areas covered by some thick black armor. On its back, 8 spider feet with a metallic luster extended. What is it? The common man was startled. This scene was so strange. The big spider was obviously dead, but it turned out that a person could actually crawl out of its stomach? And this one, how weird it looked. Nope, or maybe it's not even human, but humanoid creepy. Guan Yun frowned. The young girl in front of him gave off a very cute feeling. Not too tall, especially with her long hair that was resting on the ground, combined with some of the stained blood on its body. It was quite a sight to behold. However, Guan Yun's gaze was fixed. Before this he was able to meet the spider head-on, and that was because he didn't feel any aura of danger from it. In fact, if he hadn't been really careless, he would have been able to go at least 50-50 with spider. But now, Guan Yun felt a palpitation. The palpitation was very deadly. It was as if he were to strike out at the little girl right now, it would be himself who would die in an instant. This way, after the little girl climbed out of the spider's stomach, she stretched lazily before slowly turning her head, her gaze fixed on Sun Ling. Monkey Awakener? Not bad. Unfortunately, today is the day you die. The little girl's voice was soft and kind, but what came out screamed a chill. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Spider Woman. After the little girl opened her mouth, the people in the live broadcast room as well as the scene were shocked, because it was the first time these people knew that Creepy could actually talk. This is outrageous. Creepy in the crowd's impression, that are cruel and bloodthirsty, and the appearance of horror, such as the previous big spider, is very image. But what appeared now was a petite loli with absolutely nothing weird about her except for the 8 spider feet on her back. On top of that, actually being able to talk. Is that still weird? Just then, an explanation from an official appeared on the air. While ordinary people had never seen a humanoid spooky, official people still had some cognizance of it. And there are some specifics. The reason why it was not publicized before is that the humanoid Yuri gives people a lot of associations. Especially when these humanoids are all handsome and extraordinary. It is even easier to get into trouble. Kidding aside, 20 years ago even Pipio would have had someone's mind made up. Not to mention the weirdness of this kind of look. If it is published officially, they are genuinely afraid that there will be individuals who have the guts to get the girl shenanigans going. But now that the humanoid creep has appeared in the center of the city, there's no way to hide it if you want to. Officially, creepy is positioned at 3 levels: non-humanoid, semi-humanoid, and finally fully humanoid. As for infected creatures not being in the spooky column, within the official top secret information, there was a time when the border was full of humanoid shenanigans. The account is short though, just a few paragraphs of description. Deep in the border, there is an abyss surrounding the Chinese territory, and the full humanoid bizarrely is 3 appearing on the opposite side of the abyss. No one knew how terrifying the full humanoid creepiness was, as the shadow floated in mid-air, as it made its way towards the side of the abyss. Broken spatial fissures could be seen all around it, although it was finally blocked by the abyss and didn't come across the void. Just this one image made the person who recorded it become insane on the spot, crazy, and finally swallowed a gun and killed himself. Only a text was left behind. This is not Wasia. This is not Wasia. We've fallen into the abyss. We've fallen into the abyss. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. The words are split. A crowd of netizens were taken aback after the official members explained. Creepy can actually take human form? My god. Hastily these people stared at the spider woman in the picture. Looking up and down, the picture of the bazaar not only can turn into human form, but actually so beautiful? Not technically taking on human form, but mimicking humans. Within the pop-ups, there were some more sensible people. Don't forget how brutally it was eating our compatriots before. And, damn it, this guy actually dares to call our great sage a monkey. Simply abominable. Upstairs is right. A trickster is just actually looking down on our great sage. Great sage, teach her a hard lesson with your stick. Let her know why the flowers are so red. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. As for the field, hearing the spider woman's words, Sun Ling fought the stick against his shoulder and said, "You little goblin, do you really think that my old son is made of clay? Tai, eat my old son's stick first." Spider woman twisted her seductive waist posture and walked barefoot through the dirt and blood all over the ground, saying as she walked, "If you grow up, maybe I can't resist this stick, but right now, you're just a mole." As the words fell, the metal foot behind Spider Woman's back was actually able to extend out in an instant as well. Only one foot snapped and lengthened, easily catching Sun Ling's baton. Sun Ling's baton could have stopped a building in its tracks, but when it collided with the metal spider feet, it made a loud sound of gold and stone clashing. The Spider Woman's figure did not change in any way, while Sun Ling felt the tremendous force of the recoil coming from his hands. Without resisting this recoil with all his might, Sun Ling lent his strength, and in the sunlight, he transformed into a golden flame, his red cloak rising with the wind. Ouch! Eat my old son's stick while you're at it. With this stick, the air around him drew white lines. Boom! Before it even struck Spider Woman, it just hit the air with a loud sonic boom. So strong, this was considered to be Sun Ling's near full strength strike, and its might caused everyone to cry out in shock. If the previous martial Dao first class was inhuman, then the Sun Ling at this time was superhuman. However, there was another loud clash of gold and stone. Spider Woman faced the blow and used her 2 metal feet to easily parry it. Boom! In the middle of the field, this recoil was even stronger, almost making the baton in Sun Ling's hand come out of his hand. However, as a Qi Tian Dishang awakened, Sun Ling's martial arts foundation could be said to be pulled full circle. With a few prancing shifts, the force of the recoil was dissolved by him. Painful, painful. You little goblin, you can take a beating. Although the 2 attacks were ineffective, Sun Ling didn't take a hit either. This was the nature of the great sage of Qi Tian, in whom there was no such thing as fear. There was just the exhilaration of battle and the boiling of blood throughout his body. In the myth, the Monkey King even Rulai can give him a few sticks. The Heavenly Court can also give it to stir up. So do not say this small spider in front of you, not far away. Huron sucked in a sharp breath of cool air through these 2 strikes. Fierce Sun Ling charged toward the Spider Woman again. He said, "Great sage, be careful. She has already entered the realm of the land immortals. It's even more than that. It's possible that she's an existence above the land gods. This way, Spider Woman is just a defense." And Sun Ling fighting only used 2 feet. As for the other 6 feet, seems to be in the dark to guard against what have been all on guard state did not move. In this square, Spider Woman had always felt a peeping if anything on her. This prying she didn't know where. It made her very tight inside. "Is that your backhand, dead monkey?" Successive sounds of gold and stone clashing rang out. and Spider-Woman's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said, "Backhanded? The little goblin is seen by you. Then I, Lao Sun, will no longer try." In fact, there was no need for Pingnan to remind him that Sun Ling had probably sensed Spider-Woman's strength after 2 encounters. It was above him and, moreover, at least 2 great realms higher. Having said that, the stick in Sun Ling's hand bent against the floor with a pestle. Using the force of the stick's rebound, he flew into midair. This scene is like riding up on a somersault cloud. To one side, there was the same spinning up stick, which he grabbed firmly with one hand when it was in the air. Next second, "Tai, eat my old sun stick." The words fell. The stick rises against the wind. A huge rod appeared in midair out of nowhere. That huge mold, like a pillar through the sky, was almost on the verge of stirring the clouds in the sky. Under the sunlight, on the red and white stick, the 5 big words Rui Golden Hoop Stick had golden light floating from it. Qi Tian Dishang's first awakening skill, Rui Golden Hoop Stick. Ha ha, here comes my old grandson. With this stick, the hearts of the entire square were startled. At this moment, everyone felt a large word of death appear on their brains. Yet, get the hell out of the square. I don't know who shrieked. And all of a sudden the people in the square scattered in all directions. Chapter 46 Sun Ling froze for the first time. It's just a bat. Is it necessary to run so fast? Let's watch Guan Mao. As the others fled, Guan Yun was more calm and stroked his beard with his right hand and said, however, when the rod zoomed through the air, a powerful gale blew Guan Yun's eyes open. Not good. Guan Mao's eyes got sand in them. Up ahead. Wait for Guan. This is too scary. Guan Yun, carrying a large sword, joined in. So, the entire square cleared out all at once, leaving only Spider-Woman still standing in place. In the meantime, in the clouds, Su Tian, who was sitting on the Blood Maiden's back, stroked his chin as he looked at Sun Ling, who was in a great state of power. It was indeed worthy of being a Qi Tian Dishang awakened. Cool. Below, Spider-Woman, facing the stick, finally used all of her metal feet. Each of her 8 feet was extremely extended, turning into metal wings to firmly protect her. Instantaneous. The two intersect. Rumble. The large square sank 3 meters at this moment, and the dust raised was carried by a violent shockwave that swept over everything at once. Wow! Doors and windows blew out in surrounding buildings. Shit! Guan Yun, due to his slow running, saw that the shockwave from the rear was about to hit, and immediately he thrust his large sword into the ground and hit his entire body behind it. In the distance, the people who were secretly broadcasting live were also forced to black screen at this moment. There was no way around it. The impact had lifted them off the ground. Terror! This is too scary. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, the final scene of the Great Sage's power was engraved into their minds like an inscription. Someone jumped up from their computer. Some people were holding their cell phones and gagging furiously. Qi Tian Dishang. I'll be damned. That stick. I'm afraid the sky could be lifted. Great Sage. This is our Great Sage. Shock began to carry over from everyone's mind. It made their hearts swell. With this great saint, you're still afraid of the district's weirdness? And keep in mind that the Great Sage has yet to grow up completely. Huaxia. Now that Huaxia has a great saint. Ha ha, what's weirdness? We are now considered to have completely stabilized ourselves. Ha ha, just as the crowd fell into a frenzy over the strength of the sun spirit. No one knew that in the depths of the rolling dust, Spider-Woman looked a bit of a mess in her entire body, despite chipping off 2 of her metal feet and getting scratches on her body from some of the debris. But, she was still standing upright. As for Sun Ling, the Rui Golden Hoop Rod became normal size and was held in his hand. On closer inspection, Sun Ling's wrist was trembling slightly, and a trace of blood could be seen dripping from it. What a pain in the ass. I, Lao Sun, have never been so pained before. Come, fight again. Sun Ling was in a bad state, but his eyes didn't flash with fear. Instead, his battle intent was even stronger, wanting to take over. But that's when Su Tian on the clouds changed his mount. And as for the Blood Lady, at this time, she had quietly appeared behind the Great Sage. Spider-Woman's broken legs quickly recovered. Battle? Sorry, just wanted to play along. I just want to see how strong you can be when you can be specifically targeted. Now look at it. It's nothing more than that. Spider-Woman's words fell and she raised her eyes to look at Sun Ling, just as she wanted to take out her true strength to take him down. Suddenly, she saw the Blood Lady standing behind Sun Ling. Just a glance. The Blood Lady's red dress enlarged in her eyes, outlawing heaven and earth in an instant. Now all that remained before Spider-Woman's eyes was a woman looking sideways at her, its eyes silent. You? Spider-Woman was alarmed, but she hadn't even said this yet. The next second, heaven and earth rotated. Endless red began to devour her soul. Did not wait for her to resist, so her whole person completely lost consciousness. 2 eyes black. Do not know anything. This way. Sun Ling carried his stick and was just about to leap forward to fight again, but in vain. He realized that the Spider-Woman, who had obviously been there the previous second, had just bizarrely disappeared. Goblin, trying to run? Hurriedly Sun Ling searched around, but only saw rolling dust. As for the Spider-Woman's figure, not a single hair was seen. Annoying, annoying, how do goblins run so fast? Sun Ling froze for the first time. A leprechaun that big had disappeared right under his nose. The other side. The unconscious Spider-Woman was carried by the Blood Woman and brought before Su Tian. Looking at the small and delicate Spider-Woman in the Blood Woman's hand, Su Tian didn't capture it directly. After all, this Spider-Woman could talk, so of course she had to pry some information out of her. Moving his eyes away, Su Tian looked towards Sun Ling within the dust. After Sun Ling moved the Rui golden hoopstick, a string of prompts flashed before Su Tian's eyes. Troops to be recruited detected. Troops to be recruited? This prompt caused Su Tian to freeze, and in a hurry he looked down the panel. Troops to be recruited detected. Name, Sun Ling, the Great Sage of Qi Tian Dishang. Fit, 1%. Talent skill, Rui's Golden Band. Characteristics, none, activated by 100% fit. Note, recruitment before 100% fit. Fit will be fixed. Note, after the fit is 100%, the soul can be consumed and converted into an exclusive fit. Ha! Upon seeing the two words characteristics, Su Tian was overjoyed. The word trait was one he had acquired and, just one trait had brought him amazing benefits. It directly raises the base level of the soldier. And recruiting Sun Spirit actually gains traits? It's like getting rich. Under Su Tian's great joy, he hurriedly looked at the notes behind him and faintly froze. Recruitment before the fit is 100%. The fit will be fixed? No. So dopey? Su Tian was dumbfounded. No wonder the panel prompted earlier that a pending recruit was detected. Oh, and a little sweet. So you're showing it now to whet your appetite? Breathlessly Su Tian closed the panel, and then his gaze turned to Guan Yun below, who had been blown out of shape by the aftermath of the previous wave. On him Su Tian did not see a pending recruitment prompt. Although Guan Yun is weak right now, Guan Yunchang is definitely a high-level soldier. It's not reasonably likely that they will be unrecruitable. Turning his head, Su Tian looked towards Sun Ling, his gaze locking onto the column of fit on Sun Ling's panel. Could it be that the panel only appears when there is a fit? Su Tian's gaze twitched as he thought. It was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise how could a good Guan Yunchang be unable to recruit? Shaking his head, Su Tian led the Blood Maiden toward the distance. Picked up a spider on the way. That's for sure. Now it's time to find a quiet place and pry Spider-Woman's mouth open. In the square, as Su Tian left, the people in the distance began to gather around after realizing that there was no movement of any fighting in here. Waiting for the dust to dissipate a bit, the crowd quickly saw Sun Ling walking head-on. Great Sage! Although Sun Ling's body was also stained with some dust, but the whole person looked unharmed. This point made a group of eyebrows happy, and immediately shouted in surprise. Great Sage! Ha ha! I knew that Great Sage would definitely be able to take that spider with ease. Annoying, annoying, letting that little spider run away. Seeing that the crowd was about to misunderstand, Sun Ling said, run away? The crowd froze. The Great Sage's baton was so powerful, but this spider can still run? At that moment, Guan Yun also arrived. At the moment of seeing Guan Yun, not long I subconsciously opened his mouth and said, Guan Air Master, your clothes. Mr. Guan just dyed the clothes on a whim. No need to care. Guan Yun stroked his beard with his left hand and said without blushing, no, the face is a little red. Chapter 47, First, I'll take off one of her arms. Guan Yun's words caused a moment of silence. Soon the topic returns. Just now, although dust was rolling in the square, the crowd was spread out everywhere, and they didn't see anything come out of the dust at all. Great Sage, we didn't even see the spider girl run out. How did she get away? Upon hearing this, Sun Ling scratched his hand. Old Sun, can't swindle you guys. Annoying, annoying. If it weren't for the fact that Lao Sun, failed to acquire the somersault cloud, I wouldn't be able to let this little demon escape. Sun Ling carried the rod, scratched his ears and quickly left the square. Stay after he's gone. Guan Yun came to the center of the square and looked into the aftermath of the previous battle, only to see the entire square, as if it had been hit by a meteorite, a huge deep crater appeared. It was unimaginable to imagine what kind of existence would be able to remain unharmed and escape under such an attack. At the time of his awakening, a sense of bravado lingered within Guan Yun. After all, he was holding the green dragon crescent blade. Even if it was the big spider from before, he couldn't generate half a bit of fear within him. However, the bizarre terror of the half-humanoid in the gap between him and Sun Ling made him frown now. Too careless before. If it's the real Guan Ershi, How could he be so careless? Master Guan. He's not blind. But loyalty, faith, righteousness, and courage. On the other side, a secluded place, the Spider-Woman woke up slowly. She opened her eyes in confusion, her mind going blank. She had no idea what was going on. The last memory lingered on the image of heaven and earth in crimson and a stunning woman looking sideways at her. Just what realm is that? Thinking of this, the Spider-Woman suddenly breathed a few times more sharply. Her strength was not strong, but she was at least ranked in the forbidden zone, and she had completely cleared the miasma and stepped into the Sanghi realm, just waiting for the 8 feet behind him to be refined. He would be able to completely shed his mortal body and enter the peak of the Sea of Life. In this way one can enter another heaven and earth, and from then on it will be extraordinary and uncommon. However, with her current strength, she could actually lose consciousness by someone looking at her? That person in red, could it be above the Sea of Life? But how? This side of the land is simply unable to step above the Sea of Life. At most it is the peak of the Sea of Life. Without a unique heaven and earth seal, what can one take to break through? The Spider-Woman's mind was in turmoil. She just couldn't figure it out. Moreover, if she was really in existence above the Sea of Life, she should be able to see the mark in her body. And why would she strike out at herself when we were all in the same place? Shaking her head, the Spider-Woman wondered. Taking a deep breath, she began to look around. That said, it was good news that she was still awake now. On the ground, the Spider-Woman began to prop up her body. A long hair like waterfall, aesthetic hanging down. This up scene is very good looking. If this picture is published out of the fear that it can cause a lot of geeks excited, shout out to your wife on the spot. With Spider-Woman up. On one side, a woman in red half kneeled toward a man. Your Majesty, she has awakened. Aha! Su Tian responded before looking at the Spider-Woman who was sitting on the ground propping up her body. Awake? Spider-Girl looked at Su Tian, who was dressed in a black dragon robe, in confusion, and turned her head to see Blood Girl, who caused her pupils to shrink. This is memories of that horrible man, the one who told her to faint at a single glance, and so on. The Spider-Woman's eyelids jumped because, as she had just seen, this terrifying red-robed person was actually half-kneeling towards the other one, and, to address him as his Majesty? As the Spider-Girl was shocked, Su Tian slowly opened his mouth. Spider-Girl's words in the square could be vivid in Su Tian's mind, and he didn't need to think about it to know that this guy was here for Sun Ling. The last time he was in the restricted area, he heard someone trying to make a move on Sun Ling. As it turns out, that's how long it's been. Surprisingly, one of the shenanigans really came out of the woodwork. Name. Su Tian said. You. Wait. A black dragon robe. You're an ancient miasma awakener? The first emperor? Su Tian's brows twitched. What ancient miasma awakener? A raised eyebrow. Could it be? The awakened are ancient miasma awakened in the eyes of this group of creeps? His Majesty asked you your name. Answer honestly. Seeing that the Spider-Woman was confused, the little giant immediately moved forward carrying a terrifying aura. The little giant was very tall, and when he moved, he was like a mountain crushing towards the Spider-Girl. Its shadow directly obscured the Spider-Woman. Although Little Giant was not as strong as Blood Woman, but that being said, it would be a matter of minutes before Little Giant could take down Spider-Woman. It just wasn't as easy as Blood Girl's crushing stance. The Spider-Woman's breath hitched. As the Little Giant moved, she then saw that there were quite a few people surrounding her. There was the one with an unusually large right arm, and the one with a ghastly white face and wings on his back, and the last one who was as slender as a bamboo pole. These people are strange looking though, but none of the Spider-Women sensed a deadly aura from them. Obviously every single one of them here was not weaker than her. Looking at the silent people, Su Tian didn't want to delay. A look gave the slender black shadow, and instantly the latter slapped the Spider-Woman on the cheek, without the slightest hint of pity. Generation Creepy has taken on human form and become pathetic to be loved? Delusional. Splat. Spider-Woman was confused. The cheeks instantly reddened and swelled high. Being creepy, she's either been in a fight her whole life, or she's been on the way to a fight, and she can fail to beat someone, get seriously injured, or get killed by them. But never in a million years did she expect that one day someone would actually dare to bully her like that. You. The Spider-Woman covered her cheeks, and for a moment, the anger in her eyes came out. Jia. I like this look in your eyes. The slender black shadow laughed strangely, looking at the person who still didn't know what to do, and immediately threw another slap over. The slap was hard enough to send Spider-Woman sprawling to the ground once more. The slender black shadow took out a bottle of water from somewhere and splashed it on the Spider-Woman's face on the spot as she tried to brace herself. At once, pity level X2. On its small white face, wisps of long hair were dyed wet and stuck to her cheeks. The spider girl's eyes were tinged with hatred, and because of her lack of strength, her whole body was suppressed and unable to move, mixed with extreme powerlessness. Su Tian sucked in a cold breath. The image of the scene made him feel a little out of place. How is it that he seems to have become the villain? Slender Black Shadow, where did you learn this move? Are you sure this is torture, and not buffing someone? At those words, the slender Black Shadow immediately half-kneeled towards Su Tian. Your Majesty, it is the last general who did not do things well. Please punish your Majesty. Su Tian was a bit speechless and waved his hand, adding, and don't ever bray and laugh again. It's misleading. We're not the big bad. Yes, your Majesty. Alright, back to the topic. Slender Black Shadow, first unload one of her arms. Su Tian said. Chapter 48, wanting to fight with heaven and fate. Establishing the immortal court and moving the immortal terrace. Spider-Woman. She had thought that Su Tian would be gentle when he had stopped the slender Black Shadow. And then, she came up and tried to take her arm off. Nima, and you say you're not a villain? Sure enough, the ancient miasma awakeners were, as recorded, a group of great evils. They are cruel, bloodthirsty, and do no evil. Seeing that the slender Black Shadow was about to come up by moving her wrists, the Spider-Woman was extremely hard-headed and instantly raised her chin with a defiant face. Jokingly, she is creepy. Her arm can grow back if she breaks it, so what's to be afraid of? At that moment, the Spider-Woman coalesced with a face full of rigidity and said, Ancient Miasma Awakener, what are you going to ask? You say instead. Come up here and you're going to take my arm off. Ask me what you want to know. Didn't I ask? Su Tian was slightly stunned, and this Spider-Woman had a defiant look on her face, as if he hadn't really asked. Your Majesty, you asked her name. The slender Black Shadow snatched at the answer. Good, I asked. Slender Black Shadow, remove arm. Spider-Woman, I have no name. I cannot answer. Name, that is the bondage of the mortal miasma. I am free from the mortal miasma. I have no name. How do you expect me to answer without a name? Also, you've got me. Why are you asking me my name? If you have anything you want to torture, just ask. Jie, dare to disrespect His Majesty. Remove your arm. The slender Black Shadow learned, and instantly snatched at the answer. However, Su Tian glared at him, and instantly the slender Black Shadow's figure lurched, immediately knowing where he had gone wrong. So he changed his words. He, dare to disrespect His Majesty. Remove your arm. At those words, Su Tian didn't know why, but he felt so much of a sense of defiance. A very weird looking person with an open mouth is a hipster. Which, hastily, Su Tian said. Forget it, you're still Jie. At this point, just between the two men's words and actions, the Spider-Woman rigidly said, I'll say anything, please, no more arm removal. I really say everything. Soon, after the interlude, the first question Su Tian asked was just who had told her to come against Sunling. Also, how she descended out of nowhere into the center of the city. At those words, the Spider-Woman sat up in her coiled position and looked straight at Su Tian. Before I answer that question, can I tell you a story? She said. Storytelling? Dawdle. Unload. Su Tian waved his hand to stop the slender Black Shadow. Say it. The Spider-Woman was positively glowing as her gaze began to grow deep, extremely at odds with her tiny body. Ancient Miasma Awakener, I advise you to better give up this identity of yours. I didn't enter the true world and know limited things, but something is still clear to me. Not before the year is remembered. Mortals, who have no miasma in the first place, can directly perceive heaven and earth, and in the inner rest, the birth of the sea. But one day the miasma descended. There is a difference between becoming immortal and mortal. And mortals who do not know themselves, want to fight with heaven and fate, establish the immortal court, move the immortal platform, and become immortal. Unbeknownst to me, this has been compelled by miasma. And that group of people is the ancient miasma. Now, as an ancient miasma awakener, do you really think that this is the way to ascend to immortality, instead of becoming someone else's graft? The return of the ancient miasma can only be a disaster for heaven and earth. Spider-Woman was a prude. Hearing Su Tian's eyes twitch, a sudden change in the picture. Good lord, this creepy came running over to give him a lecture. It's outrageous. Having said that, Su Tian narrowed his brows. The true realm that the Spider-Woman spoke of, without even having to think about it, was naturally the place similar to Wonderland that he had seen that day. As for the rest, ancient miasma? Fight with heaven, fight with destiny, set up the immortal court, move the immortal platform, and become immortal. It's not the wrong path. If you really want to become immortal, this is how it would have been. At that moment, the Spider-Woman continued. That being said, you're still good. Not really an ancient miasma practitioner, and there's still a way back. And the great sage of Chi Tian is one of the true ancient miasmas. This kind of existence must not be allowed to grow. When the time comes, it can only be a great disaster for heaven and earth. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Tian, trying to brainwash him. The little spider wasn't worthy. What heaven and earth catastrophe? It's the bizarre rampage today that's the heaven and earth catastrophe. Creepy rampage? All types of living beings we just let step into the path of clear miasma. Although initially it will be greatly affected by the miasma and become crazy, one day it will be able to completely shed all the miasma. And you, characterizing it as an infection. But in reality, what is taking their lives? What about maiming them? In fact, it was you who were infected all along. At those words, Su Tian froze. Well, playing logical sophistry with him, are we? Good one has been infected by us all along. Don't talk to me about that, even if, as you say, it's us who are infected. Just ignore it. There are interests behind any action, and it is not possible to come to the rescue somehow. To put it bluntly, the path is different. There's no need to put a crown on yourself. Su Tian glanced at the spider woman, who was just sitting here with black gas coming out of her cuckoo. It's outrageous to actually put words in such a righteous way. The spider woman lifted her chin at her words and said, benefits. Sometimes it's not all about benefits. There's also pure salvation. Do you believe this? Su Tian asked rhetorically. I believe it, because before this, I have been muddled. And now, I have completely transformed. The spider woman said. These words surprised Su Tian for a moment, and he glanced at the spider woman. On one level, the little spider's words were really not a problem. After all, she was just a small spider before, and now she's turned into a semi-humanoid creep. But that's a big problem when it comes to people. Moreover, this little spider had grown up to this point. Don't look at its crown, the flesh and blood she devoured that was not at all small. Thinking of this, the corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked. Looking at the spider woman, she asked the fateful question. Why bother when you're crowning about salvation while flaunting blood and flesh wildly? Isn't it good to be blunt and gracious enough to admit that you're just creepy and it's all about the flesh and blood? Su Tian hummed lightly. Now he kind of understood what was bizarre. It was actually all kinds of insects, birds and beasts that enlightened their spirits and then swallowed people and devoured their flesh in order to grow. And thanks to the enlightenment, actually trying to make a name for their behavior. It's kind of fun. Nope. This statement made the spider woman immediately argue. When I devoured flesh and blood before, it was because I hadn't completely cleared the miasma yet. And after entering the sea of life, there is no need to rely on flesh and blood to raise your strength. Then you were eating people in the square before. Su Tian said. I have cleared the miasma and they have not yet cleared the miasma. This is just a daily diet. The same as you eat chicken, duck and fish now. Su Tian smiled. What a way to eat people like chicken, duck and fish. That's good. The way of death X1. If it's not me, it's not me. Su Tian didn't waste time on this nonsense. Raising his eyes, he asked another question. What is the Sea of Life? Chapter 49, Sea of Life, realmed the spider woman, who was sitting on the ground, sniffed and her gaze moved. Raw sea. That's the true immortal Tao realm. Communicate heaven and earth and gather them into a sea. Perhaps you are not aware that the sea, on the other hand, is the root of a miracle. In fact, tracing the origin of life, all things, all races, originate from the sea of life, which can make life miraculous again. And that miracle is immortality. A true immortal. Hearing this, Su Tian did not have any surprise. This little spider just blew it, but also a real immortal. In fact, he asked this question just want to know what kind of strength the so-called Sea of Life represents. Immediately, he asked, let's not talk about so much. I just want to know if it's the Sea of Life that's above the land divine immortal realm, and what the realm above the Sea of Life is. The spider woman shook her head. The realm before mortal was divided into third stream, second stream, first stream, patriarch, innate, land immortal. Above the land immortals is the transcendent, and after the transcendent comes the Sea of Life. So that this is considered to be a true metamorphosis of the mortal body. Land immortal, transcendent, Sea of Life. Su Tian recited a few words and looked toward his group of generals. If he said that the spider woman had stepped into the realm of the Sangha, and his excellent soldier was able to take down the spider woman, in that case, his excellent soldier would be equal to the Sangha realm. Fine is definitely higher than above the raw sea. As to how much higher is unknowable for the time being. What is the realm above the Sea of Life? Su Tian thought and asked again. I don't know, Spider-Woman replied. I haven't entered the true realm yet, and the realm behind me is only found within the true realm. I'm not qualified enough to know those, but that one should know. Isn't she above the Sea of Life? the Spider-Woman said as her gaze fell towards the Blood Woman. Her? Su Tian looked toward the Blood Maiden. At this time, the Blood Maiden was at the excellence level, and her strength was definitely higher than that of the living sea. But with the Blood Maidens as his soldiers, Su Tian had one shortcoming, and that was that it was difficult to confirm just how strong these soldiers were. Retracting her eyes from the Spider-Woman, since she didn't know, she would have to look inside the Forbidden Zone once more. Anyway, that so-called true world was within the restricted area, and it was impossible to run away. After inquiring here, Su Tian realized that there wasn't much left to inquire about. Backhanding, he summoned a group of ordinary soldiers. At that moment, the Spider-Woman said, "Ancient Miasma Awakener, I've said everything I know. Can I leave now?" These words gave Su Tian a wake-up call, and he asked once again, "Is your so-called miasma clearing the miasma to experiment on human bodies?" Su Tian remembered that forbidden place from last time, with its rudimentary laboratories about humans. Experiment? The Spider-Woman froze. How can we clear the miasma be an experiment? Isn't this clear to you? You call it an infection. We just need to infect it. We don't need any experiments at all. Spider-Woman said. No need to experiment? Those words surprised Su Tian for a moment. If it didn't require experimentation, then what the hell was the experimental cave within the last Forbidden Land? Honestly, do you not know? Or are you hiding something? Su Tian said. What can I hide? Clear miasma is really just an infection. And experiments. What do humans experiment with? The Spider-Woman's large eyes fluttered and she didn't look like she was lying. Su Tian stroked his chin. If Spider-Woman wasn't lying, what happened to the last experimental cave? At that moment, Su Tian thought of a name he had heard in the restricted area. Ganma, have you heard of it? Xian Maiden. Those two words made the Spider-Woman's eyes brighten for a moment. This is one of the heavenly prides within our third forbidden area. Her strength is above mine. She is only half a foot away from stepping into the peak of the Sea of Life and entering the true realm. However, she was injured during an intake of nuclear miasma beings, and her injuries were so severe that she is now in the process of recuperating. Speaking of which, Spider-Woman suddenly said, "Oh, I remember. I know why you asked if clear miasma would experiment on human bodies." When the Xian Maiden awoke, she reported something strange. That is that the miasma cleansers in that area are strange. They seem to be reluctant to enter the Forbidden Zone, and they seem to be studying humans. These words confused Su Tian for a moment, because he had always thought that the previous experiments on humans were related to the Forbidden Zone. But now it was obvious from Spider-Woman's words that the Forbidden Zone didn't know about this either. Well, that's strange. The Forbidden Zone is the head of the weirdness. Who else could this be tied to if not the Forbidden Zone? Su Tian's brows furrowed, somewhat unable to figure it out. Next, the Spider-Woman revealed the relationship between the Forbidden Zone and the Forbidden Land in passing. It doesn't really matter. The Forbidden Zone is merely a sort of congregation of miasma cleansing like people, while the Forbidden Land, fragmented and out in the open, is where new miasma cleansing people are born after all sorts of infected creatures have devoured the flesh and blood. Exclusion Zone. After these infected creatures become miasma cleansers, it's also just a matter of bringing them back to the penalty box from time to time. Speaking of which, this was also the reason why, for so many years, there had been no Forbidden Land expanding outward, because some of the weirdness that was born within the Forbidden Area has been taken away by the Forbidden Area, and the previous official information was clearly wrong. The Forbidden Land, as it was, wasn't much more than spooky and infected creatures at best. Hear this. Su Tian froze for a moment. In that case, it seems to make a bit of sense. Why has it been so hard to catch advanced troopers? It turned out that the high-level soldiers of the Forbidden Land had been taken away a long time ago, and the ones he has now, the Blood Maiden was freshly born and was taken by him. As for the vampire, according to Spider's words, it was the vampire who refused to be taken in by the Ganma in the Forbidden Zone when she came to take it in because it involved other organizations, and in the delay, when he happened to attack. Although he let the Ganma run away, the vampire, at that time, he didn't think much about it and just gave it a direct transformation, so to speak. That little giant, the giant arm, the slender black shadow, these guys, there are a few situations. The first one was taken before he could be taken down by the bizarre internment in the penalty box. Secondly, that was perhaps also refusing sanctuary shelter, or had been avoiding sanctuary shelter, and like the vampires were part of some organization hiding in the shadows that just happened to get together and be taken down by him. Of these two options, obviously the second one is bigger. After all, according to the Spider-Woman, as soon as a miasma clearer was born, personnel would be dispatched to shelter it and incorporate it into the Forbidden Zone. It's simply impossible to birth three shenanigans out of this situation. Think about it. Su Tian's head was a bit groggy. Damn, things seemed to have gotten more complicated. The last experimental cave was actually not connected to the shenanigans in the Forbidden Zone, but rather tied to another, even more unknown organization. That's good. At that moment, Su Tian's mind suddenly recalled the words he had heard earlier in the penalty area. Then there are the creepy bodies with a hint of humanity, who refer to themselves as neo-humans. I believe this designation is what is known as a miasma clearer. At that time, if he had thought a little more about it, he might have perceived that after all, if those who betrayed humanity by calling themselves neo-humans, they could not have experimented with humans. At that thought, Su Tian's brows narrowed. After connecting all the clues, there were now two directions in front of Su Tian. 1. Those who betrayed humanity and colluded with the Forbidden Zone, wanting to become the so-called miasma cleansers, the new humans. 2. The shenanigans of experimenting on humans, not knowing what they're up to, but always working against humanity. Raising his eyes, Su Tian's gaze coalesced. Regardless, whether it's the Forbidden Zone or that organization of unknown experimental humans, as long as they are unfavorable to the human race, I shall liquidate them one by one. Chapter 50. The Arachnid Woman's taking. Seeing that Su Tian didn't have any more extra questions, the Spider Woman once again inquired, "Can you let me go now?" Sniffing, "Of course," Su Tian said, but then he added, "I'll have my soldiers give you a ride. Don't worry, just wait where you are." Give me a ride? No, there's no need for that. Spider-Woman looked at the soldiers around her, and suddenly a bad feeling welled up inside her. However, without waiting for her to resist, the next second, Su Tian raised his hand, and his soldiers began to transform into golden light, rushing into the Spider-Woman. "What is this?" The Spider-Woman was shocked. She tried to struggle, but realized that no matter what, she couldn't avoid it. Soon she was voiceless. It's conversion capture. Spider-Woman, a high-level soldier, Su Tian definitely wouldn't let go of, especially since she was such a cute little spider. Under the rush of golden light, it didn't take long before the Spider-Woman's gaze began to shift. She was given a new life. By now it was no longer creepy, but a new warrior. It only takes 3 hours for the transformation to be completed, and then you can fight for Wasia. Finish dealing with the Spider-Woman. Su Tian began to think with his eyes closed. If what the Spider-Woman said was true, then the organization that experimented on humans might have noticed him a long time ago with his frantic clearing of the Forbidden Land these days. As for the Forbidden Area, they had sent the little spider to fish for law enforcement Sunling without taking action against themselves. That's odd. But, Su Tian raised his eyes, taking down the remaining 8 forbidden places first. Now he is ordained to heaven. Within the territory of China, it is bizarrely forbidden to travel. The day, just as Su Tian moved toward the last 8 forbidden lands, Sang's family, Sang Ling Fei left her family. There were 3 people traveling with him. All of them were first-rate in martial arts, belonging to the Sang family's heavenly pride generation. Speaking of which, there's been a bizarre resurgence, and the martial arts are showing signs of flourishing once again. The heaven and earth's innate air entered the body more easily than 20 years ago. Of course it's only easier, and for the average person, the difficulty is still as high as the sky. The Sang clan, as an ancient martial arts family, what he inherited was not a class of ancient martial arts techniques, but rather boxing. Everything related to boxing is practiced by them. For example, the world is familiar with the sticking to the mountain, half-step jumping, inch strength, etc. This kind of moves of different boxing, into one, boxing way, so it can be seen that the rest of the lineages, too, inherited different martial arts, with swords, sabers, sticks, and so on. This way, the 3 traveled silently due to their years of martial arts training. Senior sister, are you just one step away from breaking through the sect master? On the way, a girl with a pill-topped head asked Sang Ling Fei. The pill-head girl, named Tian, was not tall, only 1 meter 6, but her powerful outfit managed to give her a feeling of tallness. Looking at the curious baby Tian, Sang Ling Fei touched her head and said, "If it goes well, I might be able to make a breakthrough after some experience within the Forbidden Land." Sang Ling Fei pondered. These days she didn't know why. She always felt a depression in her heart. The depression was indescribable. It was as if something was being held against her. The Forbidden Land of Dongjiang City is just ahead. This Forbidden Land is relatively small. The 3 of us are enough to deal with it. As long as there are no more than 4 creepy inside, it's basically not a problem. Sighing, Sang Ling Fei continued. Tian sniffed, and anticipation showed in his eyes. Sister has broken through to the master. What would that look like? Moreover, watching her breakthrough could be beneficial to herself. Senior sister, it looks like I'll have to change my title later. I'll have to address you as Patriarch. Fisting Grandmaster, then I'll take your word for it. Among the peers, The other is a senior brother. He has long entered the realm of the Zhongshu, is considered to be the escort of this trip. This person is less talkative. Soon, the three arrived at their destination. The big old grid barrier, more than 10 meters high, was visible. Following the grid, the trio found the entrance. The Forbidden Land was a great headache for the Chinese officials. And this time Sang Ling Fei was prepared to solve a weird place for the Chinese officials by the way if they found that there was not much weirdness inside. With this mindset, naturally the three of them walked with tiger-like postures. As soon as the three of them reveal their identities, when the time comes, the people guarding the Forbidden Land will spontaneously be respectful. Although on the surface Sang Ling Fei didn't like this kind of behavior, something was better than nothing. The three came to the entrance of the gate. It was expected to be guarded by a strict army and the gates were closed. However, the trio froze slightly as they looked at the open door and the empty doorway. Where are the people? The first one to speak up was Tian. Based on her understanding, shouldn't this place be heavily guarded? It's a spooky place. After all, what's going on, senior sister? Can't these ordinary people even do this well now? A forbidden place with no guards? Sang Ling Fei's brows furrowed. This point was indeed not in line with common sense. Turning her head she said to the elder brother at the side, "Elder brother, please call out the person in charge here. Forbidden Land guards can be so lax. I see. Some people are truly inferior. If a weird riot breaks out here and spreads to Dongjiang City, who will bear the consequences?" Granted, ancient martial arts don't come out much, unlike the Taoist sect, which still has a spooky bureau set up with the officials. However, they are still more heartfelt about the people of China. After all, in addition to inheriting martial arts, the lineage of martial arts families also inherited 5 words, to establish a life for the living. Now, such an important place is so loosely guarded. What can we do? As soon as she thought of this, Sang Ling Fei's eyes had anger in them. The senior brother looked at the empty gate, and his reaction was similar to Sang Ling Fei's. As soon as Sang Ling Fei's words fell, he leapt in place towards the building behind the gate. The building wasn't tall, only 4 stories, but it was long and resembled a school building. At one time this place was full of people, but it's now empty. Elder brother, as a martial arts master, did not go up from the stairway, but with a single leap, he jumped onto the balcony of the 2nd floor. On the balcony, he began to look at the rooms one by one. Unguarded. That's hiding for fun. Elder brother's gaze was grim, and when faced with the closed door of the room, he all but vigorously kicked it open. However, obviously, he'll be damned if he can find anyone now. This forbidden land has been cleared by the beginning emperor, and both the infected ferocious beasts and the infected caterpillars inside were suppressed one by the army. Kidding aside, those things were soul points to Su Tian, so naturally, he wouldn't let any of them go. At first, the townspeople here were dumbfounded when they came to wash the land. That's too clean. A forbidden place that big had actually given even a layer of soil. It's simply horrible as hell. Senior brother, why did you come back alone? Where is the person in charge of this forbidden land? When senior brother searched the building to no avail, Sang Ling Fei opened her mouth and asked, "I don't know. Senior sister Ling Fei, I've searched everywhere and there's not a single figure inside." Senior brother said, "Not a single figure? How could it be?" Sang Ling Fei said. On the side, Tian raised his head in surprise. "Senior brother, isn't this a forbidden place? How come there's no one here? Shouldn't the forbidden land be a heavily guarded place? Even if they're slacking off and not guarding it properly, then there can't be no one at all. That's more like it." Tn, for a rare moment, frowned as well. "No, I have to report such a big mistake here. This official is really, actually just let the forbidden land go unguarded? Forget about it. Tn, let's go and practice inside the forbidden land first. When I return, I'll make sure to punish the town guards here." Chapter 51, We are no longer bugbears. The three of them headed towards the forbidden land. The impression was that the forbidden land was basically shrouded in black mist, giving people a great sense of oppression. However, after the three of them walked for a while, the greenery ahead was lush and sunny, and there was nothing else unusual. "What about the forbidden land?" Tn glared and said. As a member of a martial arts family, Tian had been fortunate enough to travel to the forbidden land once as well. Of course at that time it was a riot in the forbidden land, and she was only there to spectate, not participating in the actual suppression. But even so, the forbidden land gave her a very deep impression. At the very least, the black fog that shrouded one side of the world was extremely iconic. Now, however, Tian looked repeatedly at the peaceful place of the rising sun in front of him. Sure, this place was once spooky? A forbidden place? Sang Ling Fei also froze. Backhandedly she opened her cell phone map, the map for her current location in a location. There is a huge sign, Forbidden Land. She looked at her location again. That's right, This is the only forbidden place in downtown Dongjiang. It's right here. Sang Lingfei put down her cell phone and gazed ahead. Where's the black fog? Isn't there a black mist in the Forbidden Land? Am I so bad at eyesight? Can't even see through the black mist? Meanwhile on the other side, Su Tian quickly arrived at the next Forbidden Land. Nowadays, it only took 3 minutes for the Blood Maiden to strike a Forbidden Land. The efficiency simply shouldn't be too fast. He had already dealt with 2 forbidden places before coming to this one. Today there are only 6 forbidden places left in China. Due to the accelerated efficiency, Su Tian didn't hide the movement either. The remaining 6 forbidden places all knew today that the first emperor would soon come to clean up the forbidden places that they had so painstakingly guarded. And of course the news caught the eye of another. There is no doubt that this person is Shi Jejia. South China City Forbidden Land. The gate was full of people, all of them waiting for the first emperor who would be coming in a while. Every single one of them looked out at the highway with bated breath. But after waiting left and right and not seeing anyone, just when everyone thought that they would be further back in line for this forbidden place, a blood-red figure flashed quickly across the sky, dropping the words, "You may wash the floor." The words fell, and before the crowd could see it clearly, the figure disappeared. Crowd. Well, what does it mean to be able to wash the floor? The people looked at each other, all seeing deep inner doubt in their respective eyes. Soon, when the head of this one Forbidden Land looked back, his pupils shrank. Back there, the Forbidden Land that they once struggled to suppress. The forbidden place that screamed fear at the first glance. Now the black fog was blown away by the wind, and the sunlight pierced through it and shone in. In this case, it is clear that the Forbidden Land has been cleared. There are no creepy and infected creatures in there. Otherwise the black fog won't dissipate. The Forbidden Land has been cleared? The person in charge said incredulously. At the sound of the voice, the other warriors, who were bucking around, turned around sharply. Pupils widened at the sight of the black mist in the back that faded with the wind. What the hell? When did this happen? What about that big forbidden place? How come it's gone? You know, that's a forbidden place. It's not to mention spooky. And the infected creatures are at least thousands, tens of thousands of see. What just happened? Why isn't there any movement at all? In the crowd, Gu Qing was in his 20s. He had been holding down this place for 3 years, and was considered a veteran. Watching the forbidden place that kept him awake day and night just go away with the wind, the shock in his heart was unspeakable. There seems to be a sense of unreality. He slapped himself hard, trying to make sure it wasn't a dream. It was a hard slap he gave, when the sharp pain came and the image in front of him didn't change. He's breathing heavily. It's not a dream. The forbidden place he had guarded for 3 years, been careful for 3 years, slept with his weapon in his arms, and slept lightly and vigilantly for 3 years, was just gone. It's a surreal feeling. False awesomeness. Hastily, Gu Qing turned his head to look into the distance. The black dot that disappeared into the sky. That's our Chinese awakened one. The beginning emperor? Suppressing a forbidden land without a sound? Sentinel. Treating terror's forbidden places as nothing. With these thoughts, Gu Qing clenched his fists. He was an ordinary man on the ground. So, those horrible things can be easily decapitated by humans as well. His pupils shifted a bit. Secretly, his fists grew tighter and tighter. So, today, Su Tian's efficiency was drawn out, and most of his time was spent only on catching up. The other side. The 3 people who were preparing to come for the experience repeatedly explored the cleaned-up Forbidden Land in the downtown area of Dongjiang, and eventually came up with a result. The Forbidden Land was cleared. Dongjiang City no longer has the time bomb of the Forbidden Land. The Chinese officials actually cleared a Forbidden Land. When did that happen? Why didn't they make an announcement about something this big? Sang Lingfei didn't understand. And how they cleaned it up. The batch awakening was just yesterday. With those people's ability it's not enough. Could it be that monkey? No, the monkey is only innate as well. If the innate can clear the Forbidden Land, then there would have been no Forbidden Land in the Chinese territory long ago. What's the situation? In the midst of Sang Lingfei's disbelief, Tian spoke. Senior sister, this Forbidden Land, it seems to be gone. It's fine. Retracting her thoughts, Sang Lingfei's gaze condensed and said, let's go to the next Forbidden Land. I didn't expect the Chinese officials to have this ability. I underestimated them before. But it's a credit to their skill to clear one. The next Forbidden Land will be a bit more difficult, but that's fine. As long as we're careful it's not a problem. Enough for me to break through. Saying that, Sang Lingfei brought the 2 of them and started to head to the next city away from the downtown area of Dongjiang, South China City. Because of the crosstown area, it took them more than 3 hours to make this rush. This way, South China, the Forbidden Land was swept clean by the Blood Maiden. A group of townies went ahead and washed the floor in the truest sense of the word, cleaning up, packing up personal belongings, moving various heavy items into the truck. The Forbidden Land was cleared, and the men soon received a new assignment from above. Head for the third exclusion zone. On the way to move, some people were still a bit incredulous. The town has been in control for a few years, and I didn't think that today would actually end in such a scribble. 4 years ago, there was a riot in the Forbidden Land, and the squad leader who took me through my training was overwhelmed by infected creatures trying to save me during that upheaval. There were some tears in someone's eyes as they moved the furniture. At that time I swore that one day I would make this forbidden place disappear completely. But this day also came too soon. So fast that I didn't react. If only the class president could have waited for this day too. Squad leader. Looking at the tearful squad leader, Gu Qing and a few other warriors didn't know how to comfort him, but could only make a few more trips to help the squad leader carry some more personal items. After finishing, Gu Qing patted the squad leader's back and said, "Squad leader, I'm a stupid person with a stupid mouth. I don't know how to comfort. But squad leader, I know something now. That is, at this moment, we have such a powerful beginning emperor in Huaxia, and I believe that we will never have something like that happen again in the future. Because we are no longer bugbears." Chapter 52 Wake Up. Silver Armor Army. In the restricted area of South China City, Gu Qing and the other warriors thundered and retreated quickly. The building was empty within an hour, with only a few remaining structures to show that, at one time, thousands of people had been guarding this place. The vehicles were in full swing. Destination: Restricted Area Number 3. The Forbidden Land is gone, but the Forbidden Zone remains. The border is still there too. On Su Tian's side, in an hour's time, he had already cleared 5 forbidden places and came to the last forbidden place in front of the last forbidden place within the Huaxia territory. Within this forbidden land, Su Tian saw a figure that made his gaze flicker. There were panels unfolding before his eyes. Troops to be recruited detected. Name: White Clouds Floating, the God of Murder. By Chi, Fit, 1%. Gifted Skill, Grievous Spirit Pit Kill. Characteristics: None, activated by 100% Fit. By Yunfu was thin, with some sickly white skin, and the man was as tall as a bamboo pole. However, he stood out in the crowd, especially with a scythe in his hand that was as tall as a man, and a glance at it would cause one's eyes to sting. It was as if countless wronged souls had died under this scythe. This is the God of Murder. By Chi, the Awakened One. Su Tian's gaze froze. He was so gifted that he was actually able to step into the same 1% fit as the Great Sage. Just as Su Tian was sizing up by Yunfu, Ying sent a communication. The content of this newsletter is very important. Due to yesterday's bizarre incident in the plaza, coupled with the collective recovery, and the Taoist sect's desire to gather talent, after a meeting, the top brass decided to decentralize. All choices are placed in the hands of the awakened person himself, and in order to better facilitate the awakened's choices, it was prepared to hold an exchange meeting between the Weird Sector, the Mythic Sector, and the Imperial Palace, the 3 major sectors. 3 days later, an exchange? Su Tian's gaze lifted as he sniffed. What exchange meeting? This is afraid that it's a competition to show strength. Ying nodded, saying that it was a match. The essence was not bad. After saying that, Ying reported another thing, and that was that in a few months' time, there was a 3-way Dao conference about awakened Dao sect and martial arts that was also going to start. Speaking of the Dao Discourse Conference, Su Tian was a little upset inside. The fighters in the fucking Forbidden Zone are still guarding the Forbidden Zone, and the fighters on the border are still fighting. These pussies. They're actually having this meeting at their house. Nima, this is a death wish. Take a deep breath. Anyway, there are still a few months. Then he would like to see this what the Taoist sect and the martial arts. What can actually make a mess? Turning his head, Su Tian said to Ying, "Send me the location of the exchange meeting 3 days later." Saying that, the corner of Su Tian's mouth lifted up in an arc. Let the awakened choose for themselves? It goes without saying that the Imperial Palace will have to take all of them. These awakened people, once the fit is on 100, can give him traits. How could he let such a good thing go? Although their fit is still low right now, it's not a big problem. It's better to keep them in the Imperial Palace first than to let them out. Soon, as the communication hangs up, Su Tian looked towards the last forbidden area within the Huaxia territory. Anyway, there were still 3 days left. After taking care of this forbidden area, it was time to enter the forbidden area and take a pinch. Now his blood daughter is excellence. He just couldn't believe that he could still be seconded at this level. Su Tian called out to the bleeding girl and began to silently vanish into the forbidden land ahead. Not a moment after the blood woman left, there was a rustling sound coming from the large tree beside Su Tian. With his gaze fixed, Su Tian went up and kicked. With an ouch, Shijiazhuang fell from the tree. You again? Su Tian's gaze glared, looking at Shijiazhuang who fell to the ground, and then without saying a word, He summoned the transformed Spider-Woman and carried her and threw her directly into the distance. The movement was so fast that Sir Judge's loud shouts on the way were disrupted by the wind, making them inaudible. The little brat, stay where you are. After dealing with Sir Judge, Su Tian's gaze fell towards Bai Qi in front of him, and at the moment the Blood Woman moved. That Bai Yunfu seemed to be aware of it, and actually raised his head to look at the sky. Ha! There's something about this white cloud float. Watching this scene, Su Tian stroked his chin with interest. Just this perception ability. This white cloud floating. It's not bad. Speaking up, before he was awakened, Bai Yunfu was one of the members of the town guard here. Originally, it was basically difficult for members like these to awaken due to staying in one place for years, but never thought that fate would be hard to predict. Or perhaps the so-called awakening was not dependent on luck at all, but was originally destined by fate. Bai Yunfu, who was guarding this place, went to the toilet and kicked a stone on the ground out of boredom, revealing the scythe under the stone, and so he was awakened. And, on some level, he was the first, truly official member of the awakened. After his awakening, officials had tried to transfer him, but he had refused. He had been guarding this place for several long years, and had developed quite a lot of emotions towards it. Not to the Forbidden Land, of course, but to his comrades around him. The beginning emperor is here. Bai Yunfeng, although he didn't realize what the thing that flew past his head was, he trusted his intuition. What? The beginning emperor is here? Where is he? Where? When the people around them heard this, they were all startled and raised their heads, looking toward the intersection at the gate. However, into the eye, empty. It should already be in the Forbidden Land, Bai Yunfu said as he turned to look at the Forbidden Land behind him. That said, even with his intuition, he had a bit of disbelief. After all, what just passed moved too fast. Perhaps even Creepy didn't move that fast. Squad leader, are you kidding me? Entering the Forbidden Land? We've been guarding this place all along. How could anyone get past us into the Forbidden Zone? Bai Yunfu didn't reply as he eyed the Forbidden Land behind him. In his hand, the scythe he was holding actually began to emit a slight tremor at this moment. It was as if, within that Forbidden Land, something terrifying was lashing out. Does my awakened object turn out to tremble? Lowering his head and touching his scythe, Bai Yunfeng Xintian faintly said, and then he looked at the Forbidden Land and slung the scythe over his own shoulder. There is nothing to fear. I am the god of murder and a member of China, the Forbidden Land town guardian, and even more so, their squad leader. It's time to be afraid. It can only be weird. Bai Yunfu carried his scythe, his gaze not half changing from start to finish, even if there was a terrifying aura washing over him within the Forbidden Land. Far away, Su Tian, who had been watching the white clouds float by, was surprised for a moment as his gaze moved. This was because he saw that Bai Yunfu's fit had actually increased by another 1%. Nice guy. That efficiency. Su Tian was shocked. Inexplicably he fit actually went up to 2%. This guy, with his ridiculously high talent, should definitely be included in the Imperial Palace. Originally, Su Tian cleaned up this Forbidden Land without preparing to show his face. But now, he had to come out and put on a show. Are you kidding me? How can you let such a talent go? The corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked. A person like this, as long as he was given enough shock, it would be as easy as a slap in the face to take him under his door. Immediately, Su Tian utilized the troop appearance special effect, Buried Bones returns. It's shocking to people. It's not a hit and miss. At once, Su Tian's body attire changed. A black dragon robe was added, and beneath his feet, the golden platform slowly pushed him up. Wake up, silver armor. Chapter 53, The Human Race. When the Lord sinks, rumble. The ground trembled and a large part of it collapsed down. As the dust rolled up, warriors clad in silver armor returned from the depths of the earth, each holding a lance, their armor shining brightly. In the distance, the people within the forbidden area subconsciously clutched the rifles in their hands the moment the earth trembled, and were on guard. Soon, they realized the source of the vibration and turned around in some surprise, and it was this turn, just a glance, that made their gazes go blank, as they saw the highway outside the Forbidden Land. In the dust, the silver-armored army, with a neat and uniform pace, stepped in. Soldiers in columns of 100, in squares of 1,000, crowded and clustered the roads. Step, step, step. The squares stepped neatly, lifted their legs and landed on their feet at a uniform height. With no discrepancy, the march seemed slow and fast. Dense trees on both sides of the road, fluttering leaves rustled down, and inside the Forbidden Land, it was as if the crowd felt as if this moment had been clicked on the slow play button. Those leaves, who did not know whether they were blown down by the wind or subdued by the aura of this army, slowly, before they fell to the ground, were crashed away by the steps that came with a stride. Silver Armor Army. Return. On the gold stage, Su Tian looked at all of this and spoke once more, his voice rolling out. With the sound, the black pressurized dark clouds immediately came crushing down, obscuring one side of the heaven and earth. Special effect, Army of Thunder. When the black clouds obscured everything, the only thing left in heaven and earth was the golden platform with its brilliant golden light. On the stage, a man, a black dragon robe, stood with his hands folded, his figure facing the crowd with his back to the sky and earth. And then his voice continued, his arms slowly unfolding. This is my world, my people, the human race. When the Lord sinks, boom, 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 the thunder snakes in the sky began to make great noise. Each thunderbolt was as thick as a bucket of water, stirring the sky. Amidst the endless lightning, Su Tian's figure became extremely tall, reflecting heaven and earth. A few moments later, the figure turned slightly, and his gaze fell towards the shocked crowd within the Forbidden Land. As their gazes fell, at this moment, everyone just felt their brains explode. When Su Tian turned his back on them just now, a feeling like a virus that sweeps wildly through everyone. That is, the figure on that golden stage was the most honorable figure in heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth had to submit before him. Crowd front. Bai Yunfu's pupils shrank. As the guardian of the Forbidden Land, the news of the major Forbidden Lands being breached these days had long been spread. Before he had been awakened, his attitude towards Su Tian was that of someone who had picked up a bargain to become an awakened person. After he became awakened, the feeling disappeared and was replaced. The same awakened person he actually managed to clear the Forbidden Land. Then his strength must have entered a terrifying point. And now, both feelings had vanished. The figure that stood on the golden platform. What an awakening! This was clearly the return of the beginning emperor. The return of the true beginning emperor. Su Xia stepped down from the golden platform, his gaze flatly looking at the crowd of people who had unknowingly half-kneeled. On the road, as soon as Su Tian moved, the marching soldiers immediately halted their pace and consciously stood on both sides. White Cloud Drift, will you serve me? The other side. The three of them, Sang Ling Fei, arrived in South China City under a fast pace. After landing, several people did not take any rest and headed towards the Forbidden Land of this place. All the way through. Soon, the familiar high-voltage protective net appeared in front of them, and following the net, the three of them once again found the entrance to the forbidden area here. Senior sister, steady, the Forbidden Land is in front of us. We'll be able to break through to the sovereign later, Tian said. Senior sister will remember to bring me along when she breaks through. As they approached the entrance, the trio was in a cheerful mood. Okay, Sang Ling Fei smiled. So quickly, the trio arrived at the gate and a familiar scene played out. The open door and the empty building leapt into view. Sang Ling Fei's eyelids jumped. When she first saw this scene, she secretly said that it was bad, and in a hurry she directly entered the gate. No surprises. In it, she found no one. Long before they did, the place was empty. No one is guarding the town again? Sang Ling Fei glared. Elder sister. How come there's no one here yet? Tian did the same. A bad feeling quickly swept over the trio as a result of their last experience. Nima. The trio's eyes flickered, and after glancing at each other, their figures moved towards the Forbidden Land behind the building. Their movements were that fast. Actually, if they could have come a little earlier, they might have been able to see the black mist that was fading away here. However, now that they couldn't see it, all they could see was an all too familiar scene. Inside the Forbidden Land in the back, there, the sun shone brightly and the wind was gentle. Obviously a place with an excellent view. Frowning, Sang Ling Fei looked at her senior brother. What's the situation? Has this place been suppressed by the Chinese officials as well? Impossible. How could the Chinese officials have this strength? To be able to suppress a forbidden land, their sacrifice will definitely not be small. 2 forbidden places? They take the head to suppress. It was unbelievable, but the facts were in front of us, so we had to believe them even if we didn't. Elder brother took a deep breath and said, this Huaxia has gone crazy. Suppressing 2 forbidden places consecutively. Isn't this moving the fundamentals of people's livelihood? If there are riots in other forbidden places during this period, what will they take to suppress them? This is nonsense. Elder brother was furious. In his perception, if Huaxia were to suppress a forbidden land, it would definitely have to break bones. And suppressing 2 places, that's already meta. If this leads to another disaster in China, then the officials will have committed an unforgivable sin. In the light of this thought, Elder brother raised his eyes and the mind is in turmoil. The forbidden land has already had a few years of peace and quiet. Take this time to develop properly cannot actually dare to directly take action against the forbidden land. Even if the 2 forbidden places were cleared, so what? You have to know that the number of forbidden places in Huaxia is now in the dozens. On top of that there are 3 major no-go areas. Expending a lot of manpower just to clean up 2 forbidden places is pushing Huaxia into a desperate situation. Elder brother's brows furrowed. These thoughts had to make his mind change. He began to say to Sang Lingfei, "Elder sister, this Huaxia official is being so reckless right now. We can't go to the training. We have to hurry back and inform the sect. It's only a short period of peace now, and they actually took the initiative to break it? It's so hokey." Sang Lingfei mainly came out this time to practice in the Forbidden Land. "I didn't realize I'd actually run into this now." Looking at her somewhat anxious senior brother, Sang Lingfei thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother, why don't you go back first? I'm at a critical point in my breakthrough, so I'm afraid it's hard to calm my heart just going back." "Good." Elder brother didn't rebuff, but nodded. "Be careful when you go to the next Forbidden Land to practice." Damn. This official actually secretly hurt Huaxia greatly. I don't know what they were thinking. As long as we have another 10 years to develop, the Forbidden Land will be suppressed by us sooner or later. Now that they've been screwed so much, it's all a mess. Before leaving, the senior brother was still indignant, his mouth broken. Sang Lingfei looked at her senior brother's back. Even though she was mainly here for a breakthrough right now, the matter at hand made her gaze cloudy. With such a mess, one slip up and then China would be in a world of trouble. Chapter 54, The Real Seal. The Other Side. Bai Yunpyo looked around and was surprised after confirming that Su Tian was speaking to himself. To serve him? Su Tian's gaze moved slightly as he looked at the contemplative man and continued. "Now that the heavens and earth are in turmoil, I'm returning at the head of 10,000 armies, and you, as a Bai Qi divine general, should be under my command." As could be seen through before, Bai Yunfu, as a warrior, had long since grown attached to the place stationed behind him, especially the comrades who have trained together over the years. He had refused when the officials had come over to invite him earlier, when he had made it clear that when the Forbidden Land was there, he would be there. And now, to be honest, the appearance commotion Su Tian had created earlier had truly shaken Bai Yunpyo, causing him to have a slight hesitation within him at the moment. Right at this moment, the Blood Maiden returned from behind and half-kneeled in front of Su Tian. "Your Majesty, the Forbidden Land has been cleared." "Well, get up." Looking at the respectful Blood Maiden, Su Tian nodded his head. "The Forbidden Land has been cleared?" Su Tian was calm in the face of the Blood Lady's words, but the others couldn't be. They were surprised and twisted their heads to look behind them. Shocked expressions like this one, Su Tian was already used to seeing them today. Unsurprisingly, when everyone looked at the black mist that was gradually dissipating, their mouths opened wide and their pupils dilated. What's the situation? What happened? In just a few breaths, that terrifying Forbidden Land, as well as that devouring black mist, just dissipated? Su Tian looked over at Bai Yunpyo, and as he hesitated, Su Tian realized that he had glanced sideways at his comrades behind him. Although Su Tian was not a soldier within the army, he knew that there would be some camaraderie within the army. It was immediately obvious what he was hesitating about. With a slight smile, Su Tian said, "There is no need to worry. Your comrades in arms, I will transfer them into the imperial palace together." At those words, Bai Yunfu raised her head. That struck a chord with him, but he still didn't agree and asked a question instead. "Your Majesty, I have another question. Which is this Forbidden Land in the back? Is it the last Forbidden Land in Huaxia?" "Not bad. This is the last Forbidden Land in Huaxia." Su Tian spoke out. As the words fell, Bai Yunfu's body moved. "The last forbidden place in China." Su Tian's words were spoken easily, as if they were some insignificant piece of business, but Bai Yunpyo, who was one of the Forbidden Land's town guard members, only felt that the strength of his entire body had been drained away. "The last forbidden place in China. This is a luxury that I never dared to think about before." Now, however, this one sentence, so flutteringly, fell into his ears. Creepy, as scary as hell to the average person. Twisted body, scarlet pupils, bloodthirsty teeth, and so on. In the face of all this, Bai Yunfu had thought that it would be a long battle. 10 years, 20 years, even 100 years. Thoughts for a moment. Rolling eyes. "Your Majesty, last General Bai Qi, awakened one Bai Yunfu. I am willing to serve your Majesty." Saying that, Bai Yunfu instantly dropped to one knee. Very well. Facing Bai Yunpyo's submission, Su Tian didn't have any surprises. Level off. The words just fell. Just then, a car came traveling in the distance. The car was an SUV with 2 yellow order flags standing on the front. The dress. It's a special vehicle for the Dawn Guard. With a sharp brake, a man got out of the car. A man with purple, slightly tousled hair. Taoist Master Laoshan Purple Fox. "Greetings to the beginning Emperor." The words were still normal, but the man's mouth was outlined in contempt. In the blink of an eye, he saw Bai Yunpyo on one knee, and through the weapons at his side, it wasn't hard to tell that Bai Yunpyo was an awakened. raising an eyebrow. Beginning Emperor, what are you doing? Say, isn't the day of distribution of this batch of awakened ones in 3 days? Why are you collecting people now? Beginning Emperor? Purple Fox hummed softly through her nose. Purple Fox, one of the heavenly pride of the Tao sect. The strength had entered the zone sure, a step above the previous Ji Changzi's strength. These days, due to Su Tian clearing a lot of forbidden land, some information is also becoming officially known. Chief among them is, within the forbidden zone, the bizarre numbers are actually scarce, if not non-existent. Perhaps there was some kind of koan that the officials hadn't released this information, as well as the forbidden land that Su Tian was cleaning up these days. But there is, after all, another spooky department in the Taoist sector. Even though the officials intended to conceal it, it was still detected by them. Officially it's going to be a big gift to the Imperial Palace, cleaning up the forbidden land in the whole of China alone. If this news were to be announced later, then the Imperial Palace would definitely leap beyond the Tao sect by an unknown number of steps. Good math. This way. Su Tian glanced at the person who staggered out of the car and raised his eyebrows slightly. Tao sect. Purple Fox? Not bad exactly, little master. The Purple Fox's mouth hooked. Turning his eyes, he looked towards Bai Yunfu on the ground on one knee. This weapon. You're Bai Qi, aren't you? Get up. Don't be fooled by the beginning Emperor. The information is wrong. There are actually no spooks in the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land has long since lost the dangerous look it had before. The beginning Emperor? It's just someone who was officially introduced to pick up the slack. I came here today to suppress the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land now. There is no need for any of his armies. I only need one person to suppress it. Purple Fox said confidently. And then he introduced himself. I'm from the creepy department. And behind me, besides the officialdom, there's an underpinning, the Taoist sect. What's a dog? To establish a heart for heaven and earth is the Taoist sect. Just as Violet Fox was getting more and more sensational with her speech, the Blood Maiden standing on the side could not help herself for a long time. Eyes on him about to blow the door off the road. Su Tian's gaze condensed, and seeing this, the Blood Maiden immediately moved. Next, pop. With a crisp sound, a purple fox with purple hair then turned into a meteor and flew straight into the sky at this loud sound. This guy doesn't get the same treatment as Shaja. The last one was annoying, but not nearly as hateful. And the doors. In the middle of the field, the crowd hadn't reacted yet, and such a big person had just disappeared into thin air. All that remains is, wha? In the sky, the purple fox's elongated voice. In the middle of the field. At the sound of the voice, the heads of the crowd turned into sunflowers, spinning in a circle and then retracting. Gulping. Someone gulped and looked over at the blood woman. Missy Slap could be considered an awakened skill. Meteor palm. Soon, after the flies were dealt with, Su Tian looked at Bai Yunpiao and said, since you've already entered the Imperial Palace, take your comrades and report to Fuhai City. After saying that, Su Tian added after a moment of contemplation, seize the time to improve the fit. If there is a need, mention it to Imperial Palace Assistant Yuing. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Yunfu said. Just after the arrangement, a video dialed Su Tian. Connections. The caller to the video was one of the top executives at Mythic Sector Headquarters, Elder Wang. Your Majesty, you're already dealing with the last forbidden place by now. Right. Have the people from the Tao sect arrived yet? They seem to be trying to stop you from clearing this forbidden place. Dawn Gate? Didn't see it. This last forbidden land, I have already finished dealing with it. Su Tian said. The people from the Tao sect haven't come yet? Hearing this, Elder Wang was a bit surprised. The moment he knew the news, the people from the Tao sect had already moved. It's reasonably unlikely that it hasn't arrived yet. However, Elder Wang didn't put his mind at ease on this matter because Su Tian had one more thing to say. The last forbidden land has been dealt with? Good. Very good. Elder Wang's eyes glowed. During this period of time that Su Tian was unaware of, Yu Yuing as well as the official operation, the sealing began to advance. And it's still ahead of the exchange in 3 days, which is tomorrow. Sealing the Zen. Not exactly big news, but if we add to that, the Imperial Palace suppressed all the forbidden places within the Chinese territory. In this way, the heat of the sealing will climb to an unparalleled height. Chapter 55, Laoshan's 13th Heavenly Master with a thought. Elder Wang excitedly said, Your Majesty, in that case, tomorrow's sealing will be held successfully. Seal Zen? Su Tian was somewhat surprised. Within the last video conference he had been recognized by heaven and earth and was considered sealed. Haven't I already sealed the Zen? Su Tian said. Your Majesty, this sealing is different. Last time it was to be recognized by heaven and earth, but this time, it is to be known by all the nations. The Imperial Palace to be established. The video shows Wang Lao's white beard twitching with excitement. If it was a simple sealing, it certainly wouldn't have had that effect, and now it's different. The beginning emperor has done the most earth-shattering thing in 20 years. In one person, he suppressed all the forbidden places within the Chinese territory. Your Majesty, the Taishan Imperial Palace has been established. Tomorrow will be the sealing. At those words, Su Tian's gaze twitched slightly. Are all the people well informed? That would be fine. And, perhaps, make it easier to recover the awakened themselves. Smiling faintly, Su Tian and Elder Wang chatted some more before. At the back, several Dao sect vehicles drove up. Seeing these vehicles, Su Tian hung up on Elder Wang's communication. Greetings to the beginning emperor. Among the visitors, there was actually a heavenly master. Due to his previous words, Su Tian knew that the purpose of their trip was impure. Seeing the greeting, Su Tian directly said, "You're already too late. The forbidden land has been cleared." Heavenly Master Zhang Quan was dressed in purple robes. This celestial master's costume of his was able to invisibly give people an extremely strong oppressive force. However, compared to the black dragon robe one, the purple robe appeared to be somewhat mediocre. Already cleaned up? With red lips and white teeth, Celestial Master Zhang Quan froze and then laughed. In that case, congratulations to the beginning emperor. Only one person, without a sound, cleared all the forbidden places within the territory of China. The beginning emperor deserves to be the beginning emperor. In the middle of Zhang Tianxu's words, another Tianxu was late in arriving. There were only 3 heaven and earth in China, and today, this one mediocre place had actually gathered 2 of them. If ordinary people knew about this, I'm afraid they would scream like crazy. The Taoist sect, especially the Taoist celestial masters, had always given people a mysterious feeling, especially the word Tao. Countless people fantasize about cultivating, becoming stronger, or even flying through the sky and earth, and they all hold the Tao as supreme. This is not an exaggeration, but, rather, the Tao is inherently supreme. However, the way is the way, and the doctrine is the doctrine. The world has changed, and so has the doctrine. Under the severance of the various inheritances, the Taoist sect, like the martial arts, was no longer a seeker of the Tao, but rather, similar to the sect, a person who only knew how to become stronger. With the arrival of a new celestial master, Su Tian's gaze slightly condensed, because above this heavenly master, he actually saw a faint trace of black gas. Poor Taoist, Laoshan lineage, Mao Tian master, meet the beginning emperor. While Su Tian was sizing up Mao Tian master, he was also sizing up Su Tian. As he looked, 2 black dragons vaguely appeared on Su Tian's body. Black dragon vivid, winding Su Tian. If the smell can be heard, a dragon powerful, domineering chirp, dragon roar. This side, it's even more shocking than in the conference. Worthy of being a beginning emperor, the poor Taoist has seen many awakened ones, but none of them can be compared to the beginning emperor. Heavenly Master Mao arched his hand and said. Su Tian didn't reply, his gaze falling towards Heavenly Master Mao as he opened his mouth to ask, Heavenly Master Mao, you've been to the Forbidden Zone just now? What does the beginning emperor mean by that? Celestial Master Mao froze for a moment as he listened to the question. Along with Su Tian's question, there was an aura on one side of the blood woman that began to faintly envelop the entire field. These 2 heavenly masters, to be honest, Su Tian wasn't exactly meeting them for the first time. He'd met these 2 before in a video conference. However, at that time, Su Tian hadn't realized that they were tainted with any black qi. And now, this Mao Tian master actually had a faint black aura on his body. Perhaps because of Su Tian's thoughts, the Blood Maiden's aura began to sweep over the 2. As celestial masters, the 2 present were both in the realm of the innate, and not at the early stage, but at the half-step late stage. Tianxu Zhang Quan was in the highest realm, having arrived at the peak of the innate realm. However, even with this kind of strength that could be proud of the world, as the Blood Maiden's aura attacked, it was also suddenly as if it were a fluttering boat in a storm, and his body was tense. But after all, heavenly masters were heavenly masters, and even so they didn't change their faces. I only saw Heavenly Master Mao say, the beginning emperor's eyes are as discerning as his own. Not bad, the poor Taoist did just arrive from the Forbidden Zone. At these words, Su Tian raised his eyes. He was also just confirming that if it wasn't for the fact that there was only a little bit of black qi on his body, Su Tian would have already taken down Mao Tianxu by now. A forbidden place. Ah, that's saying something. Heavenly Master Mao, do you know that you are tainted with a trace of bizarre qi yet? Su Tian said indifferently while looking at the reactions of the 2. It's kind of a trial run. Since the 2 heavenly masters had arrived today, it was just time to see their truest reactions. Ewing had reported that the people who had previously been linked to the Forbidden Land within the world were involved behind the scenes as world families. But then Su Tian realized that it wasn't a group of people who betrayed Huaxia, and there should be 2 batches. A group of experimental humans. A group of people who want to be new humans. With Su Tian's gaze, Heavenly Master Zhang Quan normally said, "This must be the first emperor's means of looking at the qi. It's really brilliant. Just now, I only had a slight sense of repulsion towards Taoist Mao. I didn't expect that the beginning emperor would actually be able to directly see through the black aura on his body." Heavenly Master Mao cracked his mouth. "Have I been tainted with a bizarre qi? If I can see it, my means are indeed good. But looking at qi and looking at qi is only looking at qi in the end." Saying that, Heavenly Master Mao's gaze fell on the blood woman on Su Tian's side. At the moment, the pressure from the blood maiden on him had not dissipated. And the source of this pressure, he sensed it from the start. In Mao Tian Master Mao's eyes, although Su Tian had an aura of majesty, it was far inferior to the blood maiden. "Beginning Emperor, is this the type of soldier you summoned? This aura, I'm afraid it's entered the realm of the land immortals. This realm, if it's not a soldier, it has to be the first person in China. Unfortunately, it's just a soldier. Speaking of which, if someone in China really stepped into the realm of a land god, what an elegance it would be. Fellow Taoist Mao, there is a problem with what is said. Poor Tao has also read the information of the first emperor. Although he summoned out soldiers, these soldiers are not puppets on strings, but have minds of their own." Heavenly Master Zhang Quan retorted. "Thinking?" Master Mao Tianshi shook his head. "What is thinking? Thinking is not just being able to move freely and calling it thinkable. Thoughts have to be gaudy past, accumulated bit by bit, and eventually stacked up to be called thoughts. As the 13th Heavenly Master of Laoshan, speaking of him, the purple thunder subdues the demons, and the sword draws the heavenly thunder. Stepping into the borders alone and subduing the world with the Tao, this is what is called thinking. This type of soldier is, at best, a tiger in a tiger's skin, not exactly a true land god." Although Heavenly Master Mao had somewhat belittled the blood maiden, Su Tian didn't care. He just wanted to see how the two would react. After some observation, Su Tian was fruitless, but Mao Tian sure got a sentence that aroused his interest of the 13th Heavenly Master of Laoshan. Fengkai Mao Tianshi was only briefly describing it, but it gave Su Tian the feeling of a true generation of Heavenly Masters. That feeling, it is by no means comparable to the so-called Mao Tian Masters nowadays. Chapter 56, When the Lord sinks and survives for eternity. Seeing Su Tian's curiosity, Heavenly Master Mao said, "The beginning emperor is somewhat curious, but forgive the poor Taoist for not being able to tell you. After all, this is my Laoshan secret matter." Just as the words came out, they were interrupted by Heavenly Master Zhang Quan. "What secret matter? This is something that I'm afraid you don't even know yourself." Turning his head, Heavenly Master Zhang Quan then said to Su Tian, "This isn't really a big secret. 20 years ago, when the Bazaar revival took place, there was actually a 10-year break period. The 13th generation of Laoshan's Heavenly Master, considered the last Heavenly Master of that period, he traveled alone to the Broken Abyss, the border place at that time, and after entering the Broken Abyss, he was nowhere to be found, and did not return until then. And now Laoshan." Zhang Quan Tianshi glanced at Mao Tianshi. "It can only be considered an up-and-comer under the fault line. Once upon a time, the Celestial Master positional pattern required a minimum of the land god realm." Zhang Quan sighed a little as he spoke. In fact, at the time when these people had declared themselves as Heavenly Masters, his strength was the peak of the innate, and at that time, he had refused to do so. However, considering that the word Heavenly Master can bring together the beliefs of China, he had to agree. After all, 20 years ago, if the name of the Heavenly Master hadn't invigorated the people, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to resist the bizarre impact under that broken abyss. However, perhaps virtue is not enough. Since putting on the purple robe, his realm was also stuck. There is no way to advance, stopping at the peak of the innate. This way, listening to the two's words, especially the word broken abyss, Su Tian's mind drifted back to the deeds he had seen earlier. That is, beyond the border, there is an abyss that surrounds China. I think that's what's known as the broken abyss. Shaking his head, Su Tian looked at the two celestial masters. 20 years ago, and a 10-year break period? It was the first time he knew about it. No wonder. There is something about the Taoist sect that seems to be in the wrong flavor right now. The border is fighting against shenanigans, and these guys, they actually have the leisure to organize some kind of conference. Not at all in line with the style of the chaotic Taoist sect down the mountain. But now it all just seems to make sense. Taoism, there is a disconnect. Just as Su Tian was thinking about it, Heavenly Master Mao said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, a rising star? Oh, wearing this piece of clothing, you will bear the name of Heavenly Master. What do you mean by that?" Celestial Master Mao frowned, looking a bit disgruntled. "What is the meaning, fellow Taoist Mao?" With those words, Su Tian returned to his senses and looked at the two. The door, it seems, is not as screwed up as one might think. Looking at the two who were arguing, Su Tian paid no attention. Since there was a feudal ceremony tomorrow, he needed to return to Fuhai City first. Just as Su Tian left, at the same time, on the internet, it began to preview the sealing ceremony. I have to give a shout out to Shijiazhuang here for quietly planting cameras to record some of the videos during the last few forbidden places. These videos were uniformly transmitted back to Yuing. As early as a few days ago, Yuing had let the people below edit the video for this day. Nowadays, it's just the right thing to use to set the internet on fire. Let everyone know, the Imperial Palace is out of this world. The internet started to heat up like crazy as the first video appeared. The other side, Sang Lingfei and Tian Tian arrived at the next forbidden place. And when Sang Lingfei looked at the forbidden place that was still empty of people, she was just about to get angry. The crazy heat on the internet was seen by her as well. The title at the head made her pupils shrink. Surprise! China has since bid farewell to the era of fear and trepidation. 27 forbidden places in China are now all extinct. Not a single one left. Major cities no longer have to worry about attacks by infected creatures. A new era has dawned in China. At this moment, even the weirdness cannot stop the advance of Huaxia. For the one has returned. That one named, the beginning emperor. Tomorrow, June 27th, the first emperor will be sealed on Mount Tai. And it was once said that the emperor is representative of the period of ignorance. It's feudal, a sign of backwardness. And nowadays, the beginning emperor returns and proclaims heaven and earth. China shall be the master of the world, and shall live forever. After these powerful headlines, there were some headlines that were the headlines of the Taoist sects proclaiming their fame. However, these headlines can only sink in today, because the information about the beginning emperor is not simply words. There are also videos in it. What? All 27 forbidden places were suppressed by the beginning emperor? This way, in front of the empty gates of the forbidden land, Sang Lingfei looked at the titles and breathed so hard that she nearly fell over. This news might not be felt by ordinary people, but as a member of a martial arts family, she had seen the tragic images with her own eyes when the forbidden land was first blocked. Even the officials plus the Taoist sects plus the martial arts families were greatly injured. And now, without a word, 27 forbidden places are just gone? Are you kidding me? That was a forbidden land. And every forbidden land had the power to overthrow several surrounding cities. And it's just gone? Elder sister, what's wrong with you? As Sang Lingfei's delicate body swayed, Tian Tian was puzzled and asked curiously. However, the highly shocked Sang Lingfei ignored Tian Tian as she muttered under her breath. Absolutely impossible. I remember there was news of the birth of a new forbidden land a few days ago. How long has it been since then? And the forbidden land of Huaxia has been suppressed just like that? Sang Lingfei breathed unevenly, but soon her thoughts moved. Right, maybe there's no suppression. It's just an official gimmick put out. They should have suppressed the 3 forbidden places, and now they're just expanding their propaganda. Sang Lingfei didn't believe it. But, the next second, she looked at the information followed by a video and subconsciously clicked on it. On this day, there were many people who clicked on the video together. After all, suppressing 27 forbidden places, no one in the beginning emperor's style would not want to see it. When the video clicks on, the video is labeled with the location of the forbidden land, and the year of the forbidden land. East River Forbidden Land, 8 years of existence. In 2016, the forbidden land was born, and in the same year, 30,000 troops were sent out to synergize with the Taoist sect and the martial suppression. The battle lasted for 3 days, with a follow-up reinforcement of 40,000 troops, and the final blockade within the Forbidden Land. 2018 riot in the Forbidden Land. 40,000 troops were sent out to suppress the riot in the same year, and the battle lasted for 4 days. The suppression was successful after the Forbidden Land doubled in scope. In 2020, a change in the Forbidden Land gave birth to a new weirdness, and in the same year, the town troops suffered more than half of the casualties, followed by the reinforcement of 50,000 troops, and the Forbidden Land scope expanded again before the expansion was finally curbed. As these words scroll, in front of their cell phones, in front of their computers, the ordinary people who clicked on this video felt for the first time the grueling battle of the people on the front line. Tens of thousands of people in every army outing. It doesn't say the number of people who came back, or maybe those people are no longer coming back. The Forbidden Land, did it turn out to be so horrible? It turns out that our peace was filled back with the blood of countless people. The cold words touched these ordinary people for the first time. Before they clicked on the video, they just wanted to see the demeanor of the so-called beginning emperor, and these flashes of text that each word was as heavy as a mountain, leaving them breathless. Within the video, a bolded line of text appeared as these words finished scrolling. June 26, 2024, 3:35 p.m. the beginning emperor arrives at the Forbidden Land. On June 26, 2024, at 3:45 p.m. The Forbidden Land became history, and the liquidation was successful. These words were like a thunderbolt detonating in the hearts of the people. I'm Nima. Are your eyes blurry? Wait a minute. How long does it take to clear? 10 minutes? Chapter 57, the real Taoist sect only enters the broken abyss inside the video. The video continues after the pop-up scrolls. Only a black shadow appeared in the video, and the black shadow moved so fast that it was so fast that people couldn't even see it. Without waiting for anyone to react, the black shadow rushed into the black mist that enveloped the heavens and earth. In the next second, the black mist stirred as if chaotic air currents were tumbling up. A few minutes later, a ray of dawn pierced through the dark fog that had not seen sunlight for years. In this regard, the black fog began to slowly dissipate. When the video was seen, the crowd looked at the time. 4 minutes? This nigga hit the fast-forward button, right? Is that black mist confirmed to be a horrible forbidden place? And not a piece of tofu? In this way, the video was followed by the constant dissipation of the black fog, and when it completely dissipated, the crowd looked at the progress bar below. It's really just 10 minutes of a forbidden place? Ordinary people were shocked and numb at this moment. The other side, Sang Ling Fei was the same, but unlike ordinary people, she knew that the moment the black fog slowly dissipated, it proved that within the black fog, there were no longer any weird and infected creatures. That said, the time it takes to clear the forbidden area isn't strictly 10 minutes. Rather, the forbidden land was cleared the moment the black mist dissipated. This speed, Sang Ling Fei's 2 eyes went black, and she felt like her entire life had taken a hit. The awakened one, the beginning emperor, still human? On the internet, there is another video following this one. Unlike that previous video, this one had the figure of Su Tian summoning an army within it. Compared to the first efficiency pulling full stop video, this one is the one that everyone is most eagerly awaiting. However, before this video was even shown to the general public, the Dawn Guard has published an information. The information was simple, and it briefly elaborated on the new information within the Forbidden Land, saying that the Forbidden Land was no longer the Forbidden Land of the past. All the terrifying beings within the Forbidden Land seem to have left the Forbidden Land for the Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Land today is just an empty shell. That's why it was cleaned up so quickly. This content is information that has long been prepared by the dojo. In their plan, there should have been another video of cleaning up the Forbidden Land. However, there was no way Su Tian's movements were too fast, and before they could react, the Forbidden Land was all cleaned up. Having said that, at the moment, the arrow has to be shot. Otherwise, we can only sit back and watch the Emperor's Palace's prestige rise like crazy from today onwards. But, is it really possible to squash the heat of the beginning emperor with just one text? Even if there is a signature of a generation of heavenly masters on the back of this information, do you really think that the people are all fools? Of course, there are still fools. Inside a rented house, Pan Shuyun looks worse compared to before. As Su Tian said earlier, she can only be lied to. Now Pan Shuyun's savings over the years has all been spent. Not only that, she also jacked a lot of online loans. At this point, she was in debt. However, even so, she believed that it was Su Tian who had dragged her down. If she had never been in a relationship and didn't have a record of one with the officials, maybe none of this would have been the case. Especially now, Su Tian was no longer a person from the same world as her, leaving her to look up from the mire. Especially today, the whole internet was discussing the person she once looked down on. That kind of height. It was already something she was not even qualified to look up to. However, looking at the information released by the Tao sect, she smiled. Ha ha, I knew it. He's just a loser. How can he be so powerful? In the rental house, Pan Shuyun's eyes lit up under her disheveled hair. This information released by the Tao sect means that he is just officially launched. Just a person who picks up cheap. The Forbidden Land is a piece of cake. Let him be the first to eat it. As these thoughts flashed by, she began frantically reprinting information from the Taoist sect. Ha ha, the higher you stand the harder you fall. She thought so. It was as if the worse Su Tian was, the worse what was happening to her now would not become. At the same moment, there are many others like this that don't carry a brain. Especially, the Dawn Guard brainiacs. In the eyes of these people, the Taoist sect is inherently supreme, and every word and action is the truth of the world. The Taoist celestial masters are even more honored. It can even guide Wasia forward. As for whether or not this Tao sect is a real Tao sect, it doesn't matter to them. They just need to express their position and show their embrace of the Tao in this way. On the internet, these people quickly flooded underneath the officially posted video and started scrolling through the pop-ups. The beginning emperor? No, just a summoner. The Taoist sect has already said that the Forbidden Land is now an empty shell. Forget the first emperor, I'll go on me. That's just it. He's just a guy who was pushed out to fool us. The Forbidden Land hasn't been so terrifying for a long time. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the Tao sect, I'm afraid we'd still be in the dark. What's the official thing to do? What's the point of pushing a guy like that out to pick up the slack? I have a friend who was from the Tao sect. He said that originally in these forbidden places it should be the Tao sect to deal with them, but as a result, that summoner beginning emperor sneaked in alone to pick up the slack. Simply abominable. Unpleasant. Too unpleasant. These statements filled the official release of the second video. In the second video, Young was Su Tian summoning an army. However, the army summoned by Su Tian in the video didn't launch itself against the Black Mist because, when this video was recorded, it was exactly when Su Tian had taken in White Cloud Float. Though, the great army that returned from the earth was so imposing that it froze those who poured in. But soon, after they reacted, they started a new round of attack. So what if he looks handsome? See, these armies don't even need to get close to the Forbidden Land. That Forbidden Land dissipates on its own. Sure as picking up the slack. Damn it, this honor that was supposed to be for the Taoist family was actually snatched by him just like that. The other side. Tianchi Zhangquan was also following the developments on the internet. Looking at Tianchi Mao's signature, Tianchi Zhangquan shook his head. First to eat cake. Fellow Daoist Mao, you're lifting the foundations of the Tao sect. To be honest, looking at these remarks, there was a point where Heavenly Master Zhangquan wanted to come out and announce it, declare the dark days of that decade, 20 years ago. Back then, the Heavenly Masters of all the great sects, as well as those who truly cultivated the way, entered the broken abyss in turn, and thus, the true way was broken. What to eat cake? Their group of Taoist sect people are the ones who are really the first to eat the cake. Tianchi Zhangquan was holding his cell phone, and he was tempted to send out these to refute Daofeng Mao. But, if this matter is not handled well and the faith of the Tao sect collapses, I am afraid that it will be even more difficult at that time. But, do we really just let them run amok? Heavenly Master Zhangquan raised his eyes. Ever, Laoshan 13th generation of Tianchi, is the last of the Taoist heritage. Perhaps when the real Taoism is also afraid of the Taoist lineage is broken. So let the 13th generation of Laoshan Tianchi town of China. But, the world is unpredictable. 20 years ago, the broken abyss is out of control. The state of affairs of China is well known. In order to prevent the fall of China, the 13th generation of Laoshan Tianchi had to enter the broken abyss alone. And with this departure, the true Taoism departed. Chapter 58, Chinese Forbidden Land. Bizarre Forbidden Travel. 20 years ago things were urgent. Before the 13th generation of the Heavenly Master of Laoshan left, he left behind 3 Taoist pills that contained the power of the Heavenly Master. These 3 Dao Dan are the current position of the Heavenly Master. It can help the stream of the Hotian to go straight to the realm of the innate. Tianchi Zhangquan took out an elixir from his bosom in the midst of the entanglement. 20 years ago, he was at the peak of innate. He did not take it. At that time, after the 13th generation of Laoshan Tianchi left, he was the last Taoist orthodoxy, passing on the pure bright way. However, his cultivation did not come from his own hard work either, but rather from the power that his master instilled in him 25 years ago when he traveled to the broken abyss. This one thing that no one knows, and hiding this was terrifying. Even if he succeeds the Heavenly Master, he is still restless day and night. Does he really deserve it? Heavenly Master, Taoist Heavenly Master, Legacy, Taoist Legacy. In the midst of his thoughts, Heavenly Master Zhangquan took a deep breath as he glanced at the elixir in his hand, and finally his eyes flashed with determination. Forget it. If he were to let the Tao sect get lost again, perhaps, at that time, he would be the true sinner. On the internet, when Tianchi Zhangquan showed up, a group of Shilaji's netizens were overjoyed. There were also some late entrants to the Tao sect who were elated. With 2 celestial masters down, what would the summoner beginning emperor fight with? Even if you pick up a bargain and liquidate the forbidden areas of China, so what? These are the words of the 2 heavenly masters of the Taoist sect. Along with these thoughts, these people began to run around, spontaneously declaring for Taoist Zhangquan and raising the heat. They laughed a lot during that time. Speaking of which, Celestial Master Zhangquan is considered to be among the Celestial Masters, the most powerful one. It is said that once he was from the same era as the last batch of Heavenly Masters. Such a person is much more bullish than some awakened beginner emperor. The last era, I've heard, when the horrors were too horrible to think about. Just as these people were bragging, the highly regarded Heavenly Master Zhangquan spoke up. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, these people, who were originally licking, froze for a moment, and in the next moment somewhat wondered if they had heard wrong. What's the word? This Quan Tianchi is actually defending Summoner Shurdi? Finished? The original words of Heavenly Master Zhangquan, poor Taoist Zhangquan, inheriting the pure brightness Tao. In response to the internet's rebuke of the beginning emperor, the poor Taoist has a word to say. It's not him who eats the cake, it's us. The poor Taoist has some trepidation because the current Taoist sect is not considered orthodox. Master Mao Tianshi, at one time, was only a Taoist child. Strength will change one's mindset, as will power. Speaking of which, the poor Taoist also has selfishness, not wanting to be ashamed of my master and wanting the Taoist sect to flourish. The Taoist sect establishes the power structure, the creepy sector, by my default. The Taoist sect takes credit for the township's defense 20 years ago, and I acquiesce. The Tao sect, suppressing ancient martial arts, I acquiesce. The doctrine demeans the ministry of myth, I acquiesce. Today, the beginning emperor is preoccupied with the sealing of the throne, and the Tao sect doesn't want the imperial palace to be the only one to distort the truth. So it's hard for me to be at peace within myself and to acquiesce. Is the Forbidden Land, which has plagued China for 2 decades, really a cake from which just any ordinary person can pick the fruit? It's ridiculous. Speaking of this, Heavenly Master Zhangquan looked at the video path. Fellow Taoist Mao, it's time for you to turn back. The Taoist sect cultivates the Tao and protects China, not their own rights, their own honor. These statements dumbfounded those who defended Mao Tian Master and disparaged the first emperor. Nima, licking the wrong person. Isn't this lifting a rock and stoning yourself? Meanwhile, when there was a group of people licking Mao Tianshi on the internet, there were those who knew better who didn't believe it. However, these guys don't like random reviews. Both smiled darkly. Is the forbidden place a cake? What a hilarious comment. How come people don't say it before they touch it? Since it was a cake, how could the beginning emperor eat it all by himself? Then the meaning behind this statement. Wouldn't it be that the previous Mao Tian master couldn't even eat the cake? Heavenly Master Zhang is truly worthy of being a heavenly master. It is a great fortune for the Tao sect to have Heavenly Master Zhang. Originally, I was a bit curious as to why the Taoist sect's Mao Tian master made this statement, but now it seems clear. Alas, celestial masters are also human. Nonsense. Just when the windy comments had changed a bit because of Heavenly Master Zhangquan, Heavenly Master Mao, who had been secretly observing, couldn't help himself. The first thing he said when he got off the stage was to chastise Heavenly Master Zhangquan for being a Taoist priest in vain. Celestial Master Zhang, you said that I'm not worthy of the position of Celestial Master. Are you? Degrading the Taoist sect. You are a worm of the Taoist sect. The Forbidden Land is just an empty shell. It is official information that has been scouted out. Do you dare to say that this is false? Moreover, you've seen the beginning emperor's video. His army didn't even touch the Forbidden Land before it dissipated. This Forbidden Land was originally made of paper mache. Now, as a generation of Heavenly Master, you actually backstabbed the Taoist sect and threatened that I was doing it for the sake of power. I'm afraid it's because you're having some kind of affair with the beginning emperor, and you can't see it. On the internet, as soon as Master Mao Tianshi stepped on the scene, the heat soared once again. After all, no one was uninterested in the Divine Master's quarrel. But, in the meantime, in Fuhai City, Yuying nodded slightly as she watched the words and actions of Heavenly Master Zhangquan. The door, it seems, is not hopeless. If tomorrow wasn't the sealing ceremony, Yuying would have honestly watched and watched. But time was running out, and Yuying was starting to pull out her killer weapon. At first, after Su Tian had discovered that one forbidden place of the White Woman, the one that had more than 100,000 infected creatures 10 days ago, that battle, Yuying recorded the video. Is the Forbidden Land a cake in the Forbidden Land like papier-mâché? When this video came out, it only served to dumb down those who jumped on the bandwagon. Yuying had anticipated this long before this, so he had prepared for it. Quickly, she nodded to the people below her. Just as the two celestials opened up a tug-of-war on the internet, this video appeared silently. As soon as it appeared, it quickly became the #1 hot search. Inside the video, the image of that 100,000 strong army, charging against 100,000 infected creatures, would shut up all the doubters. The Forbidden Land can be breached by just one person? Then today, you'll get a good look at what's really forbidden. Within the video, simple text describes this one forbidden place, the Forbidden Land of Feng'an City. 11 years of existence. June 16, 2024 at 9:35 a.m. The beginning emperor arrives at the Forbidden Land. Within the video, as the introduction was made, a man in a black dragon robe appeared. He stood on the golden platform, and directly in front of him was a black fog that enveloped the world. The black fog was eerie, as if there was some great terror hiding in it. The beginning emperor faced the black fog directly. He didn't have any fear. He just looked calmly. And then, the next second, He raised his hand and pointed it straight at the black mist. A muffled voice began to ring out clearly. The voice, as if by magic, went straight into the ears of those watching the video. Chinese Forbidden Land, Bazaar Forbidden, my army, return, knock, and then another inexplicably loud sound rang out, and before the crowd could react, a terrifyingly oozing huge figure leapt out of the ground in a single bound. The leading general, Junior. Boom! The giant landed and the earth cracked. He was dressed in black armor and stood straight as a god. Same moment, behind the giant, amidst the dust, 10,000 troops scurried. The blackened army, directly occupying the flat ground, obscured the land's true color. At that time, the soldiers hadn't been promoted yet, and although they were only inferior soldiers, the aura of solemnity swept through the heavens and the earth and went straight to the clouds. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 59, Denouncing Taoist Friend Mao. Video ahead. The crowd stared unblinkingly at the small giant standing proudly, and at this moment they were dumbfounded, unable to make any sound. The heart only chokes. What's this? They are suspicious. In the video, Tiny was in black armor in the sunlight, radiating a cold light. He didn't make any movements. Just the rise and fall of his breath could blow up the dust on the ground. This is a little big man moment. The gods and demons descend. Gaius is unrivaled. And that is just the beginning. And then, see again. The ground trembled again, and not far from the little giant, a huge fist violently poked out from the earth. The huge hand was several times larger than the hand of a small giant. The palm of his hand slammed on the ground, and the earth was like tofu, sinking 3 points. As the palms braced themselves, giant arms appeared from the ground. The crowd's eyes shook again. That mountain-like arm was etched directly into everyone's mind. The terrifying figure directly shattered their worldview. Holy shit, this is His Majesty the Beginning Emperor's army. Holy shit, this arm, you'd have to be single for at least 300 years to jerk it off. Nima, this arm, this fist, it's actually bigger than his body. Love it, so handsome. Can't imagine how comfortable it would be to hold yourself with such big arms. Upstairs nymphomaniac, are you sure? This shall not pinch your guts out. Just as the crowd was shocked and unusual, you said one thing and I said another. The third general made his appearance. The slender black shadow was like a ghost. The shadow called out to be seen indistinctly, appearing faintly in the dust that flooded the army. The shadow was slender and invisible, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. It was as if a monster was about to emerge from it. So, the shadow slowly solidified in the dust. Like a gentleman, the slender black figure steps out with a true tall stride. When he became completely clear to exhibit his form, the crowd choked. In the meantime, video ahead. In addition to the crowd of netizens watching the video, there were also people from the Taoist sect. Mao Tian Master was originally still relatively calm. He thought that even if Heavenly Master Zhang Quan spoke for the first emperor, he had no fear. However, as the video progressed, even Heavenly Master Mao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Speaking of which, he also knew Su Tian's profile, and he had also seen Su Tian summon tens of thousands of troops, especially the last time. He had seen thousands of silver armor army in front of the last Forbidden Land in Huaxia. However, as a Taoist Heavenly Master, these he could not even look at. The root of Huaxia is only in the Taoist sect, so what if the army is large? It's just one awakened person. However, the soldiers that appeared in front of them at the moment were also too many, especially those 3 special types of soldiers. What kind of soldiers are these 3? And why were they not recorded in the previous information? Master Mao Tianxue couldn't breathe well. It just felt a little big in the head. In the meantime, by the time the video got to this point, the people on the pop-up screen had all been bowled over. 3 generals, and the tens of thousands of troops behind each of the great generals. Each one of these alone would be a sinking ship, let alone now. The tiny video was stuffed straight through, and their tiny eyeballs were stuffed along with it. The shock is unspeakable. This is His Majesty the First Emperor's army? Be so horrible. Whoever said that the beginning emperor isn't strong? Step forward. But I can give you a thumbs up if you have the ability to face this army head-on. With this, I feel like I can already sweep the world. Beginning emperor. This is our beginning emperor. At this point, the video hasn't even gotten to the best moment, and the rhetoric is already lopsided. During this time, Heavenly Master Mao still wanted to speak out and restrain the frantic crowd. But naturally, there was nothing left for him to do now. He dares to say anything now. Say these soldiers are papier-mâché? If this were to be said now, I'm afraid that tomorrow he would be stripped of his purple robe and hung at the door. This way. Video continues. As the picture advances, on the side of the golden platform, a black-armored woman, floating in the air. At that time, the Blood Maiden had not yet broken through. But even so, the aura on her body was even more terrifying than the other 3. It only calls for a breath of air. On the golden stage, Su Tian sat in the dragon chair. As his gaze condensed, his voice slowly came out. This place is forbidden. When it is destroyed, sound off. The Blood Maiden led the way and took the lead, flying straight towards the black mist. The moment she moved, the 3 generals, as well as the 100,000 soldiers, all charged at the same moment. By order of the first emperor, those who violate our Chinese territory shall be executed for their crimes. Kill, 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 kill. The army charged quickly, and from the overhead viewpoint, it looked as if ink was rapidly coloring the black fog. Soon, black mist sighed, as the army stormed in. A corner of the army of infected creatures that had long been prepared inside was revealed. The number was dense and black, and its aura could actually be on par with 100,000 troops. As soon as that image came out, within the video, a crowd of people swiping pop-ups froze. Wait, am I reading this right? There are actually so many pairs of eyes hidden in the black mist of that forbidden land? No, didn't that whoever it was before, Taoist Master Mao Tianchi, say that the forbidden land was paper mache? With all those pairs of eyes, are you sure you're okay with papier mache? This battle, due to the fact that there were simply too many infected creatures in the forbidden land, the two armies soon collided in front of the black mist, creating a stalemate, not in or out, so that the next scene is only left the crazy infected creatures fighting with the frontline army. This scene let everyone know for the first time what a forbidden place was. Also let them understand. Cake? Just kidding. This if a cake, then there's no such thing as soft in this world. Didn't Heavenly Master Mao say that the forbidden land would be simple to take down? It's not that long ago that the video was dated. Just 10 days ago. Is this what Master Mao Tian said? Paper and clay? But a forbidden land that can be taken down by any individual? I'll fuck you up. Well, it's kind of an eye-opener. A generation of heavenly masters actually making things up with their mouths open. Just as the two armies engaged in battle, the pop-ups reacted to the moment. There was a flurry of AITs for the Mao Tian master. The other side, in front of his cell phone, watching the pop-up screen, Mao Tian master sweated coldly. The moment the black mist appeared within the video with dense pupils, he let out a dark cry. When so many infected creatures did emerge from it and were still at a standoff with the army, he knew that he was going to be finished. Master Mao Tianchi couldn't breathe well. It wasn't right. It was clear that the official information within the investigation when the beginning emperor took the Forbidden Land showed that there weren't many infected creatures within the Forbidden Land. Why? Why is this forbidden place in the picture? There would be so many infected creatures? Even in the previous Forbidden Land riots, there were only about 10,000 infected creatures at most. And this one forbidden place, there's not much to see at first glance. Looking at the number, it was at least about 10 times the number of riots in the Forbidden Land before. This amount is already comparable to the Forbidden Zone. Where's Master Mao Tian? Where is Master Mao Tianchi? Come out. Is this the so-called Chinese Heavenly Master? When Tianchi Zhang said it before, I was half believing it. But now, damn it, it's still fake. Chapter 60. This is the palace of the current first emperor. Everyone, I'm already numb. So the Forbidden Land is such a terrifying existence. That's actually densely populated with infected creatures? Phew, I can't imagine. One forbidden place is so terrifying. What about the 27? Also, His Majesty, the first emperor, alone called upon his army to take down these forbidden lands, and there are actually people who jump out and say that the forbidden lands are paper thin? Celestial Master? This is the Celestial Master? The video clip ends at the moment of impact between the two armies. After all, that's enough up to this point. On the internet, the people who had previously defended Master Mao Tianchi only felt a fiery pain in their faces at this moment. Such a horrible forbidden place. How dare anyone think that it can be easily suppressed? And he's okay with him? Don't say much at the moment. But you're already considered a bully if you can take on one of the infected creatures. And the first emperor. One man, one army, battling over 100,000 infected creatures. Alone, he exterminated all the forbidden places in 27 Chinese territories. In the meantime, in Fuhai City, Su Tian arrived at his simple imperial palace. He came to several open-air plants and began to absorb the corpses of infected creatures that had been officially transported over these days. After absorbing it, he transformed it with a single click. So much so that his panel turned out to be frowny face name, Su Tian. Exclusive Imperial Seal conversion progress, 99. 97%, power, 316,550. Number of protective black dragons, 2. Current soldiers special effect, return of the buried bones. The Army of Thunder. Stored souls, 18. 500, can transform/upgrade soldiers being converted, 127. 500, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 316427, ordinary, 5, good, 1, excellent. This is his current panel. Just waiting for tomorrow's sealing. He could summon an army of 400, 000 men. An army of 400, 000 was an extremely appalling one, even in history. And now, 400, 000 troops were all under his command alone. Up to this point, he had been able to literally cut off the land and call himself an emperor. But, did it take this many days to transport over 100, 000 corpses? A little less. After absorbing them all, Su Tian smacked his lips. Looks like it's time to sweep the borders after the sealing of Zen. The resources provided by the officials now are far from enough to keep up. Just as Su Tian was thinking about it, the news that exploded on the internet also caught his attention. Watching the video recorded by Ewing a dozen days ago, Su Tian was delighted. I didn't realize that she had actually recorded a video at that point. And that's when the internet began to flood with denunciations of Master Mao Tianshi. After all, it doesn't feel good to be hoodwinked. Especially, this one was also a generation of heavenly masters. Acting like this simply refreshes the worldview of others. Su Tian looked at these vociferous people and raised his eyes slightly. If there were no deeds of the 13th generation of heavenly masters in Laoshan, just based on his previous outburst, he would have taken down the so-called Mao heavenly master on the spot. Just like the purple fox before it, it flew off with a slap on the wrist. In fact, it is not all because of the 13th generation of Laoshan Tianshi. There is another point, that is, Mao Tianshi is different from purple fox. He is, after all, the position of Tianshi. With the contribution of the 13th generation heavenly masters in place, it was feared that making a move just based on an outburst of words would cause dissatisfaction among the children of China. However, this guy is kind of digging his own grave. Thinking of this, Su Tian narrowed his brows. No, it wasn't exactly digging his own grave, but rather, Ewing had prepared for it. He actually prepared a handful of king bombs, directly making the highly respected Master Mao Tianshi now an object of everyone's criticism. With that in mind, Su Tian gave Ewing a nod. Spinning around, he continued to look at the information. On the internet, the original of the sealing of the Zen was already very loud, plus the Tianshir's verbal dispute. This one thing has been known to no one in Huaxia. As a result of this one incident, the Taoist sect's status in the hearts of the people dropped dramatically. Seeing this, Su Tian merely smiled. He wouldn't look at the current Tao sect more than once even if it was extinguished. After all, 20 years ago, the true Tao sect had already broken its legacy. However, the Taoist sect, as one of the Chinese cultures, might be able to retrieve the true Taoist sect and rejoin it in time. As for the current Taoist sect, they are just a bunch of clowns. At that moment, Su Tian saw Heavenly Master Zhang Quan's previous remarks. This guy, he's still saved. Also like Ewing, Su Tian said the same thing she did. So, this day, the seal of approval preview was a big success. As for Mr. Mao Tianshi, due to the extremely bad impact of the situation, under the vociferous criticism of the general public, in order to salvage their reputation, the Taoist sect immediately made a decision by the remaining two heavenly masters to strike out Mao Tianshi's position as heavenly master. So far a generation of unlimited scenery of the heavenly master was stripped of the purple robe, became a common, no identity of the old man. Of course, he gets more than his share of evil. After all, to put it in a small way, it was just a slander. To put it in a big way, it was dividing China. Now the position of the first emperor of Huaxia had risen infinitely in the hearts of the people, and already had the vague intention of becoming a true one emperor. Suppressing the beginning emperor? That would be the same as suppressing Huaxia. In that case, how can this man be good? That night, Mr. Mao Tianshi was jailed. Over here, with Bai Yunpiao's report, Ewing also learned of the news that Heavenly Master Mao had disrespected His Majesty. As Su Tian's #1 fan, how could Ewing want him to feel better when he learned of this news? Now that Master Mao Tianshi is in prison, and as far as a person with no identity is concerned, then, naturally, he can't be allowed to see the next day's sun. The next day, based on the heat of yesterday's sealing, this is a day off for all. The moment, every single person was either in front of the TV or in front of the live stream, waiting for the 12 o'clock noon sealing ceremony. Su Tian lazily woke up, Ewing waiting in front of the bed. After not seeing him for 10 days, Su Tian realized that Ewing had changed tremendously. I can't believe there's a vague hint of the person in charge now. Your Majesty, the fall of one of the three great heavenly masters, Master Mao Tianshi, yesterday has dealt a great blow to the reputation of the Taoist sect. Now the Taoist sect, the whole network winds up no longer being the Taoist sect of old, but a Taoist sect that is full of holes and decay. No one from the Tao sect should be going to tomorrow's exchange conference. Listening to Yu Ying's words, Su Tian said, the Tao sect, as one of the underpinnings of China, can still be looked after sometimes, and shouldn't be subjected to such windy comments. However, what I want is not the Taoist sect of Taoism, but the Taoist sect of China. Yes, Your Majesty. Subordinate understands, Yu Ying said. At this point, Yu Ying reported something else. Perhaps it was because of the fall of the Taoist heavenly master that caused the ancient martial arts families to be a bit foolish now. For tomorrow's awakened distribution assembly, they had actually applied to attend. At those words, Su Tian's gaze gathered slightly. Ancient martial arts family? The last time an experimental human link is still not clear. Now actually dare to bump into the gun. So that's just right. When the time came, he wanted to see what was going on with the so-called ancient martial arts family. Is it a family? Su Tian raised his eyes. This so-called family is also like the Taoist sect. He wanted the ancient martial arts to be the ancient martial arts of China, not the ancient martial arts of the lineage. In this manner, thinking, Su Tian began to dress in the black dragon robe. And in the meantime, on the network, an anchor in Tarzan introduces the imperial palace behind her to the entire network. Everyone, this is the imperial palace of the current beginning emperor. Look everyone, said anchor turned sideways, revealing the building she had been covering up. Holy shit, WC, this is, chapter 61 what he has done. In front of the video, the crowd immediately lit up as the anchor moved out of the way, but instead of the imagined majestic look of the building, the entry was a big, round ass. Move? Where do I move? I've got people on both sides of me, so come and move it for me. Tarzan, the foot of the mountain, is crowded. Shit, this guy is so arrogant. Anchor, squeeze ahead a bit. It's all ass we're looking at. Yeah, anchor, we'll have to go to the next broadcast if you do. The pop-ups rolled, and the young lady who was running the live stream saw this and started to squeeze forward with a clench of her teeth. That's a traffic code that you can't afford to miss today. If this is a big fire, in the future, there will be no worries about retirement. Anchor, slow down and squeeze. Be careful of getting pregnant. What? It's possible to get pregnant? Getting pregnant in front of the imperial palace. Wouldn't that at least be a dragon child? Guy up there. You're making me speechless. So outrageous. Is that a big brain or a whimsical one? At this moment, although most of the viewpoints in the live broadcast room were occupied by crowded people, but, above the video, it could also be clearly seen that there was a huge palace established on the mountain in the distance. The palace was enormous, occupying the entire peak even though only the tip of the iceberg could be seen. The people who saw this corner through the live feed, there is a vague illusion. That is, the exposed corner of the palace, pressed horizontally above the dense crowd. So much so, where is this still a palace? This is clearly the immortal court, banished to the fairy court. Phew, even though the anchor didn't let us see the imperial palace in its entirety, but just this corner, I can already brainstorm the greatness of the imperial palace. Say, isn't this Tarzan? Why was there no news at all about the establishment of this imperial palace before this? Good man, the officials are hiding deep enough. That's all it takes to hold back from promoting it? Nima, hold it until today to pull a big one on us. Tarzan, the foot of the mountain. Every single person in the sea of people was holding their cell phones aloft, live streaming, and acting in such a way that it was clear they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to soar. You should know that since yesterday, the trains and flights to Mount Tai in China are all full. Even the neighboring cities are full. These crazy people, transformed into pilgrims, walk to get there since they can't get there straight. It's crazy as hell. Just as these crowds were surging, in the meantime, at the foot of Mount Tai, a man in a black dragon robe appeared on the far side of the crowded crowd. Instead of pushing his way into the crowd, he just hung back and watched. There are actually so many people here? Su Tian was a bit surprised. The square in front of his eyes was able to hold at least 100,000 people. And now looking at the situation, this damn thing had already crammed in no less than 200,000 people. It's simply horrible as hell. Just as Su Tian was surveying, to one side, someone looked strangely at Su Tian, who was dressed as a man in dragon robes. No, man, you couldn't have picked today even if you wanted to wear a dragon robe to punch the clock. Today is the big day of the first emperor's sealing. How dare you wear a dragon robe? Since the man was only looking at his back and didn't see Su Tian's front, he was immediately puzzled. At those words, Su Tian turned back. Ha, man, why do I think I've seen you before? It's so familiar. Looking at the person who was lost in thought, Su Tian smiled and did not say anything. Originally, he should have come in the emperor's carriage with Yu Ying. However, Su Tian felt that the thing was a bit troublesome. It's not as convenient and quick as just royal blood girl. Looking at the person who was trying to remember, Su Tian said, Watch your words next time. That's a name you call yourself, but you'll be remembered and labeled as the way to take death. Holding a grudge? Who holds a grudge against me? The man sniffed in confusion, but soon his doubts would be answered. Because, just then, in the distance came a large crew in the crow's nest. 10 minutes ago, although Su Tian had arrived one step ahead of him, Ewing still gave a greeting to the staff here. So everyone was very attentive and energized. Not long after Su Tian appeared on the side of the square, a person in charge of maintaining order saw Su Tian's face and immediately reported it up through his headset. I saw the beginning emperor. The beginning emperor has arrived. In the ear return. What? The beginning emperor has arrived. Where is he? I don't see it here in the Great Hall. No, he's not in the Imperial Palace, but at the foot of the mountain, on the square where the tourist pilgrimage group is. Ha? The foot of the mountain? Wait, why is His Majesty running there? Go, let's hurry and greet. No, Your Majesty, you're $1,000 now. How can you run anywhere? So, when a group of uniformed staff members came running, the moment they saw Su Tian, without any hesitation, they collectively knelt down on their knees. We greet Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live long and prosper. The sound came out, and there was a collective shock all around. Feng, the passers-by who were still contemplating Su Tian's words, looked at the person who knelt down towards Su Tian, and their breaths stuttered. What? He repeatedly looked at the kneeling staff and then at Su Tian. No, what the hell? He's His Majesty? Holy shit, he's not a tourist in a dragon robe, but the real His Majesty the First Emperor? On Su Tian's side, he looked at the person kneeling respectfully and said flatly, get up. And then, seeing that he was recognized, Su Tian didn't stay here for long, but followed the group towards the Taishan Imperial Palace. At this point, the passerby, who had just been there, fell into a sitting position with his legs weak. Stupid. The whole thing is completely stupid. In his mind, the words he had said to Su Tian earlier began to come back to him. His entire being was suffocated red at the thought of these words. No, what was he doing? No wonder the way to take death X1. No wonder it's being held against you. Hell, I'm afraid that even his old ancestor's coffin has been blown up with anger by now. He had the audacity to address His Majesty today as a brother. In the meantime, due to the voluminous sound of the previous staff, in the square, quite a few people were attracted to it. Your Majesty? Did I just mishear you? Hasn't the feudal ceremony not started yet? And we're just a sightseeing plaza here, so even if it starts, we won't hear it, right? These people were amazed. However, as they turned around, they soon saw the beginning emperor who was following the staff, heading towards the Taishan Imperial Palace. Just one look and everyone's eyes went straight. Dragon robe, surrounded by staff. It's His Majesty, the beginning emperor. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened as this flurry of information flashed through their minds. At the same time, someone said in shock, crap, was that man really His Majesty just now? As the words came out, someone looked over. What's going on? From what you're saying, His Majesty the beginning emperor isn't passing through here, but rather you've even seen it. Right. His Majesty was right in front of me just now, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I didn't realize he was actually His Majesty. By the way, said the man who spoke, looking toward the passerby who had dropped to the ground. This guy just said hello to His Majesty. When the voice fell, the sounds of sucking in a mouthful of cold air resounded around them. Greetings with His Majesty? Who is it? So lucky? The people on the sidelines were envious. However, at that moment on the ground, the paralyzed passerby sniffed and his desire to die deepened. Don't be envious. If you guys knew what you just did, you'd have to find a feng shui site and bury it first. That's the beginning emperor. Yet what has he done? Chapter 62. Does the official want to withdraw? The paralyzed passerby's heart was in his mouth, but the onlookers weren't sure. They were just envious. Shit, what am I missing? His Majesty the beginning emperor actually came here? Holy shit. If I had known I wouldn't have been staring at the Imperial Palace. If I hadn't missed it, wouldn't I have been able to take a picture of the same frame with His Majesty just now? Ah, I hate it. Throughout the plaza, these envies made arguments begin to rise and fall. They had thought that they would see the beginning emperor emerge from within the Imperial Palace, or even witness His Majesty's dragon might through the big screen in the square. But it never occurred to me that this was a sightseeing plaza, a place belonging to people with little status. In such a place, not to mention the first emperor, even some people from the Mythic Bureau and the Weirdness Bureau would not come, because these people with status have long been qualified to go to places closer to the Imperial Palace. So much for this square. The dog doesn't even look at it. However, those of good standing look down on this place. But Your Majesty, he actually traveled here in person. Not only did they come and go, they just stood with them. It's unbelievable. As these people went crazy with their brainstorming, they began to flush their cheeks and fall into orgasm. This is your majesty. It's amazing that you can be so pro people. The other side. Su Tian didn't know that these people could brainstorm so much. To be honest, he was actually able to come down to take a look mainly because he saw how crowded the place was when he was at the Royal Blood Maiden. If Su Tian knew what these people were thinking, he was afraid that he would have to laugh and curse. Damn! This brainstorming! It's also really outrageous. Soon, as Su Tian walked along the stone steps of Mount Tai, advancing towards the imperial palace step by step, not far, two of the girls' eyes fell to his back. The beginning emperor? With all this imperial might, it's no wonder he can suppress 27 forbidden places on his own. Sang Lingfei looked at Su Tian's 4 square steps and said indifferently, "Sister, why does that dragon robe make me gasp in my heart when I look at it?" Tian said, "That's imperial might." Sang Lingfei explained before continuing, "I didn't expect that he was only an awakened, but he could have true imperial might. Speaking of which, she dealt with Taoist celestial masters before. However, those celestial masters, even if they were clad in purple robes, only gave people a feeling of villainy. There was not the slightest trace of the heavenly master's majesty, and compared to the awakened, the Taoist sect, like the ancient martial arts, is the result of actual cultivation. No such person has the majesty of a heavenly master, and as an awakened beginning emperor, he was actually able to make a body of imperial might coalesce." Thinking of this, taking a deep breath, Sang Lingfei said gruffly, "Perhaps the awakened aren't as unpleasant as one might think. It's amazing that a predecessor who was just a delivery boy could do that. What if a person of martial arts awakens? Wouldn't that cap be higher?" With that in mind, Sang Lingfei began to follow another staff passageway, heading towards the imperial palace. As a member of an ancient martial arts family, of course, she was invited to participate in the sealing ceremony. Moreover, you can also enter the imperial palace for a visit. In today's world, maybe it's not a bad idea to go through the back door. At this time, there were still more than 5 hours to go before the feudal ceremony. After the two of them, Sang Lingfei, headed towards the steps. The rest of the martial arts families also finally showed themselves. Seal the imperial palace. A really big deal. A teenager with a head full of silver hair glanced at the crowded square and then at the imperial palace in the distance. A takeaway awakened wants to have it all. Is that good enough? What is an emperor? It's not just some awakening that makes you competent in name only. The silver-haired boy had a sword wrapped around his back. The hilt of the sword was ancient, indicating the identity of the teenager. It's like a family of swords, one of the Tao of the sword. Needless to say, even in the novel is also a bit of a very high. Certain people would even think that the way of the sword is the great way. One sword can cut the sun, moon and stars. Of course, that's in the books, and the kendo at hand doesn't have that yet. Jian Wuwei, long time no see. As the silver-haired teenager's gaze coalesced around the imperial palace in the distance, a cheerful voice rang out from the rear. The visitor was from a sword Dao family, named Wushu Knife. Wushu Knife did not carry a weapon. His entire body was unusually stout, and under his height of 1 meter 8, his robust muscles made him naturally oppressive. At those words, Jian Wuwei glanced back at him, yet it was only a glance. He did not say anything back and lowered his head towards the stone steps. The swords are all martial arts families though, but soon not fit. As the saying goes, the way is different. There's nothing to say hello to. Sword Wuwei is still the same. He really hasn't changed at all. A woman appeared behind Wushu Knife. The woman wore a pale yellow skirt that was knee-length, making her look less like someone from a martial arts family and more like the big girl next door. What she is, though, is not simple. Yes, Knife Dao family, ranked number 1 heavenly pride, strength far above the martial book knife. The name is Perky Gossip. His specialization in the 8 trigrams blade technique was already comparable to the innate first class, and her strength was extremely terrifying. Just 1 foot short of the Lingate, she could enter the innate. Parry? Seeing Parry Bagua, Wushu Knife's eyebrows moved, not to mention his stout figure, but at the first sight of Parry Bagua, he subconsciously tensed his body. As a member of the same sword doctrine family, he hadn't suffered much from the ravages of limpid gossip. Parry Gossip smiled. "What are you still frozen here for? Blocking other people's roads? Hurry up the mountain." Okay. Wushu Knife was well behaved like a small child, darting directly toward the stone steps, looking at the people running away. Perky Bagua's gaze fell towards the imperial palace on top of Mount Tai in the distance. And I don't know what the officials think. Is this world fit for an emperor? Or rather, officially, do you guys want to bow out? With a slight smile, Gossip Parry's small skirt moved and she lightly headed for the stone steps. Just as these people were entering Taishan, the imperial palace, as Su Tian stepped into the imperial palace. Perhaps it was because this imperial palace was built for him. The moment he entered the grand hall, Su Tian realized that the black dragon special effect that surrounded his body had actually become more solid at this moment. And, vaguely, there's actually a third one appearing. Ha! Su Tian was startled. Could it be that this ceiling could also give you a third black dragon? Su Tian was a bit surprised to know his two black dragons represent two soldiers out of the special effects. Furthermore, when he gained the second appearance effect, he also gained a trait of +1 to his base soldier level. Is this the third black dragon about to appear? Originally, Su Tian had only come here to go through the motions, but now, he suddenly began to look forward to the sealing ceremony a few hours later. Third soldier appearance special effects. It would have to be cooler than the Thunder Army for sure. Your Majesty, can you put away the dragon's might for a moment? We can't stand it some more. Su Tian was in the midst of his thoughts when, due to the fact that he couldn't stand it, someone forced the fear in his heart to open his mouth. At those words, Su Tian looked around, and it was then that he realized that when he had just stepped into the imperial palace and the black dragon had solidified, the dragon's might on his body is automatically triggered. This dragon's might was very fierce, as if it was a monstrous wave of rage from the deep sea, causing the people around them to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground, as if there was a Tarzan crushing down on them, causing nothing but fear to be on them. Looking at their miserable state, Su Tian put away his dragon might and didn't care about these people as his gaze fell towards the glorious hall above the white jade stone steps in front of him. As an imperial palace, naturally, the golden palace is essential, and this golden palace can be more majestic than the other place. After all, it's not made of ancient architecture, it's modern. Chapter 63 Heart State Metamorphosis. Fitness Enhancement Taishan, the Imperial Palace. Su Tian took one step to the top of the golden palace as he looked at the dragon chair in front of him. There are some size, compared to the golden platform summoned out. Sitting on this dragon chair is actually the only way to truly live up to its name and become an emperor. Hand touched the gilded dragon chair. This chair, in history, can call for madness. Now, however, all he has to do is sit up there and it will be attributed to him. The feeling is a little dreamy. Thinking about it, Su Tian turned around, and underneath the golden palace in front of him, there were a number of staff members standing as far as the eye could see. The real golden palace, which should be standing below, is full of civil servants. But, it's all just beginning. One day, the people here will be replaced by ministers, as well as military generals, and that day can't be too far away. Between thoughts, Su Tian sat on the dragon chair, and as he took his seat, the staff below saw this and hurriedly knelt down. However, Su Tian ignored these people as his gaze crossed over them and fell towards the mountains and rivers in the distance beyond the golden palace. Is this the perspective of one who is an emperor? From here, he looked as if he were above all things. At the same time, there is a feeling that quietly changes the mind and body. When an ordinary person looks at a mountain or river, he or she will be overwhelmed by its scenery and enraptured by the view. And at this moment, Su Tian's gaze slightly condensed as the mountains and rivers were no longer mountains and rivers, but had become rivers and mountains. As far as the eye can see, there is no country, people's livelihoods, war, and guardianship, rivers and mountains, mind metamorphosis, fit improved. With a thought, prompts appeared before Su Tian's eyes. Before that, to be honest, even though he wore dragon robes, he still occasionally referred to himself as me. But today, he's not an awakened, neither is the beginning emperor. Rather, the emperor, named after him, the emperor. Su Tian's breath swallowed the mountains and rivers, and in his line of sight, there was a hint of black lines surrounding the sky where it was extremely far away. Look at that black line. Su Xiaxia realized it from today. I am the beginning emperor. I will lead the human race for all eternity. Creepy. As long as there's a day when I'm around, there's never going to be a day of reckoning. Boom. The words fell. Suddenly, a terrifying sound of a giant dragon whispering appeared throughout the golden palace. In the middle of the field, the prostrate people rose up at this moment, their whole bodies trembling. They were afraid to look up, because they could feel that just above the golden palace, a terrifying dragon had awakened. The giant dragon's pupils, as if they could see through everything, stared at them dead on. I will lead the human race for all eternity. Taishan, the imperial palace. Su Tian's voice was vastly approaching. Same moment, two huge black dragons abruptly rushed up to the sky, their hissing chirps resounding through the sky. That dragon's roar went straight into the souls of everyone underneath Mount Tai, allowing everyone to kneel down at this moment. The other side, a dragon's might swept over. The group of people from the Dao sect who were climbing the mountain, as well as the pride of the martial arts family, changed their faces violently. This dragon's might was like the furious sea waves, slapping heavily on them. Perky Bagwa's delicate body moved, and she hurriedly stabilized herself. This terrifying aura, even for her, was difficult to resist at this time. What kind of aura is this? Why is it more voluminous than a mountain? Before she came, as the pride of a martial arts family, she honestly had some contempt for Su Tian. However, this aura now shattered her previous contempt with a bang. Imperial might? How can he, an awakened, master true imperial might, resisting the aura with all her might? Perky Bagwa fought to clench her teeth and tried not to fall to her knees. However, this wave of might was not something she could resist. In front of him, Wushu Knife had already knelt down long ago. Further ahead, Jian Wuwei's eyes were glazed over. He hadn't thought that he hadn't knelt to the heavens or the earth in his life, but now he was actually forced to kneel to the so-called imperial palace? Get the fuck up. Jian Wuwei was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. This way, Perry Gossip finally couldn't hold on any longer, and her knees knocked heavily on the ground. But just as she knelt down, the aura disappeared. Inside the Golden Palace, Su Tian rose and stood before the dragon chair. Gentlemen, rise. His voice was flat, but he was full of imperial might. As the words fell, the pressure on everyone's bodies violently disappeared into thin air, as if everything before was an illusion. How much longer until the sealing ceremony begins? Su Tian began to ask. Back to your majesty. 3 hours. Outside the temple. The imperial palace is huge. After the people from the Martial Wei family ascended, the first thing they entered was a large platform. The platform is as white as jade, and the material is worth a lot of money at a glance. As these people came up, Jian Wuwei clenched his 5 fingers. What a delivery man! How dare you make me kneel down? Emperor? By awakening, by the dragon's might enhanced by this emperor's palace, you're worthy of me kneeling? His voice was not small. The whole square heard it. Upon hearing this, the rest of them were stunned. Although there was anger in their hearts from the kneeling just now, but one can only dare to be angry. After all, people were now officially recognized even though they were awakened. And, thanks to the Forbidden Land, he was also recognized by the children of China. In this situation, if one were to speak out of turn, it would not only bring disaster upon oneself, even the lineage behind it could be implicated. In this way, looking at Jian Wuwei who dared to make this statement, everyone secretly gave him a nod of approval. Really, Mang? Who dares to speak out of turn? On the square, a helicopter gunship arrived. Inside the cabin, Yuing jumped down from it. Who are you? Looking at Yuing, Jian Wuwei said, you're not qualified to ask questions. Yuing had some anger on her face. Turning her head she saw the sword wrapped around Jian Wuwei's back. Sword Dao family? Yuing laughed in anger. What a Sword Dao family? How dare you disrespect the first emperor in front of the imperial palace? Today is Su Tian's sealing ceremony. If Jian Wuwei had said this on another day, she wouldn't have been so angry. But now, men, take this man. At those words, Jian Wuwei's gaze changed. He hadn't expected Yuing to actually dare to say such words. I came here by invitation, not as your subordinate. You're a bit too arrogant. How dare you ask someone to take me down? Jian Wuwei was at the realm of the martial Dao patriarch, and as he said this, an aura uniquely belonging to a patriarch bulged his clothes. I can come here because I'm giving you face, and you really think you're the lackeys of a generation of emperors? I'll go. When the people around him heard Jian Wuwei's words, they once again gave him a thumbs up. A real warrior. Yuing stared, but just as she was about to open her mouth again, a voice came, Yuing, stand down. Yuing turned around, and his voice sounded once again, is the Sword Dao family. With the leisurely voice, Su Tian, who was dressed in a black dragon robe, came slowly from the steps on the far side of the platform. All dare to make trouble at my sealing ceremony. I'd like to see what your so-called Sword Dao family can have. Said, Su Tian's gaze fell towards Jian Wuwei. On your knees. Chapter 64 This world shall be moved by the words of him alone. With a cry of kneeling, the next second, a mountain crushed down on Jian Wuwei. Instantly he flopped down on his knees. In the midst of his kneeling, his knees were bumping out the color of blood. The familiar shame struck again, and the veins on Jian Wuwei's arms rippled. An awakened who delivers takeouts and wants me to kneel. You? No. Deserve. I have to say, this guy is soft all over. Except for his mouth. Oh, Su Tian's gaze coalesced. I hear you say that you are looking down on the awakened? It seems that as a Sword Dao family, you are also used to being high and mighty. With that, Su Tian gently called out to the void to one side, Blood Lady. And then, the end of the line. In the void, a stunning woman appeared out of nowhere. Shurjia, not a Shurjia above the people of China. The awakened fight for the people of China. Yet there are people in this rear who look down on the awakened. It's time for this lineage to change. As Su Tian spoke, A jade seal that was pitch black with a few white lines intertwined appeared in his hand. He simply pressed in the air, and underneath the jade seal, a holy decree appeared out of thin air. The Blood Maiden accepts the order. The Huaxia Sword Dao family, ashamed of Huaxia, stripped of its Sword Dao inheritance and relegated to the status of a commoner. Upon hearing this, the absolute Blood Maiden half-kneeled in the void to receive the decree. Last general, receive the decree. The moment he sat on the dragon chair, after his mind elevated, Su Tian snapped to realization. What's the emperor? When the emperor is angry, he will be slaughtered for thousands of miles. As the emperor, this world shall be moved by his word alone. Degrading me? How dare you? The lineage, the Dao sect, and the officialdom, with these three parties around, it's not your turn to make decisions for this imperial palace. Jian Wui's eyes widened in anger at the words. Nice. Who dares? Just then, outside the square, on the stone steps leading down the mountain, an old man with a sword stepped in. The visitor, the peak of the Sword Dao innate, was an extremely high-ranking existence of the Sword Dao family. His name was Jian Xin, and he was Jian Wui's master. The awakened are, as expected, holding their hearts high and seeing things as they are. Just a beginner's awakening. And you actually want to degrade my Sword Dao family? Oh, what a joke. It seems that you, awakened ones, are not yet aware of the depths of what it means to be a lineage. The old man's hand lifted, and the sword whistled crisply, piercing through the square and clear to the ears. This old man's sword hasn't moved in 20 years. Now it's time to get moving. On the plaza, as the old man entered, the gazes of the other martial arts families, the people of the Dao sect, changed drastically. Ken Shin, one of the main men who suppressed the Broken Abyss riots 20 years ago. Moreover, he was not comparable to the Taoist sect's uprooted heavenly masters. This one was a true person of bitter cultivation. All of his strength comes from his amazing talent. Rumor has it that even he was able to fight a real heavenly master without losing. In the beginning, his sword pressed a square kilometer of weirdness shall not get close to him. And now, if this sword of his comes out, the entire square, all people will have to be seriously injured even if they don't die. Escort! Yuing let out a shout, and even the gun-toting troops she brought with her immediately blocked in front of Su Tian. These, the people she had gathered who were loyal to the first emperor. No one but her and the beginning emperor could marshal it. Hot weapons? Is this the bottom of your arrogance, beginning emperor? The old man stroked his white beard and laughed. Ha! Originally, for today's sealing ceremony, I was able to sell you a face, but you should never have dared to speak disparagingly of my Sword Dao family. With those words, a sword wind began to blow raw. The innate can already control the chi of heaven and earth, and the peak of the innate is no different from an immortal god. Not good. Hurry up and leave the square. The Sword Dao powerhouse is going to be furious. This sword wind caused everyone to panic. Even the first heavenly pride of the Blade Dao family, Perky 8 trigrams, was like this. When this kind of existence made a move, even if it was her, she could only avoid it. If he stayed in the square, at that time, he was afraid that he would only be reduced to a bloody child. Take a shot at me? Guilty as charged. However, just as everyone was preparing to run away, Su Tian, who was not far away, slowly opened his mouth. A crime plus a crime? At those words, the hearts of the crowd beat wildly. No, Your Majesty, it's only hot weapons that protect you now, although you can summon more than 100,000 troops, but in front of such characters, I'm afraid that before the troops are summoned, the person will have to lie down. Your Majesty, stop provoking. That's a Sword Dao powerhouse. Add a crime to a crime? What a joke. I'd like to see how you add to your crimes. In the square, the sword wind became even more intense. The old man was holding a sharp sword, and around him, the encircling sword wind vaguely had the intention of turning into a green mountain. This is his famous sword technique. 13 swords of green mountain. Su Tian looked at the conceited man and just smiled. Where did a Pekinate get this kind of confidence? It did seem that the tactics were a bit soft before, and the light was on brushing the forbidden land. People are bizarre are, sang he, realm before they dare to come to pretend. And, sang he, an innate are still separated by the two great realms of land immortal and transcendent. A mere innate is actually pretending now? Your Majesty, you should go. I've read about this guy. He's very powerful. Yuing also stood in front of Su Tian and said, looking at the anxious Yuing, Su Tian's gaze twitched. It seemed like it was about time to let her know that my army, what kind of strength it was. If it was the true realm within the forbidden zone, he might still have a bit of fear, but a Pekinate? It's just an ant. No time was wasted. As Su Tian looked at the Blood Lady, the Blood Lady moved. At that moment, the old man just happened to use a big move. This old guy is still a bit old and strong. His voice is like a loud bell. I only saw him holding his sword and mouthing, 13 Swords of Green Mountain. All the sword winds in the square were immediately directed towards Su Tian. That's a cool move. But someone is more handsome. 1v1. Blood Girl is invincible. Against such a mole, the Blood Lady didn't even need to make a move. She just gave a flat look. And then he only saw the old man who was carrying a shocking aura, just flying halfway. And then he turned into a leather ball and landed on the ground and rolled up. The sword wind in the square also disappeared at the same moment. Ha! The people who had just run halfway in the distance, seeing that they couldn't run out of range, were just about to transport their energy to resist. As a result, when they saw this scene, one or two of them were dumbfounded. No, that old man is a big man of the sword Dao. In the beginning, one person could suppress the weirdness of a square kilometer. This kind of existence. How come Nima just made a move and fainted and rolled up on the ground? Could it be that people are getting old? Flash your back with too much force? The other side. Jian Wuwei, who had been suppressed and kneeling on the ground, rubbed his eyes. His master is a bully. But, master, don't panic. Disciple, the master's mother is coming. Shit, you old man, what's the situation? Come out to disgrace our kendo? In the square, an old woman came up on her crutches. She seemed to have known about the situation over here for a long time. And after stepping into the square, without saying a word, her walking stick twisted, and a sword was actually pulled out by her. But it's okay, it's a good thing I followed. I told you you were getting old, and you didn't believe me. It seems that I still have to watch my echidna sword technique. Chapter 65, Sealed as Zen. The old woman's aura changed after she drew that sword. Sword cultivators are concerned with one thought. With a single thought, he breaks mountains, suppresses the sea, seals the sky, removes demons and subdues them. Echidna. Sword technique. The old woman recited under her breath and took a step forward. At this moment, the crowd in the square froze slightly as they vaguely hallucinated before their eyes. A magnificent woman begins to rejoin the old woman. The woman's show sword flew in her hand, either picking, stabbing, pulling, or flying out of the sky. The echidna sword technique was not a profound sword style. It was even somewhat ordinary. But even if it was an ordinary sword technique, this one, too, was able to practice it to a point that no one could match. Once she and Kenshin were envied by the world. The two sword Dao masters formed a divine couple that was so magnificent. If the times had moved forward, perhaps they could have gone down in history. It's a shame to meet this era. Young man, the old man and I practiced swords at the age of 3 for over 70 years now. Unlike you awakened ones, each of our swords is realized through day and night of hard practice. Between life and death. The old woman stepped closer between her words and her actions, and her somewhat bowed back. Straightening is she soon. In front of Su Tian, she raised her head, her gaze looking straight at him. Sword Dao family, inheriting the will of China. Can it not be replaced by a word from you? Even if you awaken the beginning emperor, nor may I. Around them, the rest of the martial arts family sniffed and their gazes coalesced. The old woman has a good point. The martial arts family inherits the will of China. Is a collection of Chinese beliefs? How can it be changed just like that? Nice. The way of the martial arts. For the sake of living beings. The Taoist sect. The heart for heaven and earth. Even if he's the beginning emperor. Even if he's recognized by all the people. Even if he's made great contributions. He can't just dispose of the martial arts at will with a single word. Right? All around. These murmurs began to appear. When the old woman heard this, the sword momentum on her body coalesced even more as she said, "Hear that beginning emperor. What is the way of the martial arts? The way of the warrior establishes life for the living. If you take back your previous holy decree, this sword of mine may not come out against you. If you don't take it back, then don't blame me for not being polite. The way of the sword is not to be dishonored." At those words, Su Tian raised his eyes. In fact, there was no problem with what she said. But, is the martial arts nowadays really making a life for the living? Su Tian laughed. As soon as you strike your sword, you tell the people around you to cower and retreat. This is called standing up for the living? Now in China, how many of the millions of people have practiced martial arts? This is called establishing a life for the living? Your disciple, who has no regard for the awakened. Even if, as you say, the martial way is to establish the lives of living beings, then how could the awakened not be to succeed the great learning for the past saints? How is it that we have to be head and shoulders below your martial arts? To establish a life for the living, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to open up peace for all ages. This holy word, today's martial arts, and the Tao sect, are not yet worthy. This statement was made. The rest of the martial arts families in the square, as well as some of the people from the Tao sect, all changed their faces. Originally they thought there was nothing for them, and now, as a result, there's been a lot of finger pointing. without caring about these people. Su Tian continued. Now that China is caught in the middle of a fire, the Dao sect is cutting off one side, and the Wu Dao is entrenched in one place. Only mortal flesh and blood guarding the borders. Acting like this Dao sect, and the martial way, when changing blood. Speaking of which, due to the previous delay of Jian Wuwei plus the two old men, the time was approaching 12 noon. Su Tian's words paused as he looked towards the distant ceiling platform and began to walk towards it. While walking, the sound continued. Seeing this, Ewing hurriedly asked the people below to turn on the live broadcast to the ceiling stage. What is the life for the living? Everyone in China is like a dragon. Everyone can choose their own destiny, when they are, for the sake of living beings. What is to establish the heart for heaven and earth? To take heaven and earth as the root. To determine the foundation of all the people of China. To understand the heart. To understand the reason. To have no fear. To have no fear, is, to establish the heart for heaven and earth. And which of you, nowadays, have done so? You guys, you're just a bunch of cultivators, practicing sword at the age of 3, more than 70 years now? At such an age, it's just for yourself, talking about convergence and inheriting the will of China? Originally, when sealing the Zen, there would be many people accompanying along to follow Su Tian as he stepped onto the Zen sealing platform, but due to the incident in the square, everything was disrupted. However, it's not a big problem. He, Su Tian, sealed the Zen, this Zen sealing platform, and there was no need for the people of the Dao sect, the people of the martial arts family, to witness it. Under this Taishan mountain, 10,000 people have gathered, and he only needs these 10,000 people. After saying his last words, Su Tian had already ascended the sealing stage. Dang, the time was just about noon. Above the seal of Zen platform is the vast sun hanging in the sky. Su Tian stood on top of the sealing platform, and since he was right in the center of the great sun, underneath his feet, there was not a single shadow. Only his black dragon robe was windless. Su Tian turned around and faced the square with the Wudao, as well as the Dao sect group. I have been authorized to bring together the heaven and to pass on the meaning of China. Although I have awakened the beginning emperor, I am not the beginning emperor. The beginning emperor, the beginning of all things, set Huaxia to pass on to infinity, and I, today become the emperor, when I let the Huaxia 10,000 million generations to exist forever. In this way, I have been the last emperor since. I am sealing the throne today, and I should strike out beginning emperor no. 1. There is heaven in my word. I am the emperor of final heaven. Boom! In the clear sky above, a white thunderbolt appeared, and a huge sound swept across the entire Taishan mountain. Su Tian's gaze fell towards the endless mountains and rivers that surrounded him as his voice continued. I shall, for the sake of the living, I shall, for heaven and earth, set my heart on fire. I want all the people, for the past saints to follow the great learning. Kana, peace for all ages. The sound swept off into the distance. Boom click click dash. Ding. Heaven and earth bear witness. All the people recognized the success of the enthronement. Emperor's name, Emperor of the End of Days. 3 black dragons rose from Mount Tai, and a hissing roar resounded through the tens of thousands of miles of Chinese territory. The voice, clear as day, within the territory of China. Even the generals who were guarding the border turned back violently at this moment and looked behind them. And after, Su Tian's words of proof of empire began to come from the giant dragon's hissing voice. To establish life for the living. To establish the heart for heaven and earth. This voice made the pupils of the border generals move. Meanwhile on the other side, this time, there was no official personnel involved in the seal ceremony. Perhaps as Perry Gossip guessed correctly, they made an announcement the moment the dragon's roar appeared. The major military regions are directly under the imperial palace as of today, and the major provincial systems are smoothly connected to the imperial palace. Huaxia, there are emperors. Also since when? There is only one emperor. When this announcement appeared, it was cold and not much attention was paid to it, because all the people now are attracted by today's sealing. But, predictably, a few hours later, it was expected to be a national shock. This, simply appalling. And, is it crazy up there to be willing to give up everything? No wonder the mythic sector, before, did not broaden a new batch of awakened. Even the White Rising of the awakening of the military department, also just mentioned a mouthful, without forcing it. This is, they didn't even want the Mythos division from the beginning, but decided to dock all the power, all of it, to the imperial palace? This, already, is not madness. Rather, they are completely out of their minds. Chapter 66, number, Final Heavenly Emperor, Tarzan, the Square, the crowd of martial arts, Taoist sects, and that old woman were paralyzed at this point. At the time of Su Tian's sealing, he said every word. For these people, the sky is falling 1 point down. when Su Tian finished speaking, especially when the title of Final Heavenly Emperor appeared. Boom! The sky exploded and thundered furiously, while they were completely crushed to their knees. Celestial Emperor? How dare he actually dare to call the Heavenly Emperor? And it's still the Final Heavenly Emperor? He's crazy. Heavenly Emperor, a word involved greatly. Ordinary people may have read some novels only think that this name, that is, forced a little higher. But unlike being a Taoist sect, as well as a martial arts family, there were some ancestral texts that recorded the taboo of the Heavenly Emperor. That said, even the myth of Witch of the Heavenly Court only dared to number the Jade Emperor. And this one, the Final Emperor? Taboo X10086. On the square, the old woman's sword came off in her hand as she looked unbelievably at Su Tian, who was on top of the Seal of Zen platform in the extreme distance. In her line of sight, Su Tian's black dragon robe outlawed heaven and earth. 3 huge black dragons were behind him, transforming into gods and devils surrounding him. Up to this point, what a delivery boy, what an awakening. At this moment, Su Tian was already a true emperor. The old woman was still trying to stubbornly rise from the ground, but just that one look made her completely lose her mind to confrontation. Now only one thought remained in her mind. Awakened. Just awakened. How could he do this? In the meantime, in the major live streams, the pop-ups rolled like crazy. Crap. Aren't I thousands of kilometers away from Taishan? Why do I feel like His Majesty is talking right in my ear? I Nima, for the heart of heaven and earth, for the life of living beings. This is the beginning Emperor? Upstairs, didn't you hear what His Majesty said? Now His Majesty is not called the beginning Emperor, but the number of the end of heaven Emperor. Damn, what a bully. No wonder it's His Majesty who was able to clear the 27 forbidden places. As it turns out, none of the beginning emperors are worthy of him. I heard that your Majesty was just a delivery boy before. What delivery boy? That's called being born in a yellow robe. Holy shit, dude, you're lickable enough. But what was the meaning of those words when His Majesty ascended to the seal? Ah, the Taoist sect? A martial arts family? What happened? Since Yuing had turned on the live stream earlier, although the entire network was not clear about what was happening in the square, these words still gave birth to curiosity in the entire network. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. At this time, 10,000 people at the foot of Mount Tai kneel down. Above Tarzan, the ceiling is complete. Yuing looked at the feedback from the live broadcast and began to lead the people, racking up the unconscious Jian Xin, the powerless old woman, and even now the still unbelievable Jin Wuwei, negatively handcuffing them and taking them away. The image was also recorded on the air, and the entire network was once again confused. This way, on the ceiling platform, Su Tian looked at the Plaza Group, which was a bit strange to say the least. It was surprising to see no one from the Mythos department, as well as the officials, at this grand ceremony. Without thinking much about it though, Su Tian opened his panel and looked at the newly acquired soldier appearance effects. Name, Su Tian. Emperor's name, Emperor of the End of Days. Exclusive Imperial Seal conversion progress, 99. 97%, power, 444,050. Number of protective black dragons, 3. Current soldier effect, return of the buried bones, army of thunder, canopy, stored souls, 58. 500, can transform/upgrade soldiers being converted, 0, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 443. 449, ordinary, 5, excellent, 1, superior. Canopy? Su Tian raised an eyebrow and immediately looked at the detailed introduction. Canopy, the more soldiers there are, the larger the canopy will be, and you can summon a curtain of light that will stand above the earth, from which millions of troops will swarm. Special effect incidental feature, sealing the general's platform. For every 100,000 summonable soldiers you have, you may designate one soldier to be sealed. Seal the soldier's own strength x2 and the soldier's level +1. I'm Nima. It's really not a bad trait. It's good. After reading the introduction, Su Tian exclaimed. Strength x2 is sick enough to actually have a level +1. Realize that these soldier levels he has are not level 1, level 2, but each level is a perverted increase. Without any hesitation, Su Tian was the first to recruit the blood woman back to put her on the sealing platform. The process of sealing the general was quick, and the sealing was completed in an instant. From now on, she's the real general. The blood maiden's previous level was excellent, and upgrading to the next level required 100,000 souls. And at this moment, blood maiden level +1. From then on she was a metamorphosis level general. After using it, Su Tian looked at the general sealing platform and realized that there was a 1-day cooldown. If you want to seal the general again, you'll have to wait until this time tomorrow. However, that's not a big problem with the restriction. It's only a day. as long as there is no wait time when sealing the general. Su Tian looked around. He was a little impatient to see the Blood Maiden's metamorphosis. Unsure of how amazing the change in the Blood Maiden was, Su Tian began to head towards the Golden Palace. Sitting on the dragon chair, Su Tian summoned the Blood Maiden who had entered the metamorphosis level. Buzz! Su Tian didn't use special effects to summon. Yet even so, a moon actually appeared out of thin air in the void on one side of the dragon chair. Red moon. The shape of the moon is missing. 1 man high. And then the moon fluctuated and the red moonlight converged into a man. She stood quietly, a red fairy dress detached from the gravitational pull of the ground, with fairy ribbons floating and fluttering, even her full head of black hair. Seeing this appearance, Su Tian was startled. Nima, have you become immortal? The Blood Woman. At this time, not only was there a curved moon marking the center of her brow, the back of her head, there was actually a divine wheel. The divine wheel is full moon molded. Faint red light surrounded the full moon, condensing but not dispersing, as if drawing a circle, reflecting her divinity pulling full. What is like an exiled immortal? She is clearly an exiled immortal now. My lord, meet your majesty. The Blood Woman half-kneeled and began to salute Su Tian. Today's sealing of the Zen. Su Tian's heart was that of grandeur, but looking at such a submissive Blood Woman, inexplicably, he felt a little uncomfortable. That's quite a change. Molting? Sure this isn't becoming immortal? Taking a deep breath, Su Tian looked at the Blood Maiden and said, flatten yourself. The god wheel behind your head. Can you turn it off? Back to your majesty. I can't. Your majesty. Some of the later realm titles appeared in my mind. The divine wheel represents the realm of the Endbringer. And Blood Maiden has now condensed a blood ring, which means that Blood Maiden has stepped into the first mortal realm. The first mortal realm? At those words, Su Tian froze. The Blood Maiden nodded. Yes, your majesty. The mortal realm is divided into 9 rings, and when one ring is condensed, it is the first mortal realm. Gathering 9 rings is the 9 mortal realms. Speaking here, the Blood Maiden's gaze fell into the distance. Your majesty. The moment the Blood Maiden ascended to the heavens, she looked at the end of a land. Your majesty. Above the sea of life. The Blood Maiden has made it clear. Oh, Su Tian instantly became interested, not expecting that there would actually be such a surprise. Tell me. Back to your majesty. Above the raw sea is the reflecting moon, and after that, and then on top of that is breaking delusion, gathering truth, Hauran, nirvana, immortal, earth immortal, ascension to mortality, your majesty. Above the earth immortals. They call them true immortals, but the Blood Maiden prefers to call them Dengfan. The Blood Lady said faintly, but Su Tian was instantly energized. Nima, is it that topsy-turvy? Straight to full pull? Mind you, his blood daughter was just getting started from her description. Chapter 67. Everyone is like a dragon. After listening to the Blood Maiden's narration, Su Tian instantly felt that the true realm was just like that. Feel free to go for a sweep. After the Blood Maiden entered metamorphosis, the designation behind Su Tian's soldier rank also unraveled. They are metamorphosis. 2 mortals, 10 mortals, and after that, they become immortal. Yes, it's Xian again. However, Su Tian could feel that this immortal could be different from other people's immortals. After all, his blood daughter had only just metamorphosed and she was this awesome. What about immortals? Simply unimaginable. Right at this moment, outside the Grand Hall, Yuing appeared. Seeing this, Su Tian recalled the Blood Maiden. It couldn't be helped. Now that the Blood Woman was like this, it was simply terrifying, and it was estimated that when Yuing saw it, she was afraid that she would be able to cry out to the gods on the spot. The Blood Lady's current appearance was not something she could afford right now. Coming before Su Tian, Yuing reported something. That is, the crown has completely ceded power. Now, the imperial palace is the only center of China. Su Tian sniffed and froze. What the hell? The official conceded power? This is a joke. Su Tian looked towards Yuing and frowned after he was sure that she wasn't joking. He had thought that he might rise in status infinitely after he became an emperor completely, but never expected it. It's amazing how dry the officials are. It's even a little too dry. Then the two. Su Tian took a deep breath. Honestly, this decision, if it was left to him he couldn't make it. Exhale a cloudy breath. Honestly, this gift is too big. If it was Su Tian before he was sealed, I'm afraid that he was a bit terrified. However, after sealing the Zen, Su Tian was no longer the Su Tian from before. So much the better. I just happened to be purging the Taoist sect, as well as the Martial Wei family, and the organizations that betrayed China and experimented on it. I will not forgive. Was thinking. At this time, Yuing reported another matter, which was tomorrow's exchange conference. The mythology department is now under the administration of the imperial palace, so this convention unfolded a bit awkwardly. After all, there was no longer a need to summon people. Hearing this, Su Tian said, "Convene. Why not? It's going to need to be postponed. Though, Ying, did you hear my decree in the square before? From today onwards, I will purge the martial arts as well as the Tao sect. Later on, I will pass on my decree and announce to the world that the martial arts and the Tao sect's techniques will be fully promoted. And these two sects will also be redefined and categorized as special sectors like the mythic sector. If you wish to join them, you will need to pass a heart test. When this is done, hold the so-called convention." Speaking of this, Su Tian remembered something. Right, before the Tao sect, didn't the martial way have some kind of competition conference? This martial arts convention was also merged together. From this day forward, this meeting will be held once a year. Su Tian's brows narrowed. After all, sometimes competition leads to progress. If we abolish the Tao, the martial arts, and keep only one discipline, then hell knows what it will decay into. Of course, these three sectors have to compete on the premise that everything is rooted in China. Yes, Your Majesty. Ying led the order and immediately left the Golden Palace. After doing so, Su Tian on the dragon chair lazily changed his posture. Now he was a true emperor. But there was another thing that was actually more important than purging the martial arts and such. That is to raise the fit of the exclusive imperial seal. Now that his army had a restricted range of movement, he needed to do everything himself. Very bad. Speaking of which, if his fit was high enough right now to suppress these Taoist sects and lineages, he would have sent a large army directly. And it's very easy to uncover those shadowy organizations, which is like now. Only a few ordinary people can be moved. Thinking about it, Su Tian opened his panel once again. Originally he thought that this seal of Zen would be able to raise the degree of fit a little bit as well. Turns out it didn't. Speaking of which, I have changed my state of mind today, so why hasn't it improved? Su Tian frowned a little. In the meantime, on the internet, for Yu Ying's live broadcast to take away the people from the martial arts family, it sent them into a frenzy of discussion. Everyone was very confused. After all, that was His Majesty's seal ceremony, and the location was still above the square of the imperial palace. So it was reasonable to say that the identity of the person who could enter that square was absolutely extraordinary. However, it was actually twisted just like that. Soon, however, the doubts of these people were allayed. Someone who was in the know published Jin Wuwei's words. Holy shit! With the announcement of Sword Wuwei's matter, the crowd also understood at once what those words from His Majesty's mouth meant when he sealed the Zen before. What the hell? I've heard of Taoist sects. I haven't heard of martial arts families. I thought it was the matter of the Heavenly Master earlier that made His Majesty so enraged when he sealed the Zen, but it turns out that it's the martial arts family that actually went even further than the Heavenly Master. What the hell? How dare you call my sire a delivery boy? This guy, just a martial arts family. What makes him so crazy? Not bad. Good guy. Actually talking about setting up a life for living beings. We haven't even heard of a martial arts family before. Setting up a hammer's life. Your Majesty is good. It's time for people like this to be purged. And thanks to them entering the square of the imperial palace. Damn it, we can only watch it in the live broadcast room, giving you such a great right to actually come and question His Majesty? Damn. The crowd had a word for you and a word for me. Just as the discussion in the broadcast room was at a climax, Ying, who came out of the Golden Palace, showed up. She directly proclaimed Su Tian's decree that from today onwards, the Tao sect and martial arts families would be remodeled. There is also, at the same time, the full promotion of ancient martial arts, as well as the will of the Tao. The words came out. The airwaves were abuzz. The other side. There were 12 ancient martial arts families, and when Ying announced that decree, at that moment, the power holders of each family immediately frowned. Purge the martial arts families? What a big mouth. No. As the first emperor you seal the Zen as you wish, or even make another emperor's name as the final heavenly emperor is fine. They can't control it if you make a taboo. But, inexplicably, people sit at home and fists come from the sky? Today's Zen sealing, even if the Sword Dao family is not handling things properly, what's it got to do with them? I can't believe it was all purged. Where to put the officials? Put them where they are. Do you really think that you can be the only one after sealing the throne and claiming to be the emperor? And, to think that they want to promote the ancient martial arts secrets to all of China? In that case, how can this secret be called a secret? Might as well change the name to radio gymnastics. At the same time, those who frowned were not only the martial arts families, but also the people of the Tao sect. Due to the previous incident with the Maotian master, the Taoist sect was now already cautious in all their dealings. However, they were actually still being targeted today. Heavenly Master Zhang Quan of the Pure Brightness Dao looked at what Ying had announced in the live broadcast and sighed. Purge the Tao sect? Hey, maybe it's time for a purge, too. However, to fully promote the Tao, This is something I'm afraid will be difficult to do. And it's hard to know what's going on in the hearts and minds of people. Sometimes it's not a good thing for everyone to be like a dragon. Your Majesty. Just as Celestial Master Zhang Quan was minding his own business, a video call contacted him. Chapter 68. Looking at Su Tian on top of the dragon chair, there was some sighing. Did you see that live broadcast on the internet? It's the Imperial Palace ceiling. Good man. Purge the Taoist sect. This is too much for us. The one who contacted Tiancher Zhang Quan was another Tiancher named Matsuyama, and the anger in his brow is visible in the video. In the matter of Tiancher Mao, we haven't done the right thing. Having just sealed his throne, he's going to uproot the Dao sect and martial arts families. He thinks too highly of himself. Heavenly Master Zhang Quan, right now you have the highest prestige. If you don't stop it, the Dao sect is afraid that it will be plunged into the point of no return. Song Shan was decisive, and then he added, the Dao sect only has 9 gates now. If he continues to be so reckless, I'm afraid that these last 9 gates will also go up in smoke. Heavenly Master Zhang, you don't want the Dao sect to disappear from this point on. There's a bit of moral abduction in that statement. However, Heavenly Master Zhang Quan sniffed and raised his eyes slightly. I watched the video. He's not cleaning up the Dao sect. He's just changing the blood. Maybe not a bad thing. Blood change? Tiancher Zhang, you should stop being obsessive. If it was really that good to change blood, 20 years ago, the officials would have already done so. It's not like you don't know why the Taoist sect wasn't officially promoted on all fronts 20 years ago. Tiancher Zhang's gaze twitched. 20 years ago, a steady stream of weirdness came from the Broken Abyss. In that battle, China cut off thousands of miles of land, with countless deaths and injuries, and the last heavenly master of the Taoist sect went into the Broken Abyss alone. Originally, from that battle, it would have been logical to popularize the Dao, as well as martial arts, on a large scale. However, that decision was abandoned after officials put in a test site. Because, thinking of this, Tiancher Zhang raised his gaze. I will not intervene in the matter of the Taoist sect's blood change. However, I will intervene in the matter of everyone being like a dragon and promoting the Tao as well as the ancient martial arts. The other side. Yu Ying's statement surprised the entire network. After all, it's too big a deal. Give the Taoist and martial arts families a big change of blood? His Majesty is making such a big move as soon as he takes office. Bullish, and, moreover, he's going to promote the Tao. Doesn't this mean that in the future, we can retire without worry even if we have accomplished our cultivation? Looking forward to it hard. I just don't know. When will this promotion be implemented? The Dao sect and the martial arts families. Hurry up and honestly hand over your spells and stop hiding them. The pop-ups were full of people in favor. But there were also some naysayers. Don't think too well upstairs. The Taoist sect and also the martial arts families won't be that good at practicing even if they make the inheritance they hold known to the public. Otherwise these guys would have been clueless a long time ago. Just the arrogant way of the Maotian master before. I guess it can be doubled. It seems so. Just as the picture of the pop-up screen changed slightly, some people who believed in the Taoist sect spoke up. That's not the point. The point is, martial arts families can change their blood in a big way. But the Taoist sect, although they have produced Mao Tianshi before, not all of them are as good as Mao Tianshi. Take for example, Tianshi Zhang. He's very good. But now, this His Majesty wants to replace the Blood Dao sect with a single word. Isn't that too much? Where does this put the officialdom? Mind you, when there is still officialdom? This is China. It doesn't seem like it's his place to speak. As soon as this pop-up came out, Yu Ying's gaze moved and he smiled slightly. Obviously these guys didn't know that the official news that they had completely decentralized their power. Though she knew this, she didn't speak up to explain, instead letting the bullets fly for a moment. Right at this moment, a group of big shots appeared at the back of Yu Ying's live broadcast. Each one has gray hair or a stalwart face. These are the people of the major military regions, as well as those who were once at the center of power. Earlier they were attending a decentralization meeting and did not participate in the sealing ceremony. But now that the decision had been made, it was only natural for them to come to this imperial palace to discuss the next events against the Chinese approach. After all, the current matter of official withdrawal is a major event that affects the whole of China. As these men appeared, the people in the live broadcast room froze. Isn't that the one you can only see on TV? Why has he appeared here? Could it be because His Majesty is doing a bit too much coming from above to order His Majesty? Wait, isn't that the military district? Holy shit, the 5 stars on this shoulder. This Nima, the military district big brother. This is. My god, which one I've seen before. 20 years ago when I escaped from my hometown, when he led the troops that protected us from evacuation. As these middle-aged, or elderly people were recognized one by one, in the live broadcast room, everyone froze for a moment before reacting. Nima, It seems like all the top brass of China are here? Holy shit. Is this because of His Majesty's previous bad decisions? Overpointing His Majesty? However, even if we are coming over to order His Majesty, there is no need to send out so many people. Just sending out one of them is already giving face to His Majesty, and all of them are actually here? That being said, at once, someone began to look for it on the air. After all, so many characters had come. Then surely, those two Shosha level characters would not be absent. However, there were many people in power who arrived at the Imperial Palace this time, but only those two were missing, and rightly so. Coming to so many people is already enough to give His Majesty face. If all of them had come, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be in some sense that His Majesty's strength is, in some way, above officialdom, but obviously that can't happen, so the two of them didn't come. AI, His Majesty is also a bit too aggressive, and now that so many high-ranking people have come, it will be a bit difficult for His Majesty to deal with later. To be honest, I don't feel there's any problem with those two decisions made by His Majesty. Such a Majesty who is dedicated to us as the true Emperor. In the gaze of the crowd in the live broadcast, the backs of these big shots arrived all the way within the Golden Palace in the distance. At this time, inside the Golden Palace, Su Tian sat in the dragon chair. As these people came in, he slightly straightened his face, and then looking at the empty Golden Palace, Su Tian waved his hand and some staff members holding chairs began to place them on top of the main hall. After all, these military or political central figures were a bit old, and standing for a long time would inevitably be bad for their health. The officials had given such a large gift, and as the final heavenly emperor, Su Tian, naturally, this matter could still be arranged. As these people took their seats, a meeting began to unfold. The Ministry of War, and some of the Dana looked at Su Tian on top of the dragon chair with some sighs. I didn't realize how long it had been. It's amazing that this one, in fact, would allow those two to make such a decision. A leap to become a true emperor. Your Majesty, a high-ranking elder spoke up, and before this, there was a time when he had met Su Tian in a video conference, but at that time, even if he was concerned about Su Tian's fit, the most he could do was to address him as little friend. And now, the word Your Majesty appeared from his mouth. Chapter 69, Guaranteeing the Basic Materials for the People's Livelihood in China. Su Tian sat in the dragon chair. Your Majesty, nowadays, with the changes in Huaxia, due to the difference in imperial power, I wonder if some of the changes need to be brought forward. An old man spoke cautiously, because those two said it clearly. Today is no longer the time. Now, it's the age of imperial power. At those words, Su Tian swept his gaze over these people one by one. To be honest, now that he was in this position, he wasn't too keen on power. He had no interest in holding the power of life and death over others. This institution in China is now perfected beyond measure. To intervene would instead lead to a lot of trouble. After reading that, Su Tian said, I am the final heavenly emperor of Huaxia, but this emperor is not the other emperor. What I want is just the foundation of China for all time, or even to live forever. You are doing a great job now and nothing needs to change. Speaking of this, Su Tian made a change of subject. But there is one thing, it just so happens that you are here today, and I need you to take care of it for me. The Golden Palace crowd, all of them, heard the words and their gazes moved. No need for change? That was imperial power. And now, with a word from him, he could reorganize the military power and direct it to the imperial power. How could anyone not be moved by this kind of power? But Your Majesty actually needs no change? Just as these people were surprised, Su Tian said, I've realized that within the realm of Huaxia, everything isn't as peaceful as it seems. In the dark, someone is betraying China. Delegate to Creepy. This matter, you and others must thoroughly investigate thoroughly. Use the fastest speed to give me a result. At those words, the people below froze. Betrayal of China? Don't look at the fact that these people were in power before and knew about some of the forbidden places and even the riots in the Broken Abyss before. But as for inside the Forbidden Zone, they didn't have that much intelligence, and knew very little about the matter. That betraying Huaxia and defecting to Creepy? Crazy? Who on earth, if it was a few decades ago, would have made sense to be pro-US or even another country? But now, even Creepy can defect? Su Tian paid attention to the expressions of the crowd, and after not finding anything strange in anyone's expression, he continued, according to my investigation, this matter is linked to the Dao sect, as well as the Marshall Wei family. However, there is no guarantee that those below you are similar. Your Majesty, that's impossible. If we were to name some assholes, these we can't deny. But betraying Huaxia and defecting to Guile, I don't think they're that brainless. Don't say too much. Investigate with all your might and give me a result as soon as possible. Su Tian's gaze condensed slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately, the man changed his mind. At this point, speaking of which, Su Tian suddenly realized that there were no two previous Zhang Xia levels among the comers, and his heart couldn't help but feel some misgivings. Well, this is something you will do when you return. Right, one more thing. That's those two. Are they completely retired now? Su Tian asked. Su Tian didn't need to say that he understood who it was, and when the people below heard that, they knew who Su Tian was mentioning. Back to your majesty. Yes, but it's not exactly a complete retreat. The two of them are now situated in agriculture, safeguarding the basic materials for the livelihood of the Chinese people. Basic supplies? Su Tian raised his eyes. At this time, a more knowledgeable old man said, Your Majesty, outside of the Chinese territory, there is a broken abyss that surrounds China, and this broken abyss cuts off the connection with the outside world, as well as cutting off the previous trade with other countries. The population of China is huge, and the consumption of basic materials for people's livelihood is astronomical, but the bottom line is still there in China, and after restarting the war needs planting, it will basically be equalized, but that hold could break at any time. So the two of them now serve as the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as the General Director of the Basket Project. These words caused Su Tian to be slightly silent for a moment. He didn't know this before as he was a delivery boy, but when he thought about it, this was really true. As far as he knew before, China was a country that imported the most rice. If there is a broken abyss that surrounds China, causing trade to be impassable, even if Huaxia had established a large area of grain silos for people's livelihood, it would only last for 5 years at most. China, on the other hand, under the fire of war and lack of supplies, has managed to hold out for 20 years and remain peaceful. This was something that, to be honest, Su Tian could feel the difficulty of just imagining it a little. Sure enough, Huaxia is Huaxia. With that thought in mind, Su Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, Before all of you, it was hard work, but from this day forward, I shall sweep away the weirdness. In the meantime, it was while the meeting was going on inside the Golden Palace. Outside, seeing that, the great sword was about to fall, the martial arts family hastily integrated the group and discussed the next way to respond. But there are still people who are not worried at this time, because, he's just the emperor. And Huaxia, it's not imperial power. The real power in Huaxia is official. Only to see someone talk eloquently about it, everyone. There's no need to worry. This final heavenly emperor can't turn over any waves. You guys haven't watched the live broadcast yet, have you? I'll tell you what. I've been hanging out on the air, and to be honest, this doesn't even need to be discussed right now because it's official down the road. Purge our martial arts family? Oh, isn't this going to cause a split in Huaxia? I knew the officials wouldn't sit on their hands. Just wait. Now the official people have entered the Golden Palace. Within half an hour, the results will definitely come out, and then he will definitely retract his previous words. Oh, really thinks that China is his family's backyard? The man spoke with confidence. Really? At those words, some people were almost convinced. But, soon enough, the punchline appears. I just saw a young man staggering with his cell phone. No, what did you just say? Officials are going to impeach the final heavenly emperor? Come here and look at this announcement yourself. Are you sure this is impeachment? The young man projected the official announcement on his cell phone and shouted, Read it carefully. This is an official concession. Seed power? As soon as the projection came out, the eyes of all the people from the martial arts families present immediately converged on the official's previous announcement. And in the meantime, as these people found out about the announcement, a bunch of netizens outside found out about the announcement as well. Some people are frantically swiping the new official website and can't believe it's real. Ranwen swiped several times to no avail. People are confused. Start commenting like crazy under the announcement. Wait a minute. My nigga. What the fuck? The officials actually did this? Doesn't that mean that His Majesty, now, is His Majesty of China? Ha! Everyone watches the announcement over and over again, after all. It's just too unbelievable. Silly. Why do I feel so dreamy? All of a sudden dreaming back to ancient times. What the hell was that about? Holy shit. At that moment, someone thought of the group that had gathered at the Golden Palace. Then, in that case, those big shots went to the Golden Palace not to impeach His Majesty, but to, instead, welcome him? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Be outrageous. No, I'm just watching a live stream. Why is the sky changing? When this announcement came out, everything about Su Tian's previous behavior changed. The viewpoint returns to the Budokai family. Knowing all this, on someone's forehead, large drops of sweat spilled out. Then wouldn't this mean that if we say no now, we're fighting against all of China? Chapter 70, Going to the No. 3 Restricted area. There were people within the martial arts family who were wide-eyed and breathless. Concession rights, Official concession rights? How is this possible? 30 years ago, supplies were scarce, the broken abyss appeared, disaster struck, and the crown didn't flinch. 20 years ago, when the broken abyss rioted and the Taoist legacy was severed, the officials didn't back down and supported a new batch of heavenly masters to come out. But now, how long has it been since this final heavenly emperor came out? Yet less than half a month. TMD. Just give up Wasia? What are you talking about? Apprentice, come over here and slap master, so that master can confirm whether or not he is dreaming. Are you sure, master? Waste no words. The master's words had just fallen. Someone does a Thomas 360-degree pirouette and throws a big swinging upward arc kick right into the master's face. However, in a flash of lightning, a large hand grasped it firmly, and the master looked at the owner of the leg and said with a smile, "Apprentice, you've grown up." Master, I feel like I might not be able to feel anything with my hands." "Oh, well, this is no time for snark." A man came out to interrupt. The man took a deep breath and said, "And now that this is happening, are we to give up our martial arts for this? We are different from the Taoist sect. Theirs was originally a batch of uprooted seedlings, and they are not afraid of being beaten back. But we, however, are every single one of them who have come from bitter cultivation. Now say give up and give up?" When these words came out, someone sighed. "Those two from the sword Dao have stepped into the peak of innate, but even so, they were taken away. The highest we have is at the same level, and even most of them are still only in the middle innate stage. Although I don't know why those two tied their hands, but, right now, we are inferior to him in both strength and prestige." Before he could finish his sentence, the man was interrupted. "The path of martial arts for us is meant to swim against the current." "What? You chickened out? If you want to abolish my martial arts, I'll be the first to disagree. Not even if he's the only authority in China. Now, I'll sit here, and I'll see who dares to come and purge my Gundao family." "That, master teacher, that could actually be unnecessary. His Majesty means a great change of blood, not a purge of the lineages. Let's see what's going on with his so-called heart test first." Who said that?" The man from the Gundao family had his aura plucked up, and when he heard these falling words, he immediately cocked his head and looked around at the people around him. "It seems to be your apprentice," someone reminded. "My apprentice? No, master, I didn't say that. What I said was, why don't we just wait here and see?" Forgive me, there are two sides to the story. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as the entire internet was shocked that Su Tian had become the sole person in charge, the meeting at the Golden Palace ended quietly, and the major official people began to leave, and Su Tian also got up and left the dragon chair. Raising his hand, he sent a message to Yuing, the content of which was to gather all the Dao sects, as well as martial arts families together, and he would come to deal with them in a unified manner when the time came. After all, these people still have some strength. He could ignore it, but the rest of the commoners, even the deployable mythic sector, were a bit up in the air. Still, it's okay to have them all in one place. After making the arrangements, Su Tian was ready to leave the imperial palace. This time he was only here to seal his throne, not to enjoy himself, especially since there were still 3 major forbidden zones in Huaxia that had yet to be dealt with. Now that the matter of sealing was over, it was time to deal with the true realm within the forbidden zone. Thinking, Su Tian raised his eyes. Last time, his slim black shadow was seconded, but now, the transformed blood woman will call the true world to be human. However, just as Su Tian was about to imperialize the spider girl, outside the imperial palace, Sun Ling emerged from the distance. Looking at Sun Ling, Su Tian's eyes gathered slightly. Speaking of which, he was still a bit surprised that one of these awakened ones was missing during the sealing ceremony, and actually came late afterward, just like those officials. "My old son, meet your majesty." Arriving in front of Su Tian, Sun Ling directly said, and then Sun Ling scratched his cheeks left and right. "Your majesty, it really makes my old grandson envious, although I am the great sage of Qi Tian, but now take a look. It doesn't seem as good as you." Sun Ling's words caused Su Tian to smile, but before Su Tian could reply, at that moment, another awakened showed up with him. "Last general Bai Qi, meet your majesty." Bai Yunfu rose up on one knee as his words fell, and on the other side, there was a man who came slowly and Rio, knowing a little about state policy. "I wonder if your majesty needs to share your worries. Your majesty's words are very much in your heart. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the great learning for the past saints, and to establish peace for the ages. Rio, admire, admire." Zhuge Tianyun, who was shaking his fan feathers, arched his hand and said, as Zhuge Tianyun appeared before Su Tian's eyes, a panel about him showed up. Troops to be recruited detected. Name, Zhuge Tianyun, Zhuge Kongming. Fit, 1%. Gifted skill, 7-star platform. Characteristics, none, activated by 100% fit. Looking at this panel, Su Tian shook his head. This group of awakened people, pretending is quite like. But this fit degree, why is it so low pinch? If we wait for them to have 100% fit, how long will it take? Thinking, Su Tian turned his head to look at Bai Qi, who had previously amazed him. Last time he had a 2% fit, and this time, unexpectedly, his fit actually increased to 3%. Your fit, it came to 3%? Not bad. Su Tian appreciated from the bottom of his heart. 3%? This way. The remaining two sniffed and their gazes fell on Bai Yunfu. Every 10% of fitness increases activates an active or passive talent skill. Now they play so seriously. Are only 1%? This white cloud floating actually came to 3% without saying a word? How did you do that? Almost subconsciously the two men spoke in unison. I don't know. Bai Yunfu shook his head. He's telling the truth. However, as he said this, Su Tian's gaze froze. He had a guess that he didn't know if it was right or not. That said, Bai Yunfu was different from the other two. If the other two showed signs of deliberate play, Bai Yunfu did not. Perhaps because he was from the military region. He naturally carried an aura of being a general without fear of life and death. It was so that it was able to make him fit in insanely well. With that in mind, Su Tian looked at the several people. Perhaps, have some understanding of how to raise your fit. Su Tian's gaze converged on Sun Ling. Sun Ling, you can try. Give up your mind of playing the role. A great saint is not something that is acted out. It is something that grows out. That day, your bat did stand out, but the play marks were too strong. If that day, your inner thoughts were not to play the great sage when you struck out with the baton, perhaps, today, your fit would have been higher. So, you have to be yourself first, and in little by little sense of what a great saint is. Su Tian's words fell. Be yourself first, before sensing the great saints. When Sun Ling heard this, he seemed to understand and not understand at the same time, and pondered. However, Zhuge Tian's ability to comprehend was very strong, only to see his eyebrows move. Rio seems to understand. Liang is Zhuge Kongming, but Zhuge Kongming is not Liang. There is no need for deliberate imitation. Rio, that is Rio. Zhuge Tianyun's eyes had light in them as he shook his feather fan in joy. Su Tian nodded. This Zhuge Tianyun was not bad. Looking at Sun Ling, who was still in deep thought, Su Tian summoned the Spider Woman. I have to go out of the palace. The mythological sector recently Yuing will go to deploy. You three strength is good. With Yuing, will be the Taoist sect. Martial arts family of a group of people brought to the know. 3 restricted area and so on me. Chapter 71 400,000 armies deploying. Words closed. Imperial Palace. Su Tian royal Spider Woman and went. Embarking on his journey, Su Tian began to ponder on how to increase the exclusive Imperial seal fit. To be honest, there was that little bit of loss that the fit didn't go up when the mind was elevated during the sealing, but it was okay. This is also a disguised way of saying that the way the fit is raised has nothing to do with hardiness. After all, if it's tied to mindfulness, 0.01 at a time simply won't hold. Because, whose mind can be upgraded that many times? What's the point of that? Su Tian thought, looking at the scenery in the distance, and thought that no matter what, the increase in fitness if based on urbane nature, it is generally only increased if there is a gain, and the next step is to find out what the so-called harvest is. With that thought in mind, Su Tian looked toward the Spider Woman at his feet. Speaking of which, he now had another drawback. Don't look at his current power that was as terrifying as it was, but power was still power. He might be able to make the stars obliterate with a single punch, but he would never be able to make himself move through the air. The Blood Lady's cultivation system seems to be impossible to replicate. It all relies on system enhancement. The Sea of Life realm. This cultivation system, perhaps it can be used for examination. Also, Su Tian thought of the Taoist and martial arts disciplines within China. These are also 2 cultivation systems. It doesn't look like it's very strong, though. Of course it was just that this group of people were not strong. After all, martial arts was in Su Tian's memories. That was at least all about picking the stars and taking the moon. The Taoist sect is the same. Even, there is no problem in becoming an immortal and an ancestor. However, now these 2 doors, look at this obviously broken heritage. Forget it, let's put the matter of one's own cultivation on the back burner first and see if the legacy of the ancient martial arts of the Chinese Taoist sect can be renewed. So much for the thoughts. More than an hour later, Su Tian arrived at the number 3 restricted area. This was the second time Su Tian had come to this forbidden area, and the first time he had been sneaky, but this time, he was already the only emperor in China. At this time the defense wall of the military region, The soldiers patrolling and guarding quickly saw the person who came from the sky, imperial female, the black dragon robe. That's final heavenly emperor? Yes, it's the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor has come to our forbidden zone. Su Tian didn't hide his figure, and a commotion quickly rose below. Isn't the celestial emperor sealing his zen? Why has he come to our forbidden area? The people in the restricted area of the township knew what day it was, but they knew that it was a general idea. And as for the live broadcast, they didn't have time to watch it. This is because their mission is very important and they cannot afford to be sloppy. As a result of knowing this, these people have wondered, on such a big day, why did His Majesty come to the Forbidden Zone if he's not at the Imperial Palace? In the midst of his thoughts, Su Tian landed on the defense wall. And then with a thought, before the people on the wall could come up to greet him, a curtain of light appeared behind him. Close behind, 400,000 troops stepped out from within the curtain of light. This time, Su Tian was not only trying to figure out the true realm, along with the no-go zones, it's time to tread water. The light curtain was large, like a huge teleportation formation, and the silver armor army's solemn intent was drawn out as they came roaring in. On the defense wall, a group of generals subconsciously clutched the weapons in their hands and breathed heavily as they looked at the silver-armored army that had appeared densely. Su Tian, who had fallen into the wall, looked at the expressions of the crowd and spoke. Forbidden Zone 3, I'm taking over. This area was so loud and powerful that the people guarding the entire forbidden area quickly noticed it, and as they looked over, Su Tian's voice, clear and long, fell into each and everyone's ears. Sanctuary 3, Your Majesty's takeover? The crowd looked at Su Tian's black dragon robe in the distance, and then at the large army that had appeared outside, taking over the Forbidden Zone, and the army that appeared outside this wall. Is the Heavenly Emperor trying to, clean up the Forbidden Zone? For a moment, someone thought appallingly, this is a restricted area. Your Majesty is about to go after the Forbidden Zone? So soon? In these thoughts, a manager mounted the defense wall, and with his command, coupled with Su Tian's previous words, all of the personnel that were guarding this place instantly began to gather towards where Su Tian was. Watching them move, Su Tian's thoughts moved. The 400,000 troops began to level off and take over the defense line, and the silver-armored army grew into a long dragon, stepping densely into the defense wall. The third Forbidden Zone was huge, and the number of soldiers guarding it was extremely high, amounting to around 30,000 people. Don't look at only 30,000 people. Realize that. That's just the number of people on the defense wall. Dozens of kilometers away from the defense line, there are military headquarters stationed. The numbers there were very appalling. There are over 100,000 of them. The hundreds of thousands here are not hundreds of thousands of people wielding cold weapons, but armored regiments, missiles, army regiments, and other modern violent martial charms. In fact, strictly speaking, if these soldiers of Su Tian's didn't have a realm, not to mention a 400,000 strong army, even if it was a million, these 100,000 or so people would be able to suppress it easily. All kidding aside, with all the missile washes, what good can numbers do? Of course, all of this has to be under the premise that the soldiers don't have a realm. As for this 400,000 strong army Su Tian had now, clearly at the innate realm, this was no longer something that could be resisted by the art of explosion. There are not many words. So in the course of the equalization of the two armies, not for a moment, the place where Su Tian was crowded with soldiers clutching their weapons. As for the entire defensive wall, with Su Tian as the center, the growing dragon stood filled with silver-armored soldiers. Since the number of 400,000 troops was too terrifying, this defense wall could not be squeezed at all. So underneath the wall, there was also a wall of staggered and stacked, standing silver-armored soldiers. $400,000. What a concept. Each person, even if they take up 0.5 meters of space, together they can occupy a distance of 200,000 meters. 200,000 meters. That's 200 kilometers. And a forbidden area, even if it occupied a huge area, its diameter was only 50 kilometers. This way, the warriors assembled not far from Su Tian looked at the silver-armored army surrounding the defensive line, and for the first time, they truly felt what it meant to be shocked. That's the real shocker. As far as the pupils could see, this was no longer an army. It was clearly a sea, a silver sea, a steady stream, an ocean still pouring in here at the border wall. Your Majesty, I'm the head of Forbidden Zone number 3. A middle-aged looking man turned to Su Tian after he finished assembling the warriors, and then, everyone salute. After saying that, the man looked towards the silver sea under the wall behind Su Tian, and a drop of cold sweat spilled out on his forehead. As the head of the Forbidden Zone, he had understood Su Tian's terror. ran when he saw such a vast army for the first time. The terror was still unspeakable. Su Tian looked at the tens of thousands of people holding their guns in salute and nodded as a response. Turning his head, he spoke to the person in charge here. Have all the warriors evacuate this place. By the way, in informing the troops stationed behind us, head to exclusion zone 1 and 2 and reinforce the defenses of those two areas. Your Majesty. At these words, some light flickered in the eyes of the person in charge. Yes, Your Majesty. In less than a moment, he saluted once again, his voice returning like thunder. Su Tian waved his hand, causing the silver sea behind him to squeeze open a path that led straight to the outside. In this way, a group of soldiers, clutching their guns, couldn't help but turn back as they stepped onto the path. In view, in the distance, on that defense wall, the black dragon robe moved slightly with the wind. So much for the heavenly emperor's back. Let there be no words in every heart, especially, on both sides, the warriors clad in silver armor. Each one of them could give them an extremely strong sense of fatality. The emperor of the end of days. This is our final heavenly emperor of China. His Majesty wants Huaxia to last forever. Maybe he can actually do it. Chapter 72, Simply Inverted Big Dipper. Weird formation after all the fighters have gone. The Blood Lady. On the city wall, Su Tian's voice fell, and in the void on one side, a round of red moon appeared out of nowhere. A pair of jade feet coalesced with the moonlight, and the stunningly beautiful blood woman, with a divine will coalescing behind her head, floated out. Your Majesty, the last general is present. The Blood Maiden, who was like a goddess, half-kneeled in the void. Su Tian's gaze fell toward the black mist in the distance. He was contemplating whether it would be better to attack directly, or to sneak in, as he had done last time. The Blood Woman's realm was already capped at this moment. If she encountered the old man who punched out the slender black shadow last time again, the one who should explode now would have to be him. However, there was one problem that had kept Su Tian somewhat gloomy. That is the so-called true world. This forbidden area only covers an area of 50 kilometers. And from what the slender black shadow saw last time, it was like a world of its own. So much so, that this is extremely unusual. To be honest, small worlds, Su Tian wasn't unfamiliar with them. However, the appearance of such otherworldly things in the real world had to be a cause for scorn. Thoughts for a moment. Forget it, just suppress it. Sooner or later, the restricted area will have to be cleared anyway. With that thought, giant arms, slender black shadows, small giants, vampires, and spider women began to appear around Su Tian. In the meantime, inside the penalty box, the moment Su Tian's army appeared, there were eyes within the restricted area that saw it, and after being horrified, they rushed to report back. The army that appeared outside the black mist came too suddenly. The densely packed silver ocean was as appalling as if it had descended out of nowhere. A man with stitch marks on his body, panicked, he broke into a room at a fast pace. What's the matter? Rush. You've become a new human. Can you lose your old stinky habits? Inside the room, there was a middle-aged man sitting, and this middle-aged man also had the markings of a suture on his body. The part he stitched together was very majestic. A tiger arm. At first glance there was some resemblance to a small giant. Tiger King. Outside. A silver army has appeared. The visitors shouted in horror. Upon hearing this, the Tiger King was not as shocked as he had imagined, only to see that he very calmly picked up the teacup on the table and leisurely took a sip. Oh, a silver army? The Tiger King put down his teacup and looked squarely at the visitor. Your acting skills are quite good, and honestly very realistic. Speaking of this, his voice turned angry. Is it a bet you lost flirting with me here? A silver army? You really say that? No, it's not, Tiger King. It's true, and that's not really an army anymore. It's a silver sea. The visitor was once again horrified, looking at the man's extremely exaggerated expression. The corner of the Tiger King's mouth hooked. Oh, the army has even turned into an ocean, right? So are you going to say next that there are millions of troops out there surrounding us? Tiger King. It's true. I didn't lie to you. Roll. The Tiger King once again took a leisurely sip of tea and backhanded the books on the table. Inside the penalty box, there's a place for new humans. The distinguishing feature is what items he has sewn together. The most elementary are some insect genes, while the intermediate ones are some animals, and the better ones are some fierce beasts. As for top tier, it would have to be favored by Creepy, and Creepy would be willing to grant it an arm, or otherwise, to be stitched. However, so far, no one has ever gotten a Creepy favor. Speaking up, the Tiger King was glad that he had left a tiny land like Huaxia. That's how you can really open your eyes. The Forbidden Zone. When he hadn't been here yet, he thought it was an extremely horrible place, even with corpses, or skeletons, everywhere, but in reality it isn't. Huaxia? Oh, It's just a country that circles the earth and blinds the world. This is true freedom. Inside the forbidden area, it was divided into 3 main areas. The outer area was the area he was currently in, where people cultivated individually, held some positions, and built some scattered houses. The central district. That was a city situated majestically, with some heavenly eerie living inside. As for the last area, he didn't have the ability to know about it yet, but there was one thing he understood. That's the last area that is truly vast, with sweet air, and a stairway to immortality. Tiger King, everything I said is true. If this is delayed any longer, we'll be finished here. With that much of an army, just what's in the Black Mist Swamp won't be able to stop it. If we don't give notice now, once the army comes in, we can't afford the consequences. Ha, staggering. No wonder you can only stitch up a dog's leg. Wasia, I don't know yet? Don't say anything about the Silver Army attacking the Forbidden Zone. Even the defense is scared to death. Take the head to attack? You think too highly of them. Nothing but. Just as the two were talking here, buzz, an illusory curtain of light violently appeared to shroud the entire black fog-shrouded forbidden area. The moment the curtain of light appeared, the entire Forbidden Zone, all the living beings as well as the bazaar, all had their hearts shaken at that moment and raised their heads. At this point, outside the black mist, Su Tian's army turned into a torrent and surged into the black mist. Just when Su Tian thought that the army would be able to easily enter the black mist, he didn't expect that. Perhaps because of the excessive numbers, something had been activated. The entire Black Mist Forbidden Zone actually had a semicircular arc-shaped hood surrounding it. What is it? Defense wall. Su Tian slightly alarmed. On one side. The Blood Lady's gaze coalesced as she said, Your Majesty, this is a formation. Formation? Su Tian glanced sideways at the Blood Lady. Yes, Your Majesty, the Blood Maiden said. Formation is a type of trail that gathers the power of the heavens and earth for use in defense against the enemy, as well as defense. What was a formation? Of course Su Tian knew. After all, at least he was a traveler, wasn't he? However, what surprised Su Tian was that this nifty forbidden area actually had formations. These guys still know how to set up formations? Su Tian said. Your Majesty, after all, they are also masters of a group of existences in the Sea of Life realm. Upon hearing this, Su Tian thought about it, and it seemed right. Having mastered the cultivation realm, it wasn't a matter of course to lay down formations. However, weird cloth formation. This is a bit weird how it looks. Simply inverted the Big Dipper. Turning his head, Su Tian's gaze fell towards the black mist, where, although the formation enveloping the forbidden area had been activated, it hadn't stopped the army. His silver-armored army stepped in easily. Seeing the situation, the Blood Maiden explained from the side, Your Majesty, this formation belongs to the category of attack, and the living beings who step into it will be subjected to a suppressive force as well as the passing of life at all times. However, the trait of shedding life only works on non-creepy beings. Although His Majesty's army is also non-creepy beings, this characteristic can be ignored due to the lack of life. The only thing that takes effect is the power of repression. At those words, Su Tian raised his eyes slightly. Passing away life? This formation is actually so terrifying? No wonder China had been unable to probe the information inside the Forbidden Zone before. With this one formation in place, wouldn't that mean that as much as goes in, as much as cools off? Chapter 73, 40 No million. That's 140. Su Tian's brows narrowed. This formation, to be honest, could be said to be the Tianka formation of the Chinese people. However, unfortunately, the formation had no effect on his army. So what if there was such a terrifying array cage? The army was as good as new. Blood Lady, can you break this formation? Su Tian asked. Back to Your Majesty. As long as we find the eye of the formation, the Blood Maiden will be able to break it. That's a bit of a no-no, Blood Lady. You still have to find the eye of the formation. Aren't you pulling full circle in your realm? This shall not be glared at and broken for it? Upon hearing this, the Blood Maiden was speechless. Your Majesty, formation category 1, it is fused with heaven and earth. Unless I can exterminate this 50 kilometers in a circle with a single slap, it cannot be broken. And can you? One slap is a bit of a long shot, but several slaps will do. That's okay. Su Tian nodded his head before looking at Giant Arm, Slim Black Shadow, Little Giant, Vampire, Spider-Woman, and the others. With this formation in place, this forbidden area must be full of weirdness without a doubt. In this way, Su Tian arranged it. Since the formation isn't working for you, it's time to move. Go, and remember, the ground must be cleared 3 times, and the earthworms all split vertically for me. Blood Maiden, you are in charge of the true realm. In addition to suppressing them, there is another task. Bring back a copy of their cultivation techniques, or secret books. As the words fell, A group of people half kneeled to receive their orders. By your majesty's holy command. In the meantime, the forbidden zone, the middle zone, where a huge city was built. In the city, the streets are all spooky as they come and go. At this point, the spirit ceiling formation is activated. These spooky froze for a moment before looking up at the formation in the sky. Though with just one glance, the crowd of creeps blanched. The spirit ceiling formation activated? What the hell? It's not right. That's a formation personally laid by a true realm powerhouse. Unless this place encounters an overthrowing crisis, it's impossible for it to be activated. But, override crisis? Didn't the great powers say at first that this was a barbarian land, and that no realm above the sea of life existed? So how could there be a crisis of overthrow? Could it be that there's something wrong with the big formation? In the city, these Bazaar were extremely puzzled, staring unseeingly at the formation-like curtain above their heads. Soon, those attentions were diverted when a figure flew up from one of the buildings in the city. Ganma. Shen Nu was at the Shanghai realm and was only one step away from reaching the peak of the Shanghai, completely clearing the miasma. In the middle of the city, the gazes of a group of people on the ground converged on Shen Nu. In the sky, Shen Nu was absolutely gorgeous. She now looked no different from a human, wearing a light blue fairy dress. The face is frosty, and its skirt is like a robe that moves without wind. The spirit ceiling formation was activated. Such a big event. As the true realm outer warrior, it was impossible for her not to be alarmed. Not long after she floated up, two more figures appeared beside her. These two figures were equally humanoid. The face, however, is not as young. All of them are middle-aged looking. The three floating figures ignored the people in the city who looked up to them, and their gazes were united as they fell into the distance. There, they saw several diverted silver oceans that killed into the black mist, and have engaged the infected creatures in the swamp area. Enemy attack. Seeing this scene, a middle-aged man's expression changed, and then he said, "Enemy attack?" The sound fell clearly into the city below. Before that, on the streets of the city, a bizarre-looking young man with a pair of fox ears said, "Don't look, everyone, there must be a problem with the spirit ceiling formation." Back then, that great power had said that there was no possibility of activating the spirit ceiling formation. Standing this formation is also just a sign. The man spoke confidently, as if the crowd beside him in shock, all without brains, only he was the smartest. Problems with the spirit ceiling formation? What do you take the spirit ceiling formation for? How can something go wrong with this kind of formation? Someone retorted. That's hard to say. What if it's in disrepair? Fox Ears Road. That said, he's not exactly a native creep here. Or rather, most of the weirdness here isn't native. They're here just to add some fresh blood. In the beginning, the establishment of this formation was in his eyes. And now after decades, it is not impossible that it has fallen into disrepair. Years of disrepair. You really say? What do you take the formation for? Shut up if you don't understand. Shen Nu has come out. Let's see what Shen Nu has to say. Someone said. What else can I say? Fox Ear was disdainful. I just don't believe that an existence that can touch the spirit ceiling formation can still appear in the barbaric land that great powerhouse spoke of. Fox Ears said and pulled out his ears. But that was when it happened. The results of the three observations above appear. Just two simple words. Enemy attack. Enemy attack? Hearing the sound of the sky falling from above. In the city, a bunch of Bazaar have sucked in a breath of cold air. No, they're actually experiencing an enemy attack? Isn't this opening up a little bit the wrong way? It was at that moment that the voice fell again from above. Incoming attacker. Innate. Phew. Innate? The city was Bazaar, and at the sound of these words, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. I'll go. It's only the innate. I thought there was some great terror coming. That's it. I can give it a squeeze with one hand. A mere innate still dares to invade us. Isn't this living tired? Wait. Something's not right. Innate? If the incoming attacker is an innate, how could it trigger the spirit ceiling formation? An innate, he took his head to trigger awe. Whatever. Those three up there have said they are innate. Why do you still want to question them? Just as these people were talking, another sentence fell from above. But before those words appeared, there was some bizarrely enthusiastic speech. Shen Nu, and the Earth Elder. I am willing to go to war. Just 10 minutes and I'll be able to suppress this intruder. 10 minutes? Are you no good, old boy? I just need 3 minutes. 3 minutes? That short? My god. So strong. But wait, dude, what realm are you in? I don't see that your realm is too high. 3 minutes to suppress an innate level intruder? What suppression? Aren't you guys talking about duration? Scram. After a moment of speechlessness, someone tilted his head. Shen Nu. I only need 9 minutes to suppress the intruder. Let me go. The words were unusually high and spread throughout the streets. However, It was just as his words came out that a sentence fell from above. Incoming attacker. Innate. Quantity. $400,000. The city, before the words came out, was buzzing. Each can speak up enthusiastically. But when the number 400,000 appeared, the whole city, the streets and alleys, silent as if the dishes in their hands, all of a sudden, fell down. And all of a sudden, only some crickets are still chirping. How much? Am I deaf? The strength of the incoming attack is innate. But that number. What was it? Someone's mouth twitched. $400,000? Well, must have heard it wrong. It's not 400,000. It's 400,000. That's a 40. But, the three in the sky repeated once more. Incoming attackers, 400,000 innate silver armor army. When reconfirmed, 400,000 later. A crowd in the city, looking at the three men in the sky. Xian Nu, Earth Elder, Lord of the Underworld. Ha. Chapter 74. Not a big problem with formations 400,000 innate. This quantity was too horrible. So horrible that the crowd could not imagine it. Especially the person who took the initiative to ask for a fight just now. His throat swallowed. And at this moment, he was actually unable to make a single sound. Not to mention 400,000 innate level powerhouses. Even 4 of them would be able to make him unbeatable. As for the 400,000, a mouthful of spit from each would kill him. In the sky, 3 terrifying figures took a deep breath and said gruffly, "Everyone, prepare to meet the battle. The spirit sealing formation has been activated. Even if it's 400,000 innates, there's no fear. Yao! The spirit sealing formation has been activated. As long as this spirit sealing formation is not marked, this invincible formation can be said to be God-killing and Buddha-destroying. However, isn't 400,000 outside the land of barbarians? How did they come up with this size army? Even in the true realm, this is a terrifying team now, even capable of establishing a country. Shit, whatever. Under the spirit sealing formation, their lives will continue to drain away. We just need to stall them. It only takes an hour for these people to die without a fight. Yes, we have the true realm at our backs. How can we still be bluffed by them? Heaven. The 3 of them glanced at each other. Xian Nu, Earth Elder, you lead the people below to meet the battle. 400,000 innate armies. Even in the ancient times, that group of heavenly court people weren't this terrifying. This outside even has produced abnormal changes that we don't know about. This is something that I have to report to the true realm townkeeper. With the spirit sealing formation you only need to hold out for 10 minutes, at which time I will come with support from the town guards. At those words, the Xian Nu Earth Elder nodded. The true realm, the other vast heaven and earth linked to it, was not as simple as a small world. There are countless great powers out there. Although there was only one, breaking delusion, person guarding this passage. But it was enough. The power of the breaking delusion realm was beyond the world's understanding. It was a figure that had stepped into the true immortal path. Between a single move and a single gesture, heaven and earth could be shaken by it. So what if the innate army? The number was terrifying. In front of such characters, it wasn't something that quantity could make up for. Perhaps that kind of character could summon earth, water, wind, and fire by simply blowing a breath, easily strangling an army of 400,000 men. Good. With the spirit sealing formation, it's not a problem for the 2 of us to hold out for 10 minutes, Xian Nu said, and then she waved her hand, and from within the distant building, a sword flew out and fell into her hand. The whole city is at your service. Follow me, Xian Nu, to meet the battle. In the city, the people below looked at Xian Nu's overwhelming grace and immediately raised their weapons in their hands as well. Xian Nu, wind, wind, wind. There's a spirit sealing formation to add to it. And with the Xian maiden leading us out, a mere 400,000 innates, wouldn't that be as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable? Meanwhile the outermost perimeter, the small wooden hut where the Tiger King was, he looked up at the spirit sealing formation in the sky. Doubt appeared from within his pupils. As the outermost person, he certainly didn't understand what was over his head. What is it? Inside the forbidden zone, there's this hood? It's a bit sci-fi. The Tiger King couldn't help but say. I knew that joining the Forbidden Zone was the best decision I ever made in my life. This hood, isn't this an energy shield from science fiction? Ha ha, what can only be fantasized over there in China is indeed real here. This is the gap. But just as he was lamenting, from the distance thick overlapping murderous shouts began to come. The voice was faintly audible, and there was an aura of solemnity. On the side, the dog leg that came to report earlier, at the first moment he heard the voice, his legs went limp and he just dropped to the ground. He had seen the image of the silver flood, and at that moment, The fear in his heart was infinitely amplified as he listened to the voice. Ha! Look at you. You're still a new human. Roll. The Tiger King nonchalantly kicked him in the face when he saw this. It's a disgrace to the new humans. I'd like to see who the hell puts the stereo where it scares people. At the same moment, the edge of the black fog. The Silver Armor army had rushed into the swampy land. Su Tian stayed on the city wall as a light screen appeared in front of him, which played out all the conditions within the black mist in real time. The number of the Silver Armor army was simply too large, and only a small portion of them were pouring into the black fog at this time. If you use the overhead view, you can see the full extent of the moment. It was a spectacular image of a vast sea of shimmering silver that slammed into the black fog. 400,000 troops. A 50-kilometer exclusion zone. Not to mention the fighting. The filling could have filled him up. Jingle bells. A video call contacted Su Tian, and after connecting, Yuing appeared inside the video. Heavenly Master Zhang Quan of the Taoist sect seeks an audience. Yuing said as the screen shifted and an old man wearing a purple robe appeared within the video. Speaking of which, dealing with the Tao sect went smoother than Yuing had imagined. Heavenly Master Zhang Quan was extremely prestigious, and when he advocated for agreeing to the Taoist sect's re-examination, as well as the change of blood, a large portion of the stubbornly resisting people below were directly reduced. Even if there were, they were people who weren't strong enough to be suppressed by ordinary people, and couldn't make any waves. Su Tian saw Zheng Tianshi within the video and waved his hand. I said, let the Tao sect come to the number 3 restricted area. If you want to see me, tell him to bring the Taoist sect. After saying that, Su Tian hung up the communication. Joking aside, now that the army cleared the forbidden area, so wonderful picture missing. See an old man. He is not sick. As the communication hangs up, Yuing shrugged his shoulders and looked towards Heavenly Master Zhang Quan. In fact, when he made this request, Yuing had preached that His Majesty would definitely not see it. However, looking at the sincere Heavenly Master Zhang Quan, and his willingness to take the initiative to cooperate so well, it was only then that she was willing to disturb His Majesty out of hand. Hey, good. Then the old Taoist will make a trip to the 3rd forbidden area. However, before I leave, the old Taoist has a request. Or that, the universal practice of martial arts and Taoism is really not going to work. The old Taoist hopes that Lord you will be able to see if the promotion of the Tao can be delayed while this matter is still pending. Heavenly Master Zhang could say this. In fact, because the Taoist teachings were all officially backed up by topography in China. Unlike the martial arts families, 30 years ago, the Taoist sect was hit too hard. If it weren't for the previous official, I'm afraid the Taoist sect wouldn't exist. So it's normal to have topography. And now it was because of this topography that the imperial palace now wanted to promote the Tao, so to speak. Immediately, Yuing shook his head. She was only His Majesty's aide, and even if she held great power now, she was not someone who could make decisions without authorization. By His Majesty's order, she will not delay her work. And for his previous words, Yuing had so much opposition. Is everyone like a dragon only a recipe for disaster? She didn't believe it. As for the so-called test site data, what does that tell us? Chapter 75 New Humanity Sector. Thinking about it, Yuing said, Celestial Master Zhang, His Majesty is in the 3rd forbidden zone. If you can convince His Majesty, I can naturally follow orders. There's no use talking to me about it now. After saying that, Yuing took the people from the mythic sector to bid farewell. The words are split. Within the black mist, a group of silver-armored soldiers strictly fulfilled Su Tian's holy decree after stepping into the swampy land. District swamps, just lift the cluck. So that the whole silver-armored army, that is called crazy, that especially with the number of people stacked up, directly all the way through the mud. As for the infected creatures lurking within the swamp, before they could react to what was happening, the lance that pierced through the swamp then pierced through them viciously. The lance was like a crackerjack, unstoppable all the way, making the infected creatures on the path, screaming before they could even utter a sound. They died. The power of the innate. Scary as hell. Who is it? Who's blaring the horn here? Behind the swamp, the Tiger King cackled as he moved his massive arms, creating a commotion here to scare people. Who on earth is simply tired of living? With that in mind, he soon came to the edge of the swampy land. The expectation was that there would be a few people here with nothing better to do than gather around a loudspeaker and snicker obscenely. However, the scene that actually unfolded in front of the Tiger King directly caused his forward movement to lurch. Gulp! A large gulp of saliva rang out. Tiger King ahead. An image emerged that he would never forget in his life. The swampy land was extremely terrifying, and even if he fell into it he could be entangled to death by the infected creatures within. But at this moment, that horrible swampy place was actually directly scraped 3 layers. He stood at the edge of the swamp, and what should have been flush with the ground in front of him was now like a dry riverbed. sunken in, and inside the riverbed, blood was dripping. Severed limbs were everywhere, and in many places there were still infected creatures writhing around that hadn't died. What I saw before me was appalling. How had the Tiger King ever seen such a picture? With just one glance, his scalp exploded and cold sweat spilled wildly behind him. And that's not even the scariest part. On the riverbed, the silver armor-clad, densely packed, at a glance all torrential army is only more appalling. Well, new humans have appeared? In the distance, the corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked as he saw the scene through the light screen. For this kind of betrayal of Huaxia, Su Tian had only one decision to make: into the ground. Soon, a silver-armored army saw the Tiger King, and in the next second, with a point of his toes, the silver figure instantly swept out and landed beside him. The smell of blood was overwhelming. The Tiger King's pupils widened. A long spear, cutting through the air, pierced through his chest on the spot. Soul +1, on the defense wall. After killing the Tiger King, Su Tian raised his eyebrows. He hadn't realized that this infected human could actually provide a soul. It's kinda wasteful. The Tiger King, in the periphery, belonged to the warped generation. As he often liked to fantasize, many thought that one day he could move into the urban area and become truly spooky. However, I didn't expect that a generation of Tiger Kings would now die in such a suffocating manner. Totally an inquisitive roadie. Extinguished by passing pawns. With the Tiger King's soul arriving, Su Tian glanced at all of the harvest from the outer swamplands. Soul +120,023. A little over $120,000. Not too much and not too little, but for a penalty box, it's obviously a bit substandard. You know, last time that Forbidden Place was able to provide over 90,000 souls. Looks like the big head is still behind us, Su Tian thought, before he looked ahead through the light screen. At this time directly in front, although the silver armor army that entered the black fog, the foremost although has broken through the swamp, but a large portion of the still outside the black fog, madly squeezing inward. The scene was spectacular and hilarious. Sometimes a large army is not a good thing. Su Tian is somewhat Versailles. At this point, inside the forbidden area, once the Tiger King died, the silver torrent quickly rushed to the outer land. The real killing, so it is really the beginning. While a large portion of the outer lands are neo-humans, there is no shortage of weirdness. Neo-humans can be hacked and slashed, but creepy is a different story. Each of the spooky births required a great deal of blood and flesh, and all stood out from the swaths of infected creatures. The king of the infected creatures, so to speak. In this way, they are inherently able to command other infected creatures. This is an ability that the betrayer neo-humans can only look up to. On top of that, the periphery is actually not an unimportant place, where there are areas where even the middle regions go out of their way to need to protect the place. That is, a place for the transformation of new humanity. No one knows how the first new human came to be, but the creeps knew that there was something extraordinarily special about these new humans. All they need to do is graft the torsos of other creatures and they can just become semi-creepy first-class beings. This is very unusual. One must know that which of these shenanigans were not variously killed and became the strongest within a large group of infected creatures before they were qualified to step onto the path of clearing the miasma and become shenanigans. But these people, stitching up an arm to embark on the path of miasma? It's just, like, a proper back door. For this reason, the middle region has created a very important place on the periphery. Ministry of New Humanity. This sector is very important. As to why, more on that later. Soon, when the army stepped into the outlying lands, the commotion of the fight didn't take long to attract the attention of the new human sector. What's going on out there? Sitting in the Ministry of New Humans was a creepy who had stepped into the Sea of Life realm, and he frowned as he sniffed the smell of blood that filled the air. The smell of blood was even 100 times stronger than the place below where the humans were transformed. In the middle of the thought, a wounded man outside barged in. Immortal, we're being attacked. We can't hold it. There are too many of those people, and all of them are highly powerful. The visitor shouted staggeringly. What? We're being attacked? Immortal Chief is the new human's name for creepy, and the actual creepy that sits here is named Flower-Clouded Leopard. Standing up from within the room, Hua Yunbao immediately came outside. At this point, the scene of the fight not far away could already be seen from here. As the most important sector of the perimeter, it is guarded by a sea of infected creatures, in addition to some shenanigans. But even so, the figures were still advancing here at a speed visible to the naked eye. His pupils shook, and without saying a word, Flower Cloud Leopard looked and ran behind him. New human sector. In addition to mending the limbs of betrayed humans, he is also working on the mystery of the inability of humans to clear miasma directly. Humans, faced with the spiritual pollution brought on by the bazaar, cannot be made to step directly into the path of clear miasma. Instead, they will just die. It made for a lot of shenanigans, and even the one in the true world couldn't figure it out. Because mental pollution just corrupts people, it doesn't kill them in any substantial way. At most it just calls them crazy. However, once human beings reach a critical point of mental pollution, they will die directly. This is something that a lot of creepy can't figure out, because humans aren't weak when all is said and done, or at least much stronger than some animals. However, animals can be corrupted, but these humans, they actually die outright? So crunchy? However, as experiments were conducted, ways of how to corrupt humans were also gradually discovered. That is, destroying their human bodies for grafting the limbs of other creatures, so that these people can embark on the path of clear miasma, on the path to immortality. But the way was found. But whichever one in the true world always felt that there was some great secret in it. This led to the creation of the New Human Division, which grafted new humans while secretly researching them. Chapter 76, Don't let that damn thing fight its way in. With these thoughts, Flower Cloud Leopard moved faster. At one time he had even been given a death order that everything in this periphery could be abandoned, but not a single bit of research data about the human race could be lost. In the midst of the folding back, the flower-clouded leopard even fell down because of his haste. Shit, what's going on? I didn't even know until it fucking hit the door? Where are the overseers? What are they doing? And the mid-levelers? Where's the genii? Where are the Earth Elder and the Underworld Lord? Nima, really are so tight-lipped, aren't they? If something goes wrong here, who will take the blame? Shit. When flower-clouded leopard fell, the informants rushed to come and help him up. Looking at this personnel, Hua Yunbao angrily said, "What are you still standing here for? Go out and guard it for me. Don't ever let the damn thing out there fight its way in." Ghosts, it's aptly called. Just now the flower cloud panther a glance, only to see a piece of silver wobble flashing, and then, is the blood splattered out. For that matter, Naya, it's almost more than creepy. The informant's body shook. Don't let that hit in. Is this something that can be done? Thought so, but instead of retorting, the new human ran straight out. Though turning his head, he headed for the back. The neo-humans are capable of betraying humanity, so naturally there is no such thing as belonging in their minds. Sending them to their deaths is not something they can do. Flower Cloud Leopard once again rushed towards the room where the information was stored. Xian Nu, the Earth Elder, and the Lord of the Underworld. What on earth are you doing? Where's the backup? And the briefing? The other side. The Underworld Lord in the mouth of Flower Cloud Leopard was truly wronged. At this moment, before he could enter the true realm, he was blocked by a figure. It was a woman in a red dress of absolute splendor, with a divine will behind her head reflecting heaven and earth. The realm of the Underworld Lord was someone who had completely cleared the miasma and stepped into the reflecting moon realm. But it was also because he had stepped into the reflecting moon realm that he realized the terror of the person in front of him, condensing the divine wheel. This is above earth immortal. True immortal? Ha! The muscles on the Underworld Lord's face twitched up with flesh visible to the eye. This kind of strength was honestly unheard of even within the true realm. But right now, true immortal, blocking the road? Elder, the Underworld Lord is always on top. But today large drops of sweat appear on his forehead. Wiping his sweat, he said timidly, "Senior, I don't know what is the matter. Needing the service of the little one. The little one will be here." The Blood Maiden glanced at him, her gaze indifferent as she said nothing, turned around and stepped straight into the true realm. Wait for her back to disappear. In the rear, the Underworld Lord's pupils widened as his body lost its strength and fell from the sky above. Upon closer inspection, the Hades Lord's eyes had turned a grayish color. Apparently he's dead, reflecting the moon realm, the realm of countless bizarre envy, the strength of dreams. To this point, the death is unknown. And the other side, preparing to go and support the Xian Maiden on the outskirts of the Black Mist. The Earth Elder and the others were also innocent as people appeared in front of them who made them greatly wary. Each one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Giant arm, slender black shadow, tiny giant, vampire, Spider-Woman and the other five stood proudly. Their gazes swept over the crowd of bazaar as if they were looking at mole crickets. Spider Sister? Xian Nu recognized the Spider-Woman in black armor, floating in the air. But the Spider-Woman didn't have any answer, just a merciless gaze. Be careful, there's something wrong with Spider Sister. She doesn't seem to be Spider Sister anymore, Earth Elder said. At those words Xian Nu choked as she looked towards the Spider Sister. She then realized that compared to the previous Spider Sister, she seemed to have become even more terrifying at this time. The 8 metal feet on its back actually had some winging. At first glance, it was as if a god was on earth. Spider Sister? Jia. Is this something you guys are worthy of calling? The slender black shadow grinned, his gaze falling towards the crowd in a gloomy manner. Humph, who are you people to compel a Spider Sister? the Xian Nunan gruffly said. With that said, she couldn't help but think of all the strange things that had been happening lately. Namely the fact that there was actually another organization that was also collecting new miasma cleansers. These people, are they from that organization? Jie, who is it? Someone who loves you well. Of course. Ha. Speaking of which, I'm sensing something familiar about you. The smell. The slender black shadow pondered a bit, and then, suddenly realized. I let you run away that day, but not today. In the back, the giant arm took a step out. Slim, cut the crap and get right to it, but don't keep His Majesty waiting. After saying that, the giant arm's huge fist attacked towards a group of weirdness. In front of him, the bizarre number was honestly very high, in the tens of thousands. The Xian Nu, who was leading the group, was even in the same realm as him, having entered the Sea of Life realm. But even so, giant arm was fearless. This punch was so powerful that on the ground, just the wind of the punch scraped out a deep gully. The moment the giant arm moved, Spider-Woman, Little Big Man, Vampire and the others moved as well. Big fists, what no fun at all. Jia. The slender black shadow followed suit and followed. Fun, skinny? Killing them all is the real fun. The vampire looked at the crowd of creeps and licked his tongue. As a vampire he was born with a love of killing, though usually not much to say. But once you kill, your personality will completely change drastically. It's called insanity. Elder Earth. The five people's attack caused Xian Nua's face to change drastically as she let out a cry of alarm. Speaking of which, back in the day, she was on the verge of death from a single punch, and now that the familiar smell had struck her again, she couldn't help but catch her breath. The Earth Elder reacted quickly. His strength was higher than Xian Nua's, and like the Underworld Lord, he was also someone who had stepped into the Reflecting Moon realm. It was a bit weaker than the Underworld Lord's strength, but it was enough. Very well, whatever you are, but if you dare to attack us, then there's no going back. Everyone pull back and stall them. With the spirit sealing formation in place, they won't be able to hold out for long even though their strength is terrifying. The words came out, and the Earth Elder directly stood in front of him horizontally with only his body, and a large bell appeared in his hand, which was engraved with dense patterns, and if one looked closely one could also see a faint stance shrouded around the bell. Every existence that stepped into the moon reflection realm, the most terrifying thing besides their own strength, the most breathtaking and despairing thing is that they can use the weapon of heaven and earth. And this big bell is obviously the weapon of heaven and earth. An artifact of heaven and earth was a treasure that condensed the power of heaven and earth. To put it another way, there are runes similar to formations condensed and engraved within such artifacts. Each of these is quite a formation. Each formation allows the artifact to have a stance shrouded. Give me the town. The Earth Elder slapped the great bell fiercely on the ground, and instantly the stance that enveloped the great bell violently transformed into an illusory bell shadow that expanded rapidly. Boom! The great bell shadow and the attacks of the five great generals collided together with a violent explosion. A shockwave swept through the crowd, blowing most of the creepy people over. Xian Nu held her sword, and the sword became a shadow as if it were an absolute fairy, dissolving the gusts of wind. Haha, blocked. Those five guys are just as scary as they look, but that's all they actually are. I'm going to Ganma Hausa. Chapter 77 Blood Goddess. That realm Elder Wang is more valiant. Is this the moon reflecting realm? As terrifying as it is, any of those five's attacks that hit my body would definitely raise a big bag on my head. But Elder Wang, he actually blocked it straight away? An artifact of heaven and earth. This is the power of an artifact of heaven and earth. If only I could have a heaven and earth artifact as well. The stabilized bunch rushed to look at the center of the engagement, horror rising in all directions. This way. The giant arm closed its fist and looked straight at the big clock's shadow. What is this thing that can actually block the combined strike of the five of us? He was a little startled. The vampire on one side was interested. Interesting, very interesting. I'd like to see how hard this turtle shell can be. With that, he was ready to strike again. But at this time, the Spider-Woman looked at the artifact of heaven and earth, perhaps too familiar, and after a slight doubt she said, "This artifact, it seems to be called the artifact of heaven and earth. It's extraordinary. And every heaven and earth artifact has its own magic. You guys be careful. Jia Spider Sister. Don't worry. With His Majesty here, even if we're not careful, this big bell can't do anything to us," the slender black shadow said. As Su Tian's soldiers, each and every one of them knew that they were special, that all death was not in name from this moment onwards. Even if their corpses are gone, they can be summoned out by His Majesty once again. In this way, there is no fear in the world. It's just like playing a game. Who would be afraid of dying when they can be resurrected indefinitely? Spider-Woman blankly glanced at the slender black shadow and said, "Thin man, set your mind right. Don't make a 1/9 out of it when the time comes." Spider Sister, what kind of words are these? How could I possibly be that much of a rookie? Just then, the little giant interrupted the two. Be steady, Slim. Since Spider Sister has said so, then I'll try to test what the magic of this big bell is. You're alone? At those words, Spider Sister froze, while the rest of the group looked over. After all, although the five had not used their full strength just now, the fact that it could be resisted in such a way made it clear that this clock was not something they could deal with alone either. But, the little giant smiled. Just watch. There are too many people for me to exert myself instead. After speaking, the little giant struck out, its huge body unusually flexible as it violently pounced on the giant clock's silhouette. The little giant was, to put it mildly, the one who gave Creepy the most oppressive feeling out of the five generals. June didn't see that the nearly 8-meter height was more than creepy. Combined with his toned muscles, he just stood there and gave off a feeling of being unbeatable. 5 people together couldn't break my heaven and earth artifact, and you're the only one? Delusions of grandeur. Watching the little giant come alone, Elder Wang disdainfully said, "That's it. A person that wouldn't be suppressed by Elder Wang with a lift of his hand? Although these 5 people are terrifying, their strength is only at the peak of the Sea of Life realm. It's really delusional for the peak of Sea of Life to want to single-handedly take on Reflecting Moon. Do you really think that the gap between great realms is a joke?" Wang Lao's rear bizarrely saw the little giant and laughed. However, after the little giant pounced in front of the giant clock's shadow, a crowd of creeps who had been smiling 1 second coalesced their gazes the next. Just see. The little giant's fist fiercely bombarded the big clock shadow, and this fist power was stronger than the previous 5 people's combined attack. Dang! Even if it was a great bell shadow, this punch struck out a huge bell sound. Before the sound stopped, the little giant's other fist violently blasted again. Dang! Next, the third punch, dang! 3 punches in a row made everyone turn pale. With each punch, a wave of fluctuation was visible sweeping above the large bell's shadow. Every punch is a full force blow? This guy, how is it possible? Under the spirit's ceiling formation, where did he get so much chi? The crowd was incredulous, while the small giant's mouth hooked as he looked toward Earth Elder, who was hiding behind the big clock. The trial is over. Spider Sister, there doesn't seem to be anything magical about this clock. Next, let's see how I break it. Words out. Creepy, in the distance, frowned. Not at full strength yet? He was able to strike the bell with every punch, but he wasn't even at full strength? How is this possible? That was an artifact of heaven and earth. An ordinary Shanghai realm should not talk about hitting the bell. Being able to punch on the bell and not be rebounded back by the force of the countershock would be considered impressive. And that horrible guy, with 3 punches in a row, stood still and didn't even move. And not at full strength? Arrogant. The Earth Elder exhaled a mouthful of white air from the tip of his nose. A mere Sea of Life still dares to ignore the old man's heaven and earth weapon. As a Reflecting Moon level powerhouse, when had he ever been ignored like this? At once, a wave of internal energy gathered in his heart. Today, I will let you know what a gap is. What is the weapon of heaven and earth? A metaphysical color chi appeared in the hands of the Earth Elder, and as this metaphysical color chi was added to the beating bell, a buzzing sound appeared. Boom! The big bell's shadow became more solid. At the same time, the great bell was no longer holding the ground, but trembled and floated up in the air. The Sea of Life realm. It's just mortal. The old man, Ingyu, has already set foot on the path to immortality. Mortal. I'd like to see how your flesh and blood body can withstand this blow. When he was on the royal bell, the Earth Elder's eyes glowed with white light, and his hair danced without wind, as if he had entered the realm of the gods and devils. Above his head, the great bell exudes a terrifying aura of twisting the space around it. A little something, but not much. The little giant was fearless. He wasn't as colorful as the Blood Lady, having comprehended any natural skills, but as a soldier of His Majesty, the bottom line was still there. With a loud shout, the little giant's massive size rose at the sight of the wind. His already terrifying size had once again expanded. Only this expansion made him only grow 2 or 3 meters taller. Not too tall, but even so. He actually has this undercurrent? At the back, the Spider-Woman and the others raised their eyebrows when they saw this. After the little giant grew bigger again, even they felt a hint of oppressive force from him. No wonder we weren't allowed to make a move. It seems like he's trying to sharpen himself through the spell so that he can comprehend the secret arts. In Hyrule, skills such as Blood Moon are referred to by them as secret arts. Secret arts are like magical powers. There was no difference between strong and weak. As long as it was a secret technique, it was a powerful and incomparable ability. This giganticization, it already has a little bit of the shadow of a secret art. The big guy really surprised us with a bang. When he has fully mastered this secret art, I'm afraid that after he goes back from this battle, he will be rewarded by His Majesty and step into that realm of the Blood Goddess? Speaking of this, Immediately a few people's eyes showed a look of envy. Blood goddess, that realm. The blood goddess is the blood goddess. Only in the eyes of these soldiers, due to its overwhelming terror, she was already a true deity. The crowd looked to the little giant. If he stepped into the realm of the blood goddess, wouldn't he have to be called a giant deity? Chapter 78, tilling the ground 3 times along the way. Just as the Spider-Woman and the others were having mixed thoughts, in the middle of the field, the little giant's huge body, flickering nimbly, saw an opportunity after dodging the impact of several large bells. There was a hiss up to the sky. Knock! His figure disappeared in place, and with this strike he could have gone straight for Earth Elder. But he didn't. The sound of air shaking appeared in the sky and Earth. The huge figure slammed into that big bell. Click! When the voice appeared, the bizarre, distant onlookers' hearts jumped. That's what it sounds like. Could it be? The Earth Elder's gaze changed drastically, only to see a clear crack appearing on the large clock that he had imperialized. That stance shadow. He's only at the Sea of Life realm. How is this possible? The Earth Elder's heart shook wildly. The weapon of heaven and earth, but no one in their right mind would choose to fight against it. It can only be avoided, or they may use other heaven and earth artifacts to fight against it. But this guy, he actually used his flesh to impact the heaven and earth artifact. Moreover, it actually caused a crack to appear in the stance of the heaven and earth artifact. What the hell is this crowd? The flesh of living beings can arrive at this point? The Earth Elder looked at the huge block in the distance, his eyes overflowing with incredulity. However, soon, his strength as a reflecting moon realm allowed his thoughts to calm down quickly. Elder Earth. At that moment, Xian Nu appeared beside Earth Elder. When Earth Elder turned around, he saw the worried look between Xian Nu's eyes. The Earth Elder was the strongest, and if the Earth Elder was not defeated, then this battle, I was afraid, would be over. It's nothing. The artifact of heaven and earth isn't that good to fight against. It's just a broken stance. Wait a while and it will be repaired automatically. There's something abnormal about these guys. You lead everyone to retreat first, Earth Elder said. Back? Jie, where to retreat? A leisurely voice came from the old king's shadow. While the little giant was fighting against the big clock, the slender black shadow wasn't idle either, but silently outlawed the shadow of the Earth Elder. Big guy, the clock is all yours then. As for these guys, Jia, at the large bell, just as Elder Earth had said, it didn't take long for the stance gap to repair itself after it appeared, but it wasn't a big problem, because the little giant was still standing proudly in front of the big clock at that moment. As soon as the slender black shadow's voice came out, Wang Lao's eyelids jumped, and immediately a deadly crisis swept over him. Black shadows solidified at his feet, clamping down firmly on his legs. Big guy, you're all honing your secret techniques. How can I lag behind? Jia. The ground became soft in the place where the shadows covered, and Earth Elder's figure began to sink as if he had stepped on a swamp. Xian Nu's heart tightened. Fortunately the slim black shadow's target was not her, and in a hurry her figure began to become transparent. Your opponent is me. Spider-Woman floated in the air, and the moment Xian-Woman became invisible, she faintly said, Spider Sister? Xian Nu raised her head, her eyes meeting the Spider Sister's, but the latter didn't have any reaction, just a flat gaze. On the other hand, the vampire licked his tongue, his eyes falling to a group of creeps in the distance. The killing, it's time to start. In the meantime, the other side, periphery, the silver army swept through everything, and soon large swaths of silver armor appeared in the new human sector. There was no breaking and entering, the army simply bulldozed the 3-story building in place. Not only that, but even the foundations were dug out and shaken. The flower cloud leopard, who was escaping, heard the commotion behind him and his scalp tingled. What kind of monsters are those Nimrods? How horrible! The flower cloud leopard held a stack of information in his arms, and as a panther-type trickster, he was naturally the best at speed. At the moment, though, he felt slow, too slow, behind you, like a mannequin. It was as if the next second, that terrifying lance would pierce through one's chest. Help! Ow 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 ow. Miserable screams spread all over the rear, and listening to these sounds, Hua Yunbao's body trembled, and the chills throughout his body worsened. Creepy, infected creatures, new humans. Isn't this world a land of barbarians? Why have fellow citizens become so vulnerable? They can all be people who are going to step onto the path to immortality in the future. Those demons. Thinking about the flower cloud panther, he buried his head and gritted his teeth. Accelerating again. Damn it. When I run to the middle region, as long as I alert the Xian Maiden, the Elder of the Earth, and the Lord of the Underworld, I'll personally slaughter those demons to avenge you all. Over here, the extremely fast-running flower cloud leopard quickly caught the attention of the silver armor army, especially with the thick information he was holding in his hands. Whoosh! Seeing this, The hundreds of silver-armored soldiers immediately didn't hesitate, shaking off the blood on their lances and chasing after the Flower Cloud Leopard. Feeling a gaze lock behind him, Flower Cloud Panther's body moved. Quick! Someone come! Quickly block what's behind me! A man ran ahead of him. New humans up front. Didn't you hear me? Stop right there! I stopped Nima. If you want to stop, you stop yourself. I'm not going to die. At those words, Flower Cloud Leopard was suddenly speechless. Fine. Dare to disobey my orders. Right. Disobedience? It's only disobedience if you're alive. As long as I run faster than you, disobedience is a hammer. The new human running in front of the Flower Cloud Leopard had a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Running away? It's something he's familiar with. You don't need to run as fast as you can. As long as you run faster than the people behind you, then you're safe as can be. However, just as he was thinking in his mind, the flowering clouded leopard is spooky after all. Ahead, the neo-human was just about to throw out a scathing, "Want me to stop them? Unless you can super." No sooner had that been said than the new human was kicked hard in the upper back. The force was so great that the new human's face contorted and his tongue lolled wildly. Ma. As if clicking the slow play button, the new human fell and rolled on the ground with a grunt due to inertia. Flower Cloud Leopard flashed past him, dropping a sentence, "Humph. It's hard to get rid of the inferior nature. Just wait and see if the demon behind you doesn't eat you alive." Soon after, the new human who endured the pain all over his body to get up from the ground, before he could burst out. When a silver-armored army fell from the sky, he knew at once that he was finished, and could only helplessly spit out his last two words. Woohoo! Cool! Far away. Flower Cloud Panther Tiny glanced back and watched as a smile crossed his lips after the silver demon appeared beside the new human. Competing with my Flower Cloud Leopard for speed? You're still young. Come on. Feel the terror of the silver demon. When he thought of this, a horrifying scene came to Flower Cloud Panther's mind. It was the image of a silver lance, tearing people apart. Due to the overly horrifying images, now even just thinking back, Hua Yunbao couldn't help but shiver. Serves you right. Collecting his thoughts, Hua Yunbao viciously said. However, just as Flower Cloud Panther was about to retract his sight, the silver-armored army that landed beside the new human actually didn't make a move to stab through him. Instead, he lifted him up. What's the situation? Hua Yunbao's eyes glared. That silver-armored army was able to erect and split even the earthworms inside the ground, and reclaimed the ground 3 times along the way. Someone so ruthless that they didn't just go ahead and kill that new human? Chapter 79, What's going on here? Hua Yunbao's brain was not working well, and he did not turn the corner at once. It caused the pace to be a little disorganized. On the other side, a creepy eyes lit up. Again he was part of the run. Looking at the new human who was not dead, he gave a lurch in his running motion and hurriedly ran towards the silver-armored army where the new human was. It's impossible to run away. But this silver demon actually didn't kill the new humans. It seems to be a true and good silver armor army. Perhaps, by his hand, one can escape. The thought was fleeting, and soon he appeared next to the silver-armored soldier who was carrying the new human. However, it was not to be. The silver-armored army held the new human in one hand, looking at the weirdness that had been delivered to his door, and in the other hand, his lance moved with a flash of silver light. So, Creepy, who had just run in, hadn't even waited to realize what was happening. The whole thing was split open. The contents of his belly flowed out at once. Holy shit. Truth be told, there were few who thought the same as this splintered weirdness. At the same time, however, they came a little slower, but when this scene appeared, a bunch of creeps instantly pissed themselves. Spicy next door. Fishing for law enforcement. Shit. Hurry away from him. Hua Yunbao's breath stuttered. Fishing for law enforcement? These demons play so fancy. Spicy next door. Good thing I ran fast. Few taking a long breath, Flower Cloud Panther was a bit thankful. Turning his head he looked ahead. There, after leaving the dense forest, was a flat area, and by running to where he was, he would be able to attract the attention of the Xian maiden and the others in the middle area. So, then it's completely and utterly safe. Right away you demons will wait for Xian Nu's thunderous strike. Flowering Clouded Leopard was looking forward to it. A hijacked smile bloomed on his face. In the rear, the killing continued, while the neo-human, who had been lifted up by the silver-armored army, was moved to a place. The order was undoubtedly from outside the penalty area, from Su Tian. After all, he also had to knock it out of these neo-humans who had betrayed China. So much so that some of the new humans, in some desperate and bizarre disbelief, were not struck down, but taken away. Soon, in the hopeful dawn, the flower-clouded leopard broke out of the dense forest and managed to run above the plains. I'm out. Flower Cloud Panther immediately paced briskly. Silver demons behind you, just wait, your strong is coming. With that, the next second he took out a whistle, his cheeks puffed out high, and he blew it straight out. Beep dash the sound was loud, crisp, and pierced the plains. Periphery, new human division, flower clouded leopard, back to Guile City. Foreign enemies are coming, reinforcements are needed quickly. Periphery, new human division, flower clouded leopard, back to Guile City. Foreign enemies are coming, reinforcements are needed quickly. By means of a whistle, he yelled twice in a row, and at that moment, the silver-armored army came out from the dense forest behind them. Not one, but all of the dense forests surrounding the entire plain had silver-armored armies showing their heads. Feeling the manacle behind him, Flower Cloud Panther turned back. Before, if this scene could scare his guts out, but now, behind it was Guile City. He's fearless, with the corner of his mouth hooked. Hua Yunbao faced the silver-armored army that was constantly appearing from the dense forest straight on. You guys, that's as far as it goes. The Xian Nu's power is not something you can understand. Ha ha ha. Hua Yunbao hugged the information and laughed heartily. Xian Maiden, a hand of invisible sword divine, even if you are outnumbered. So what? Only true blindness was cut down one by Xian Nu. Flower Clouded Leopard was very confident. However, Hua Yunbao's words had only just fallen. Thud. A silhouette then landed extremely abruptly beside him. What the hell? The thing fell so fast that it startled Flower Cloud Panther. A small crater was smashed in the ground. When the dust cleared, Hua Yunbao got a good look at the person inside. It was fine if he didn't see it clearly, but when he did, the blood was drained from Hua Yunbao's face in an instant. Ganma? Not bad. The one who just smashed down was none other than Xian Nu. Xian Nu was in a very bad state at the moment. Her body was full of wounds that cut through her clothes and made her skin visible. Even though the bizarre recovery speed was fast, these wounds were still dripping with blood. One hand braced against her sword. Xian Woman braced herself strongly from the ground. Above the head of the Flower Cloud Leopard, the Spider Woman stepped into the air. Spider Sister, I didn't expect that after betraying us, you'd actually become so powerful. Xian Nu staggered to her feet. She was heavily injured, but the sword in her hand, she had held it firmly since the beginning. Ganma, Xuan Nu, how do you? Look at Xuan Nu, miserable Flower Cloud Leopard. Confused, the brain became a mush. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. But here's the thing. Who is Xian Nu? Even in Guile City, it was a top 3 ranked figure, and she had even received guidance from that one. He mastered a very subtle sword technique, the Xian sword. Up to this point, she was known as Ganma. Just like this Ganma, who could have made her this way? Or in the base camp? Xian Nu raised her sword as she looked at Hua Yunbao in front of her, and the information in his hand. Quick, run, leave this place. Guile City can't hold. There's something wrong with this group. Hua Yunbao's head buzzed as he sniffed. Turning his head, he followed Xian Nu's line of sight and saw a scene that horrified him even more. That was on the side of the plain, where a large bell was constantly being pounded by a giant Earth Elder, fighting a black shadow. As for the other side, it was tens of thousands of weird hordes, and they formed a formation. Wind, wind, wind. They kept firming up the chi in their hearts and attacked towards one person. As for that person, his body was bathed in blood, and his huge blooming wings made him as if he was a demon god in hell. Terrifyingly abnormal. This is. Hua Yunbao's pupils trembled and he gulped. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. At that moment, the Spider Woman above him moved. Seeing this, Xian Nu pushed Flower Cloud Leopard away. Quickly go. Xian Nu raised her sword to meet her, and there was a flurry of swordlight, clanking and sparking. The Spider Woman could actually decapitate the Xian Woman very easily, but she didn't. Because, this Xian Nu's sword technique was very subtle. The Spider Woman could feel that if she mastered this sword technique it would help her tremendously. It was for this reason that she chose to torture slowly. Xian Nu was pushed away from the Flower Cloud Panther. Lips quirked. He doesn't know what's going on here. But, during the battle, Xian Nu was once again wounded. Bright red blood splattered out and fell to the ground. Looking at the still dazed Flower Cloud Leopard, she hurriedly said, "What are you still standing there for? Go inform the true world. Have the Underworld Lord provide quick support." After saying that, Xian Nu looked at the Spider Woman. She was not surprised that the Spider Woman was immune to the Spirit Sealing Grand Formation, but the fact that other people are actually immune to it is really hard to figure out. Gen 2. Good. Gen 2. Hold on. I will bring someone to rescue you. Chapter 80. Your strong is coming. Flower Cloud Leopard looked at Xian Nu, who was fiercely fighting with the Spider Sister, and ran away. Trailblazer. Xuan Nu, wait for me to come back. Hua Yunbao buried his head. At the moment Xuan Nu pushed him away. That kind of moving was the most in his life. In his heart, he secretly resolved that when he returned with the Lord of the Underworld, Xian Nu, I will save you in the same way. Turning his head, though, he crashed into the arms of the silver-armored soldier. Run? It doesn't exist. The army has come, and from now on, no mosquito is going to fly out of here. Flower-clouded leopard's entire body froze as he crashed into the person's arms. What a stalwart chest that was, reliable and attentive. It's like he's turned into a little lady. With a duong sound, her delicate body fell to the ground with a softness, and she was pitiful to see. If any other creepy had seen this, he would have definitely moved inwardly, but the large silver hand showed no mercy and snatched the information out of his hand. And then the silver lance, warm through his chest, picked him up. The silver tip of the gun glinted slightly, and the blood dripping from it seemed to say, "Tired, my dear, rest when you're tired." The tip of the gun is drawn. The king of speed of his generation, flower-clouded leopard, was buried in the ground. As flower-cloud leopard died, on the other side, tens of thousands of bizarrely composed hordes, wind, resisting the vampire slaughter. In the crowd, the vampire bathed in blood, his whole being excited. Why is the spirit sealing formation useless to him? As they fought, the group of creeps became more and more alarmed the more they fought. The spirit sealing array was the natural enemy of living beings. Under this formation, all are equal. No matter how strong you are, the life force is sucked out of you like crazy. This vampire, however, seemed to have reversed himself, and instead of weakening he was getting stronger. Is the spirit sealing grand formation broken? How come the grand formation is energizing the enemy? Play? Originally, the more this group of people fought, the more alarmed they became. When in the distance, at the dense forest surrounding the land of the plains, the densely packed silver armor army appeared. A bunch of creepy double takes, eyes shot, fearful, terrified, disturbed. What are we but creepy, growing toward the path to immortality? Why? In desperation, the silver-armored army swept in as a wave. Seeing the army coming, the vampire flew up into the sky. His Majesty's army is also coming too fast. It's a shame about all the creepy blood and flesh. The vampire moistened his lips a bit, and just then, two loud bangs appeared. The not far away, the slender black shadow, and the small giant were blasted away. The two men knocked down a large swath of silver-armored troops, cutting a deep gully into the ground. Reflecting the moon is, after all, reflecting the moon. It was also as Earth Elder had said before, the realm gap was not that easy to bridge. Blasting away the two men, Earth Elder summoned the great bell to hover above his head. He looked at the crowd of creeps engulfed by the silver-armored army, and his eyes glazed over. Death, I want you all to die. Kill my countrymen. The sin is unforgivable. Die. A terrifying aura surged out from Earth Elder, and a rolling air current blew the sand and rocks on the ground. Watch this scene. Several generals gathered again. The Spider-Woman carried the exhausted and unconscious Xian Nu in her hands, looking at the terrifying Earth Elder. A trace of gravity flashed under the eyes of the five. The strength of the Earth Elder after the outbreak was no longer something they could fight against. Soon, however, an even more shocking scene appeared. The Earth Old Man was terrifyingly abnormal, but the Silver Army was not afraid in the slightest, and the dense Silver Army directly engulfed Wang Lao. It's like marching ants eating an elephant. The Earth Elder relied on the Great Bell to suppress a large swath of silver-armored soldiers each time, but soon more silver-armored soldiers madly surged in. Why can't you finish killing? Why can't you finish killing? I'm not happy. I'm not happy. The Earth Elder hissed, and in the end, he was completely engulfed by the silver-armored army, and little by little, his entire being was torn apart. Outside the third penalty area, Su Tian withdrew his sight. He opened his panel. At this point his takeaway is frowny face name, Su Tian. Emperor's name, Emperor of the End of Days. Exclusive Imperial Seal conversion progress, 99. 97%, power, 444,050. Number of protective black dragons, 3. Current soldier appearance effect, return of the buried bones. Army of Thunder, base soldier level +1. Canopy, point guard. Stored souls, 458,500, can transform/upgrade soldiers, special souls, 12. 400, to be transformed. Soldiers being converted, 0, estimated time 8 hours, summonable soldiers, 443. 449, normal, 5, excellent, 1, metamorphosis. Not bad for a no-go zone. This wave is rich. 450. 000 souls. The corner of Su Tian's mouth hooked. Right now, he was well on his way to being able to cultivate several metamorphosis-level generals, and thanks to the point of view, he only needed to spend 10,000 souls for each metamorphosis. But before that, Su Tian looked to the special souls column on the panel. These are the souls gained from killing creepy. each soul can be transformed into a good soldier. But of course, this transformation requires the consumption of some ordinary souls. Without any hesitation, Su Tian immediately transformed these special souls. And then, with a move of his raised hand, the Spider-Woman was taken back into the Jade Seal space. And again, without any hesitation, Su Tian directly raised the Spider-Woman's level to the excellent level. Level advancement is successful. The soldier has not yet comprehended the skill and retains the ability to advance the skill. Ha! Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Excellence level is allowed to sublimate a skill once. Originally, Su Tian had thought that it would go to waste without the skill, but he hadn't thought that he would actually be able to keep it. Not bad, not bad. Su Tian smiled, and in the next second, he placed the Spider-Woman into the point man. Don't ask why the Spider-Woman was named. Because she's sassy. Pointing has failed, and the soldiers have not yet realized their skills. As soon as this prompt came out, Su Tian froze for a moment. How can a point man fail? When he looked at the hints behind him, he was slightly surprised that there was actually a hidden condition for the point of view. To have a soldier to comprehend the skill? Slightly raised eyes. So, to order the generals, you still have to make them comprehend the skills? Deflating, Su Tian closed the panel. Soldiering to comprehend skills isn't too hard, to be honest. Just now, in that battle, there were already 3 troop types that had a prototype, and all that was needed next was time to hone them in order to comprehend them successfully. Before closing the panel, Su Tian once again transformed 300,000 souls for replenishing the soldiers, leaving only 100,000 for upgrading the soldier types later. Kidding aside, even the Earth Elder after that outburst in the party could be swallowed up hard. This shows that sometimes the suppression of numbers can be an extremely terrifying force. After doing so, Su Tian's gaze once again fell towards the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, within the Forbidden Zone, an army of silver torrents headed towards Guile City. Inside Creepy City, not all of the previous hordes were creepy, and a small portion maintained the city. And this group of people has been completely inadequate. So, the Silver Armor Army directly pushed across the field with the city. The crowd of city guards were so bizarre that they could only despair to the extreme, calling out to the heavens and the earth. The suppression of the Forbidden Zone is complete. Take over the next. With the carnage, Su Tian shifted his perspective. Last time, the old man who punched the slim black shadow in seconds. This time, your strong came. Chapter 81, Flesh and Blood. The True World. The sky and the earth are clear. The wind and the sun are beautiful. There are cranes soaring in evergreen mountains. This was the image Su Tian saw through the Blood Maiden. Perhaps with Su Tian's intervention, the Blood Maiden felt something in her heart, only to see her say, "Your Majesty, wait, something's not right here." After saying that, the divine will behind the Blood Maiden lit up. At once, the image in front of Su Tian's eyes changed violently. The clear sky was dominated by blood red, and the crane turned into a skeleton as dry as bone. As for the Green Mountain, it was not a green mountain, but a mountain range made of blood and flesh. I'm Nima. Su Tian on the defense wall nearly flashed his back at the sudden shift. It's not. What about Wonderland? Fuck. What the hell is all this? Hell on earth? Blood Maiden. This is? Your Majesty. I stepped into this place, and only then did I realize that this place is extremely abnormal. That's what this side of heaven and earth is supposed to be like, the Blood Lady said. Is this what this side of heaven and earth was supposed to be like? At those words, Su Tian took a deep breath. Is this what heaven and earth are supposed to look like? Just as Su Tian frowned, the old man from last time reappeared in front of the Blood Woman. Before, the old man was somewhat immortal, but at this time, through the Blood Woman to see through the essence, Su Tian realized that this flying old man had a horrible appearance and was abnormal. He was a complete skeleton, with a white, greasy mass filling his chest cavity under his ribs. On the white, greasy object were closed eyes. Ha ha, has another heavenly pride entered the true realm? Is it Gunma? Congratulations. Later on, you can set foot on the true path to immortality. The old man laughed, but when he landed in front of the Blood Woman, his expression changed violently. What heavenly pride enters the realm? This is the great terror into the realm. With just a glance he saw the divine will behind the Blood Woman's head. Breathing stagnation. True immortal? The old man was surprised. And at this time, Su Tian saw that, when he was surprised, the writhing meatballs in his chest cavity all shook at this moment. And then his expression changed. No, it's not a true immortal. Although he condenses the divine wheel, he has no sea in his heart and is not a true immortal. It's the miasma fairy. After being shocked, the old man didn't have any hesitation and violently fled towards the distance. Miasma immortal. The miasma court has been destroyed. Why are there still miasma immortals out there? Even the group of miasmas out there could never grow this fast. It's just a barbarian land, he screamed. However, how could he escape from the Blood Maiden? The old man fled frantically, but there was no change in his surroundings. It was as if he had encountered a ghostly wall, and no matter how he ran, he was always in the same place. Noticing this, horror rolled violently in the old man's heart, but the next second, a token appeared in his hand. When he crushed this token, a stream of light shot straight up into the sky. Outsider disciple Ding Quan, asking for help from the clan. The barbarian land, the yellow island appears as a miasma fairy. Su Tian's gaze twitched as he sniffed. What the hell? This pussy is just a peripheral disciple? And the clan? There's actually a clan behind this horrible weirdness? Wait and see first. Su Tian gave an order to the Blood Lady. Soon, when the stream of light disappeared, the old man looked at the impassive blood woman and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Miasma fairy. Very well, though I don't know why a miasma immortal has appeared on this yellow island. But I have already notified the clan, and in less than 3 breaths, the clan will strike you with a thunderous blow. The ancient miasma court can be overthrown, and you're just a mere miasma immortal. Blood girl, caught alive. Yes, your majesty. Before the old man finished his harsh words, a sudden, terrifying pressure descended on top of his shoulders. Click! The old man was immediately crushed to his knees. In the eyes of the old man, he was the one with blood spilling from his knees, and his clan attire was a bit frayed. But in the eyes of the blood woman who could penetrate the truth, he was just a skeleton, kneeling on the ground, and the white and greasy thing on his chest kept wriggling to break free from the pressure. But he could not do anything about it. At this moment, Su Tian snapped to attention. Blood Lady, what realm is this old man in? Back to your majesty. Breaking delusion. Breaking delusion? Su Tian frowned before repeatedly looking at the strange and incomparable old man. Blood Maiden, is this really a breakthrough? I observed the spider woman before. Wasn't she becoming more and more like a human being as the Sea of Life realm? Why did the breaking delusion become like this? Su Tian said. Originally, Su Tian had wanted to refer to the so-called true realm cultivation law. Now look at it. It's a reference to a hammer. Instead of answering directly, the Blood Lady looked toward the distant Blood Flesh mountain range. After gathering her eyes slightly, she said, Your Majesty, the Blood Maiden has yet to see it either. But the Blood Maiden can feel that there isn't any problem with their cultivation system. Only, said the Blood Lady, her brows furrowed. She couldn't tell you how she felt inside. It was as if, on a sapling, a rose had suddenly blossomed in an unusual and perverse manner. Speaking of that day blood female breakthrough Dengfam look at the real world is also a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. And see the old man is also normal. However, when she stepped into the place in her true form, the feeling that something was wrong enveloped her entire body. It was then that she realized that this true world was not as simple as she had imagined. Only what? Su Tian asked. The Blood Maiden pondered for a while before saying, Only, the flesh and blood have changed. Flesh and blood changed? Su Tian repeated the phrase. There was no problem with the realm. And there was no problem with the cultivation system. The only thing that has changed is the flesh and blood? What's that supposed to mean? At that moment, the old man kneeling on the ground laughed. 3 breaths have passed. Damnable miasma immortal. Meet your doom. The great powers of the clan will arrive. Ha 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 ha. However, when his laughter ended, the wind was calm around him. Don't ask for more power. The wind doesn't even see a wisp more. The Blood Maiden was slightly wary in her heart as he said this. After all, this guy was not strong. But he was bizarre, so do not be careless. But, Blood Lady, did you secretly kill the people from his clan? Su Tian was also a bit strange and asked, Why is the wind calm? Back to your majesty. The Blood Maiden did not. No, where's that guy? The Blood Maiden didn't know how to answer. She could only look at the old man kneeling on the ground and coldly spoke. Where are the people within your sect? Oh, how dare you take the initiative to ask? Very well, although they were delayed a little bit, but it's not a big problem. This is Yellow Island. They will definitely come to support. If they didn't come in 3 breaths, they will definitely show up after 6 breaths. Miasma Immortal is indeed Miasma Immortal. What arrogance. Seeing as you seem to be waiting for someone from my clan? Ha ha ha. When the time comes, I'll only tell you to regret it. A bit raucous. Su Tian said. In the next second, the blood woman moved, and the old man received a mouthful on the spot. Poof. Although he was slapped, the old man dared to be angry. After all, the people within the clan hadn't come yet. But wait, as long as one does not die, when the time comes, the humiliation now will definitely be doubled. Chapter 82 What is the true world? The old man suffocated and swallowed the anger in his heart. And on one side, the blood woman stepped into the air and waited quietly. 6 breaths. Just wait 6 breaths. What about the miasma fairy? So in a flash, half an hour passed. Taking a deep breath, Su Tian said, Blood lady, blood maiden understands. In the next second, an ow sound rang out, and the old man was suddenly thrown to the ground with a bruised nose. Blood maiden asked him if his token has expired and asked him to get another one. Su Tian said. When Blood Girl inquired, the old man exploded. Expired? Do you really think the immortal sect is a passing game? Expired? Doesn't exist. Since there is no expiration date, where are the people from your clan? The Blood Lady said. The old man was speechless at these words. Slut. The old man lay on the ground, powerlessly looking at the sky. Sect, hurry up and come someone, although a miasma immortal has appeared here. There is only one. No pressure. In the distance, Su Tian shook his head. Forget about it. Originally thought that the Bazaar clan support was swift, but did not expect it to be this pushy. In that case, it's just a matter of torture first. Immediately, with Su Tian's permission, the Blood Maiden began to torture the old man. What is the true realm? The Blood Woman asked to the old man. This was the issue that Su Tian was more interested in. The true realm. Originally he thought it was a small world. A world of immortal energy. Its essence is actually this. Horrifyingly unusual. Speaking of which, when the Spider Woman was tortured earlier, although the Spider Woman had some words that Su Tian didn't agree with, but still, it laid out a picture for Su Tian that the paths were different. Consider that the spooky is really just an alternative being. Only this kind of creature is naturally hostile to humans. In this way, he gave birth to the idea of examining their cultivation system. But now, what is this difference in paths? This is nasty. This is bizarre. And the pedigree is unbelievably pure. The true world. Oh, you were born a miasmatic immortal. Didn't you already know that? You should be a survivor of the ancient miasma court. Drink. I didn't expect to actually be cowering in this corner miasma land. A hint of contempt flashed in the old man's eyes. Miasma court? A bunch of ignoramuses. To actually dare to say that our immortal path is the wrong one. You're the crooked bunch. The hypochondriac bunch. The words came. Pop. When a clear voice rang out, the old man was instantly a bit more honest and began to honestly explain what the true realm was. In the water. In the water then there is already a way to take death. The true world. It's a huge, vast world. It is divided into 4 main areas. Dongsheng Divine Continent, West Nuga Continent, South Alimony, North Club Island. Su Tian was a bit surprised when these titles came out. To be honest, this stuff was not unfamiliar to him. Instead, it was unusually familiar. Isn't this a map from mythology? What state does the barbarian land belong to? The Blood Maiden asked on Su Tian's behalf. After all, just now, this old man a mouth a barbaric land, and its mouth in the Yellow Island. The land of the barbarians does not belong to any state. No, none of the barbarian lands belong to the true realm. The old man corrected. Below these 4 great states is the so-called barbarian land. Here, there is a miasma in heaven and earth, and this miasma is a great hindrance to the path to immortality. So it is called the barbarian land. There is another reason for the origin of the name of the barbarian land, and that is that it is a place where multiple worlds are superimposed on each other as if they were uncivilized, and that is why it is called the barbarian land. To differentiate, we call them by different islands. As for the true world, it is above the land of barbarians. Above. Su Tian looked up at the white clouds in the sky, where there was a great sun and clouds, the only place that didn't look like there was a world. Retracting his gaze, Su Tian frowned. This old man just had a sentence that he didn't understand. The barbarian land is made up of multiple worlds superimposed on top of each other? What does that mean? The world is still stacked? When the Blood Maiden asked for Su Tian, the old man shook his head. I'm just an outer disciple. How would I know about the formation of the barbarian land? One thing, I know. That is, my clan can only connect to one island at a time. And each time the connection is different. That's why we think this place is a superimposition of multiple worlds. As for the rest I'm not sure. Within the true realm, every clan is linked to the barbarian lands for the suppression of miasma, as well as miasmatics. Hearing this here, Su Tian raised an eyebrow. He seemed to understand it a little, but he couldn't seem to figure it out somehow. However, a message Su Tian had seen earlier appeared within his mind. That is, the man who once ran to the broken abyss, out of his mind, said it wasn't Huaxia. This is not Huaxia. We've fallen into the abyss. We've fallen into the abyss. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. Previously, Su Tian had somewhat failed to understand the sentence, but at this moment, it seemed to be somewhat clearer. However, this so-called understanding caused Su Tian's eyelids to jump. He looked around, into the vastness of the mountains and rivers. In fact, It wasn't that the broken abyss suddenly appeared around Huaxia, but, rather, Huaxia fell? Huaxia, together with the earth and mountains, fell into an unknown place? Su Tian took a deep breath, even though he was now the emperor. But the thought always surrounded him with so much fear. Don't dare think about it. Just then, the old man suddenly raised his head and said, the barbarian land of the ancient times is the terror. Now you guys, so what if you have a miasma immortal? You should know that in the ancient times, the barbarian land was home to the heavenly court, Garden of Eden, 8 lengths divine palace, Brahma heaven, etc., respectively. But even so, it is still dim, and can only be reduced to a miasmatic recovery. Now, you're no less than 1,000 times weaker. Ha, pa. The old man's confidence had only just come out when he received a mouthful on the spot on his face. What a lot of crap. In the distance, Su Tian rubbed his temples, shaking her head. The Blood Maiden asked another question on Su Tian's behalf. If the land where Huaxia is located outside is what you call the land of barbarians, what about outside the Broken Abyss? What about that piece of land? Outside? There is no outside of the barbarian land. The barbarian land is a lonely island. It's an island of many worlds superimposed on one place. Where is there an outside? The old man's words elicited a surprised brow from Su Tian. No outside? Then what is the other continent beyond the broken abyss that the children of China see? Moreover, it seems that there are still terrifying things trying to break through the broken abyss, but it seems to have failed. Just as Su Tian was thinking, the old man added, that's your hypochondria. That's the danger of miasma. To be honest, although you entered the realm of miasma immortal, but it's not too late to turn back. The old man said to the blood woman, if you are willing to turn back, I will intercede on your behalf when someone comes from within the sect. Although the path of clearing the miasma is more painful. But what's wrong with enduring it for the sake of becoming immortal? Hypochondria? Su Tian laughed. The backhanded blood woman asked on Su Tian's behalf, what do you see in the distance? The blood woman pointed at Green Mountain. Isn't it just a green hill? What else could it be? No, that's flesh and blood. Chapter 83, The Small World Completely Collapses. Flesh and blood? The old man looked at the blood woman and smiled. A miasma fairy is a miasma fairy. So what if you become a fairy? You will still be affected by hypochondria. He looked off into the distance at the green hills, the green water, and the cranes. These are flesh and blood? It's just hilarious. Hypochondria. It is you who is affected by hypochondria, the blood woman said indifferently, and then she raised her hand, and with a movement of the divine wheel at the back of her head, a clear palm imprint shattered the green mountain. In the blood woman's eyes, the sky was filled with blood and flesh flying after the blast, and the sky and earth became even more crimson, and in the eyes of the old man, rocks were flying around, and the originally beautiful mountain turned into a ruin in the blink of an eye. Enough! The old man rose from the ground. A miasma fairy is a miasma fairy, and anything beautiful must be destroyed. The old man's gaze fell towards the blood woman, and a flash of light contained movement in his eyes. In the ancient times, if there were no heavenly court, Garden of Eden, 8 lengths divine palace, Brahma, and so on into the miasmatic group of devils, the cultivation of this side of heaven and earth would not have been so difficult. The party was whimsical. If the miasma immortals were really that persuasive, that battle in the ancient past would not have been born. The old man looked behind him. Perhaps they made the right choice by not coming. If they hadn't suppressed you and allowed you to enter the true realm, I fear it would have been another catastrophe. The old man straightened up, a smile appearing on his face as he looked at the blood woman. Even Green Mountain can be seen as flesh and blood? I'm afraid I'm even worse in your eyes, right? I was born in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, practiced for 100 years, entered the proper path of the immortal sect, viewed heaven and earth converging on the sea within my body, and conceived a miracle. Raw sea. You will never understand what the real, raw sea is. Just like the beasts. They don't know everything. They don't know the root. They don't know the same source of heaven and earth. They don't know the beginning of life. Why? Miasma immortal. Oh, I only hate that my natural talent is not strong enough to suppress you. Now, I regret it. Miasmatic immortals, can only bring disaster to the true realm. The old man ascended, and the fear in his heart disappeared. The blood woman saw that the closed eyes of the white, greasy thing in his chest opened at that moment. Its eyes were dark, pupil-less, and evil to the core, strongly resisting the urge to strike down. The blood maiden opened her mouth. There is no problem with this realm of the sea of life. It is you, your flesh and blood, who have the problem. No, you have no flesh and blood left. The blood woman fell into all the changes in the old man's body into her eyes, and the suppression of her strength allowed her to see through the old man. Slowly, the blood maiden said, Sea of life, moon reflection, breaking delusion. The blood woman chanted about this realm and seemed to be enlightened. reflecting the moon in the sea, reflecting the moon in the sea. Fishing for it is not enough to chill the bones in the body. The Blood Maiden stared. The person behind you who created this method is very strong, at least as much as the next realm, capable of breaking delusions. Ha ha, what fished for less than? What cold bones in the body? Reflecting the moon is reflecting heaven and earth in the body. Heaven and earth gave birth to me, and I reflect heaven and earth. This is immortal. The old man laughed. He didn't want to die, but the great justice in his heart made him fearless of death at this time. I really want to become immortal. As he said that, he directly threw a hard punch to his chest. This is not a real true world, just a place of bridges. The land of bridges is strong and weak. Strong, as long as he lives, the bridge will always be there. Weak, once he dies, the bridge collapses. This was done in order to also completely isolate the true realm's connection to the miasma. So what if you're a miasma immortal? You'll never be able to leave Yellow Island in this lifetime. You shall never enter the true realm. He tried to kill himself. Big time. However, his punch missed his chest. The Blood Lady was after all a true immortal realm, and as he rose to this thought, his gaze moved. The old man's fist then rested just an inch from his chest. Half an inch inaccessible. His Majesty didn't ask you to die. How can I die? Su Tian raised his eyes in the distance. Never able to enter the true realm? In other words, this is not the true world? Su Tian looked towards this side of the heaven and earth. It was so terrifying if it wasn't the true realm. What's wrong with the true realm then? Over here, the old man failed to commit suicide. The old man looked up. At this moment, his entire body was under control, and the large pressure caused him to fall to his knees once again. It was this same moment. On one side, a constant stream of figures began to enter the land of bridges, a dense crowd of people, silver lights sizzling. Looking at these crowds, the old man's pupils shrunk. A sea of silver-armored soldiers crowded his vision in just a few breaths. I see. Not killing me. It turns out that I want to die the true realm again. The old man's body trembled slightly as he fought with all his might against the Blood Maiden's suppression, but he was unable to break through for a single point. Over here, Su Tian transmitted his voice to the Blood Maiden. Pry out how to get to the true realm. However, the words just fell. The white, greasy substance inside the old man's chest cavity violently melted. If there were any other shenanigans here at this point that could come out in shock. This is self-destruct. After despairing to the extreme, he chose to give up everything he had and detonated his own sea of life, Dao fruit. Instead of killing, the self-destruct collapsed all over and turned into a puddle of blood. After all, if the self-detonation was powerful, wouldn't that be a side note that the heaven and earth chi that the cultivation absorbed was an extremely dangerous item? As he blew himself up, the old man spat out one last word. One day, this barbarian land, you, and the ancient miasma awakening, will cease to exist. As the words fell, rumbling, the land of square bridges began to crumble. The green hills in the distance seemed to have lost their roots. The collapse was unusually rapid. On the defense wall, Su Tian was slightly startled. What's going on? The mountains and rivers are starting to collapse. Your Majesty. He blew himself up. His body seems to be tied to the small world, and once he dies, this small world will collapse. The Blood Maiden replied as she swept off into the distance. She could suppress the old man, but she couldn't inhibit the other party from choosing the path of self-collapse. There is no way to stop this. Soon, in the constant collapse of heaven and earth, the Blood Maiden searched the small world and frowned. Your Majesty, the entrance to the true realm. The Blood Maiden did not find. This heaven and earth was formed independently. Not big, very small. The Blood Maiden took less than a few minutes to roam the entire land of bridges, so it was clear that it was unusually small. Searching to no avail, the Blood Woman looked up. There was nothing on the ground, so it was the sky. However, there was nothing but a sky full of scarlet colors in the sky above. Rumble. It was also this glance that caused the small world to completely collapse. Some of the silver-armored soldiers immediately died in their bodies because of the world collapsing earth, water, wind, and fire. Of course, they weren't truly physically dead, but rather, they had returned to Su Tian's jade seal space and entered the death cooldown time. Su Tian, who was looking at all of this, gazed slightly, calling back the silver armor army, who had not yet died, as well as the Blood Maiden to the jade seal space. Defense wall. The collapse of the bridge lens was unexpected, but not a big problem. After all, it's only the third exclusion zone. Gazing, Su Tian's mind floated to the last words of the old man. One day, this barbarian land will cease to exist. The corners of his mouth smiled. This is simply the inverse of the Big Dipper. It should be him, who will one day wipe out all the weirdness in the true world. All of it. Chapter 84 Riot in the Forbidden Zone. In the third Forbidden Zone, the black fog that shrouded the area slowly dissipated. This has kept China on its toes, even sending military districts into the not-so-distant, day and night defense of the horrific place. It went up in smoke. Su Tian stood on the defense wall, looking at the slowly dissipating black mist with a calm gaze. Waiting. The silver-armored army that did not enter the land of bridges returned from the fading black mist. In the hands of the silver-armored army, they carried some new humans. Beyond that, in the back, a huge block was also moving this way, and on the shoulders of the big man, rested the unconscious Xian maiden. When the Spider-Woman was summoned to the Jade Seal space to elevate her realm, the Xian woman was handed over to the little giant. When a new human, scared out of his wits, is thrown to the ground, there was no need for torture at all, and these people immediately gave an honest account. I was referred here. He said there was a place to retire without worry, and I came over. Su Tian looked at the new human and asked, being introduced? Introducing person's likeness, name. I don't know. He's wearing a mask. He's a male. His voice is thick. He should be middle-aged. As for the rest I don't know. As this new human replied, the other new humans began to chime in. Right. We were in a group at the time, and I was introduced to the guy. Su Tian raised his hand, and instantly, all the chatter was silent. Originally, Su Tian thought that these people would give up an organization, or rather, a Dao sect, a martial arts family. Being introduced? Why does this sound like human trafficking? Su Tian swept his gaze toward the others and spoke. Is there anyone among you who knows more? If so, I may spare your life. The words came out and these men bowed their heads. 10 breaths later, not a single person stepped forward. Su Tian stared. There was actually no one? The group he brought back wasn't large, but it was not small. There are more than 1,000 of them, and of all the people, not a single one knows more? In other words, all these people were trafficked into the restricted area. Thinking about it, Su Tian was silent for a moment before turning to the silver-armored soldiers on one side and saying, since not much is known, then all of them should be buried. No, I don't want to die yet. No, don't kill me. Su Tian ignored these terrified pleas for mercy and signaled the little giant in the distance to throw Xian Nu on the ground. Danma's delicate body hit the floor and instinct made her grunt. Looking at the person who didn't wake up, the slender black shadow took a step forward and instantly woke up Xian Nu with a slap. Opening her eyes, Xian Nu's hazy, one glance, and her whole body tightened. Into the eyes of small giants, slender black shadows, vampires, etc. Each one brought back indelible memories for her. Be honest and answer whatever His Majesty asks. The little giant grunted coldly as the Xian maiden woke up. Su Tian looked at Xian Nu and spoke. Are there any of you bizarrely connected to the humans of Huaxia? Su Tian went straight to the point. Originally this was something he wanted to warp out of the old man's mouth through the bridging lands. I didn't expect that guy to die so easily. Connected to the Chinese humans? Xian Nu froze. As a high-ranking member of the Forbidden Zone, he honestly knew some secrets. But, pop, the slender black shadow slapped Xian Nu in the face. Grind it out. Either answer or die. Stand down. Su Tian faintly said. Yes, Your Majesty. The slender black shadow immediately retreated to the side. Grief flashed in Xian Nu's eyes. As one of the 3 top officers of the Forbidden Zone, when had she ever been treated like this? However, looking at the slender black shadow that was at Su Tian's rear, hooking up the corners of its mouth, Xian Nu's delicate body trembled. To this day, she still remembered how the black shadow had dragged the Earth Elder down. There is no such thing as keeping your mouth shut in the restricted area. After all, today is not the ancient times. This was just the land of barbarians, and there was nothing that could threaten the existence of the Forbidden Zone yet. As she met the slender black shadow's gaze, Xian Nu's body trembled. Although she was afraid, but a trace of hatred flashed under her eyes. After a moment she said, yes, it was an old man who docked with the Forbidden Zone 20 years ago and said he could provide us with Chinese subjects. 20 years ago? Su Tian's gaze twitched. It's amazing that it took so long. This was something Su Tian hadn't expected. And, the old man. Su Tian's mind began to flash through some of the top echelons of Huaxia that he had met, as well as the Taoist sect, and the people of the martial arts family. That old man's appearance, as well as his features. Thinking for a split second, Su Tian once again asked. I don't know. Xian Nu shook her head. It wasn't me who docked with him, it was the Lord of the Underworld. Lord of the Underworld? Where's the Underworld Lord? Su Tian looked around at the soldiers. Seeing that no one answered, at once he knew that this Underworld Lord was afraid of hiccups. Not a big problem though, because next, Xian woman continued. I haven't seen the old man. I've seen that old man's subordinate, and he's the one who has been transporting Chinese subjects over before. As she said this, Xian Nu secretly gritted her teeth. That was a surprise. He's not wearing any masks, is he? Su Tian laughed. No, that's just a person of ordinary miasma. Even wearing a mask in front of me is useless, so you can recognize him. Yes, Ganma replied. Very well. Su Tian nodded his head. It was good that he could recognize that. Lifting his hand, Su Tian called out the little giant. Let him strictly guard the Xian girl. If there is any escape movement, the slap of the little giant. It cannot be compared to the slender black shadow as can be compared. It's happening right now. Ying suddenly contacted Su Tian urgently. Your Majesty, there is an unknown riot in Forbidden Zone 1. Forbidden Zone 2. Massive numbers of infected creatures, even bizarre ones, are pounding towards the defense line. What? Su Tian's gaze was grave. A riot in Forbidden Zone 1. Forbidden Zone 2? When did it happen? Su Tian asked. 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. Sniffing, Su Tian immediately thought of the time when the bridge land collapsed. It was exactly 3 minutes ago. A small world collapsing and affecting other forbidden zones? Thinking of this, Su Tian looked towards Xin Nu, as well as the information books held in the hands of a silver-armored soldier. These information books, in addition to those from the New Humanity Department, there were also some that had been scavenged from the middle of Trick City. Originally, he had wanted to ask the Xin maiden some more as well as look at the information. But now, Blood Lady, Su Tian summoned one person. Time was running out and he didn't want to delay. Now that he was the emperor of Huaxia, if he were to die or be injured a lot because of the riots in these two forbidden zones, it would all be his own loss. Ying, which forbidden land is in the most critical situation? Back to your Majesty. Number 1. The second forbidden land is in a much better situation today with the support of the third forbidden land. Number 1. Very good. Blood Girl, target. Restricted area number 1. Yes, your Majesty. Sentencing the Blood Maiden. Su Tian directly vanished into the sky. In the rear, the other great generals followed closely. Su Tian didn't recall these great generals because there was still a creepy Xian maiden that needed to be suppressed. As Su Tian left, on the other end of the communication, Ying saw the situation in the number 3 restricted area. Looking at the slowly dissipating black mist, in an instant, Ying understood what had happened here. This is Exclusion Zone 3, cleared, Chapter 85, here. I'm taking over Imperial Palace. Ying's breath hitched. The time now. It's only 5 p.m. How long has His Majesty been away from the Imperial Palace? The black fog of a forbidden zone that big is starting to dissipate? Are you kidding me? At this moment, in the Imperial Palace, there were quite a few people from the mythic sector on the side where Ying was, as well as some of the top brass who had gone and returned. The riots in the No. 1 and No. 2 restricted zones were urgent, and the lack of warning caught people off guard. All these people had an urgent meeting. Assistant Yu, what are you doing? The others saw Ying's shock and asked with some confusion. Ying returned to her senses and looked at the crowd. She did not say anything about the number 3 forbidden zone being cleared. Instead she said to the crowd of people from the mythic sector, His Majesty has already gone to support the number 1 forbidden zone, and has asked the mythic sectors, the Dao sect, and martial arts lineages throughout the country, to reinforce the number 2 forbidden zone. The executives of the mythological department sniffed and immediately gave notice. However, when it came to the Taoist sect, and the martial arts families, an old man politely said, Lord Yu, I'm afraid it's only the mythic sector, the Taoist sect, a family of martial arts. These words fell. There was a flurry of thoughts from some of the higher-ups around the room. His Majesty sealed the throne and immediately made a big move to deal with the Taoist and martial arts sects, and that's just been dealt with. And there's a riot in 2 restricted areas that hasn't been seen within 20 years, the lack of Taoist sects, and martial arts families, a riot in the Forbidden Zone. This is tragic. And it's still a riot in 2 forbidden areas. There are concerns. If His Majesty hadn't made a big move against the Taoist sect, perhaps, we could have resisted today. But, what talk this is. Big deal. Transfer back from the border. Do we still have to rely on Taoist sects and martial arts families in China? Someone retorted. This way. In the face of the comments from below, Ying did not have any worries on her face. It's enough without the Dao sect, and the martial arts families. As long as the people from the mythic sector can stall the riot in the second forbidden area and wait until His Majesty supports them. Speaking of which, Ying faced the crowd and guffawed. Do you guys know why there are only 2 forbidden zones rioting? At that, the people below froze. What kind of talk is that? 2 no-go zones rioting is hard enough to deal with. And that's a no-go zone, not a no-go area. What Ying meant by this was that he resented the fact that there were fewer riots in the forbidden zone. You want all 3 zones to riot together? Assistant Yu, how do we know this? Moreover, with 2 forbidden zones rioting, we are now half a foot into the abyss. If the third forbidden zone riots as well, then Huaxia simply can't withstand it. Ying shook her head. No, you guys misunderstood. Below, looking at Ying who was selling out, everyone was scratching their ears a little anxiously. The reason there are no riots in Exclusion Zone 3, it's because there are only 2 forbidden zones in Huaxia now. The words came out. There was no imagined shock in the room, only a look of disbelief. There are only 2 forbidden zones in Huaxia now? Assistant Yu, are you mistaken? Within the realm of Huaxia, there are 3 forbidden zones, not 2. There's no joking around at this critical time. Assistant Ying smiled lightly. 3 minutes ago there were 3, but now there are only 2 because. Ying clicked the wristwatch on his hand and a light curtain appeared. Inside the light screen was a mountainous landscape within the territory of China. A picture taken in real time from the satellite time. Since Su Tian had disposed of the No. 3 exclusion zone without saying a word. So much so that Ying could only pose the data through the satellite screen now. Soon, the satellite image within the light screen then shifted to the skies above Exclusion Zone 3, and Ying slowly said, 3 minutes ago, His Majesty has cleared an exclusion zone. Below, a group of executives watched with rapt attention as Ying dropped the image. See only, the image is of a low-lying area. Originally, this place was impenetrable even to satellites because of the black fog that enveloped it. But now, they can actually see the full extent of the lowlands, via satellite, and that black fog that had been shrouded before was dissipating. What? I'm not dreaming. This is restricted area number 3? Exclusion Zone 1. Su Tian rode the Blood Maiden and arrived in only half an hour. The time at this point is 5:30 in the evening. The sky, a little darker. Below, troops armed to the teeth, large war machines of all kinds, and artillery fire came out in full force, carpet bombing the forbidden zone in the distance. At this point, the battle below was a stalemate. The defense line of Exclusion Zone 1 has collapsed. As a line of defense, they could hold off that sea of infected creatures, but when shenanigans arise, the defense line is then like paper mache. Su Tian's gaze turned. In the distance, as the weirdness spread outward, the black mist that enveloped the forbidden area followed suit. Inside the black mist, there were people with bizarrely angry and unusual shapes. The true world's aura has disappeared. Shit, then won't we be completely trapped here? Somewhat surprising. The 3 forbidden zones, in fact, did not have true realm entrances within each of them. These 3 forbidden zones were actually just one forbidden zone. Strictly speaking, as the words of the old man within the true realm earlier, Yellow Island, with only one clan docking, it was so simply impossible for a second entrance to the true realm to appear. Why? Ming, I'm almost done clearing the miasma. And the people of the true realm have actually evacuated? Since I can't become an immortal, I want all of you to die. Over. With these words within the black mist, Su Tian coldly stared. Although the fact that there was only one true realm entrance to the 3 forbidden zones surprised him, he couldn't think about it that much right now, and want everyone to die. District creepy match? Amidst the dense fire, and the sharp whistling sound from the missiles, Su Tian landed. Below, there was a warrior, who looked at Su Tian's attire and froze for a moment before instantly causing him to yell out, Black Dragon Robe. It's the Black Dragon Robe. This is His Majesty coming to support us. In the armored car, the fighter quickly alerted the others. There's really no need to be alarmed. It was because Su Tian wasn't even trying to keep a low profile. Now that the black mist has broken through the No. 1 defense line, in order to prevent more casualties from occurring here, the moment Su Tian landed, he instantly summoned the Silver Armor Army. Not many, only about 300,000 or so, but it was enough to purge the black mist. Especially, Su Tian jumped down from behind the Blood Maiden. Blood Maiden, this forbidden area, not a single one of them will be left behind. All of them will be split open vertically for me. The Blood Maiden leads the way. Whoosh, the Blood Woman took the lead and zipped into the black fog. At the same time, the 300,000 strong army, amidst shouts, stormed towards the black mist. All fighters, cease fire. His Majesty is coming. Don't hurt the Silver Armor Army by mistake. Temporary Command Headquarters. When the army came out, even the people inside had given instructions to those fighting on the front line. Su Tian, at this time, also happened to walk in. Good. Tell them all to cease fire and withdraw. Here, I'm taking over, Su Tian said in a domineering manner. Chapter 86, Forbidden Zone 1. In the Temporary Command Headquarters, an old man raised his head, his breathing thickening the moment he saw Su Tian. Su Tian came to the virtual projected battlefield in the center, which was labeled with the number of people who had died in the battle. 30,000. Su Tian's expression changed slightly. How long has this been going on? Only half an hour or so. and the casualties are actually going to be so high. Unlike the army that was summoned out. 30,000 people. That's 30,000 families. Your Majesty. At the temporary command headquarters, the crowd abruptly stood and saluted Su Tian after a glance. All sit down, Su Tian said gruffly, looking at the number of casualties within the projection. If he hadn't come, perhaps the number would have doubled. Creepy. Su Tian's expression was bland. The outside world was at this moment, and Creepy only felt a chill in his heart. Your Majesty, the order has been given. Good. Su Tian nodded in response, then left the temporary command headquarters. Coming outside, he looked towards the silver army that was storming towards the black mist, and his gaze twitched. Exclusion Zone 2 is over 1,000 kilometers away. The soldiers he summoned now were far out of reach. I don't know what the situation is like in the No. 2 restricted area now. With a thought, Su Tian turned to the Blood Maiden and said, purge all the weirdness from this place as fast as you can, even if the sky is falling. In the distance, in the black mist, the Blood Maiden's expression abruptly changed, and she half-kneeled in the air in the direction where Su Tian was. Yes, Your Majesty. Words closed. Behind her head, the Divine Will began to brew a shimmering light. 10 minutes ago. Box 1. It was a land of mountains. A heavily armed defense wall was built around the mountains. At this point, ahead, black mist churned. Ordinary people just look at a glance. Will be the liver and gall. Defense wall. The warriors are all god calm. End of the hands of the weapon. In the recoil, the muzzle of the fire. No joy, no sadness, only a thick killing machine. Except for the soldiers firing en masse on the wall. The walls, too, were armed with a number of automatic artillery pieces. This wall, not to say that it was the pinnacle of Chinese technology, but it was a work of full strength. Captain, the rear position beam set missile regiments, heavy fire regiments, reinforced ground surface regiments, and air-to-ground bombardment are ready. Carpet bombing starts in a minute. We should retreat. The regimental commander sniffed, his lips dry and cracked from the endless shooting. Only dry. Cracked lips quirked and a smile emerged. Good. Very good. Get the logistics in the back to retreat first. Notify all fighters to change tracer rounds. Set coordinate points for the rear bombardment. On the other side of the defense wall, a stalwart young man, working closely with his squad, crossfired without a break. Gu Cheng looked towards his captain, who had clenched his teeth from the moment the battle was fought. It seemed to recall some bad memory. The only thing on his often smiling face now was the low roll of a very hard throat gurgle, eyes that seemed to devour the black fog in front of them. Gu Cheng quickly changed the bullets, aiming at the black fog and firing again. The bullets viciously pierced through the somewhat dim sky and struck into the black fog, with the sound of some entering flesh. He knew that hit. Each bullet viciously pierced the body of the infected creature within the black mist. All hands, replace tracer rounds. In the ear return, an order came. Replacing tracer rounds? Gu Cheng was slightly stunned, but still moved as quickly as his comrades around him. The next second, the voice rang out again within the ear return. Carpet bombing countdown, 20, 19, 18. Carpet bombing. This is it. The support unit is here. The sound made all the warriors on the wall squeeze out smiles from their dry cracked lips. Rough air came out lightly from the tip of Gu Cheng's nose. Here come these creepy nightmares. Trying to break through the defense line? Not in your lifetime. The countdown in the ear return made Gu Cheng's heart slightly loosen up that much, and it was this that made Gu Cheng look at the black mist and fantasize within his thoughts. When this battle is over, when the black mist was suppressed back into the forbidden zone again, at that time, he was going to get ruthlessly stronger. It is possible to fight for the sire you saw that day, inside the forbidden land. This day, I believe, is not far away, as long as he keeps honing his will to fight. 16, 15, tracer rounds lit up the entire defense wall. The furious trajectory is clearly visible at this moment. The entire defense wall, like the might of heaven and earth, was denser than a pouring rain with its ballistic trajectory of shimmering light. That's nice. Ancient Greenway. Yeah, it's beautiful. Someone next to me chimed in. 11, 10. Phew. Behind them, high in the sky came the sound of fighter planes charging furiously. All fighters cease fire and drop all equipment. Retreat. The commanding officer who gave the order stood tall, and after he said this, he did not make any movement, but remained standing. Actually, 10 seconds too late to retreat. It's just a hope. Let's go. Captain, we're retreating. Gu Cheng's throat rolled when he heard the order, and he said to the captain who was still firing, pick up the gun. Forgot about the previous training? At no time should our guns be out of our hands. The captain, who had been having a seizure, finally looked calm as he listened to the shrill whine of the fighters swooping behind him. We can't retreat, he said. Can't return it? Gu Qing froze. In the air return, 7. The number of fighters swooping in was high. 34. Fighter rotor missiles begin to fire. The belly missile pods popped out and the missiles hanging inside began to fire. The ground. Bombardment after bombardment rang out. A wall of fire explodes into existence. 6. And that's the moment. Swish. Boom. 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 In the rear, after the shrill whistling of the fighters, there was a deafening sound of neat firing. As soon as Gu Qing heard it, he knew that these were the sounds of a chariot missile being discharged. Among the sounds, in addition to this, was the shrill whine of a missile car launching. It screamed like a demon from hell. The hiss broke through the clouds. The rear, dimly lit sky, brightened at this moment. The fighters will leave with one round of bombing. For our retreat alternating fire. Ancient green. But even so, the captain is finally ceasefire. He turned around, looking at the back of the sky spread all kinds of shapes missiles. After a pause, the captain said, "It's a beautiful moment, isn't it?" High up on the defense wall, the crier looked at the handful of retreating men who had just run down the wall, as well as the quiet men looking back at the all men. "Salute. This grass is fucking weird. Let them taste real fear." 5, 4, 3, 2. On the defense wall, listening to the voices in the ear returns, someone started counting down along with them. The countdown is growing. Until 1. Summoner bully. I should have known not to quit smoking. How cool it would be to have a puff now. Phew. Let's go. It's time for us to get some sleep. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble dash. Chapter 87. Kill the entire Forbidden Zone. Report. The black fog is expanding at an unabated rate. Stand by for second bombardment. Yes. Report. Reinforced infantry regiment. Second line of defense established successfully. The forward defense line logistics regiment has been withdrawn. Pass the order that the logistics regiments that were withdrawn from the front line operate immediately. In conjunction with the existing logistics regiments, make sure to equip every soldier on the second line of defense with 300 kilograms of ammunition. Yes, a second line of defense that simply didn't work in the face of bizarrely dug trenches. This is not so much a defensive line as it is a temporary line of various chariots lined up side by side. There were warriors looking across the gap in the chariot at the monstrous fires in the distance. With this covering blow, do you think all the shenanigans in there have turned into a charcoal grill? The sound was drowned out by the sound of a distant explosion, and a few of his comrades next to him laughed at the sound. Charcoal grilled. You're really good at describing it too. I'm drooling at the talk. And speaking of which, I haven't had a barbecue in, like, a year. Grilled lamb kebabs, grilled leeks, grilled cashews, grilled oysters. No, why are all your kidneys tonic? Just then, a second flush of artillery fire appeared from behind. A new round of bombardment has begun. Okay, stop talking and get ready to fight. Based on the distance the black mist spreads, it'll be about a kilometer away from us in about 3 minutes. The warriors, tightening their gear, looked ahead once more. The black mist was not affected in the least by the artillery fire, and advanced slowly in this direction. Come on, this fucked up black fog. I want to see what it's capable of. Good. Wait until you're at shooting distance and my old double gun will give it an answer. Time passes. 3 minutes went by quickly, when a dense rain of gunfire appeared. With his flesh and blood, this group of mortals began to slaughter the gods. The second line of defense is the last line of defense. This line of defense had to be held on no matter what, and once it was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, they'll have to delay the mythic sector's support with flesh and blood. In the meantime, as the battle enters a scorcher over here, in the rear, within the vast city, some of the non-combatants are closely evacuating the crowd. The men of this city's mythological sector maintained order and coordinated their retreat. The highest strength within the local mythology department is only first class. This strength is honestly not as good as the troops fighting on the front lines, though he can make ordinary people look up. But when facing the penalty box, the so-called high strength can only be reduced to a cannon fodder. The evacuating crowd listened to the sound of explosions in the distance and the white light that lit up the sky for a split second now and then. Everyone looked back curiously. As a city not far away from the Forbidden Zone, to be honest, the people here, usually every one of them will hang on the side of their mouths. If we wait for a day when the Forbidden Zone is out of the question, I'm sure I'll be the first on. However, when the day does come, the sounds of that distant engagement did nothing but inspire fear. Not to mention the first one on. Even if you are standing on the road at this point, the sound of each explosion can make people subconsciously avoid it. This is fear from the deepest recesses of the heart. Fear of war, fear of gunfire, fear of weirdness. Get in the car, get in the car. That who? What are you standing there for? The young man in the suit clutched the information in his hand. he seemed to be dumbfounded by the distant gunfire. It actually froze in place, being yelled at with a loudspeaker. The man's shoulders trembled before he hurriedly climbed into a large military truck off to the side. Inside the city, the evacuation was very orderly. After all, not far away was the Forbidden Zone. From time to time, they have drills, so there is no question of the roads being congested because of too much confusion. But even so, drills are drills, and now it's real. Individuals panic, still drive test cars and run into the road. The battle over there is so intense. In the military vehicles, people gazed into the distance obscured by the steel city. Although these tall buildings blocked most of the view, the rushing fire could not be obscured. In the silence, someone whispered, "It's fine. It's not a big problem. It's just a restricted area riot." Furthermore, today is the day that the final Heavenly Emperor seals his throne. To riot at this time, these forbidden zones are just looking for a beating. See, this evacuation is only temporary. It won't be long before we're back, someone said calmly, taking out their cell phone and swiping up information. Soon the man laughed out loud. He swipes funny videos. The laughter caused everyone in the compartment to look at him. Sensing the gaze, the man looked up. What for? And no one is allowed to watch funny videos anymore? I'm a regular guy, and worrying is over. Hanging on for dear life is over, and laughing is over. Why think so much? The man was open-minded, and in the face of the crowd he instead preached, with the vehicle shaking. Departure. Drink. It's quite a sight to behold. Stay with me. You're still laughing in this situation. The people around them were disgruntled, but they were whiny at best. After all, everyone can only mind their own business too. At the time of departure of these vehicles, above, several transport planes leapt over and landed directly on top of the makeshift runway established not far from the front line. Myth Department. Below, the evacuees saw the sign on the transporter. Each gaze was delighted. The mythical sector is here, so the box is definitely secure. Makeshift cabin. People dressed in different clothes disembarked from the plane. The last person to come out was dressed in tights, with a majesty cultivated between his brows. This person, without a doubt, was Yuing. She came with support from the myth department. I can't believe we were the first to arrive. Where are the rest of the city's mythos department? Looking at the few transport planes in the airport, Yuing frowned. Assistant Yu, they are on their way and will arrive in 3 minutes. Someone explained. Yuing frowned, but didn't pay much attention to it, instead leading the awakened around him towards the front line. On Yu Ying's side, it was the more prestigious awakened, Bai Qi, Zhuge Liang. In addition to that, there was also a person from a martial arts family, Perky Bagua. Speaking of which, when he set off from the imperial palace, Yuing didn't think that there would be anyone from the martial Dao family coming out of their own accord, but never thought Perry Gossip would actually step forward and offer to come along. Time was rushed. Yuing just gave her a look and didn't refuse. With ever closer to the front, some of the wounded were carried on stretchers and sent one after another to the temporary medical department set up in the rear. So many wounded. Yuing didn't stare. Seeing this, Bai Qi gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. As someone who had once guarded the Forbidden Land, the image made anger well up inside him. Creepy. He looked up. The voice was a bit suppressed. Historically, the god of kill, Bai Qi, pitted and killed 300,000 troops. Today, I, Bai Yunpyo, will suppress the entire Forbidden Zone altogether. Chapter 88 Grievance Pit Killings. Line of Defense Number 2. In order to stall the Black Mist and wait for support from the mythic sector, the foremost warriors charged against the Black Mist. Within the years of warring with Creepy, some experience is still there. Cannon fire can kill infected creatures on a wide scale. Not against Creepy, but shenanigans can also stall them out. The only way to stall it is flesh and blood. At the forefront, the warriors were fearless, carrying their weapons and charging into the black fog in a constant stream of fire. Such a person is not alone. Rather, it's all over the place. Starting at the defense line, the black fog, which enveloped ordinary people with a sense of powerlessness. But for them, whatever hissing or scurrying shenanigans were within the black fog only served to harden their demeanor. It even speeds up the body. Flesh and blood. A Creepy poked his hand out of the black mist, and Creepy didn't look appalling, but he was strangely strong. Lifting a warrior with one hand, looking at the fighters in a frenzy of fire, Creepy, fearless of the bullets from the hot weapons, tore his hands apart. The warrior just turned in half, bathed in blood. The weirdness of this becomes appalling. That's hilarious. You want to deal with me with this round piece of iron? Creepy spread his hands, clanking and clanging as large pieces of bullets fell from his hands. Weird strength, biohazard, early stage. This strength wasn't enough to put within the bazaar, but against this group of flesh and blood mortals, it was a descending blow. The strange figure flickered, and when he settled down again, The warriors along the way all turned into a field of dirty blood. Fuck you. Someone with a gun in their hand. The hard. And rushed straight at Creepy. Captain, come on. There's a fallen Creepy here. Let's shove the gun in its mouth and give the wild Creepy a taste of our big baby. Ha ha. Yes. Poof. A cold grunt eerily grabbed the shouting man. Falling alone? Weak and naive. It's not that I'm alone. It's that you're surrounded by me. With a force of 5 bizarre fingers, the warrior just settled into place. And then its shadowy gaze moved, once again fixing on the others. Rio. Not far away. The captain saw this and swooped in. And with a ripping sound, the freshly pounced Korra had half a torso pressed against his back. He. Although weak, I have to say that you guys are really not afraid to die. Creepy revealed a satisfied smile and licked the blood from his hand. Captain. Rio rolled over and looked at the half-torsoed man. At Creepy, his eyes chilling. Yo, I like that look in your eyes. Creepy had no fear. Instead, such a look it greatly appreciated. With a movement of its body, it walked towards Xiao Liang with an unrivaled oppression. It's a pity, even if you want to kill me again. So what? A mole is a mole, said Creepy as he was about to make his move. However, at that moment, Bai Chi appeared from a distance. He was seen carrying a huge scythe, and with just a sweeping blow, a large swath of infected creatures died. Shaking off the blood on his scythe, Bai Chi pressed on with each step. Yo, ancient miasma awakener? Without crushing Xiao Liang to death in passing, the corner of Creepy's mouth hooked, and he headed directly towards Bai Chi. Bai Chi's strength, third-rate in martial arts. Weird strength, raw C. The gap between the two was visible to the naked eye, and as the weirdness walked towards him, Bai Chi's whole body muscles jumped even though his mind was ancient. That's an instinctive reaction to meeting a natural enemy. Gripping the scythe harder, Bai Chi reclaimed muscle control and grinned. Come on, Creepy. Ha, just an ancient miasma awakener who was born not long ago, and still dares to provoke me? Look at these kinsmen of yours. They're what you'll end up with next. Creepy laughed disdainfully. Bai Chi, I don't mind if Guan meets the enemy with you. Behind Bai Chi, Guan Yun stepped out. His strength was similarly third-rate in martial arts, but with a large sword in his hand toward the ground. His aura was simply comparable to that of an innate for an instant. Bai Chi stared back, his bemused expression somewhat soothed. Today, Mr. Guan would like to learn how hard it is to kill if it's weird. Guan Yun stroked his beard with his left hand and said. Meanwhile, at the front line, the people from the mythic sector that Yuing had brought with her all participated in the front line, fighting together with the charging warriors. Even though the mythic sector had come, these ordinary warriors still couldn't retreat. After all, as far as the mythic sector is concerned right now, it's not nearly enough. As the mythic sector joined the battlefield, general against general, soldier against soldier, these men confronted the weirdness that had emerged from within the black mist. That's it, the god of murder, Bai Chi, and Martial Saint Guan Yu. That's Chang Jinnan, Ping Nan, and Lu Bu. The entrance of these men was surrounded by a great deal of aura. Each one of them, though the faces were not very familiar, but the weapons, at once, recognized the visitor. These, none of them, are famous and great generals in history. Steady, ha ha ha. With the support of these great generals of history, it's time for these goddamn shenanigans to pay for their previous behavior. Kill. Bai Chi raised the scythe in his hand at Gue Wei. The third stream of martial arts could not invoke the chi of heaven and earth, but as an awakened, he had natural skills. Against these shenanigans, Bai Chi knew that it's difficult to deal with, and perhaps an unprepared person would even die. In this way, the opening must be a king's bomb. However, at this time, Yuing sent an order to all the people in the mythic sector. Attention mythic sector, your primary mission is not to kill the enemy. Instead, stall for time and remember not to fight hard. After saying that, Yuing took a deep breath, and if it wasn't for the fact that the residents within the city behind her hadn't been completely evacuated yet, she was even telling everyone to pull back now, expanding the defense line. However, the Norse population is not so easy to evacuate. Everyone, be more careful, Yuing said again through his earpiece. At the front line, there was no pause in the aura gathered by the scythe in Bai Chi's hand. Delay as long as possible? Bai Chi faced the weirdness head on. If he wasn't part of the Forbidden Land, perhaps Yuing would have listened to his words. But, as a member of the Forbidden Land, he had never feared death. This is true even if you become an awakened person. Grievous Soul's Pit Kill. On the side in Bai Chi's hand, scarlet breaths converged, and each one was drawn away from the ground. And perhaps because this place was a battlefield, Bai Chi could feel that the power of this strike had been strengthened by 10%. At the back, Guan Yin saw this and moved his greatsword in his hand. Good technique. In that case then Guan is not hiding anything. A single sword to cross. This blade of Guan's will certainly not be weaker than yours. When Guan Yun saw that Bai Qi had used his natural skill, he immediately used it as well without any hesitation. At once, on the battlefield, the two gathered everyone's gazes. What? What is that? I go, calling the might of heaven and earth? This is the awakening of the mythological sector. So strong. Ha ha, with this slash, Bai Qi will definitely be able to chop Creepy into two on the spot. Chapter 89, the bloodstain could be on your head. The crowd's morale was once again boosted. How could they possibly lose with such a person around? The penalty area is only minutes away from being subdued. Shouting makes my blood boil. Unfortunately, a third-rate martial arts practitioner wants to deal with me? The corner of Creepy's mouth hooked. In your fantasies, faith may shatter everything, but it's reality. Faith? That kind of stuff. Put it on the ground and the dogs don't even look at it. Scarlet light converged on Bai Qi's scythe, and with this breath, Bai Qi returned as a true god of killing. The eyes coalesced, and a crowd of infected creatures' bodies trembled with fear. Faith? Such a thing is not worth mentioning? Bai Qi smiled. It was because of faith that Hua Xia could come to this day. This faith doesn't even need to see victory, even know it won't work, knowing that you will die. But so what? The will of Hua Xia will not be extinguished for all time. Between heaven and earth, a fresh wind blew, and Bai Qi was at the peak of his qi convergence. The moment the huge scythe completely changed color. Chop! Explosive thunder rumbled. Over here, Creepy froze, and as those words appeared, the Bai Qi in front of him disappeared. Creepy hadn't taken Bai Qi's natural skill to heart, but that kind of movement speed really made its heart skip a beat. A piercing chill came from behind. Subconsciously, Creepy slightly sidestepped, and in a flash of white light, a slash tore through the air and cut into the ground. Bai Qi, just stall Creepy. Don't get tough with them. Ewing noticed the commotion here and hurriedly said through his earpiece. Assistant Yu, it's fine. I have my own measure. What's self-evident? As long as we delay until His Majesty supports us. Ewing continued. At this time, Guan Yun's voice came from the ear return. Assistant Yu, the humanoid Bazaar Guan has seen it before. Although Mr. Guan thinks he can't compare himself to the great sage. But, with Guan's single sword, plus Bai Qi's skill, it's easy to be able to fight. Creepy had just avoided the light of Bai Qi's blade when Guan Yun's greatsword arrived right behind him. The figure moved again, and Creepy sidestepped slightly, avoiding it once more. Without further ado, Assistant Yu, Mr. Guan is going to focus on the enemy. The greatsword that cut into the ground. The blade turned, and a strike was picked up diagonally. Bai Qi's face was expressionless as the scarlet blood color converged on the side and the chopping attack came out again. Pretty fast, but unfortunately that's all that stands out. Creepy smiled contemptuously in the face of the two incoming attacks, only to see a stream of air like a stance erupt from its body. Third-rate strength, and you still want to fight against the Sea of Life realm. It's ridiculous. Today, I'm going to tell you all to know what the real gap is. The moment the stance erupted, Ewing stared. As an ordinary person, she only felt a chill add to her body at this moment. Ha ha, Yellow Hussar is starting to explode in true strength. A mere two ancient miasma awakeners. Pinching them is just like pinching two ants. Brothers, it's time for us to power up. So much blood and flesh for a good time. Has shenanigans and can't help but laugh. Originally constrained by the region where the true realm was located, they were given orders not to strike out at will against the Chinese subjects in the outside world. But now, the true world has inexplicably disappeared. So what's the point of holding back? In the field, the moment the force field erupted on the weird body, Bai Qi, Guan Yun only felt his body tighten. This force field was all-encompassing and bizarre. And the moment the force field erupted, it instantly blew the two of them out of shape. Bai Qi's eyes were slightly gloomy. At this moment, he could feel that the air had become heavy around the weirdness. If one stepped into it, it would be difficult to hold, let alone attack. Oh, feel that? That's the difference between Sunga and you guys. A fledgling heaven and earth has been established within the Sea of Life. This is the outwardly released heaven and earth stance. 50 meters around. I am the master here. Creepy Kanye. And then added, by the way, speaking of which, you like to call the one position, the domain. Here, go on too. Creepy hooked his hand at Bai Qi and Guan Yun. With his scythe clenched tightly in his hand, Bai Qi was unaffected by the bizarre taunt as he assumed a fighting stance. The air is frozen? So what? His body moved without any fear, and the red light of the scythe in his hand appeared. With just an arrow step, he appeared within the range of the weirdly unfolding field. Ha! A wry smile. After Bai Qi entered the range of the field, his movements of rushing out of the stump were all of a sudden as if he had been clicked on the slow play button. Bai Qi, exit the field range first. Rio is not talented enough to have insight into the enemy's weaknesses. The years returned while a voice suddenly rang out. The voice, without a doubt, was Zhuge Tianyun. In the distance, on a chariot, Zhuge Tianyun stood abruptly. After speaking to Bai Qi, he looked around the entire battlefield and began to send a message to the mythic sectors that were engaged with creepy one by one. Guan Yun, go to the weird rear and chop straight through this domain. Although terrifying, Rio has seen through that it is not all-encompassing protection from weirdness. Instead, they can only fan out to reinforce the space. Now its backyard is wide open. Zhuge Tianyun, shaking his feather fan, said, harem wide open. Guan Yun's eyes lit up at the creepy ass. Good. Guan Mao's great sword is here to stay. The harem is its rear, not its ass. Guan Yunchang, gather your sight. Before those words were even finished, Guan Yun's people had already appeared behind the creepy. Creepy may be male, but that ass is big and round. Like a peach. Forget it. Zhuge Tianyun yo-yoed his bushy fan and once again said to Bai Qi, retreat quickly. Rio can see that. One step ahead and your consequences will be unimaginable. In fact, there was no need for Rio to remind him. At this moment, Bai Qi could feel that if he were to go any further, there would be a deadly killing chance. But just as Bai Qi was about to follow Rio's command, Creepy saw Zhuge Tianyun on the chariot not far away. Just playing with you guys. Do you really think I'm a boss that can be blood grinded to death by you guys? It was at this time that Guan Yun's greatsword came in. In Zhuge Tianyun's prediction, if this weirdness wanted to block this strike, he would at least have to change his stance and share the pressure for Bai Qi. However, the bizarre unfolding stance has not changed at all. It did not make any movement in the face of Guan Yun's chop, and when the blade light headed straight for its backyard, it extended its hand. The bizarre 5 fingers were like pincers, and the flexible 5 fingers just grabbed it. Guan Yun's greatsword was then held. Do you know that even if I stand here and let you chop, you won't be able to die? Trying to grind my blood? I can just stand here with a blood bar on your heads. What do you take to grind? Guan Yun's face changed, and a huge force came at once. And poof! Guan Yun flew out backwards, blood spurting out of his mouth, and the large sword in his hand was sent flying just as he was, stagnating in the air for a few seconds before the man fell to the ground and kept rolling. Chapter 90. Let them die in vain. The party bazaar was just a flick, and Guan Yun couldn't suffer. There's no way around it. There's just too much difference between the two. Looking at Whitey, after handling Guan Yun, with a wry smile, it extended its 5 fingers towards Bai Qi to grab him. This is weird. This set of silky movements caused Zhuge Tianyun's eyes to change. Bai Qi, hurry up and retreat. Seeing that the large hand was about to rush towards Bai Qi, hastily Zhuge Tianyun stabilized his mind and said to Bai Qi, retreat? With a wry smile, the space that was originally just slowing down Bai Qi's movements suddenly solidified violently. This was the life and death crisis that Bai Qi felt earlier. What further? In fact, as long as Creepy was willing, but any living being that stepped into the range of his domain, he could solidify it. Feeling the power of the blockade on his body, in Bai Qi's hand, scarlet aura violently erupted from the scythe he held. Within each scarlet aura, an illusory human figure could be faintly seen hissing. Technically, this is how Bai Qi's natural skill opens up. The red color is almost materializing. However, spatial solidification, this kind of tactic, was not something a third rate could understand. The knot in Bai Qi's throat rolled. Once he had fought infected creatures on the battlefield, or even dealt with too much weirdness, but those, none of them, were collisions with flesh. And this one's spooky. This means is outrageous. Slowing down the space around it is not to mention. It can actually solidify space? In the middle of his thoughts, the weird big hand had already approached Bai Qi, and was about to grab him. When suddenly, a voice appeared. Don't panic, don't panic. Lao Sun, is coming. In this battle, how can there be less of my old son? The red and white stick fell from the sky, heading straight for Creepy. Rui Golden Band. Ha, another one? Creepy didn't dodge. There was a time when Sun Ling had struck Spider-Woman with this rod, and at that time, Spider-Woman had not dodged it, because Sun Ling's rod was very strong, and it could make ordinary people and even some awakened people look up to it. But the difference in realms was just too huge. A great saint of the innate level? No need to avoid. Creepy raised its hand, and some earth-colored scales began to appear covering its hand. The moment this scale appeared, this bizarre predecessor was also revealed. It's a pangolin. No wonder it's called the Yellow Hussar by other shenanigans. Boom! The huge red and white stick was caught by Creepy with one hand. On Creepy's hand, the yellow scales covering it exploded in large pieces, and blood dripped from Creepy's hand. However, that injury was worthless to Creepy. You can grow your arm back when it's broken. It's just a scratch, isn't it? Ha! Creepy exhaled a mouthful of white air from the tip of his nose. Is that a massage for me? That's all the strength? Sun Ling was surprised for a moment. In his perception, the weirdness was similar to that of the original Spider-Woman. But the thing is, on the spot, the Spider-Woman was knocked away by his baton. And this guy actually stayed put and took the baton just by standing? My old grandson, have you eaten less peaches today? The ruby golden hoop rod shrunk violently, transforming into a fine needle. And the moment it fell into Sun Ling's hand, it once again turned into a large stick. If one stick doesn't work, Lao Sun, will do too. The rising stick, once again, tore through the sky and headed towards Creepy. By the weird side, although the party's baton was resisted, the space that suppressed Bai Chi also had a hint of slackness at this moment. Bai Chi seized this opportunity and directly broke away from the range of its domain. Bai Chi's disengagement didn't draw the attention of the Creepy, it just looked at the big stick coming from the sky, and the corner of its mouth twitched. I also don't know how. In the beginning, the Xian maiden who was able to enter the periphery of the true realm was injured outside. With this garbage, I can take it with one hand. Facing Sun Ling's second stick, Creepy still didn't avoid it and just stood in place. He only raised his hand when the huge stick came at him. With the collision, also as before, this bat was easily held by it. The difference in strength is so horrible sometimes, it can only lead to a feeling of deep powerlessness. It was bizarre, dealing with Sun Ling as if he were dealing with Guan Yun, and after catching it, he just waved it casually. This time, without waiting for Sun Ling to turn into a smaller ruby golden hoop stick, the tremendous force coming from the stick caused him to smash into the distant ground with a loud bang. How can this weirdness be so scary? Handling several advanced awakened like mosquitoes caused Zhuge Tianyun, as well as Yuing to change in color. Hey, it's worthy of being Lord Yellow Hussar. Just these guys still want to deal with the Lord? Bizarre. Such divine might made some of the bizarre in the distance look excited. Lord Yes Handsome. Is this the Sea of Life realm? Sure enough, this is the true path to immortality. Ha ha ha. The weirdness raved on and on. While not many people paid much attention to the weirdness at this moment, it's okay. It's not a big problem. So what if it's strong? As long as we let it run out of strength, we'll still be able to just chop it up at that time. A person from the mythic sector being knocked off their feet in a single shot would logically be demoralized by a normal person. Yet it wasn't. Ordinary men with rifles looked at each other. Charge. Let's consume its chi first. As long as we create an opportunity for the mythic sector's people, this weirdness will eventually be subdued. Nice. Time at this point, 5:45. Just as some of the soldiers were preparing to fearlessly charge at Creepy, Yuing received a message. The evacuation of the general population of the city is complete. The moment they got the news, without any hesitation, Yuing, who took over the chain of command, immediately said, "Everyone, retreat toward the city." As soon as the order came out, the warriors who were fighting froze slightly. Retreat? This is a restricted area riot. How can we retreat? If they retreat, then inside the homestead? Besides, if we can retreat today, what about later? Bit by bit, you watch the weirdness eat away at all the territories of China? Repeat, all warriors, begin retreat. Yuing said again. Military orders were like mountains, listening to Yu Ying's orders from the headset. Although the group of warriors did not understand, they chose to carry it out. Immediately, in front of the black fog, the people who were charging madly finally reversed their direction and stopped charging towards the black fog. Ha ha. So these people can be afraid of death. I thought how tough they could be. Hey, but this? Creepy watched the retreating men, all clamoring. Unfortunately, retreat? Where can you retreat to? Run and hide. It makes me more excited instead. Retreat? Assistant Yu, are you sure there's no problem with your order? In front of Yuing, Peri Bagua walked up covered in dirty blood. This battle, the fight of the Bagua Ing was very alarming, especially the one that knocked away a bunch of mythological sector of the bazaar. With so many dead on the front line, if we're going to retreat, let's do it right from the start. Now what's with the retreat? Let them die for nothing. Perky Gossip was furious, but she had seen a lot of warriors with her own eyes. Very miserable death in front of her. Chapter 91 Red Moon. Red Moon. Carry out the order. Just wait until His Majesty supports it. Yuing didn't pay much attention to Perky Gossip. After all, she was from a martial arts family. Waiting for His Majesty's support? That's hilarious. If he hadn't inexplicably tried to shuffle the mythic sector and the Dao sect, would this battle have been so difficult? Still waiting for him to back up? Even if he comes, so what? What can he do? Can he strike down that horrible weirdness? Perky Gossip was furious. Ran Yuing went straight away without saying a word more. Ignorance left Peri Bagua with no way to vent his inner anger. Well, I'd like to see what this so-called final emperor can do even if he comes. Isn't it still commanding the common man? Charging. As the crowd retreats, The black mist expanded without any resistance, swallowing the sky and eating everything. Retreat. Just let the black fog swallow everything? There were a number of fighters on the retreat. Looking back, enforcement is right. There are considerations from above. But Captain, we've lost so many people to the front lines. To just back out. I'm not happy about it. What's not to like? They're not actually dead. They've gone to a good rest. Ah Huaxia. In addition to the Forbidden Zone, there are also borders. I've heard that His Majesty can summon great armies, perhaps. It's them he's summoning as well. He. I wish I could see the Forbidden Zone one day when it's overthrown. Burying his head, a warrior looked back to the rear before continuing his retreat towards the city. The way it looked when the Forbidden Zone was overthrown? The warrior who was a bit disgruntled earlier sniffed, and some light showed in his eyes, but soon he shook his head. The Forbidden Area is overthrown. If the Forbidden Area can be suppressed back in this time, I will be very satisfied. Overwhelmed. I shudder to think. The Forbidden Zone, with all its horrors, is it really possible to override it? Far away. Looking at a few mythic sectors carrying Sunling, as well as Guan Yun running away, the corner of Creepy's mouth hooked, compared to randomly decapitating them. This kind of fun of chasing is more exhilarating. You've finally done something that satisfies me. Hey. Smiling, a weird step into the air. Behind him, the terrifying black mist rolled over, reflecting him as if he was a demon from hell. Before the black mist, the rest of the bazaar that could float, also floated. On the ground, armies of infected creatures, large swaths converging, rolled. All the people of the miasma. Slaughter them all for me. Not a single one. Punch punch punch. Kill. On the other side, the no. One restricted area. The situation here was the complete opposite of the no. Two restricted area. At this point, the troops that had previously engaged Creepy had already withdrawn. The only thing left on the scene was the black fog, and the silver-armored army that continued to pour into the black fog. What's the point of destroying it? It's on full display here. The black mist, which could not be suppressed by that cannon fire, was directly broken through in front of the silver-armored army. Not only that, there was something even more terrifying lashing out within the black mist. It was a woman with a divine wheel on the back of her head. She looked indifferently at the infected creatures within the black mist as well as the weirdness. The black mist trembled. The power of terror was converging. Raising a finger, a large black mist spreads, revealing scared, confused clusters of creepy and infected creatures on the ground. In the next moment, these confused and unintelligible shenanigans are transformed into the most basic dust of heaven and earth. And when the wind comes, it goes with the wind. What a horror that is. How can there be such a presence out here? Creepy startled within the black mist. It began to break up and flee. But run? The Blood Maiden transformed into a deity, and wherever her gaze reached, everything turned to dust. Terror, in this moment, was displayed to the fullest. Su Tian sighed. The Shin Maiden on the shoulders of the small giant gulped at the black mist that was like foam. Above the black mist, the woman with the divine wheel at the back of her head. With just a glance at her back, Xian Nu's breath stopped. That's what? This was the first time Xian Nu had seen the Blood Lady. Originally she had thought that the small giant below, as well as the slender black shadow in the distance, were already the most terrifying existences. And this one, it was beyond her understanding. Even whichever one she had seen in the true realm, that existence that had stepped onto the true path of immortality, an existence with a realm as high as, breaking delusion, was not this perverted. The woman's perversion was as if there was nothing left in the world that could be her enemy. Blood Maiden, time is running out. Move a little faster. Although the Blood Maiden's slaughtering efficiency was quick, Su Tian was still somewhat dissatisfied. Yes, Your Majesty. Behind the Blood Woman's head, the divine wheel moved. The entire heavens and earth, the colors were outlawed in an instant. It was a color more terrifying than the black fog, outlawing the sky, outlawing the earth. A red moon, high in the sky replaced and appeared. Xian Nu's pupils shrank, looking ahead at the crimson. Her entire body was now trembling with muscles. You know, she's spooky, or just one step away from the weirdness of the true immortal path. At this moment, the other party had not dealt with himself at all, and he had merely glanced at the glow of the red moon reflecting down in front of him, but it was that one look that could make her lose control of her body. In this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. When the red moon arrives, all beings worship. The black fog disperses. The Blood Lady's face was like frost as she slowly spoke. Sound off. The black mist that spread out from within the forbidden area was like boiling water that began to violently tumble. Also tumbling along with them were large swaths of infected creatures. These creatures, flesh as if they no longer belonged. Flesh turned to water, and when it was illuminated by the light of the red moon, it began to cook its own bones. It was only a few breaths, and these infected creatures, both massive and tiny, bizarre, they all turned into thick water and flowed all over the place. Ah! How can that be? How can that be? What the hell is this light? No! I don't want to die yet. I want to become immortal. I want to become immortal. I've already set foot on the path to immortality. As long as I'm given time, I'll definitely become immortal. Don't die. I don't want to die. There were realm-high shenanigans that lasted a bit longer than others in the moonlight. Yet only a bit longer. It rolled all over the ground, screaming its discontent under its breath. Unfortunately, even if one is not willing to do that, so what? The recovery ability it once prided itself on was completely useless at this point. In the moonlight, the skin bulged with blisters, which grew larger and larger and exploded with a wave of blood and water from the flesh. Weirdness, trying to stop the alienation that is occurring in the body. But it was getting more and more blistered, until, no longer having the strength to roll, he lay helplessly flat on the earth, his eyes reflecting the red moon in the sky. Why? Obviously, didn't I step onto the path to immortality? Is there such a horrible thing other than an immortal? Red moon. Red moon. In front of the blood woman, the black mist was like cotton meeting water, melting at the touch. Your Majesty, the black fog has dissipated.